What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies back with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years all year long here in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Friday morning, May 15th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Pickle.
Good morning.
Morning, Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Happy Friday. Hello.
And Jason Bishop.
Yeah, what's up?
That is the foursome. We are packed. A lot to get into on the show today, from the PGA Championship to NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, schedule release. We'll be getting into all that. Neil Greenberg used to be with the Washington Post. Now he's got a Substack. He's going to join us because we also have to get into the Preakness. He'll give us some picks. Give us some stuff about odds on the Wizards pick, whether they'll trade out of the number one pick. So we'll get into a bunch of that with Neil Greenberg coming up at 6:45. Our old pal Carl Alsner is going to join us, the former Caps defenseman. He's going to be in studio.
What's going on with Carl?
He's promoting a celebrity softball game.
All right.
Cool.
Which I believe benefits youth sports.
All right.
So we'll talk to Carl.
Is he local?
I would
Carl
assume
local?
so.
Believe so, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I just remember we used to have a picture of Carl Alsner right there. It's been moved. I don't know whatever happened to it. Because we took a picture with Carl Alsner at the Caps parade.
Oh.
Are you sure?
99% sure.
I remember we took it
Thought
with
we
a
took
young
it was
guy.
Jay Beagle.
Jay
I think you might be
Beagle.
mixing up
Oh,
the Caps.
well then
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
1%
you're mixing
dead
it up.
wrong.
Yeah.
I thought it was Carl Alsner.
No.
Pretty sure it's JB.
It was
That was
Beagle.
Jay Beagle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, Mike North's going to join us,
It
NFL
was
VP
Beaks.
broadcast planning. He will join us at 9:25 as we talk about the schedule. But you golf nerds are probably geeking out about the PGA Championship. I checked in on the leaderboard. There's about 100 guys tied for first.
Yep. Well, 7 to be exact. But yeah, it was fun to watch. That rough was brutal. There was
The greens, the undulations in the greens.
Yeah, the greens are tricky.
I mean, there's very little. They're just small spots. They're massive greens, but they're small sections that it's very difficult to get into there. I would shoot 900.
It's not what Cakes wants to hear with his money on the line. The guys weren't
No.
scorching it.
Nope.
Valdez he's soothed my fears a little bit by saying that the pin placements for the first round were borderline diabolical and that they should get easier.
Let's hope.
Heading into the weekend.
Let's hope.
That's
'Cause I
all
like
we can hope
scoring,
for.
too.
The course will get harder, but the pins will get easier.
Yeah.
And by harder, I mean the fairways will run out more, be faster. The greens will be a little faster, but the pins shouldn't be on a billion bridges.
It's going to be a full-blown sweat through.
Oh, yeah.
All
Oh,
the
yeah.
way through the
It's not
final
going to be
round.
easy.
Yesterday was not optimal.
Yeah,
So you
nobody's-
guys have a 4-figure bet, for those that don't know, a 4-figure bet that the winner, or anybody, I guess,
No, it'd be the winner. Yeah.
Yes, it's
will beat
13 under or
13
better.
under.
Correct.
We need.
Gotta
I
get
told
13.
Cakes. Today's a big day. We need a cluster of guys to be at.
Need a couple guys shoot 65.
We need
Yeah.
a couple guys at 6 under heading
Yeah.
into the weekend.
That'd be perfect.
Correct.
Well,
it's not optimal, but you're in the
Good
mix.
news is
It's-
you got
The good news is you got Scheffler.
Yeah, playing the
mix,
morning round.
playing well early. He's on fire. He's the best in the world. Number one, he's best in the world on Saturday, Sunday.
Yesterday was a clinic from Scotty.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah.
It's the first time ever that Roy McIlroy bogeyed his final 4 holes in a major championship.
heard him talking afterwards. He said, "Hey, I was right on 3. I was right on 5. I was right."
Well,
I'd be messing
Yeah.
up the whole numbers, but he just kept
He's
driving
such
it
a
right.
great driver of the golf ball, but it's just off a little
He
bit.
hit
And
four-
it's hard
four
because
fairways.
it's
4
in,
out of
right.
15.
Meanwhile, Scotty, I think, missed 1.
Yeah, he was in the fairway all day.
Scotty was in the fairway all day, and Rory's such a great, and it's such a wide golf course. Even Ron was talking about, it was like certain holes. There's no chance I'm going to miss this fairway. Missed it.
What happened with John Rahm and a divot?
Yeah,
So I had
just
to
a Sergio
apologize.
frustration thing, and a lot of guys did it. Rory did it. They just slammed the ground afterwards. It's not a good look. First of all, you can break
And
the
then the
club.
divot hit somebody.
Hit a volunteer. And Ron was, listen, to his credit, he was horrified and he was very apologetic about it.
I mean, what are the odds?
Yeah, well, that's one thing I try not to do is slam my driver. I have horrible thoughts, and I try not to throw my clubs. I have.
I used to throw my clubs all the time.
Oh, really? It used to be a thing?
Yeah, I throw them in trees, and they got stuck in trees multiple times.
Because you've matured now. That's
I don't do it
that's
anymore.
not
A
part of
couple
your
months
bit.
ago, I was in a dark place, missed the driver, and I just tossed it like lightly, but these drivers are so. It hit my bag and it snapped my driver, and I literally just went like this. Like I didn't throw it. I just went.
Yeah, you just
And it
tossed it.
snapped my driver. So
Yeah.
it's not a good look to throw your club.
It's not. It's not great.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing when you pound the tee box.
The rough,
just gotta keep
the
your
rough on
emotions under
Automotive
control.
was ridiculous. There's not really a first cut. It's good. If you go off the fairway, you're in the rough. It's impossible to get out.
Well, it depends. Some guys got good lies.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a good lie, but
Yeah.
it's so deep. Rory was struggling out of the rough all
Yeah.
day. So was Bryson.
Yeah, but like Justin Thomas, I saw he had a few good lies in there. He was just getting it out. But these guys are so good. They're the best in the world. They'll figure it out. But
I
it's
saw
not playing as easy
DeChambeau
as
had
people
a ball that was in the stands, right?
Yeah,
They just
he
take
was
it out
all
and
over the
drop it?
place. That was a horrific performance for him. It was worst performance in the PGA Championship in his career.
Correct.
Hey, you know what? Maybe I did a solid for myself by bypassing Bryson DeChambeau. Now I got
Yeah.
Koepka. I mean, I guess it's better than Bryson, but
Yes.
What
Yes,
did
it
Bryson
is.
finish?
76.
Six over.
oof,
Yeah.
that is rough.
I mean, it's just so hard.
And this course theoretically was made for him.
Well, you would kind of.
I mean, wide fairways.
Wide fairways, just bomb it. But,
But you got to be in the fairway. You wasn't in
and
the
then
fairway.
the green stuff. I mean, guys are hitting it 10, 12 feet from the pin. And if they're not on the right slope, it's, rolling down, rolling off the green, rolling 80 feet away. These guys are such good putters. People don't appreciate. These guys will have 80 feet, and for the most part, they get it up there to not necessarily tap in range, but 3-foot range. Like that's so hard to do. They're so good at it. It's crazy. But the course has a lot more teeth than we thought.
It's a lot tougher than we thought it was going to be.
I don't like to hear that.
When
That's not music to my ears.
When Sandsy said there's going to be a guy 20 under, and no chance. He said there's going to go out shoot 61.
He's good at it.
No.
You need somebody. You need a couple of these guys in the top 10 to one or two of them to bust a 65 and just kind of get out there.
Yeah,
a little
60, 64,
Get out there a
65
little
would be
bit.
nice. A few of those rolling in
bit.
today.
Get out there a little bit.
That would be encouraging.
But
How about,
cool.
How about Higo getting to his first tee box
Well,
1 minute late?
That guy's an idiot. I mean, he's the most unserious golfer in the
What did he
entire
say?
field.
What did he say? Did he say he had to go to the bathroom?
No,
What did
he
or
claimed that he wasn't wearing a watch and that his cat, he was working on the putting green.
Yeah. He was at the putting green.
I guess
he just lost track of time.
His caddy brought some of the clubs over to his bag, and I guess he lost track of time.
Yeah.
And he just wound up on the tee 1 minute late.
He was, his problem is that he wants to get to the first tee hot. He wants to get to the first tee
Yeah,
warm.
I saw his explanation. He doesn't want to
And-
stand there for 10 minutes and get cold.
And I understand that,
Yeah.
but it's just the nature of the beast, dude. You gotta get
Well,
there.
just
I mean,
make sure you're there. I mean,
just be there.
you don't have to be there
just
10
be there
minutes
3
before.
minutes early.
Correct.
Just be at 3 minutes before the tee time.
Yeah,
You're good.
and he was not really accepting it, so he's getting savaged
Yeah.
online for people for just not owning up to it. Just say, yeah, you're right, I was late. And he was
Yeah, I
kind of like,
botched it.
it wasn't really late. They didn't call my name
Yeah.
yet, and it wasn't my turn yet. But no, dude, you were late.
Man, I
You're supposed
can't
to
be
be
that
there.
hypocritical.
These guys
I've
know
been-
the rules.
I've been late for work before. It has
course,
happened.
of course.
These things have happened.
But our penalty is actually much less. Buying breakfast is way cheaper
he got
than a
2-stroke
two-shot penalty. He'd be in time for the lead.
Yeah.
It's kind of rough.
I guarantee he's not late for his 12:42 today.
I'm going to guess he shows up on time.
I would
I'm
hope.
going to guess he shows up at least 5 minutes early.
No, but
I would
it'll be
think.
fun to watch. It'll be
And
fun
then
to
how
watch
about
today.
Michael Block going out there, coming up big again? The guy literally, has conventional clubhead speed. He averaged 105 miles per hour clubhead speed. Okay, for people that don't know, that's like very average clubhead speed for even a guy like me. And he went out there and shot even par and just hangs in there. People don't like him, but he's played in 8 major championships. That
Why
guy,
do people not like him?
he's a little. Listen, I think he means well, but he goes out there, he enjoys himself.
Yeah.
He's funny. He sometimes
It's almost like he doesn't take it very seriously, but he's he's a good dude. He
Those
seems
should
like
be
a good dude.
he's a
likable
good person.
traits.
Yeah.
They are, but like, he said a few things like, well, if I had a little more clubhead speed, I could be the best in the world. So he said a few cocky things that come out. He does have a swagger to him, and that kind of rubs people the wrong way.
So he finished
Even par.
Yeah, even.
So I mean, he's
Couple
right
shots
there.
off
Now
the
let's
lead.
see if he can back it up. I mean, I don't know. See if he can back it up. It's hard. He doesn't have the, like he said, they're like Walmarts between him and the other guys, like on his drives.
It is incredible the guy can go out there in that field and shoot even par on that golf course.
With that, like
That
it's
doesn't
not
play
like
on a
he's
tour.
got power.
I know.
Like he's out there, everybody else is hitting 9 irons, he's hitting 7 irons. It's a big difference. Big difference.
What was his fairways hit number? Must have been really good.
I don't know.
Must have been really good.
I don't know. But he's got a really good short game. It kind of saves him. Really good with his wedges. He's very creative.
No, but it was fun. It was fun to watch. It'll be fun today.
How many of us are in the mix? I know I took Scheffler. My other guy was like one
I think
over.
I'm out. I'm just like not in the mix. Yeah. I have Fitz. I think he was like around 1 over or even. I think he was in. I guess even's fine.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Just
I mean, he's within 3 shots.
just. Was
I've
not-
got Xander.
not exciting.
Checking in on our picks. We haven't been doing our daily picks on the air, but off the air. EB took the Nats Reds under. That was a 15-1
Scored a
game.
million runs.
I was right on half of it.
Cakes and Mike Marr took the Sabres
So
money
bitter.
line.
So salty.
They lost 6-3, I believe.
They had the boots put to them by Montreal. Not great.
You and I can never take the same bet.
Yeah, I don't know. As soon as I heard you were on the same bet, I was like, that's probably not going to work out
And
very
as soon as
well
I
for
heard
us.
you were on the Sabres, I thought the same.
Probably a safe assumption by you.
I took the Cardinals money line. That was a squeaker, but that one hit 5-4. Lurch took the Dodgers minus 1.5. I actually have no idea what happened in the Dodgers game.
Big fatty.
Winner. Drab had Dela Cruz 2+ total bases. Didn't check into that
That
one.
was a winner.
Winner and Valdez, Justin Thomas over Justin Rose in round 1.
Winner.
That hit. I think that
There you
hit.
go. So we went
Oh,
about.
that's not good. That means we're
So-
Mike Marr and I are falling behind.
Did you
in the
guys
race
do?
to
Did you
lotion
guys
up
do the
wrong.
total number yet?
Yeah. So right now, Mar is losing.
Mar's in trouble.
So this is for the net earnings. It's basically if you put $100 on your play,
Okay.
what it would spit out.
Yeah.
So he's minus $200.
Okay.
Jason's in first. He would be plus 258.
Okay.
Drab would be plus $10. Both EB and myself are minus $16.67.
Okay.
One
And Cakes is minus $52.38.
All
Where
right.
am I?
Where's Marr?
Mar is minus 200.
I don't think you mentioned me.
He's got a long
Oh yeah,
way.
JP.
Oh, JP, you're dead even.
Okay, I'll
JP's
take that. That's a solid.
Yeah, of course, even's fantastic.
That's solid.
So
Just trying to get even.
So the play we make today for the weekend fade parlay, is that our play for the week for
I
today?
think that's separate.
Oh, that's separate. Okay.
I think
Yeah, that's right.
so.
Because the weekend parlay could be for Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah. Yep. So we'll get the parlay coming up at 7:45. As I mentioned, our pal Neil Greenberg will join us at 6:45. Keep it here. We're the Junkies on the Fan. All right, there's a lot going on the show, a lot going on around the show. We're a week away from our Junkies Beach Bash. 1 week from today, we're broadcasting from the Starboard in Dewey Beach. Memorial Day weekend, starting at 6 a.m. B Mitch and Finley take over at 10. That's all presented by Main Street Bank. Cakes and I are participating in a golf/pickleball tournament on Monday.
Yep. It's coming.
And I'm going to be in Fredericksburg tomorrow for Mitsubishi Mania at the Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg, Virginia, 11 to 1. Come out and say hello. I'll have books. They have Paisano gift cards, tickets to games. It should be a good time.
Look at the junks
Of course,
just
you can
getting out
check
and about.
out their vehicles at Radley Mitsubishi for Mitsubishi
Busy
Mania.
weekend for you,
We're
boys.
touching the people
Yes.
this upcoming week.
The schedule finally came out. There was a lot of speculation, and the NFL does it, so they kind of just builds to crescendo, and you finally get the full schedule release. We're going to actually give our official picks coming up at 8 o'clock, going through the schedule. But what jumped out to you at first?
Oh, it's the worst schedule I've ever seen. I'm not kidding. I usually don't. I'll be honest with you. The schedule stuff doesn't move me. I think it's silly.
But you already knew the opponents.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's
That's
just
why
the-
it doesn't move me. And so it's just like, whatever. I saw when this schedule came out, they couldn't have front loaded us worse.
It's tough early.
It is catastrophic.
Yeah.
Like DQ should start looking for new
The first
spots.
nine weeks.
He
are
needs
really
to
tough.
start looking. He needs to start. I don't know where he wants to retire, but he needs to start looking.
He's got a silly place in Hawaii.
It's going to be hard to recover from. This
You're
is
just
going to
gonna
be
have
very
to,
hard.
The way I look at it is you're just going to have to look at 2-game blocks and get splits.
We're just going to have to get
Well, I
lucky.
mean,
It's going to take a miracle.
What jumped out at me was the back-to-back division road games to
Start the year.
Of course.
That is a
They
brutal
couldn't have. They
1-2
couldn't
punch.
have. Honestly, you couldn't come up with this. There's no way you could come up with a more difficult start. Given our opponents, we already knew them. They could have front loaded us worse. It is a catastrophic schedule. Now, maybe who knows? You never know. Hopefully, some guys.
I mean, Dallas isn't a juggernaut.
No, but you're playing a match,
you're playing
division
there.
rival. Typically, those are tough games. So, we're been horrible. Like we've been like the worst defense over the last 5 years. I think somebody pointed out. I saw a stat where we've gotten more touchdowns than any defense in football the last 5 years.
Well, that's why they brought in Owe and Chason and Chanel and Cross.
And maybe we'll be able to get through there 4-4, some miracle. I have no idea how. That to me, and I know the HTTR crowd doesn't like to hear it. They're all rah rah. That is a brutal start.
They faced
Well, I agree.
five playoff teams in the first 8 matchups.
Agree. However,
That's rough.
Look, the Cowboys are not a juggernaut.
Yeah, but they're going to be better.
Colts, a middling team. Giants should be better, but they're a bad
Yeah, but the problem
team.
is you're playing the Colts overseas, so that's kind of unpredictable.
You're playing them at that. It's a division rival. We already know their offensive weapons. Everybody knows the stats. Typically, as if you start out 0-2, you're like at 10% or whatever to make the playoffs worse. Now with the 17-game schedule, you go to the 0-3. There's been one team that started out 0-3 that's made the playoffs in history. One team. It's like 1 in 25. Texans last year.
Oh, I thought it was the Giants for some reason.
Texans last year. They could easily go 0-3. That doesn't mean you can't recover from it. And maybe,
I don't think the odds have
maybe they'll get
changed
hot.
much.
Maybe they'll get hot. Maybe they'll surprise people.
The 0-2 start, the odds haven't changed much. It's pretty much identical, even though they expanded from 16 to 17 games. I agree.
Starts matter.
It looks like a very difficult, especially early schedule, but the Cowboys, the Colts, the Giants, those are the games you got to get in the first 6 weeks.
If they can somehow manage the first 10 weeks close to 500,
Well, then
the
you're
second half
cruising.
is much softer.
Yeah.
But it's just a matter of
it's way too late.
Is the damage going to be done?
Yeah, you
by
don't want to
week
be
10?
3-6.
Yeah, it's
honestly,
going to be painful.
I almost feel like somebody's sadistic over there. Like a human being, maybe Mike North or whoever's coming on, a human being said, we're just going to bone the Skins. We're going to bone them as hard as we can. Because I don't think you could have come up with a more difficult situation, other than maybe just making your first 6 games all
They
on the
also
road.
have back-to-back primetime games.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal.
One of them, they're traveling all the way to the West Coast.
I think the Eagles are on the decline.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
Yeah, but they're still going to be good. I mean,
Probably.
it could be declined
It's not
from
an easy opening assignment.
Put
to go
3
to
years
I'm not
ago.
saying it's
win.
easy,
Pick a game
but
you think will be a favorite.
In
the Giants
In the first
potentially,
nine.
In the
first
and
nine.
the Colts.
Oh,
They'll be
Colts.
favored against the Colts. They'll be favored against the Giants at home.
Probably 2 out of
That's about it.
2 out of 6.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Do you like the Week 7
2
bye?
out of 9.
I do
I'd
like
say.
the Week 7 bye instead of Week 5.
Yeah,
Now,
it's better
I
than
know
week
you want it
5.
generally after international travel, but I'd rather bank it and have it in Week 7 than Week 5.
It's a middle of the pack. It's
Actually,
still kind of early.
all right. So actually, in the
It's a little
primetime games,
early,
they have
but
the bye.
I'd much rather have it in
They
Week
have the
7
bye in
than five.
between
San
those
Fran.
two.
Yeah,
Yeah,
after
okay.
San Fran.
All right, that helps. That helps a little bit.
A Week 5 bye, then you're just on a death march to the end of the season without any break in sight.
How many primetime games did they end up with?
4, I think.
Four.
2 Monday nights, 1 Sunday night, 1 Thursday night.
If you get,
But the stretch where they have the Cardinals, Titans, Texans at home, Falcons at home,
At Minnesota.
and then at Minnesota, that's
They got to go on
They
a
got-
run there. They
Yeah.
have to go on a streak. I feel
their
like,
record has to be around 500 or better before that stretch.
Yeah.
I would agree.
I can't. In my lifetime, 56 years old, I've never seen a schedule so impactful. Just on the face of it, on paper, anything could change. You don't know. Guys get hurt. Teams are worse than you think. But I've never felt so boned. Mm-hmm. And I already knew all the opponents.
Now, what helps is the 2 of the toughest teams on the schedule, the Seahawks and Rams. They are playing them at home. That helps a little bit.
And the Cowboys have a losing
even though
record
the
last
Seahawks
year.
came here
I
and
don't feel
destroyed
like we
them.
have much of a home field advantage.
No,
mean,
but
we have a
at
very
least
average home
you're not
field.
flying out there to play them.
Yeah, we have a very average home field.
The Cowboys had a losing record last year. The Giants were one of the worst teams in the league, and the Colts finished 8-9. So it does look tough, but 3 out of those 6 teams had losing records.
All right. Well,
Good.
Washington had 5 wins last year.
I'm aware.
We got brand new offensive coordinator, brand new defensive coordinator.
I think you have to kind of erase what those teams did and what they looked like last year because they look totally different. Look at how many defensive parts the Cowboys added.
They just better,
including Caleb Downs.
They
Yeah,
just
but so did the Commanders.
That's what I mean.
Including
But
Sonny Styles.
Right, but you're going back to last year.
Well, just
all of
well,
these
that's-
teams look different.
But that's how we talk about schedule strength. And when people are saying it looks like such a daunting schedule, this is
I think-
unbelievable. This is the worst schedule I've ever seen. 3 out of the first 6 games are against teams that had losing records last year.
Understood, but I mean,
so did we.
Dallas, they lost to Dallas with backup quarterbacks. It kind of doesn't really matter. When you're playing a division game, I can't go back to last year. Dallas is going to be better.
All
than
I
they were
know
last
is this: they got to find a way. Honestly, the bar's low. They got to win one of the first 3, and I don't know how the hell they're going to do it. But they got to find a way to win one of the first 3. It's a must.
Well, Jaden has to play like he did 2 years ago.
Jaden has to carry the football team.
Jaden has to
And
play like he
trying
did
to
2 years
avoid
ago.
that. He's got to carry the football.
I find it hard to believe they're going to beat the Seahawks because I still have just the memories of that Seahawks drubbing fresh in my brain from last season.
I mean,
I understand
you'd be
the
a
Commanders
fool
have made
to pick them.
they've made
to beat
upgrades
Seattle.
defensively, but I don't think that they're going to be able to beat Seattle at home.
I mean, maybe they can win. Anybody can win any given week, but you'd be a fool to pick them. I think
In the first 3 weeks,
against Seattle. Be a
Yeah.
fool
Oh,
to pick
yeah.
them against Seattle. Sure, they can win. Upsets happen, but it's hard for me honestly to pick them at Philly and at Dallas. I'll probably do it just because I'm a blind homer, but I don't know how the hell they're going to do it. Just maybe surprising people. New offense.
They've got to find a way to go 3-2 in that first 5.
I just need to win in the first 3. You got to find. I can't start out 0-3.
but you also don't
It's
know,
over.
like using Jason's, we just don't know. The Niners could take a big step back this year.
Well, I mean,
And Purdy
anything
missed a
can
ton of
happen.
games last year.
Okay.
Could happen again by the time you hit October 19th.
It's all true.
Anything can happen.
It's
of course,
true.
you can't
Teams
predict.
won't be the way we think now,
But
teams
even
will
that's not going to be an easy game.
but some
No.
bad
It
teams
doesn't
are going to
even
be
matter
better.
who's playing
West
quarterback.
Coast travel,
Yeah.
primetime game. I don't think that
Well-coached team.
it's obviously not a
That's
layup
going to be
type
very
game.
like you said. They'll be an underdog in that game.
And like the Niners taking a step back under Shanahan basically means they would win like 9 or 10 games instead of 12 or 13. So there should still be like a really good unit.
Sure. I just think they have to find a way to win
I think they got to find a way one of the first
3 of the first 5. Got to beat the Colts in London. Got to beat the Giants here. the following week.
Steal one of the first
And
three.
steal one of the
somehow.
first
steal
three.
one of the first three. The season hinges on that. Otherwise, buy a relocation service or contact them because they're going to be looking for a new staff.
Well,
They can't start out 0-3.
yeah, 0-3 is going to be bad.
It's bleak.
I don't think they'll be 0-3. I think somehow they'll finish.
They'll steal one, hopefully.
They'll be 1-2 in the first three.
Hopefully,
I mean,
they
the
steal one.
Eagles, I understand they've won the division back to back, been to
That's gloom
Super
and doom.
Bowl, have a Super Bowl MVP at quarterback. But the entire offseason is been a scrutinized quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think
They
he's
don't
that
seem
great,
to
but
like him.
But he is a winner.
Saquon Barkley had a down year last year. They're probably trading A.J. Brown.
Yep.
That's good.
Might lose a key piece to the offense.
Losing A.J. Brown, which I think is a given, is good.
Nobody,
That's helpful.
even though he won a Super Bowl and has this great record, nobody's really a big Nick Sirianni believer. I could see them having a down year. At some point, they're going to regress.
I hope they have a down week one, and the Commanders can upset them in Philly.
I'm
And the
hoping-
Cowboys were a losing team a year ago.
But everybody's picking, as you said just a couple days ago, everyone's picking Philly, Dallas, and the Giants ahead of us.
I don't know that the Giants are always picked ahead of them. I just heard somebody, I can't remember who it was, like on ESPN, had the Giants still last.
I'm going to guess the Giants are going to be picked last by most pundits heading into the season in the NFC East.
I mean, didn't Neighbors just have a cleanup surgery?
If
while ago,
if
but
I
yeah,
were
they just
Harbaugh,
reported it.
I'd be concerned about that, about his top offensive weapon getting cleanups and getting his knee tweaked a few months before camp.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem great.
I had the same injury and I had to clean up surgery. That's never a good sign.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Yeah.
It
Means there was a bump in the road during rehab.
does look difficult, though, the first 9 weeks. It does.
It's
It really does.
very difficult.
Yeah.
I was stunned when I looked at it. Because I'm like, let's see, did they get Arizona in week one? Philly again, at Dallas, Seattle. And honestly, I have more respect for Indy because, I actually have more respect. Daniel Jones, plays well against us.
Well, Jonathan Taylor could run for $160.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a gimme at all. Like, I'm looking for gimmies, and I don't see them until later. And even that's a laughable statement in this league.
I mean, you hope that at Arizona and at Tennessee back-to-back weeks
that
are
starts softening
relative
up.
gimmies.
Yeah.
How did your
relatively.
schedule go, Cakes?
Oh, I don't think I got one correct. Aside from the
you were 0 for 17
aside from the Colts game, which I already knew was confirmed.
because you had the Cardinals in week 1.
Had the Cardinals in week 1, incorrect. I had Atlanta in week 2, wrong. At Jacksonville in week 3, wrong.
You had them finishing against Dallas.
Yeah, but at Dallas. So maybe
Yeah,
that's
but you had the right opponent.
Maybe that's half credit.
Yeah.
I had them ending with a bunch of division games, not starting with a bunch of division games.
Well, because that's how it's been the last couple seasons. So this is the curveball.
Now here's the other side of it. If they have greatly improved, the way a lot of us do think they have, and they shock a couple people and you knock out, like let's just say that, they play close games, but they're a much more formidable team, and they win a field goal game against Dallas and a field goal game against Philly. Start out 2-1 or whatever, and you got a little momentum, and you beat an Indy team 3-1. Now you're really setting yourself up. If you get just shock people, play competitive. You got Jaden there, little heroics. You got your defense much better, creating a few turnovers, and you actually shock people early. The back end is great for that kind of scenario, but if you start out 0-3, it's over. It doesn't even matter.
Right, because your last 6 games include the Titans, include the Falcons, the Texans.
Put it this way, in my world, they're the kind of opponents I want to play every week.
the Vikings.
You have bravado against them.
Yeah, give me those teams. In a league that's brutal.
I mean, if they don't win both the Arizona and Tennessee games, I find it hard to believe that they're going to be in contention for a playoff spot.
Those are road games.
Those are the must-wins.
They are.
Yeah.
Those are the must-win games.
But if you look at the schedule, if you're going to pick out a couple where you say, all right, those are wins, those are dubs, those back-to-back weeks, you would say those are wins. Anything can happen. You go on the road and lose to anybody.
We'll beat some teams we think they're going to lose to, and we'll lose to teams we think.
But
that we're gonna
even
beat.
some of these other games, I mean, the Texans at home, Texans had a kind of a down year, certainly offensively.
Yeah.
They won 12 games.
their defense is
Their
ferocious.
defense is absurd.
Yeah.
That's not easy.
Now, hopefully, Jaden carves up that defense.
Jacksonville on the road, that's not easy.
No, it's definitely not easy. They're a playoff team.
Vikings with Kyler Murray.
Vikings on the road, that's not easy.
I kind of disrespect Kyler Murray.
Yeah, but the
Yeah, but
Vikings have found a way
It's still on the road.
to be a
I
solid
know.
team even when they have quarterback issues.
Sneak preview. I might have that as a dub. We'll get into all the picks later. At
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
Our official predictions.
I have no idea how I'm going to
which I think is the second time because we went through this when we knew the opponents.
Third time at least.
Third?
I think
It's
so.
a-
Because when the opponents first came out, we did it. Mm-hmm. At least
And
I
one
did.
was the second time.
After the draft. But this is the first official.
Yeah.
Those were all just
Links?
preliminary.
Yeah, this one.
Because you don't want to
This one
save
goes
those.
on
Good,
the books.
good. Because mine's going to change dramatically. Mine's going to change
This is the first
dramatically.
official. We'll refer back to it.
I have never been so affected by a schedule release. It's
You're
never.
definitely shook by the schedule.
Oh, it shook me.
Yeah, you're not
I
looking-
sleep on it. I laugh at people that try to predict it. How could you predict it? Nobody can. And you
What do
already
you
know
mean?
the
Cake's got
opponents.
half a game right.
No, you can't predict it. They'll just all be wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know how
To
many
me-
Kevin
to
Sheehan
me,
got
it's a
right on his
joke.
mock. He does it every year. I'm not sure how many he got right,
But-
but I think he did predict that they would start at Philly.
Well, they always start at Philly now. That's just what we do.
I know that was amazing.
Versus Philly.
They've
Yeah, you were
played.
bringing that up too. They played
They
Philly.
play
a
Philly
bunch.
all the time. I think
Yeah.
this
all
is
the
5
time.
times in the last 20 years where they've opened up against Philly.
I actually could not believe it. I could not believe
It's
how
either the
front-loaded
Philly or the
it was.
Giants that they open up with.
I mean, I was staggered when I was just stunned. I've never been so impacted by a schedule release.
Do you think if
all
you
my
flipped,
optimism literally went down the toilet.
if you flipped, how would you feel if you simply moved? All right, Dallas week 2 and Seattle in week 3. If you flip that with Texans Falcons, which is later in the
Then it's
season,
manageable. Yeah, that's a manageable thing. Yeah, I mean, of course, these guys are pros. They'll play hard. Maybe they'll win. But man, I just feel like we're decided dogs.
But I mean, like you said, you can't predict what teams are going to look like in week 12.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bengals might. I mean, who knows? Burrow could be on the injured list when they play him. Who knows? We just don't know.
Yeah. For sure.
But on paper, first 9 weeks, brutal.
Brutal.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. You can also tweet us at Junks Radio. Coming up next, our pal Neil Greenberg with his take on the schedule. Plus, he's got Preakness picks. We'll talk about the Wizards trade market and more with our pal Neil Greenberg here on The Fan.
All right, guys. What if selling your home felt more predictable, more controlled, less stressful? Well, that can happen when you use Debbie, Sarah Reynolds' Empowerment Team with Keller Williams. They don't just put a sign in the yard and hope for the best. They build a strategy designed to get your home sold, from pricing it right to creating demand to negotiating the strongest possible offer. Every step they take is intentional. That strategy is why homes sold with Reynolds Empowerment Team sell 2 times faster than the average agent. You get fewer days on the market, fewer disruptions to your life, and a smoother experience. They're not like your friend down the street that sells 1 or 2 homes a year. No, this is what they do all the time. It's why their sellers net 4.2% more on average. That could translate into as much as $30,000 more closing, and that's what it's all about, more money. And here's the best part. If your home doesn't sell, they're just going to buy it themselves. You got nothing to lose. Sell with certainty. Your home sold, guaranteed. So call Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, Empowerment Team now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. 844-654-SOLD. 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at debbieasthebuyers.com.
All right, let's head out to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome in our pal Neil Greenberg.
Neil?
Hey guys, how are you?
What's
Neil,
up?
good morning. How you doing, buddy?
I was better before the schedule came out.
Yeah, what'd you
Oh yeah, it's a little bit. It's interesting.
It's a little top heavy. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, they weren't done any favors. I mean, they get a little bit of a break, but it's after just a completely brutal stretch. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. The weeks 8 through 10 is what's I think is really tough because you have Sunday night at Philly, and then you got the early game against the Rams the following week, and then you're playing Thursday night football against the Giants. That's tough, and then they do get the breather coming into going against Cincy, but I mean having to play Philly, Seattle, San Francisco, even Dallas is going to be tough.
They got to find a way to steal one of the first two.
But think about this.
They got to find a way.
The Cincy game, they play Cincy on Monday night, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
and then the
after
following
Thursday night.
Right, after Thursday. And then the following week, they have to go to Arizona. So a short week, got to travel to Arizona. Now, Arizona is one of the give-me's on the schedule, but that's still not an easy little stretch for travel purposes.
No, it's a brutal way to come out of the bye week. And they may be limping into the bye week. So, yeah, I mean, have the bleep button ready for the callers because I think there's going to be a lot of sad people.
Well, I think that there's a delusional crowd that just thinks we can beat anybody. And maybe we can on any given week, but they couldn't have stacked it, I don't think, any harder. Given that we already knew the opponents. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's tough to me is that they're in blocks, right? I mean, Philly, at Dallas versus Seattle, very tough.
Brutal.
Then you have at San Francisco, and then we go on the bye week, and then we just talked about that next tough stretch. I mean, it's tough, and then the second half, like the last third of the season, seems very manageable. But you do have to worry, worry about what they might be playing for after that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the season could be over after 3 weeks.
They got to, I mean, if they're 0-3, season's done. But they got to find a way to win one of those first three.
First two.
You're
not going to beat Seattle. I mean, maybe you
Well,
get
you
miracle,
never know.
a miracle from God, but you're not. You
got to find a way.
You're going to beat them is delusional.
I mean, they'll be the underdog, no doubt. But then you got to beat the Colts over there in London, and then you got to come back and beat the Giants. What are they? That's the next week, right? They don't have a bye week after the Colt game, so they got to find a way. They have to find a way to beat the Colts and the Giants.
This really kills me because before it came out, I gave it my most optimistic look, and I had him at 11. I don't even know how I can get him to 7 or 8 now. I just the way it starts out because seasons have momentum, and I know that week to week you never know what you're going to get, but there's you start out. Dig a big hole.
But they are going to beat teams that you didn't expect them to beat.
They'll beat teams that we think that they should lose to, but they're going to lose to teams that we think they should beat. That's what always happens.
Psychologically, having 3 tough games in the beginning is difficult because everyone talks about the 3-0, 0-3 teams, the playoffs. You're out of it already. That type stuff. I just think that it could be psychologically ugly early.
But by the same token, if they're on it and the changes they implement, they thread the needle and they made enough defensively to make it a little bit easier on the offense, and let's say win a couple field goal games and you start out 2-1. Man, that could really help you. Now you got Indy, plausible. The Giants at home, plausible. So then
you're absolutely right. They could. Everything could be good. We could be fretting over nothing and have faith in the front office to do what they needed to do, and they coach them up. You're absolutely right, and they start to stun some people. Obviously, health is going to be a big factor. I don't really think that you can put much stock in what happened last year because there was just so many injuries and just so many issues. But you're right. I mean, you should go in the season with some optimism, but that optimism just might not last long. But we'll wait and see. It's football. It's what makes it fun.
All right, Neil, let's move over to the Wizards. They were fortunate enough to land the number 1 overall pick. And now there's talk of them potentially moving off of the pick. Look, I trust Will Dawkins and Winger to do what's best for the franchise, but this fan base has endured a lot of losing to secure that number 1 pick. What are the markets looking like for the Wizards to either hold on to the pick or move off the pick and deal it to somebody else?
Well, my hope is that they keep the pick. I mean, the prediction markets are saying that they'll probably keep the pick. It'll probably be the kid from Utah, AJ.
The bouncer, right?
But if I'm the Wizards, I am throwing so much smoke out there. I am talking about how much I like Boozer. I'm talking about Caleb Wilson being kind of like a dark horse in this whole thing. Obviously, Darren Peterson is kind of like a co-number 1 in a lot of situations. I'm just talking up everybody, and I'm going to try to maximize the trade value of the pick. Because once you settle, like once they narrow it down to 1 or 2 players in any way, then the trade market's just going to dry up because people are going to just figure, it's not worth doing. And then they'll start focusing maybe on Utah's pick. Mm-hmm. But I do think that they have to take the pick. I think the downside of, AJ going somewhere else and being a superstar is just way more devastating than if they pick him and it doesn't work out right away. I don't think you ever go wrong taking the consensus number 1 pick in terms of like public opinion. And I think right now that plays a big role in what the Wizards are doing because they have to convince people that they're going to contend.
So you think they're going to keep the pick?
I think they should, unless they get completely blown away by an offer. But you have to think like, what would Utah give aside from the number 2 pick that really puts this in a better position to contend? Because that's the Wizards want to contend next year. I don't think that's a secret. I don't think that they'll be happy being like a playoff play-in contender type team. So I think they need to they need to make the biggest possible splash.
So I texted Neil yesterday, and I said, bro, I
finally got your new number. I've been texting some rando for months.
Oh, really? I thought you had my new one.
Funny.
They have all my sillies. They had all my big fat winners.
You got all your plays.
I've had that number for like a year and a half. I can't believe you took this one.
I'm aware, Jason. I am aware.
All right, sorry. Anyway, I told him I just got a vibe on Great White. That's the one horse I'm just kind of vibing.
Okay, for the Preakness.
Preakness, based on the expectations for the Kentucky Derby. And of course, he was scratched. But there's 14 horses. I think he's like 20-1 or 15-1.
No, he's been bet down to 6-1.
Oh, he has? Oh, all right.
Yeah.
So talk to me about Great White.
Okay, so first, this Preakness field is going to have a lot of speed. There are a lot of horses that want to get to the front. I think that a lot of them need to get to the front to be successful. So I think we're going to see a very, very fast pace, which sets up well for a horse like Great White, because he doesn't go with the front runners. He's right behind them, and he's a tactical stalker. And I think he could have the pace is set up for him to have a really good run. I think that's why he's taking a lot of money, because people are seeing that, and they don't really have a lot of interest in the horses that are going to be at the front. So I think Great White is certainly a horse worth talking about. I also like the number 5 Talkin'. He's another horse that looks really good in terms of the pace setup, and also he's just been steadily improving. This isn't a field that has like anybody that's done anything of note. There's only a couple of graded stakes winners, and either those were graded 3s, which are the lowest of the graded stakes, and anyone that's won a grade 1, the top, they did it as a 2-year-old. So it's been a while. So these aren't horses that have a lot of wins. Some don't have any wins, like Ocelli. Some have never beaten winners. So I think this is a good betting race, especially if you think like I do that is going to be a hot pace with a meltdown. you can get some big price horses in there when stuff like that happens.
All right, so you like Great White, you like Ocelli, right?
I like Ocelli because, again, he's the closer in the race.
Right.
And I do think that he can hang on for a piece, and he should be a pretty decent price.
Okay. And then Chip Honcho. I know you like Chip.
Yep,
And
Chip Honcho, number 6, another horse this is the horse that he will be at the front, but I think among the front runners can carry the speed the longest.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he could be one of the survivors. I don't know necessarily if he's going to win this thing, but I do like him. You asked me for a trifecta, so I do like him to be a part of the trifecta.
Love it.
All right, Neil, good stuff. People can subscribe to your Substack, fancystats.substack.com.
Very nice.
I appreciate it. I love you, boys.
Yeah, man. Love you too, man.
Good talking to you, Neil.
Appreciate
See you,
it.
buddy.
fancystats.substack.com.
Yeah, get out there and support Neil.
Got a lot to get into on the show. Carl Alsner is going to join us in studio a little bit later, former Caps defenseman. And Mike North, who's the VP of Broadcast Planning, is going to join us at 9:25 as we talk all about the NFL schedule. But coming up next, some interesting changes coming to East Potomac Golf Course in the area. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
It's your boy Bish here for Golf Done by Worldwide Golf. You can join them for the Mizuno Fitting Week, which runs through the 17th of May. You can test drive Mizuno's JPX woods and irons. The new 1 Series woods have been engineered for higher ball speeds, higher launch, and lower spin. The JPX irons combine power and speed for more consistency and distance. Book your Mizuno fitting in-store or online at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
Foster Griffin was roughed up for a season-high 9 runs in only 4 1/3 innings. The Nationals dropped their series finale in Cincinnati 15-1. The Nationals' lone run came on a wild pitch in the 8th. So the Nats did not get to 500 again. And the Commanders' schedule is out, and they have a brutal stretch to start the season. Week 1 at Philadelphia Eagles. Week 2 at Dallas Cowboys. Week 3 at home versus the Seahawks. Week 4, they travel to London to take on the Colts. Week 5, they host the Giants. And Week 6, they travel out to San Francisco to take on the 49ers. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond, where you can listen to our guys. MP on the mic after us. AWOD after him. Is AWOD coming to Dewey?
No idea.
I don't know. It's a good question.
He's invited.
Of course he's
I
invited.
think he's talked about it. I have no idea. He's probably has to work.
You can also watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. That's presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Pack show today. Coming up at 7:45, we will have our weekend parlay. Of course, that is a fadeable parlay. And last week, if you went against each of our picks and there were 5 legs, you'd have gone 5-0 against us because we were 0-5.
Yeah.
So some of our listeners did that, the fade parlay,
And they're gonna
they
do it again.
benefited.
Great for them. I'm glad.
Now, we'd like to stick it to all of you and hit the parlay.
I mean, that's
So
the
that's our
goal.
intention.
That's the goal. It's hard to hit that goal sometimes.
But we've been so bad picking games that we decided to make every pick fadeable. So that is coming up at 7:45. Got Carl Alsner joining us in studio later in the program. We were talking about the schedule release earlier. We're actually going to go through it game by game, make our first official predictions for the Commander season coming up at 8 o'clock. But wanted to get into the story about the local golf courses here in D.C. I knew it as Haynes Point, so I wasn't even positive when I was looking at the story, but the Secretary of Interior is a guy named Doug Burgum. He was
definitely don't know that person.
He was I don't
Interior
think I don't think
Secretary of the
He's got
Interior.
big poofy hair.
Am I supposed to know that
I
guy's
don't.
name?
I mean, he ran for president. I believe he ran for president. He was. I think he was the governor. Maybe he was a senator. I thought it was Montana, but it turns out it's North Dakota. It doesn't matter. He's Secretary of Interior, and yesterday tweeted out what they are proposing will be the design for the new East Potomac golf links. They're trying to, in theory, he wrote, like iconic public courses of Bethpage Black and Torrey Pines, East Potomac will offer locals championship quality golf at affordable, highly discounted prices, which I think has a lot of locals upset because they doubt that.
Well, in theory, if that's true, then that is true. Like at Bethpage, could speak to that. You could get some really, really high quality golf for the locals. That's
reasonable
relatively
prices.
inexpensive.
Yeah.
And then for out of towners that want to come in there and play it, you charge them, what going rates.
Yeah, you gouge the out of towners.
Yeah.
They have
In
to pay the
theory,
major freight.
I like the idea. I'll be honest with you. I know the locals don't like it. It's their even though I'll be honest, it's kind of a dump. It has a dumpy reputation.
Have you played it, though?
That's just the reputation.
No.
It is the reputation. Let me just say, I've played it. I played with our boys, Richmond John and Chris Farley. Can't remember who our fourth was, but I've been over there at least once, I think twice.
So 3 non-golfers.
No, Richmond John actually.
He plays?
Well, he hasn't played much, I guess, over the last 15 years, but
Right.
he used to be a stick.
Okay. Not 3 non-golfers is what I would characterize.
I think I shot in the 80s there.
Right.
Oh, it was okay.
Right now, it plays about 6,500 yards from the back tees.
Right.
Yeah.
And they want to stretch it out to 7,600 yards.
It has
wanna make it
amazing
silly.
views.
They want to make it a championship course.
I
wanna
will
make it
say
nice.
it has amazing views. You see the monument, and the prices really, really cheap. So that is the fear.
What is it? What is
by
it?
comparison, Bethpage Black in New York for New York State residents during the weekdays, 18 holes is $70. Weekends is $80. I'm guessing that doesn't include a cart, but
For the quality.
for
For the
Bethpage
quality of
Black,
that,
Right.
that's a good
That's-
deal.
you can play the other
Elite
courses
course.
at Bethpage for like $38.
Right.
The green, blue, and yellow
So
courses.
that's like the best value in the country. Like that's
It's
an
a great
incredible
value.
value
So
for the locals.
if they're able to price the new
Right.
course like that,
They'll
for
be
people that live in
People would
DC,
love it.
But
Yeah.
that would be double like what they're charging right now. So Bears Verluga wrote
But
about
you're gonna
this,
get 10 times the
and
value.
he said he plays the public golf courses in the nation's capital almost every week. Mm-hmm. And he said price to walk 18 holes at Langston Golf Course, $34. And if you're 55 or older, which by the way we all are,
we qualify for the senior
and a
discount.
lot of golfers are,
Nice.
$25.
I mean,
that's
that
a
is
great
silly.
So that
discount.
offers, even if you say, look, I've been to Haynes Point, and I've look, I'm not some super golf aficionado, but I've played some nice courses. Like it's not the nicest course I've played at.
Yeah.
I get that. Now it has amazing views. But to offer that for $25 is amazing for residents of DC. It's way more inclusive than even 70.
Right.
Like 70, you could say for golfers that might be reasonable, but $25, $34,
Yeah. It will
that
price
is
out
that
some
that
people.
that,
There's no
that
doubt.
makes the sport accessible.
It'll price
True.
out some people. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
It's undeniable. I have to say though, I have a snobby opinion because my one thing is I like to play well manicured courses. It doesn't have to be that great. It just has to be in good shape. And when I go out to places that aren't in good shape, I'm miserable.
Yeah, but you and I are spoiled. The people that are playing out here, they don't really care about that.
Right.
But if you really want a nice practice area and you want a nice clubhouse with a restaurant and a bar, that's what they're going to put here.
Oh, it would
That's
be
what they would put
It
here.
would be a place that could potentially host the U.S. Open.
Correct.
Like that's their goal. Is to get
I've never
that good of a course.
I've just driven by it.
On that
I mean,
footprint.
how accessible is it? Like, how big is the parking lot? I don't know what
That's
roads.
a sizable parking lot from what I recall. I mean, basically it has a snack bar. That's what
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
say.
yeah.
I mean,
Right.
it doesn't have some fancy clubhouse. It has
No.
I don't
a
need a
snack bar.
fancy
And, what,
clubhouse. I
and
could
what
care
I'll,
less.
and I'll be honest, 1-800-636-1067, it may have had the worst driving range I've ever seen.
That tilts
And see,
me.
that would be
That tilts me.
That's-
I mean,
that's-
upgraded.
Yeah,
I
that'd be-
play like I don't.
Yeah.
I don't belong to a country club. When I play the courses in Montgomery County, which I think are nice. Hampshire Greens is one of my favorites. Little Bennett's really nice course. I play at Laytonsville a lot. That has basic driving range, but it's a really nice, well kept, conditioned course. That driving range for somebody that doesn't have a wealth of experience was like, whoa.
Was it worse than Walt Potter's driving range where we grew up? I know it's very inside, but we know what we're talking about.
Same level.
Let me
Not
just
same
tell you
level.
something. Driving ranges are wild because Florida's known for having great golf. They have the worst driving ranges because a lot of them you hit into water. This is the fight for land. A lot of them they have nets. Like
Right.
Florida golf tilts me to know, and it's beautiful. Like they have some beautiful, very expensive courses, and they go over there and say, hit into this net before you tee off number one. I'm like, are you kidding? So that's a separate issue.
So the district has 3 golf courses: East Potomac, Langston, and Rock Creek. And they have, become kind of these symbols of accessible, cheap golf, and the sport wants to be more inclusive, and that's really what the fear is. 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. That, yeah, it sounds great. Let's make it a championship golf course. Well, it's going to take a long time. It's not easy to turn a course that is a regular, I'll just call it a regular average course, and turn it into a championship
it probably
course.
takes several
It's not going to be
years.
easy to take a course that is 6,500 yards and turn it into 7,500 or whatever they're shooting for.
They could do it. it won't take that long.
So it's got 3 courses. It's got East Potomac, you said Langston, and Rock Creek.
Rock Creek.
Well, what will happen to Langston and Rock Creek?
I think they're trying to. First, they're going to try.
Are they
and
only
hook this-
taking over East Potomac, that land, or are the other 2 going to
Oh,
survive?
I don't think the other 2 are part of this plan. They're
So
They're not
separate
part of
parts.
this plan.
Yeah,
right,
they're-
so you'll still have those 2 public
yeah,
courses.
You know what? The other 2 courses will be jam packed while they're renovating
Right.
and redoing.
So you'll still have 2 courses, right?
Here's the
new
reality.
one.
Here's the reality. Golf's never going to be this great, accessible sport to everyone, unfortunately. I wish it was. It's never going to be. It's
No.
going to be a little bit of a snooty sport always. It sucks. It really does suck.
Yeah,
But-
yeah. But if you could have
The
those
nature
2
of
other
it.
public courses that are cheaper,
Yeah.
wouldn't that be fine? I mean,
Be
if you wanted
helpful.
to play cheap golf,
You
go
could
play
still
at
go to those
Rock
2.
Creek.
I will say this. I am sympathetic to people whose home courses close. We've had courses close around here. I don't need to name them, but it kind of breaks your heart. So I understand that. Doesn't matter. They don't have to be great courses. They just be, public golf courses that you grew up playing as a kid. When they close and they build some house or something, it breaks your heart.
Yeah.
It kind
It
of
does suck, but also on the other side, wouldn't you want the promise of this amazing new course that you'd be able
Be
to
a
play
huge
at a
attraction.
discounted rate if you're a
Yes.
DC resident?
Yeah.
I think
Yes.
that would be like your crown jewel
If you're-
of your
Yes.
public golf course
It'll be
system here.
you're going to be so proud of it.
Yeah,
if you
it'd be
can still get in
amazing.
there. And again, the Bethpage Black, this Torrey Pines model, it's a great model.
It's an awesome model.
It's a great model.
If you take care of the people that live in that community and give them discounted
But it's going to
rates,
be more expensive.
and you make that's just going to be part of it. Like
Right.
you just have to come to the realization that it will be more expensive.
What? You know what else is more expensive? Popcorn, soda,
Right.
steak, chicken. Everything's more expensive.
Yeah, that's true.
One
Everything's more expensive.
thing Verluga points out now. I knew it as Haynes Point, but East Potomac, and I've played it, like I said, twice. It actually has 3 courses. It has an 18-hole course. That's what I've played. It has a 9-hole and a par 3 red course. It has the double
That's
deck
got to be a number. The par
driving
3
range and a
course
mini,
there?
I can't imagine.
and it has a mini golf
Hold on.
course.
Did you say a double decker driving range?
Yeah, that's the driving range I was talking about.
I feel like those are nubs too. But
So
yeah, but
this plan
they have
basically
those like a Japan.
I
and
know,
stuff,
I know. That
like
Japan's
in
got
New
like
York.
7 deckers. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I mean-
crazy.
this plan knocks it out. And what Verluga writes about is he says he'd argue that the course should include shorter courses on which kids can learn, and as he writes, octogenarians can still knock it around.
Right.
So if you transform all the land and it just becomes this 18-hole long championship course, the people that were using the par 3,
Yeah.
the people that were using, mini golf and
dra-
the
Is there no
short
plan for that?
courses.
There's no plan for like a little 9-hole. I thought there was. I thought it was an 18-hole and a 9-hole. I thought that was what was being
And
proposed.
Drab also brought up a good point during the break that a lot of that space too is green space for residents to use as like jogging trails or walking trails that might go by the wayside if the course is redeveloped. So that's something you have to take into account.
There's other stuff over there too, like swimming pools, tennis courts that residents get to use.
Yeah.
Why are you smirking at that?
Well,
It's okay.
you know what? You could find another place to walk a trail.
Huh?
Find another place where you can walk a trail.
Yeah, I mean,
Make a new
go for
trail.
walk
There's plenty.
anywhere.
There's plenty of trails
I don't know
in DC.
anything. I know that it's going to be nearly impossible for a local resident to book a tee time there. They'll say it's possible. They'll give
Yeah.
like 10 a week or
Oh, is that
something
what you-
like that.
Well, that's
So they're dangling a carrot that's not really there.
Like they're going to fill that with out-of-towners
Yeah,
that are
that's
coming in
true.
here, rich people. They're
If you're,
paying
if you're
$500
gonna
a
lot
lot.
if you're
more
gonna book-
difficult, you won't just be able to pull up and take your
Yeah,
clubs out. And,
those days
and play.
are over.
Yeah,
Like-
those days are over.
Yeah.
Right,
But then,
that's
like
why-
Jason made a
that's-
great point. You
that's-
go to the other.
You go to the other
numbers.
2 courses.
Well, what's
Go to the
crazy
other-
is
No,
Yeah,
I'm
but what
saying
if you
they're
wanna-
dangling this. Oh, it's a low fee for
Understood.
residents.
Understood.
You'll never get on it.
You can,
Well,
but
they,
it'll be a
they-
grind.
they would have to block off a certain
It'll be a
amount
grind.
of a certain
Big
amount
grind.
just
Okay.
for
You're gonna have
residents.
to.
I know, but that's
you have
gonna
to
be-
book it
that's
right
gonna be
on
fighting over
Sunday when it
scraps,
opens
Kate.
up
Yes,
or whatever.
exactly.
It's
You
gonna-
better be online at midnight.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to just pull up.
That's
Right.
what you have to do in Montgomery County using the munis.
Exactly.
Well,
What I'd say though is in some ways, look, I've played the course. It's not the best condition course. However, people were using it.
Yeah.
Like it's almost creating a problem that didn't exist. it says here in the article 178,000 rounds were played in the DC courses in 2024.
Yeah, it seems like a lot.
They were getting traction.
It's a decent amount for 3 courses.
Like there might be people like you that are like, it's not the best condition. I don't really want to play
Those
this
tee
course.
boxes must be chewed up.
I can't.
Right?
Of course they are.
I can't play a dog
The
track.
numbers play.
It tilts me to no end.
But you need to have courses for numbers.
I'm saying you've got two other number courses to play.
Yeah.
I think it's worth it if you're gonna.
If
you're
you're
charging $40 now and you're gonna make that a championship course and only charge DC residents another $25 or $30, I think it's worth it.
Yeah, but there's gonna be another Bethpage scam. If you know what happened at Bethpage, locals were gobbling up tee times through some sort of quirk.
Okay.
In the
They
booking,
found a
Like
loophole?
reselling
yeah,
them
in
or
the
whatever.
booking system, and then they were reselling them to locals and out of towners.
Well, they'll have to figure that out.
All right, we got a bunch of people who want to chime in. We'll come back, take your calls, 1-800-636-1067. What do you make of this plan to take the DC public courses, turn it into a championship golf course? They're knocking out the numbers, Cakes. That's what's happening.
Seems like it.
All right, we'll come back, take your calls here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980, talking about this controversy here. A lot of DC residents not happy that the DC's golf courses, they believe, should remain for the people. And the Department of Interior has unveiled this plan, a Fazio design for East Potomac golf links, which
Fazio's
I thought was
silly.
called Haynes Point, but I guess it's called East Potomac.
Some
because I'm a
point they've
donk.
changed it. Yeah.
And people are worried that the prices are going to go up. Let's go to the phones, see what people think. 800-636-1067. I will say that the last couple holes, it's really beautiful.
Like I can imagine the views are
Right on the-
spectacular.
I can't. It's been maybe a couple years since I played there. I found a picture of me with Farley and Richmond John. And I remember the last few holes. All of a sudden, I was like, "Whoa! There's the Washington Monument."
Yeah.
And it is right there on the water. It's nice.
I couldn't imagine.
I'm sure the water views, river views.
Those views must be spectacular.
Yep.
But it's just hard when you play a course that's just not well manicured. It's just
Well,
very annoying.
I'm guessing
But
the
if you're
course
not used to
condition
that.
did not match the spectacular views. But again, you're paying
Because
for,
it's very expensive to maintain.
I mean,
it.
here,
It's
look.
very
Here's the picture.
expensive to maintain a
If
golf
you really
course.
grill it, it's a bunker in the background, but you can see.
Yeah.
There's some bare
Yeah, I
spots,
mean,
but that happens
sure.
on a lot of courses in the summer.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing the people that play that, they're not used to
mean, it
playing
looks like it
private
had just-
clubs like you and I are.
Yeah,
so
it
they
looks
don't-
like it had
They
just-
don't know what to compare it to.
It had just been aerated.
Dude, I
which-
grew up on public golf courses, but I tried to pick golf courses that were pretty.
I used to
fairly
play
well
paint branch
manicured.
all the time with my grandfather.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Well, I mean, at the time it was fine, but I wouldn't play it again.
I cut my teeth on Lake Arbor, which last time I checked has been
No
defunct
longer.
for years.
Yeah, it breaks your heart.
Yeah.
I sympathize with it. It breaks your heart when they take
And
away your golf course.
getting yelled at by the marshals at Enterprise Golf Club.
Yeah, those guys were jerks.
Those guys were,
They don't like young people.
they were not big on teams.
But we're not
coming
young
together.
anymore. They'd be very.
We'd be the guys yelling at the teams.
Yeah.
What about
Scary
Sligo?
part.
See, Sligo.
I never played it.
never.
Played Sligo with my grandfather all the time, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sligo's a 9-holer.
Yeah, it's a 9-holer.
Yeah.
Short.
Well, so is paint branch.
I think I played it.
Short.
I think I played Sligo once or twice. Paint Branch a couple times.
Yeah.
Sligo's like right by your house.
Trust
See,
us.
it's not-
We
right,
have played
across the Beltway.
golf on lots of number courses.
Yeah, been there,
Yeah,
done
we're not
it.
in an ivory tower.
Yeah,
up
but
here
I've
saying we-
graduated. I've graduated.
I
Graduated.
understand.
You can get
Yeah.
some
It's
reps
a snobby
in
sport.
Sligo.
There's no getting around it. I wish there was kind of like hockey. Like there's certain sports like the barrier to entry. I don't know how you make it cheap. You got ice time's expensive.
Yeah.
But
this was
it's an
one that was
imperfect
pretty
world.
accessible and cheap.
Yeah.
You get out there for $30.
Yeah. I sympathize it when they take away your golf course. I do sympathize. Let's go to John. John, what's up, buddy? You're on with the
Johnny.
Junks.
What's up, Johnny?
Hey, good morning. I like it. First of all, for us golf nerds, I mean, this is a Tom Fazio design. I mean, it's going to be top drawer. And a number of you have said this. It's true. That Haynes Point will be the premier course. They'll look to get a big event. I don't think they'll get the U.S. Open, but they'll get a big event. But if you just want to knock it around, you still have Langston and Rock Creek. I mean, Rock Creek's a short course. And
Yeah, but now all of a sudden, think of all the golfers, right? So according to this,
I mean,
now all of a sudden, you've got people that were playing on 3 courses now playing on 2.
By the way, yeah, there is going to be a 9-hole short course at Haynes Point as part of this.
Okay.
So the other thing is I have one reservation. Like I said, I like the idea. I kind of wish they would use maybe like a public-private partnership to develop it rather than tax dollars. It would still be owned by the Department of Interior, but have the private sector fund it and operate it. Mm-hmm. But like I said, I think it's a good idea. It's going to be a marquee thing for DC.
Okay.
Yep. All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Let's go to our buddy Mo in Largo. Mo's a big golfer. He's he's been on the best golf courses. What's up,
And
Mo?
probably the worst.
Yeah. And he's at a nice club. But it's a modest club where he's at. Oh, geez, call back, Mo. I hung up on you by mistake. Just by mistake. Let's go to Chris in DC. Chris, what's up?
Daha. The Junks are going far. Happy 30th, gents.
Thanks,
Thank you,
buddy.
sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you, bro.
Hey, you guys, speaking of 30th, in 96, when I won that contest, at the station, your prize was with Golfdom a set of irons 3 through pitching wedge, and it was just on a blue ink card. And I changed it and I put driver 3 wood putter, and they accepted it. So I wasn't golfing, but I got a whole set. And being a DC resident, I go to a lot.
Nicely done. I like your scam.
By the way, if you didn't catch it, he wrote like an original Junkies rap song
Very
back in the
nice.
day.
We appreciate that.
Wow.
Yeah, 96. I was over at Mason, and I stopped by the studio for one of your
Very cool.
contests, and I got first place for the set. But what I was going to say was DC had already budgeted to upgrade Rock Creek like for $20 million or something crazy, but the money was taken from the budget this year. And I think Langston is right across from RFK. They're going to do the private sector renovation like the guy was just talking about with the Commanders to upgrade that. So now with Haynes Point, all 3 are going to be upgraded. So there may not be any options for the moderate golfers going forward. So just wanted to share that.
Yeah. That does suck. It does suck. You want to have a place for them. I get it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys. We love you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks. Have Mo call back. I feel bad I hung up on Mo. Milton, DC. Milton, what's up, bud? You're on with the Junks.
Hey guys.
Hey, Milton.
So it's just an example of doing too much. I played Haynes Point. I learned how to play golf down there, and to your point, it's a crappy grass course, and I don't play there anymore. I typically play up in Montgomery County. But what they simply could have done, instead of potentially pricing people out, eliminating jogging trails, fishing, and picnicking, among the other things that you guys mentioned, they could have just upgraded the course, right? They're potentially taking out the blue and the white and combining it or whatever. But to go all the way to say this whole championship course, why go that far when you could have simply done right by all the people who currently play it by making it a nicer experience, upgrading the course, again, without impacting all of the non-golfers as well. That's all.
Yeah, you're right. That definitely is an option. I don't know the right answer. It does resonate.
I can see
with
both
me.
sides.
We don't have the right answer.
It does resonate with me when Drab said creating a problem that doesn't exist. I know that like if you own a golf course, you get like 40,000 rounds in a year. Like that, you're killing it. And you say they had the 3 courses that were doing about 140,000 or something. Like that's a lot of rounds.
Yeah.
If it's only 3 courses,
It's a lot of use.
Now maybe they're considering the
178,000 rounds.
Maybe they're considering the
9-hole
9-hole courses and all that. So that adds in. But
yeah,
so they were already doing good business.
Like I said, I've played there a couple times, and it wasn't like dead. And I went right after the show. It was like the most convenient spot for us right here.
Yeah,
you just pop over there right after the show. You're there in like 10 minutes.
The unspoken thing going on with this is that Trump's attached to it, and this is almost like his monument in DC would be having this championship style golf course that could host a U.S. Open or President's Cup. If he wasn't attached to it, I don't know if some people would be as against it as they are. But I understand why you would be against it.
I'm sure that's 100% true.
I think a big part, though, is just the accessibility of cheap golf in the city. And the fear is, no matter what they say, the fear is once they, everything, there's always cost overruns. Is it's going to cost more than everybody expects? And then that is going to go to the consumers. And, you're saying maybe it'll be 70, but 70 will turn into 90, which turn into 100. And then the kids that maybe had access to play at Haynes Point, they're not playing there anymore.
No, they're playing Langston. Or they're playing Rock Creek.
Yeah, they're going to have to find.
But now all of a sudden the demand for those will be
it'll go up. Sure.
Yeah. I posted a picture.
Way of the world.
I posted a picture at Junks Radio. If you're curious, it's with me with Farley and Richmond John, and you can see like it was probably. I mean, I don't remember what month it was, and it might have been in the summer months. You can see the tracks beat up a little bit there.
Well, if it's taking that many rounds, of course it's going to.
They just don't have the funds.
Show.
The only way you can have a well-manicured golf course is it takes money.
Correct.
There's so many chemicals and everything, so many personnel
and limited play,
and you can't have a billion rounds.
If you have a turnstile at the starter shack, of everyone going out, 24/7, the course is going to get beat up.
It was August 30th, 2023. So that's also the brutal heat.
The full summer.
Yes.
has hit that course.
Full summer heat right there.
Let's go to Mo in Largo. Mo, what's up, man?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Mo.
So you guys know, I'm about as bougie as they come when it comes to playing golf courses. I get it, okay? But I also do realize that I grew up in the origins of Glendale, Enterprise, Lake Arbor. That's where I grew my love for the game. And EB, you were saying that the game could never be inclusive. Well, in its present state, it kind of is. This is how you grow the game. You make it accessible at these levels, and then as people grow older, then they join clubs like we have. But if you're pricing people out, for a club that is going to cost $1 gazillion to build, because if you look at the infrastructure in place now, it's very flat. Okay, so you're going to have to build, you're going to have to bring in dirt for elevation changes, a clubhouse, and so forth. I don't know how much that's going to cost. You're taking a course from 6,500 yards to 76, and then put an infrastructure around it to host an event. How much does that cost?
Whatever they say it's going to cost, it's going to be double or triple. And
absolutely. So if you're trying to make the game inclusive, why not just improve? You don't have to, totally overhaul it, but you can improve with certain things.
Right.
But
I don't think it's the administration's idea is to make it more inclusive. They just want to make it elite.
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
Because I believe the origin of the club was the country club of the people of the city. And you're just totally taking that element out of it. Yeah, I'm not for it, guys. And like you said, I'm a member of the club. I play high-end courses. I don't do the dog tracks. But, that's because I'm here now. But without the origins of, Troy Beck's Junior Golf, Academy back in the day and being allowed to play courses around the area, I wouldn't have the love for the game that I do now.
I think you make some great points.
Appreciate you.
And that's the fear. The fear is it's just going to be even less accessible.
I don't know how to make it accessible. I guess
you got to have some number courses, EB.
I know, but people say
Makes
it's
the great
not.
courses look even better.
But Mo is now saying everyone says they want it. He's saying it is accessible now, but people are saying it's not accessible. So, people say both sides of the argument. People say yes, golf is not an accessible sport for people.
Right.
But now you're making the argument that it is.
No,
maybe
in terms
spots,
of courses,
there are two or three
that is an
handful.
accessible course.
Yeah,
No,
there's a
I
handful.
think if you live in Montgomery County where I live, there are more accessible golf courses. The problem is equipment costs a lot. That's where it is. In terms of the cost of a sport.
Yeah.
If you play basketball, you just need a ball.
Yeah, but you can buy used equipment and be fine.
Yeah, I mean you can.
But it's
you
still
can get
more
cheap
expensive
clubs.
than others.
Of course.
It is.
Yeah.
Like say hockey's
But people are doing it. I mean, it's
Golf's always going to be
You're always
somewhat
gonna-
Golf's always going to be a little bit bougie.
There's going to be just bougie element to
It
it.
is. No getting around it. I don't know what to say.
I always thought, even when we were kids and you would have me come out, I thought playing at Lake Arbor and Enterprise were expensive.
That's what I'm
Well,
saying. Yeah,
when we were
they were.
16
exactly
or
my
17, yeah, it felt expensive.
Even if I was a kid today, I don't have $42 to go play, whatever the cost is. If I was a kid, I didn't have it.
Yes, LA Nighthawk.
Yeah. You know how I play golf? I worked at the golf courses.
Yeah.
That's how I
Nighthawk,
played golf.
did Nighthawk have a batting cage?
100%.
I mean, it's been so long since I've been there.
Did they also have maybe
par three?
they didn't have a go-kart track attached to it, did they?
Maybe.
They might
That's-
have. There was
I
a
think
lot
they
going
did.
on.
I think they did.
I remember now he said that name and it like
Hey,
popped into my head.
Severna Park Par 3. Hey, executive courses.
I used to go to that Severna Park Par 3.
A Blue Heron right over in Kent Island.
Very nice.
Hey, JP here for my friends at Michelle Radley Automotive Group, where it's just a big weekend. Silly Saturday lined up with two big events. You can start your morning at Cars and Coffee from 7:30 to 9:30 at Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg. It's where I got my Traverse. It's awesome. We're talking free coffee, free donuts, giveaways, a raffle, parking lot full of horsepower, all makes, all models welcome. Then you can come hang with me from 11 to 1 at the grand opening of the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg. You can get a book signed, enjoy free food, giveaways, got baseball tickets, Paisano gift cards, and more. I'll see you there. Reminder, you can join me tomorrow in Fredericksburg, 11-1, Mitsubishi Mania, the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg, doing the grand opening. Going to have a ton of giveaways. I'll bring some books. Should be a good time. Paisanos gift cards, baseball tickets, and more. I'll be there from 11 to 1. And, of course, you can get a great vehicle.
Very good. Go check out JP tomorrow.
In Fredericksburg. Mm-hmm. I'll be eyeing how long it takes to get from Gaithersburg to Fredericksburg.
Mm-hmm. I don't envy you that commute, but hey, you're doing what you got to do. I understand it.
All right.
All right, time
Then
for
he's got to
our,
come back home. Yeah. He's going to be on 95 for 4 hours.
Time for our Junkies Weekend Parlay, which is different than our daily picks, which I don't know if it's Drab or Valdez. They've been posting our daily picks on Twitter at Junks Radio if you want to give us a follow. Turns out that Mike Marr right now is the leader in the clubhouse.
Thank God for Mike Marr.
Meaning last place
Love him.
in terms of most likely to slather Rom's back with suntan lotion.
And those pictures Rom posted yesterday, I think it was, shocking non-Rom formation that has happened through 2025
You're
into
shocked?
2026. I'm being sarcastic.
You haven't been to his new house.
I've
and he
seen
has
pictures.
A monster basement. He's got a full gym down there. Do you think he's used it?
No, there's cobwebs in his gym. I mean, maybe his wife has used the gym. I'm guessing
I don't know if he's
has
used any of
not.
it. Like, actually, he may have used his table tennis table.
I'm sure that
his
he's
ping
used
pong
that.
table because I think he bought a robot that'll shoot balls towards him.
I mean, is he selling arms to people?
Yeah, what is he doing? Where's the money coming from?
This money, I don't understand
It
it.
just shows you he's an overpaid patent attorney.
I think he's actually selling like Stinger missiles to people, and we just don't know about it. All under the table.
yeah.
Anyway, you can follow online for our daily picks.
Yeah.
But this is our weekend parlay, our fadeable weekend parlay. And last week, you'd have hit big if you bet against us.
Yes, you would have had a huge windfall.
All right, spin the wheel. Let's get to it.
All right. Why don't you start us off, Mr. Flamack?
All right, I was looking at the baseball slate, and I don't know much about him, but he's got a 1.88 ERA. Fellow Italian. I'm going to bet on Spencer Arrighetti and the Houston Astros to get a win against the Texas Rangers. Arrighetti's 4-1 this year with a 1.88 ERA, 30 strikeouts. I'm going to ride a hot pitcher.
Spencer doesn't strike me as a very Italian first name. Like his first name should be like Dario or, like Mario, not Spencer. But hey, what
But
are
the
you gonna
last
do?
name
The
is.
last name is definitely Italian
Yes.
sounding. I'll give you that.
Hey, he's probably born here.
All right, so you're in.
I'm in.
All right. Arrighetti, 1.88 against the Texas Rangers. Winner. All right, Mr. Pickle.
Everything's got to be fadeable, right? So
Yes,
you're really
fadeable.
limiting what it can do. You're limiting my creativity.
Yeah, you're being stifled.
You're being yes. So I hate to do it, but I will take the Orioles minus 144 over the Nats today. Zach Littell's pitching. I like Zach. He's good on the show. His ERA is 1 billion. Just what did we get? Like 3 hits yesterday. You'd think they'd bounce back, but I'll take the O's minus 144.
By the way, weird quirk. Over the last 2 seasons, I'm sure you guys saw this stat. When the Nats have had a chance to get to 500, they're 0-15 in those situations.
Yeah.
they can't get back to 500
Yeah.
no matter what.
Yeah, I think they're pretty solid, and part of me thinks they'll bounce back. But, I mean, Littell has a hard time getting out of the 3rd and 4th inning.
Should have maybe just taken the over because the Orioles have a guy on the mound who's got an ERA 5.5.
Yeah.
Shane Baz.
Yeah, the Orioles pitching isn't good either.
All right, I'll do that. I'll take your advice.
Are you doing that?
I'll
You
do
changed
that.
it?
I'll do that.
Don't blame me if it doesn't hit. I'm just
I'm
saying.
not blaming you because I considered that too.
All right, the over's in.
What's the
considered that too.
total?
It's 9.
9.
9. All right.
It's 9. We only got 1 run yesterday, so you figure we bounce back. I'll
All
do
right.
that. That way I don't have to root against them.
All right. Let's go to cakes.
I am going to the frozen pond. I am taking the Avalanche on the puck line, laying a puck and a half against the Golden Knights. I'm getting it at a plus 120 number. They've covered that spread in 5 of their 9 playoff games. So I have a slight numerical advantage there, and I'll take it.
5 out of 9.
I mean, it's a slight
Yes.
edge. I mean, it's not the greatest edge, but I'll take any edge I can get.
Colorado minus 1.5.
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, you're in. I wanted to make this pick a couple days ago when we were doing our Valdez play.
Hold on. Mara's saying that Cake's picked a game that's not for a week from now.
Yeah, that game's not until Wednesday because the Golden Knights just wrapped it up last night.
That's true. You know
All right.
what? I'm going to have to pivot.
All right, so
Gotta
just take
pivot.
your time.
Salty.
Going to the WNIBA, the Las Vegas Aces are playing the Connecticut Sun again. They just beat them by 30 a couple nights ago. They're playing them again in Connecticut, and Connecticut
Revenge factor?
No, I'm taking revenge factor because I didn't take them.
No, I mean, maybe Connecticut bounces back.
Oh, I'm not taking an 0-3 team and gets blown out by 23 a game. No chance. I'm taking the Vegas Aces to lay 15 to destroy Connecticut again. And Asia Wilson. Asia Wilson goes off for 27 tonight.
All right.
There you go.
You're in.
I love it.
So
There's
your WNBA play.
The sole WNBA play.
Oh, I know there's nobody else. All right,
there's
behind the
another
glass, who
one,
wants to go? Mr. Cahill.
I don't. This isn't fadeable, but I don't. I get sliced for this. Wembanyama for a triple double is 65 to 1, and you can put it into a parlay.
You can put it in?
Yeah, but I don't know if you can't fade it.
I mean,
Yep,
he might
not
have
fadeable.
He might
It's
have
not-
11 blocks.
Well, you
I
can do
know.
that.
Plus, he said Mr. Cahill, I believe.
Yeah.
Valdez
I
was
was
fired up.
Drab wasn't ready, so I jumped in. We got to nix that.
Well, it's based on the rules, I guess.
All right. I don't know why I guess I root for James Harden because I want him to change his
Change the narrative.
playoff narrative. So let's go over 19.5 points. But if I'm going to be bitter when Wembanyama has a trip dub and I can't have it for 65 to
Yeah,
1.
you just can't have nice
You could
things.
do it for the rubbing Rom's belly. You
I
could
have
do
a-
it for that.
I have a golf lock.
Oh, you do? Okay. All right.
All right, so now we'll go to Mike Moore, a.k.a. Mike Marr.
I have to click on the UFC tab. Well, you can't pick a UFC guy, can you?
Well, UFC actually has a little competition this weekend. There's a new organization, Jake Paul's new MMA organization.
I don't care. If Jake Paul's involved, I couldn't care less.
He's not fighting, but it's on Netflix
He's
tomorrow.
got a hottie fighting.
Yeah, Gina
Gina
Carano.
Carano, I couldn't care less.
Oh, she's a fox. You should get hit.
Fox. I like that you're bringing back Fox.
Fox, Missile, all the above. But the co-main event of that card on Netflix tomorrow is Mike Perry against Nate Diaz. Both these guys haven't fought in MMA in over 4 years, but Mike Perry's been active and he's undefeated in bare knuckle boxing. So give me Mike Perry money line over Nate Diaz in the co-main event tomorrow. And everyone has Netflix. Honestly, you should watch that.
Where would I find this offering?
It's in the MMA category,
Okay.
and then it's under MVP.
MVP. Okay, like I'm supposed to know that. I mean, all right, I'm searching.
Jake Paul MVP Productions, Cakes.
All right, let's see.
Everybody knows that.
What's the guy's name again?
Mike Perry.
Mike Perry. We're taking him at minus 220. All right, you're in.
All right. So, is that it? Oh, no, Mr. Cahill. Sorry.
And I have to repick.
Oh, that's right.
Because I picked a game that was happening in 2028.
All right, Pistons blew a 9-point lead in the final 3 minutes in Game 5. They're on the road to Cleveland, who I don't think has lost at home in the playoffs. Game 6 must win, but the Pistons' back has been against the wall before in the previous series. I think Duncan Robinson, he's practicing. They can't win without him. That sounds weird, but they need shooters. I'm going to take the Pistons to win on the road, plus 142 tonight in Cleveland. I just think that this has 7-game series written all over it, and they're going to be resilient.
All right, Cakesy.
All right, so we're going to have 7 picks?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, which one am I missing? Aces?
You.
No, I have my pick in here. Who am I missing? I've got the Aces. I've got the Astros. I've got the Pistons. I got over 9 runs in the Orioles game.
Yep.
I've got Mike Perry.
Yep.
Who am I missing?
Valdez.
James Harden
over 19 and a half points.
I completely spaced on that.
Yeah, you weren't listening.
James Harden.
You were looking for your next
I
play.
was looking for my next play. I need player points for over on Harden.
Over 19 and a half on
Oh,
Harden.
is that like an alt?
It's probably in the alt section, yes.
I mean, I've got over 15. I've got 15 plus points, or I've got 20 plus points.
Just put.
Am I looking in the wrong place?
I don't know where he's looking.
Go with the 20 plus points.
Yeah.
You click on popular. You click on popular, and then we'll have an over/under on there.
All right.
Or player points.
I'm on popular player points.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for alternate total points? No, that's wrong.
This is why you need to get everyone's plays during the commercial break.
That's what I try to do. I always try to do that.
Thank God I'm not doing this anymore.
And people always are late with their picks.
He wanted a triple-double, not fadeable.
Now I'm scrambling. You know what? We're going with
20 plus.
20 plus points.
Which is the same,
At
by the way.
minus 106.
Yeah.
There we
Isn't
have
20 plus the same as over 19 and a half?
Yes, it
All right,
is.
so we're locked in. I'm taking the over in the Buffalo-Montreal game 6, I believe it is. I was wrong yesterday. I got to be right this
They had
time.
9. Did they score 9 goals?
I think it was. All right, so let's recap here. We've got
Over what? What is it over? 5.5?
over 6.5.
6.5.
They
all
need
right.
to do some scoring. All right, we've got Pistons money line. Harden to score 20 plus points. The Vegas Aces laying 15.5 against the Connecticut Sun. The Astros money line. We've got over 9.5 total runs in. Ooh, that one jumped by a half run. Over 9.5 runs in the O's Nats game. We got over 6.5 total goals in Sabres Canadiens, and some dude named Mike Perry needs to beat Nate Diaz. $10 wins us $921.28.
All right.
Not
I'll take
bad.
it. I'll
Not
take
bad.
it. Fade away, losers.
Fade away.
It's
Fade
a
away.
fade-a-thon.
They will.
Do it.
Coming up next, we're going to tackle the Commanders' schedule. The schedule was released yesterday. We will make our first official predictions of the 2026 season next.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore? Why should you? The Commanders' 2026 schedule was revealed last night, and they open with two key rival games at the Eagles and at Cowboys. It is the first time Washington has played consecutive NFC East games to open the season since 1999. The home opener is against the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, which will also be quarterback Jaden Daniels' first home game since dislocating his elbow in Week 9 last year against the Seahawks. And bad news, the Nationals dropped yesterday's matchup with the Reds 15-1. Good news, though, they open up a series at home tonight against the Orioles, and they debut the team dog. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. All year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. That's presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank member FDIC equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Coming up at 8:45, our old friend Carl Alsner, former Capitals defenseman, is going to join us in studio.
Yeah.
Mike North, who is the VP of Broadcast Planning, is going to join us at 9:25 as we talk about the NFL schedule, the slate of games on TV. Speaking of the schedule, time now to go back to the Commander's schedule and make our official predictions.
Okay. Got to go week by week.
Valdez, do you have our unofficial predictions that we made a few weeks ago?
No chance.
Okay.
We were probably tasked to keep those ourselves.
Do you remember where you landed in terms of, I think Cakes might have landed with the Commanders winning 11 games?
Sounds correct.
He was much more positive than the rest of us.
I think Jason and I had him at 8, and maybe EB had him at 9.
Yeah.
That's kind of what
The
I
last
remember.
time?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, unofficial. You had him more than that?
Oh, you had 11 or 12.
I was in the optimistic day of my life.
You're feeling
12? Was it
good?
12?
I had him at 11 and I regretted it, but I had him at 11.
But you had him
that
at
was
11
unofficial,
too.
so you don't need to worry about it.
Well, I'm
You
going
don't
to
need to
change
sweat
it. It ain't going to get to 11 this
No
time.
double digits. For
I don't
one
know.
Eric
We'll see.
Bickle?
We'll see. I'm in a dark place when I saw that schedule. I mean, it's a brutal.
Even though they're the same opponents, you knew who they were playing.
Yeah, but,
so just,
seasons do have momentum.
I like what you said about momentum. It makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get to it. Week 1, the Washington Commanders open in Philadelphia, 4:25 kick.
September 13th.
September 13th, they take on the Philadelphia Eagles.
Bickle hates 425 kicks.
I mean, they're terrible. I just want to ask you a question. Because I don't know how you guys are, but I can be in a dark place and I can go down like a 5-12 road very easily. But I can also try to spin. I just don't know how to predict these games. I honestly have no idea.
Nobody does.
No, how would we know how to do it? It's freaking May.
If you did, you would be a billionaire.
Yeah.
You can't. You just got to go with your gut, Mr. Bickle. Mr. Bickle. I'm going with a loss at Philly.
I'm also having the Commanders take an L at the link.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to try to be realistic and know that we never can predict the future. It always goes against the grain. They're not going to start out great. It's a very tough schedule, but I think the Dak is better than Jalen, and even though the records don't show it, I'll say we steal the first game, but we're going to end up losing the next one.
A dub in Philly.
I'm going to say, but it's just literally just blind homerism there. Otherwise, I could go in a really dark place.
It's possible. Of course, it's possible.
Blind homerism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Philly's
They're not going to have A.J. Brown.
Philly's not going to be one of the favorites in the NFC this year. They should take a step back. It should be a competitive divisional game.
Presumably have a healthy Saquon, which will be a handful, but we spent the entire offseason to try to combat some of that stuff. So I'll say God looks down on us fondly.
God's a Commanders fan week 1.
Well, somehow.
All right.
I was doing a little research on the Eagles in their openers with Jalen Hurts. They've won their last 5 home openers.
Yeah.
I think they'll make it 6. I will take the Philadelphia Eagles in week 1.
That means they're kind of due for an L.
I'm going with the opposite bit.
I mean,
I'm going to do a little bit of opposite.
I still have
I'm
that
still
with an
going
L.
with the W.
I don't
or
believe it in my
the
heart,
loss.
but I'm just trying not to get to 5 wins.
All right, week 2 in Dallas.
I'll say loser.
September 20th, also at 420. So you've got back-to-back 425 kicks, Mr. Bickle.
I mean, there's no way they're going to start out 2-0. I mean, if they do, then it's on.
Yeah.
Then, get the bandwagon going, get Kornheiser to start writing again. It's on.
I've got him with a loss as well. I got him 0-2.
Even though Dallas's defense was nearly as bad as the Commanders, I have the Commanders starting the season 0-2 with a loss in Dallas.
They added 13 guys in free agency in the draft on their defensive end.
Who's the Dallas Cowboys head coach, Cakes?
The Dallas Cowboys, that is...
Schottenheimer.
Yeah, it's a shoddy. They've
Brian
got a
Schottenheimer.
shoddy.
Do you believe in him? You couldn't even remember him.
He's fine.
Right.
He's okay.
I'm not going to... They're not some juggernaut.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the Commanders to knock off the Dallas Cowboys in week 2 because it is kind of a must-win at that point if they drop their opener to the Eagles.
All right. And Mr. Bickle?
I told you, if I take Philly, we're not going to start out 2-0.
So you got them beat or losing to Dallas. Okay.
Somehow they got to find a way to win one of those two.
All right. Does anybody have them winning their home opener against Seattle?
Yes.
You do?
Yep.
All right, Bish Bucks.
Because nobody thinks they can. I've got them beating the Super Bowl champs.
I have them taking their 3rd straight L to start the season. I have them.
Oh, you got them going 0-3?
0 wins.
Oh, so they're not going to the playoffs.
And 3 L's.
You got them not going to the playoffs.
I mean, you're going to have to wait till the rest of the season unfolds.
His unofficially had them with like 11 or 12 wins.
I mean,
so it could be a quick
there
turnaround.
could be a late season surge.
Okay.
We don't know.
I have them losing to the defending Super Bowl champs.
Mr. Bickle, he's got them losing too.
I mean, how could you predict they'll beat Seattle? I mean, they can.
I hope they do. So Drab is sad.
Because the sports isn't that predictable.
You want sad drab?
Sad
Of course,
drab.
upsets happen, but if you pick it, you're just picking it to be
Because everyone thinks they're going to lose.
Yeah.
I'm just going the opposite.
Yeah, you're doing the opposite bit.
I just
Yeah,
don't
but you
think.
don't
I don't
believe it
think
in your heart.
I don't think they're going to go 0-3. I don't know which
Do
team
you
they're going to
believe in
beat.
your heart they're going to beat Seattle?
I don't know.
No,
I-
nobody could.
I have
think
no
that.
idea.
Seattle, big.
Week 4, they head overseas international game. EB loves Sunday games at 9:30.
Yeah.
Well, this is where the season turns. If you have a shot at the playoffs, you got to win. It'll be a dud atmosphere.
This is your Alec Pierce revenge game.
I hold my nose.
Because
I hold
Alec
my
Pierce,
nose and I pick Washington.
he spurned them.
Washington gets their first win of the season on my schedule prediction. They beat the Colts at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
I've got a dub. Colts had a losing season
For
last
sure
year.
going to get smoked if we all pick them. Go ahead.
Well, to be fair, weren't they like 8-2 before
Yes.
Daniel Jones got hurt?
I understand.
Yeah, they're going to be very
Okay.
tough. They're going to be very tough.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm just picking it so I don't want to pick them to be 6-11 or something. I don't want to do that.
I mean, they had to bring Phillip Rivers
It's
out of retirement
It's going to
last
be
year.
an awful game in London at 9:30 in the morning. Some terrible atmosphere.
Or it could be a 31-28 shootout.
Yeah, I mean,
We don't
after
know.
the game, it could be great.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so week 5.
I have them coming home and winning 2 in a row against the Giants in week 5.
If we have any playoff aspirations,
Okay.
we have to win. I'll take us.
I've got the win as well.
Clean sweep.
Wow.
I've
That
got the
means
Giants at 3
that
and 2
means-
at
that
that
means
point.
it's a loser.
loser.
I mean the
Yeah.
Commanders at 3 and 2.
Yeah. What do I have so far?
I haven't kept track of yours.
No idea.
Keep track of your own.
What? I need a pen, Cakes.
You've got hold on. You've got them 3 and 2.
That's a joke. I'm being insincere.
You've got them 3 and 2 right now.
There's a pen, Ricky.
All right, week 6, Monday night, October 19th, 8:15 p.m., ESPN, ABC, at the Niners.
Right before the bye week.
Yep.
I think they stumble in San Francisco.
Yeah, loser. I mean,
I'm going to guess they don't have an answer for Christian McCaffrey. They take an L on Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Mike Evans catches 10 balls for $110 and a touchdown. McCaffrey scores. I'll take the Niners.
So I have the Commanders at 2-4 heading into the bye week.
I have them at 500, 3-3. Survive the early season gauntlet that everybody's so afraid of.
3-3. 3-3. That's what I got.
What do you have them at, EB?
3-3.
He's got them 3-3.
All right, so 3-3. And Cakes, who generally is optimistic, but he's gonna have a serious late season surge. He's gonna have a flurry of W's. I know him.
I'm looking at the second half of the season. There's a lot of what the Commanders have on the side of their helmet.
All right,
a
so
big W.
They're still in the mix.
All right,
bye week for all of
week
us.
7.
Not out of it. They come back home, 2 weeks off, and they host the Philadelphia Eagles in week 8.
Primetime
November 1st.
games, Sunday Night Football. Everybody's watched all of the early games. All eyes on Eagles, Commanders. I have the Commanders with a dub over the Eagles coming out of the bye.
I do too. I have it as a season split. I don't think the Eagles are an invincible team.
Eagles have the Cowboys the week before that on, I believe that's Monday night. So they got a short week.
Ooh, love that.
Against division opponent, and then they come to Washington the final week. So I have a win for the Manders.
We just don't have a great track record on primetime games, so I will say loser. I don't want to say loser, but I'm just going to say loser.
All right.
I don't sound so beaten up.
I don't
already.
think we have a home field
That
advantage.
schedule really pummeled you. The schedule release
Took the wind out of your sails.
lost all your swagger.
Half the stadium will be.
You have no schedule swagger.
No, half the stadium will be Eagles fans. We don't have a home field advantage.
It's gotten better.
I'll say 25 to 30%, maybe not 50.
It's gotten better.
All right. Listen.
Not as bad as it used to be.
I'm in a dark place. I didn't like the schedule release.
All right, week 9, they're playing November 8th. That is a 1:00 kick on Fox against the Rams.
Sean McVay greater than Dan Quinn. So I will say
I don't think
loser.
anybody would argue that.
Yeah.
Of course.
I've got I don't think they're beating Seattle and the Rams, so I'll take the Rams here.
I've got an upset win right here. I think they can beat the Rams. It's a little mini heater.
They're doing a different
They can get a dub.
Is he writing a new book?
He's
He's going to pump a book.
He's trying to sell the book. Okay.
I have. Is that what it is?
Why are you guys haters?
It's a good
Why
strategy.
are you haters?
I'm not a hater.
It's a home game.
You're doing a reprint. Hard copy.
I have them with an L as well against the L.A. Rams.
Are the Rams going to go 17-0?
No. Of course we can win.
No, but they might
second
go-
second
edition.
that we're going to beat them is kind of.
They might go 13-4. They're pretty good. They're one of the favorites in the NFC.
Go ahead.
Let's do
fine.
one more before the break.
They
They've got
lost to Carolina last year at Carolina.
They've got the second game against the Giants, Thursday Night Football on November 12th. So that is a 4-day turnaround. I'll have them losing on the road against the Giants.
You know what? I initially had this as an L. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this pen and I'm going to scratch out the L because I just don't really believe in the Giants. And Jackson Dart, he's probably been in the blue tent 6 times already by, what is that, week 10?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to change that L into a W for the Commanders.
Well,
Nice.
why'd you originally
W.
have it as a loss?
That was just my initial lean when I
So
looked
you
at
believed in Jackson Dart that day?
Yeah, but now I don't.
Now you don't. Okay.
I'm just telling you. I'm just speaking from the heart.
All right.
That's a W.
You just convinced me the short turnaround and it's a primetime game. We always barf on primetime games. So I will say loser.
Different era, EB. That's
short,
the old.
The short turnaround is huge, by the way.
Yeah, that's old school under
That's
Dan
old
Snyder
skins.
thinking about all.
Cakes.
You're
There's a
stuck
lot
in
of
the
scar.
past.
There's a lot of scar tissue here.
They
a
did
lot
get
of
boat
scar
raced
tissue.
by the Seahawks. I believe that was in prime time.
Was
Of
it the
course
Bears
so.
game in prime time last year? Definitely. Was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Packers.
you're right.
Packers game. was-
Packers was.
That was like a Thursday night game.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know.
Seattle was in Seattle in prime time.
My gut
Yes.
is
Yes.
my
Yes, it
my
was.
instinct is that overall over the last decade we barf on primetime games. That's my
Well,
gut.
by and large,
You
yeah.
might be able to prove me otherwise.
And you mentioned the
but
short
that's my
week.
instinct.
I mean, they have 3 days to
Yeah, and the short week
prepare.
is brutal too.
Yeah, I've got the Giants as a loss.
All right, so where are you at after 9 games? I have them at 5 and 4.
Quattro Cinco.
4 and 5.
I have them at 3 and 6.
Wow.
I have them at 4 and 5.
Wow, I am
That's
the
with
most
last minute
optimistic right
added
now.
W.
By the way, you'll take 4 and 5 with that brutal first 9.
I would tend to agree.
I'm
All
sorry,
right,
you
we'll
will.
come back, go through the rest of the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to chime in, give us your take.
By the way,
1-800-636-1067.
We're doing all 32 teams.
Yeah, this is
prediction.
one. This is a first.
This is our first official prediction as the schedule came out last night. You guys all have them sub 500 through 9 games. I am slightly over at 5 and 4. We'll get to that next here on the Junkies. JP from the Junkies here for my friends at Michelle Radley Automotive Group. You know, I got my Traverse over at Michelle Radley Chevrolet. Love it. And it is a big weekend on deck. Silly Saturday lineup. If you head on over to Michelle Radley Chevrolet, they've got a perfect Saturday morning lined up. We're talking hot coffee and parking lot full of cool cars. It is a fantastic event called Cars and Coffee, 7:30 to 9:30 at Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg. Free coffee, donuts, giveaways, raffle, and more. Then you can join me at the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg. I'll be there from 11 to 1. It's Mitsubishi Mania. You can come by, get a book signed, enjoy some free food. They've got music, a bunch of giveaways, including baseball tickets, Paisano gift cards, and more. It's 2 events, one big Saturday with Cars and Coffee at Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg, and the grand opening of the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg. I'll be there from 11 to 1. Get your details now at MichelleRadleyChevrolet.com and RadleyMitsubishi.com. I'll see you there. Got a pretty cool Instagram message from a longtime listener of the show, Paul, and I'm going to give a shout out to his wife. He asked, his wife, Jen Scott's retiring from the Baltimore County Police Department after 27 years on Saturday.
Wow.
So
Very nice.
congratulations.
Thank you for your service, Jen.
Yes, thank you.
Officer Jen.
Paul also wrote, bring back, and I have no recollection of this,
Yep.
a segment that we did on the show called Squeal or No Squeal.
Okay.
Don't remember that.
I don't know what that is. Couldn't tell you.
I don't remember it either.
Squeal or no squeal?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's go.
He's probably
Valdez.
talking about Squeaker's Court.
No, the one thing that I was thinking of, we used to do a game where we would play moans and groans, and you had to decide if it was from an adult film star or it was like from When Harry Met Sally or something like that.
That could be it.
But I don't know.
Well be it.
He
Not
can
sure.
write back. But anyway, congratulations to his wife retiring from the Baltimore Police Department.
Yeah.
That's a rough beat.
That is 27 years there. Probably felt like 127 years. So props to her.
Yes. All right, we're halfway through the schedule, a little more than halfway through the schedule, 17-game schedule, which brings us to game number 10, a home game against the Cincinnati Burros.
This is
I'm
in
gonna
week
take
11.
the
Yep.
Burros in week 11. I will take the Bengals.
I have Jaden Daniels topping the Fighting Burros. I have a W for the Commanders, getting them to 5-5.
Defense is going to be better for Washington, so the Burrow and Chase and those boys are not going to roll up 38 points. I have them beating the Bengals. Beating the Bengals.
My bit is to never. I would always take us over the Bengals. It's a primetime game though.
It is.
All right, I'll stay true to my heart and say I can never pick the Bengals.
Always remember Jaden throwing that ball to Terry in the end zone to beat the
them.
Bengals on prime time back in 2024.
I'm truly
Never
trying to
forget.
be neutral. I'm trying not to be a homer. I'm trying not to be in a dark place.
I don't
Need
know
to
if
go
you're
to the-
succeeding, but you're trying.
Was it Aaron Rodgers did the darkness retreat?
No,
Yeah,
I don't
he
believe
did
in
the
that
darkness
stuff.
retreat,
I
yeah.
don't need to go sit in a dark house. I just need to see the schedule released. That's all I need.
That brings darkness enough.
So that
Yeah.
was week what? That was week 11?
That's week 11, yes.
So now we're to week 12
Here we go. The home stretch where Cake starts just chalking up the dubs.
at Arizona.
They've already won 2 straight, according to me.
Another 425 kick.
I'm sure we'll lose some of these, but I'm picking us, of course.
I'm picking Washington to beat Arizona.
I'm going to pick Washington. Who's going to be the quarterback at Arizona
I think we
at
have
that
a-
point?
a
Who do you think is
clean-
going to be the quarterback?
Probably Jacoby Brissett,
I don't know.
if I had to guess.
That long?
I mean, he was actually
Yeah.
pretty respectable.
Do they have a young
no
guy in the
scenario.
pipeline?
I mean,
Anybody? That
may-
might be.
maybe Carson Beck.
Yeah, they
is
drafted
playing
Carson Beck.
The only
time.
way
They
I would
drafted
pick
Carson Beck.
Arizona is if Marcus Mariota is starting. If Marcus Mariota is starting, I will never pick us.
Well, if Marcus Mariota's starting, a lot of these
Yeah, a lot of
W's I have are
I'm just
turning
saying,
into
this,
L's.
just so you know, that's how little regard I have for
This
him.
is everybody's picks subject to health.
Understood. I'm just saying, if Mariota's starting, I pick us to
And
lose every game.
You really have a thing against Marcus Mariota.
He doesn't.
weird.
He doesn't win.
Okay,
He
but
can't
I mean,
lead you to victory. He can He could snap the ball.
I feel
He
like
could run around a little bit.
If he has a decent defense backing him up on the other side, he might be able to win you a game or two here and there. I don't think he's.
Defense would have to hold a team to about 17.
I don't love Marcus Mariota. I think he's a pretty good backup in the NFL. Not
I know.
great, but he's pretty good.
That's the general perception. I go against the
All
narrative.
right, but we're all taking the
Yes.
Commanders against. Are we all taking the Commanders against the Titans?
Yes.
There's not a scenario other than Mariota starting where I would pick Tennessee.
He's going to say it as a qualifier every time.
Yeah.
Yes, I have the.
If Jay Daniels is starting, I'll pick us against Tennessee 100 times out of 100.
I have that as the 4th straight win in a win streak.
We could
for
play
the
them like
Commanders.
9 versus 11. If Jaden is a quarterback, I would pick us
That'd
against
be fun.
Tennessee. Yeah.
A 4-game winning streak for the show. I hope that happens.
Well, I'm not done yet.
All right. They
All right.
then come back home 2 weeks in a row. We'll start on December 13th, 1 o'clock kick against the Houston Texans.
I have them topping the Texans to get to 8-5, 5th straight W in a late season surge.
I have them falling to the Texans Texans are a really good team.
Well, their
They
defense
faltered in the
their defense
playoffs.
is borderline great.
Really good coach, great defense.
I've got them losing to the Texans
I
to fall to 7-6.
They are the
never,
Texans.
I would never pick Houston.
Right.
over
Like
us.
that. I like
would
that.
never do unless Mariota started.
That's your disclaimer.
Yeah,
Hold on. Why would you never take Houston?
because I disrespect them.
Even though they've been in the
With
playoffs
Arizona,
like 2 straight
Cincinnati.
years.
They win 12 games all the time.
Don't they have 2 straight years with playoff wins too?
I don't think they won a playoff game last year, did they? Did CJ win a playoff game?
Did
last
they
year?
Well,
win
they
the-
lost. They lost to the Patriots.
Yeah,
but I
I know,
can't-
but didn't they win the wild card game?
maybe. Who they beat the
Listen,
Rams? They beat the Rams.
you could easily
Not
make
the
the argument
Rams.
they're a
No.
better franchise than us. I will never.
I'm
pick
sorry, that's
them.
AFC.
I'll never pick. I just won't. I don't have respect for them.
I think it was the Chargers.
Yeah, they beat the
maybe
Chargers, and then I think
Yeah, I get it. You can make that argument. It's very plausible. I will never pick them. I disrespect them. They're the Texans to me. They're
hold on.
David Carr-led Texans always in my brain.
how can they change their perception to you?
Win a Super Bowl. Win 3 Super Bowls. Yeah.
D'Amico Ryans in 3 seasons has 2 division titles, 32-19.
Now, the Texans beat the Steelers in the first round, 30-6. Boat raced them. And then they lost to the Patriots in the second round.
There you go.
Who went to the Super Bowl?
Correct.
All right, so
All right, I've got them losing to the Texans. The next game is the Falcons at home. What's the date on that
Unless
game?
Marcus
December
Mariota
20th.
is starting that game,
December 20th.
I will pick Washington versus Atlanta.
Yeah, I've got them beating Atlanta at home.
I have Washington topping
I
Atlanta
have no idea.
for their 6th straight win to get them to 9-5.
Yeah. We don't know who the quarterback will be at that point.
For the Falcons,
I mean, I assume it'll be Tua,
probably Tua.
but it couldn't it be Penix?
If he's recovered from his injury, yes.
Well, I mean, it's December 20th. I mean,
You have them at 9-5.
I have
is that
them at
where we are?
9-5.
I'm missing a
well,
game.
he's got a heater.
I'm missing a game. All right.
hold on.
Unless my math is wrong.
I've got them at 8-6 right now.
Yeah.
14 games.
Same record I have, 8
Yep.
and 6.
You know what? It's too similar. It's scary. All right.
I'm missing a game somewhere.
Then now I think the time is a flex. These are flex games. So they've got Minnesota the following week at Minnesota.
I think they lose to Minnesota.
I'll say we'll lose to Minnesota.
Kevin O'Connell, really good coach. He seems to, even when he's got quarterback issues like last year, seems to get him to a winning record.
Even though I used to be a flag waver for J.J. McCarthy, I disrespect both him and Kyler Murray. I have the Commanders winning in Minnesota to get to 10-5.
How many straight games have they won now on your
It's only,
schedule?
let's see.
Was it
That's
seven?
six.
Is it 7 straight?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
A 7-game winning
They're
streak.
going on a 7-game heater after
my
the most
goodness.
ridiculous first 9 or 10 game schedule we've ever seen.
I think Washington beats them with Kyler Murray or with J.J. McCarthy.
I totally agree with that sentiment.
So I got them beating Minnesota to go to 9-6. Uh-oh. Creeping into that wild card, possibly.
They're sniffing it.
EB, the Vikings,
Loser.
they lose to the Vikings.
Yeah.
All right, their last road game is against the Jacksonville Jaguars in Week 17. As Jason mentioned, it's a flex game, so to be determined as to when they would play. But it's in Jacksonville, January 2nd.
I've got them losing to Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think Jacksonville's a better team. I mean, Cohen's done a good job in Jacksonville.
I mean, they got weapons everywhere. I'll take Tootie Toot, the Hokie at RB, and Trevor Lawrence over Washington.
I have the Commanders' 7-game win streak snapped in a road loss to the Jags. They're now 10-6 on my board.
I'll never pick Jacksonville.
Unless you're not going to give the disclaimer.
Well, unless Mark Brunell comes back.
Brunell, okay.
With
Keenan McCardell,
et cetera. Yeah.
Jimmy Smith.
Yeah.
Never.
Fred Taylor.
Fred Taylor. He was silly.
Tony Baselli.
Yeah.
No regard for that franchise.
Why do you sleep on David Garrard?
I do.
I
Sleep a
remember
little
him.
bit on him.
He was kind of nuts.
He's an ECU Pirate.
It was ECU.
Brett loves him.
He had one good season.
He had one good, yeah.
All right,
One shine
now
moment.
we are in Week 18.
The finale, which is flexed either on January 9th or the 10th against the Dallas Cowboys.
At home.
I got them winning the home finale. I have them 6-3 at home, which gives them, for me, on my bingo card, a 9-8 record.
I have them topping the Dallas Cowboys to end the season at 11-6, and that means they are playoff bound. Playoff bound Commanders, 11-6. Originally, I had it 10-7, but I had a last minute change of heart in the Giants game.
This game could be for a wild card if everyone's
Absolutely.
healthy. Could be for a wild card spot, or
11-6.
you know what? It could be for the division title for Dallas.
Or for the Commanders.
Bish Bucks, how do you think they close it out?
Because I had them losing to Dallas in week 2. I don't think they'll get swept by Dallas. I'll have them beating Dallas at home.
So what does that get your record to? What is the Bish
I
Bucks
believe it's
record?
double-digit dubs.
10-7?
10-7.
Nice. Look at that.
That's one more win that I had them when the pre-draft prediction.
EB, Mr. Bizzle,
Loser 9-8.
Oh, all right. Out of the playoffs.
9-8.
I'll put this up as our Junkies poll of the day. Whose prediction do you think is correct? Now,
Well, hold
EB and
on.
I have the same one, so there'll be 3 choices. EB and JP have the Commanders at 9-8.
So we all have them with winning
Bish
records.
10-7.
They're gonna have a losing record.
At 11-6.
Yeah,
They're gonna have a losing
They're
record.
going to be like 5-12, and everybody's getting fired.
I got
Well, let me ask you this:
9-8.
if they lose to Dallas in Week 18, which is for a playoff spot, does Dan Quinn get fired? At the end of it?
No.
If they're contending for a playoff spot
Yeah,
and
yeah.
just miss it, no.
No, he squeaks in for one more
If it's a
year.
fiery disaster and they win 4 games, then
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. Of course.
How about this, though? What if the worst thing happens possible and they lose to Philly, lose to Dallas, lose to Seattle, they lose to
Oh.
Daniel Jones, they lose to the Giants, and they
0-5?
lose to... No, they just go 0-6 going into the bye week.
6?
Oh yeah.
That's the worst thing possible.
Yes, he can get fired.
He can.
He'd be gone.
Yes,
I
he
think
could
he'd be gone.
He could get fired, but that's
Yeah.
not going to happen. I mean, unless Jaden's hurt.
Yeah.
Our poll of the day is sponsored by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka, light, refreshing, 100 calories, 0 bubbles, pairs perfectly with the day on the golf course. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Whose predictions do you side with the most? You can vote at Junks Radio. Coming up next, scheduled to join us in studios, our old pal Carl Alsner, former Caps defenseman, here on the Junkies.
When it comes to your money, what's more valuable than peace of mind? Here's a hint. Nothing. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors know that your financial journey is personal. Whether you're looking for a second opinion on your portfolio or want to build a plan for steady income in your retirement, Trajan Wealth has got you covered. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps vet who knows the meaning of true independence, founded Trajan Wealth so their advisors could always put your interests first. Turn to the pros at Trajan Wealth for a custom-tailored plan to reach your goals on your timeline. Schedule your complimentary introductory meeting today at TRAJANwealth.com and start working toward the retirement you've always imagined. That's TRAJANwealth.com. You owe it to yourself to get a second opinion on your financial future. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, real quick, I put up our Junkies poll of the day, and I put a fourth option. So, EB and I ended with the exact same record, 9-8.
Mm-hmm.
Cake's the most optimistic with 11 wins, looking at the schedule, and Jason had 10, which is a shocker that Jason has them winning 10 games.
Why?
But I put the
I had
fourth
him at 9
option
before
is none less than 500 record incoming.
Got it.
So you can, I think I had right coming, but you can vote there. Hey, look who's in studio. Our old pal Carl Alsner.
Very nice. Clap him up.
Former Washington Capitol
Looking
defenseman.
good. Still in shape. You didn't get all fat and out of
I
shape.
did. I had my time.
You did?
Yeah, I took
You
a
did?
year and a half to put on a few pounds. Then I come back to do games with Monumental in my suit. Like, you know how guys always button their suits up? I couldn't even come close to buttoning it up. And so I'm like, all right, it's time.
Call.
Yeah, too many chocolate croissants.
I mean, that's definitely something that's happened to all of us, but I didn't think it would happen to Carl Alsner.
Oh, yeah.
It happens.
It sure did. It sure did. I was going to say, happy to be on here. Iconic voices here. It's great to see your faces and hear the voices at
Thanks,
the same
man.
time.
So
How
cool.
many years did you come on our show? At least one full season where we were having you on.
Sounds about right. Brooks Lake always
Yeah,
took
Brooksy.
you guys.
We actually just had Brooksy a couple days ago.
Oh, great guy.
He's living in Idaho.
Yeah, he's living a life.
Crazy.
Smart man.
Crazy.
Smart man.
What was retirement like for you at first? Is it a really like kind of like tough, sad time? Like what is the, you always hear like you're not around the guys anymore, so you miss that. But what was it like for you?
Well, it was kind of weird because part of me was still holding on slightly to maybe coming back. A lot of guys talk about wanting to go over to Europe for a year or two and just live that life and see what it's like. So part of me was just still somewhat in the game mentally, maybe not so much physically. So the retirement didn't really hit until I got back here. So that was a year and a half after I took a year and a half off and then moved back to DC. So once I got back here and started watching the games and seeing the guys, have all their inside jokes and do all their things, and I was not a part of it and mentally checked out, that's when it started to hit me.
Are you still like on group chats with the guys?
No. You just individual messages here and there with guys.
What was Montreal like after so many years in Washington, right? Like how many seasons were you wearing a Capitals uniform?
9.
Hey, please say it was terrible.
Wow.
Just say it was terrible. Didn't come close to being here in Washington. That's what I want to hear.
I want to know how many Montreal listeners there are because I got to be careful.
Not many. Not many.
Okay, well, it wasn't great.
I mean, that's the right answer.
No, just being completely honest, it wasn't great. Our team was not very good. It's a very iconic franchise, but things are run very, very different than they are here in DC, and I loved everything about the things that were run here.
Also, how do you just replace, from an early age, your whole focus?
Yeah.
I mean, you have family, of course, and that's most important, but your whole focus is hockey.
Yeah.
Staying in condition, competing at the highest level. And then when that goes away, that has got to be an empty feeling, man.
Yeah.
Like, what is my purpose?
Well, not only that, you missed the Stanley Cup run
Yeah.
by a year.
I know.
After being here for so many years.
I know that haunted Brooks.
Yeah.
It still
It
haunts
has
him.
to,
I'm sure it haunted
It
Carl.
has to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the thing. You don't think about it, but it happens to a handful of guys every single year, right?
Yeah.
They leave their team and then they win
Yeah.
the next year. And unfortunately, happened to me, happened to Brooks, Jason Chimera, Marcus Johansson, a lot of guys that were here for a long time. So tough pill to swallow. But like I said, it's not every day you get to see, for me, 15 of my best friends achieve a dream that they've wanted since they were a kid. So like it's you got to look at the positives there, even though there was some negatives.
'Cause we cried.
I didn't cry, but I think it was more frustration than
really?
than sadness. It's like, oh man, I wish it would have been there. But free agency is tough. Like it looks good because guys leave and sign contracts and get paid. But I'd say more than half the time they did not want to leave in the first place, right? And that was unfortunately my case as well. And you got to find a new home somewhere and make the best of it. But yeah, unfortunately,
So
it's not that great.
Did you have to learn to speak French? I mean, you're in Montreal. Like,
It's tough, man. It's weird French. It's slang. It's not like your standard go to school French.
Right.
There's so much slang that even people from France, they come there and they can't understand what they're saying. So
okay.
I have no
Yes,
idea
yeah.
of the geography of Canada. Okay, but you grew up in Canada, right?
Yes.
How close to Montreal?
far out west. It's like here and Washington State.
Were you in Vancouver?
Yeah, pretty far.
Did you grow up in Vancouver?
Just outside, yeah.
Oh,
like
okay.
right, it's like
People rave about Vancouver.
it's a
Burnaby.
great city.
It's
Burnaby,
great, right?
yeah,
Burnaby.
there you go,
It's
Burnaby.
great.
People in the hockey world know Burnaby, but
Yeah.
otherwise you wouldn't
So what
necessarily
have
know
you
it.
done to replace that competitive edge? Like, is it golf? Like,
I try and beat up on guys in beer league. Yeah. That's all roads lead to beer league hockey.
Right.
So I play every Sunday in a league in Arlington. So I do that. I try and play as much
be the best
golf.
player on ice, right?
I'd have to cry foul if
Yeah.
I'm on the other team and I'm just an out of shape dad and Carl Alsner's on the other side.
it's pretty good beer league.
I think it's the highest level in this area. Yeah, I think they like it.
Do you play forward at least?
I play D. No, it's in me.
Really?
I can't do it, man. I'm a defenseman through and through.
That's so boring.
I just like to pass the puck and throw nice sauce passes.
Can you jack a guy up?
No,
not
but
allowed
I
to.
have once. Yeah, I have once. We were losing 8-1 in a game. This guy, little hot dog move on a breakaway, and I just saw red after that.
Yeah.
9-1. I was pissed. Drop of the puck, next face off. Puck goes into their end, and I just beeline straight from the blue line. I take him out behind the net, and as soon as I did it, he went down. He wasn't hurt, but I went to the box, and I was like, that was dumb. I shouldn't have done that.
Right, guy's like an accountant.
A bunch of the guys on their team were like, I'm actually kind of happy you did that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, he never should have done what he did, and we've talked since.
Probably
so.
badge of honor for that guy, though. He got crushed by Carl Alsner.
That was 3 or 4 seasons ago, and guys still talk about it. So
Yeah, I'm sure.
I've made my mark on the league, I guess.
Are there a lot of power plays in the beer league?
There's a few.
Do they call penalties?
Yeah, every now and then. Like
Oh,
guys
really?
get heated as you would in any
Right.
any sport, and they take some penalties, and sometimes it's just accidental, right? Like the guys can skate and handle the puck and stuff, but even still, you're on the ice and you mess up and you fall and your stick goes wild and you're
Yeah,
high
yeah.
stick guy. So it happens. I'd say our team is maybe the worst power play in the league.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I'm on it.
So you've got AlsnerFoundation.org. Tell us about this home run derby, celebrity home run derby. It's at Capital One Park, and Tyson's really nice.
Yeah.
Is it up there on the rooftop?
It's so on the rooftop they have like Perch Putt and the Beer
Yes.
Garden Star Hill, and so down below they've built what may be the most expensive non-professional baseball field in the country. It is beautiful. And so what they do there normally is they have like Georgetown plays there, Marymount plays there. They got a lot of college teams that come and use that facility, and so we live really close to it. So we were always driving by, and we always had the dream of doing some sort of softball game to raise money for charity or our foundation. And so the marriage between what Capital One does with the Caps and us wanting to do this just worked. And so
it's a nice location,
a beautiful location. And so we do everything in that area. We bring out a bunch of current and former professional athletes to come and play, try their hand at slow pitch softball, which I think is a fairly low barrier to entry, right?
You got some big names, too. You got Lars Eller, Braden Holtby, Ryan Zimmerman from the Nats, Vernon Davis, former commander. EB would like this one. Kyle Harrison, lacrosse Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be there, too.
Yeah. We're pumped about that one.
That's
that one,
great.
he kind of fell into our lap, a connection from one of our board members, and he said he'd be interested in playing. We're like, perfect. We want people from all different sports because I'm always curious how their athleticism translates
to
right?
the softball field, right?
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. So last year, a good example, Steve Birnbaum was the captain of the DC United. I had no idea what to expect, and so I rank all the players, right? So our captains can draft them onto their team, and I had him like kind of in the lower middle tier, trying to give him a little something. Man, he was unbelievable.
He was a baller.
Oh my God, he was so good. He was a difference maker last year.
You guys go on a draft where you're like picking them, like the people like
we did a lot.
Standing there, you're like, I want you. And there's the last guy or last woman standing. This feels terrible.
Was Ryan Zimmerman the first pick?
Has to be.
He's always usually the first pick. Yeah. I always make sure I'm on his team.
Right.
We're 0-2. We're 0-2 though. Yeah. So.
Well, it is funny because Cakes and I years ago did this Allen Iverson celebrity softball game where the Bay Sox play, and Kevin Garnett was there. I mean, like big time players, and most of them sucked.
Yeah,
It was
it's a different skill set. Like you
just-
said, you're trying to measure how you didn't know what Birnbaum was going to look like playing softball because
Yeah.
it's so different from soccer.
Yeah.
It doesn't always translate over
Exactly.
into softball.
Any other former Nats besides Zim?
This year, no other former Nats. Normally, Adam Eaton plays,
Oh, yeah, okay.
but obviously he's coaching now, so he's not in. We try it. It's hard to get those guys because a lot of them are still involved to some extent in baseball,
Right.
And so to get them out of their season is difficult.
It's
And then
tough.
the other guys that don't live in the area, it's difficult. We have a line out to a bunch of baseball guys, but a lot of them are a similar age of mine, and they have kids playing and they coach their kids' teams. And so to get them to pull them for a weekend, I
It's
get
tough.
it. It's very tough. So
Yeah.
we
It's
try
a-
to get more of them.
This is a pretty cool deal, though. You guys are offering a field pass.
Yeah.
You can buy that field pass, and you get to hang with the players.
Yeah, so that's I think one of the cool, unique things that we do is we have all the players in one dugout, and then all of our sponsors and VIP guests in the other dugout. So they're on the field for the entire game, and then as soon as the game's done, they come out there. They get to kind of mingle with the guys, and we have an after party for all of them as well. And it ends up just being kind of a feeding frenzy of autographs and pictures. So we have never done the field pass before until this year because the fence is always lined up with kids and people wanting to meet their players. They're taking pictures through the net. So I'm like, let's give them a chance, right? And that way, we raise a little bit more money for the foundation and the other charities. So yeah, we're offering that this year. I think it's a pretty fun
very
experience.
It's coming
Yeah.
up in a couple weeks, May 30th. The doors open at 2. And we're talking for kids, great event. I mean, it's a great location where Capital One Park is in Tyson's. They've got a bouncy house, you got balloons, they got face painting.
Yeah. We try to make it as
Go upstairs and go to the brewery.
exactly as family friendly, kid friendly as possible. We want them to run around and feel like the kids have stuff to do, and if the parents just want to watch the game, they feel okay that their kids are in kind of a contained area and busy. And I mean, our foundation is for kids in sports, and so we want to make sure that it's accessible and fun for all.
What do
of them.
you make of the current youth sports movement?
It's tough. It's very tough. I mean, there's a big article that came out just surrounding hockey recently, and it's difficult. It's just getting more and more expensive. Everything is turning into competitive right from day one, which is sad. It churns out some great athletes. Here's my gripe: is we all look at like the success stories of like a Tiger Woods or the Williams sisters who they grinded out from day one, and yeah, they made it. But all the other ones that do that don't make it, end up not necessarily liking sports.
Yeah, I think the average age of kids quitting sports now, because it's so serious, is 13.
Yep, middle school, right? As soon as they get to middle school, they kind of fade out because there isn't that feeder program necessarily for the kids to get to high school. Sorry, and so that's part of what we try and focus on is continuing to have access for kids in that range at a cheap or free price point so that they can continue to play. And maybe it's not competitive, maybe it's just for fun.
Yeah.
And that's the focus.
Yeah,
for
I
us.
was telling Carl that his daughter's playing
Yeah.
10U travel, and my daughters both played travel all the way up to 16U, actually 17U, and then played high school ball. They got burned out.
Yeah.
I mean, they played
It
so
happens.
much travel and didn't play any other sports.
Yeah.
That was it, just softball from when they were 8 to seniors in high school.
Yeah.
and
Carl,
they were like, I'm done.
Yeah.
We've got to put you on the spot before you go. You played your entire career with Ovi.
Yeah.
Do you think he comes back for another season? we got to hear it from the source or one of the sources.
Well, yeah, I'll start by saying I have no inside information here, so this is purely a guess. But I think he's going to come back. If I had to guess, I think he's.
Cakes, update the tracker.
Yeah, originally I would have said no,
Right.
but the fact that it's taking this long and I don't think he's filled anybody in with the organization leads me to believe that he's just trying to gauge the body. If the body feels good, that he's going to do it, and then obviously talk to family. Like, do they want to continue to go through the grind? But I think his kids just love it here, right?
They
Like
do.
they get to
Love
be
it.
in the
Like
room
they
all the
do,
time
yeah.
on the
Yeah.
ice. Like if
He
you can
loves it.
he loves. Oh
Yeah.
God, yeah, he loves it, and the team loves having him around. He's gone from. I just said this the other day. It's like when he came in, and there was us. Like we talked about Brooks Lake and Green and those guys. We came in as peers, and now all the guys coming in have looked up to him, right? So it's a very different feel for him. Where we were all just his buddies and teammates. Now it's like he's got to set the tone for all of them, and I think he really enjoys having that and being able to pass the torch and show them and lead them. So it's hard to give that up. I hope
Yeah.
he stays. He's so good for the area.
Yeah,
Carl,
yeah.
awesome to see you. Thank you for the foam finger. People need to support it. It's the AlsnerFoundation.org. May 30th, Celebrity Home Run Derby, skills competition, slow pitch softball game. It's over at Capital One Park in Tyson's. You got reasonable tickets. It's a family-friendly event. You got the field pass people can get if they're into that.
Yep.
So very cool. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks,
Carl.
Carl.
Appreciate you
from
guys.
Washington Capitals.
Good to see you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
All right, guys, it's Rivalry Weekend in baseball, and FanDuel is introducing Rivalry Weekend Bonus Blast. Bet on a home run this Friday and get bonus bets for every home run that player's team hits this weekend. So whether you're backing a player on your favorite team or you're fading your rivals, there's more ways to get in on the action. All you have to do, just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, your home for home runs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present DC. Opt-in required. Must apply bonus blast tokens. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Commander schedule is here, and well, there are some notes. Washington opens 2026 with back-to-back road games against divisional rivals, the Eagles and the Cowboys, followed by, at home, the defending champions, Seahawks. The Commanders are set for a major midseason spotlight with 4 primetime matchups in a 5-week span between Week 6 and Week 11. And the Commanders also have no post-London bye. Despite the Week 4 trip to London to face the Colts, the Commanders will play the Giants at home in Week 5. They take their bye week in Week 7. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Bish, can you tell me if anybody is in the sole lead at the PGA Championship?
Hold on.
PGA Championship talk driven by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Join them for the Mizuno Fitting Week today through May 17th. Test drive Mizuno's JPX woods and irons.
No, currently 3 under still the leader, but none of those guys have teed off yet. Scotty Scheffler dropped one at 1, so he went back down to 2 under. So he's on 2 right now, but all the other guys who are 3 under, none of them have teed off yet.
Michael Block did birdie, but now he's back. He'd birdied to get to 1 under, but now he's back to even par.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fascinated by that. Anytime you get a club pro, now he's a damn good player, but I'm just fascinated by him being able to compete.
So he's
at this
still
level.
not a tour player?
No, he's just a club pro.
Yeah, club pro.
I knew he was a couple years ago. But I thought he maybe had graduated.
No.
No, he makes a great living. He's a stud down there.
Did he win one, or did he almost win one?
Remember, he was like in the top 10 or something, whatever it was. But he was in the mix, and he had.
I remember the name.
Rory.
Yeah.
He's played in 8 major championships.
Okay.
I mean, he's a baller.
Martin Keimer, who was one of the leaders at 3 under to come into day 2, is already 3 over. So he's back to even par.
Did you hear the story he told? That when he was at like the champions dinner, one of the guys asked him why, if he still plays golf anymore.
Oh, jeez.
Well, he won a major maybe a decade ago.
He's still actively on tour, and they asked if he's still playing.
He still plays, but he's been riddled with injuries. He was on Live. I think he got relegated from Live, and he plays in Europe. He just says, "I haven't been healthy in like 6 years." He says, I wouldn't fly all the way out here from Europe to have a New York strip with you guys.
Just to hang out.
It's a good answer. A solid answer.
Meanwhile, the guy was like leading after the first day.
Yeah. Yeah, he won 2. He won 2 majors.
He won 2 majors.
I'm kind of rooting for him.
Remember that one, and I can't remember what year it was, but there was a picture of him in an airport just sitting against the wall on his cell.
I don't remember that picture. No.
Yeah. So
he's a nubber even though he won
might be
2,
the most unknown guy to have won 2.
I remember him. Does he have like
PGA
big teeth?
What else?
Some reason I remember Martin Keimer.
He won the U.S. Open at PGA.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Great player.
I remember he had a moment there, a couple years there, run. But
No, but I mean, he's a great player. He's a Ryder Cupper, and he's just the last thing you expected with him to be in, riding coach.
He's still only 41.
Yeah, he should never ride coach. He shouldn't ride back with a steerage like us.
He's that is pretty fun. But anyway, he's having a bad day 2.
Well, hopefully he can bounce back. It's a brutal course.
All right, coming up in.
It's not what the bill of goods I was sold.
Yeah, bill of golds. You aren't going to have a lot of golds. You're going to have a lot of that.
I'm going to lose some of my gold with this bet.
Yeah.
Coming up in 20 minutes. Mike North is going to join us. He's the NFL Vice President of Broadcast Planning. We can talk about the whole schedule release. By the way, you can vote on our poll of the day at Junks Radio. Very close voting. What do you think the Commanders' schedule, or what do you think their record is going to be, and whose record prediction do you think is best? Meanie B ended up at 9-8, Bish at 10-7, Cakes at 11-6, and then there is the option that they're not going to finish above 500. And it's 24%, 29%, 24%, 23%. So vote at Junks Radio.
Wow.
Bish right now in the lead.
10-7.
People feeling your 10-7 record, but it's very, very close. All right, let's open up the entertainment page, driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right, Ricky. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for a girl, Miriam. She's the general manager. She'll take care of you. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, BMWFairfax.com. I got to tell you.
By the way, it looks very windy. It looks very windy.
That's not good for
early today
cakes
at Iran.
It's not great. Can the wind die down, please?
It looks like the gusts are 25,
Yep.
but it's just kind of like 10 to 12 steady.
I mean,
Steady.
25 mile an hour
Steady.
gusts, so
That's
that's
doable.
kind of a
Yeah.
nightmare. It's a mini
Well,
nightmare.
I mean,
just
it's
look.
gusts. If it was 25 the holding throughout, sustained wind, that would have me worried. But.
You need 13 under, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is I don't know the answer to this question. Let's say it finishes at 12 and under, but there's a three-way tie.
No,
And
I already know the answer to your question.
Yeah,
no.
it's a loser.
It's a because
Yeah,
you
it
go
goes-
into
goes
the
in the
playoff
playoff?
at 12 under, and then you
No.
just get winning score playoff.
That,
at
my
12 under.
friend, is an L.
It's not like overtime and you need an over and then you get the points.
Look, the good
Right.
news is the good news is, and it's truly good news, is you have what, those 7 guys that are all 6 guys that
You
are all
need-
3 under.
you need a
just
group-
need two
I
of
think the
them
good
to
news
break
is
out.
that Scheffler, who sometimes
And
starts off
Scheffler,
slow,
that's the best news.
right, is
That's
in the
the
mix.
best.
Yeah, but he started off slow today. He's already +1.
Yes.
I mean, there's
So-
17 more
I
holes.
understand.
+1.
I'm slightly.
There's,
I'm not pressing the panic button, but I see it.
if there's not
I see it
if you don't
off in
have
the
if you don't have
distance.
3 or more players at 6 under heading into the weekend,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
gonna be an uphill climb.
gonna
You
be
know what I
tough.
wish we had? If there was a way, okay, for people,
Yes.
like you could, I could look at you, and there would be a bar on your
Yeah.
chest, and that
Uh-huh.
would be the stress meter. You know, yours has got to be higher
it's
than
not-
just about anybody I
it's-
know.
I mean, it's not sky high,
because
but
he
it's-
stresses about dumb stuff. That,
I know,
you
but
like-
it's a meaningless. It's $500 is a lot, but he doesn't care.
Trust me, it's a lot more stressful to me than it is Case.
Yeah.
But look at Cakes' face, like he's stressed out about it.
Well, I would be, wouldn't you be? I would be.
Yeah,
And then I
didn't
saw
make
the
the dumb bet.
I saw the pin sheets for today. You thought yesterday's pins couldn't be any harder in terms of the ridges. They're literally the most tucked in the world.
I thought you told me they were going to be
Well,
easier
I thought
today.
they'd be easier. I didn't think they would.
You know what?
Bunch of
They heard
judgments.
they heard Steve Sands talking about the course.
Well,
saying,
did you see what Rom said after his round yesterday? He said early on in the week, you walked the course. Everyone was talking about how the winning score was going to be 15 minus 15 to minus 20.
He said they changed something.
They said
They heard
I think word got to the PGA about it and they
Yeah.
did something.
Yeah.
How's that make you feel,
They,
John?
they
Look at
did.
his smile.
Well, Drab's an a-hole. I just want to say one thing. Out of all of this, I picked I picked a loser. Right now, it looks like a loser. Steve Sands confirmed the loser, but Drab's not a friend. I never root against any of Drab's bets when he bets Danny Willett to win the Masters. I'm always riding with him.
Because he always tells me these bets long after the line has moved, and so I can never get in on the original line that he got in.
That is untrue.
He's got some phantom sports book that he's on.
Then how did we get it? If it's a phantom sports book and a phantom line, how did we get it?
It was a legit site.
I
that
told
I
you.
think
I
he's
told
got
you.
busted. You get a little perverse pleasure in seeing him taken down a notch. It's a
And by the way,
It's a
I've
rivalry.
never done that.
He's
I'm
doing
psyched.
some offshore thing that him and Cakes are on.
I'm psyched for Drab. I'm psyched for Drab to be wrong sometimes, but if he's putting his own nuts on the line and putting $500 up, I'm rooting for
This
him.
guy took a duty in a toilet that I had to kiss, and I'm not allowed to take some glee in him losing a bet.
Hey,
You guys used to own a horse together.
We haven't lost anything yet. It's early. It's still early.
It's not
on
looking
Friday.
It doesn't look good.
It ain't looking
Let's
good.
just say.
doesn't
Let's just
look
say.
good.
You
it's
should
already-
see the
already
flags
Venmo-
how
already
they're
Venmoed
whipping. It's like
Cakes
there's a
some money.
hurricane coming through.
Yeah, of course.
Because now it can only be gravy now.
Exactly.
Look at
I
that
tried doing
flag.
the reverse
Look at that
jinx
flag.
when he walked in here
That's
at
a lot of wind.
5:15.
Yeah, Valdez was just on the phone with Vanguard. Maybe he was he's saying, have to dip in
Yeah,
that
I got to take
401k.
out a hardship loan.
He really was calling Vanguard. For
I
some
was.
reason.
I got
Got to dip
to.
into that 401k.
Come on, Patrick Reed, make this for the co-lead.
Patrick Reed actually is a sleeper.
And he did.
He's a sleeper pick.
Patrick Reed is in.
He's got
300.
I'm
great
just
short game.
Drab's friendship down a notch after the way he acted this week.
All right, let me just tell you a couple. By the way, I also want to say that we were kicking around some off the record stuff. I always break Jason's balls about off the record stuff because you can't talk about it. But we got some great off the record like Ovi stories.
Oh, I got a good one
that are just great.
I just got a good one.
Can't tell you.
I can't talk about it, but I got a good one.
Great.
You'll tell people in Dewey though, probably.
I might tell you under the influence.
Maybe under the influence.
I might tell you under the influence.
You didn't hear it from me.
Nope.
And by the way, I'm just saying this for the record. I don't think we've said this. I mean, by the way, I got people calling me that I haven't talked to in years. I'm hearing about people that I haven't spoken to in years. What's the setup? Where am I going to be? Where are you guys going to be? Like all that, right? I'm excited. My friend's flying down, all that.
Flying from New York.
I'm doing 0 shots, just so you know.
Are you doing an Aries Spears bit right now with the hat kind of tilted to the side?
Not on purpose. Not on purpose.
The no shots.
I'm not doing
that's a
shots
smart
either.
way to
I'm
approach
doing
it.
no shots. Just,
I'm not doing shots.
I'm going to have a good time, but there have to be some boundaries.
Any shots that get directed my way are then going to get detoured to Mike Marr and or his posse.
If you buy me a shot with all
It's
due
going to be
respect,
it's going to be a waste of money
it's
for
going to
you.
go over the shoulder.
Well, no, I'll just give it to somebody.
Yeah. Don't buy me a shot.
I'm 56. I can't be doing shots at 7 in the morning.
I'm already
I'm sorry,
scared
I can't.
enough that we're going to need paramedics. And I'm not kidding about the nutrients and IVs. We need to get that.
Well, you
got to be fully prepared.
Cocktail water.
All right.
Come on, Patty Reed.
So,
come on.
This Mar, I need you to chime in on this. You're the youngster here. The Drabby Valdez, they're old guys now. Drake just put out not one, not 2, 3 albums
He's
at
upset.
one time.
How many songs is
This
that?
is
50?
I remember when Morgan Wallen first did this, I thought it was overkill. Now I ended up really enjoying the album. I really do, because I'm a big Morgan Wallen guy. But I like Drake, for as much as an old guy can like him. This is too much, right?
It's a little overwhelming, but the thing is with Morgan Wallen is it was a double album, so it was the same album, just stacked with 2.
Right.
This is 3 separate albums, like
3 separate downloads, big pain in the ass.
Exactly. So the one that was promoted the most that was billed was Iceman, and then at midnight he dropped 3. So I only listened to Iceman driving into work today.
You wasn't feeling it.
Well, I was not feeling it. I was actually really disappointed. But I was talking with Jeff, and he said the other ones is Habidi and Maid of Honor. We were listening to some bangers on Maid of Honor.
So you like that one better?
I haven't listened to it all, so I can't give my grade yet. But the Iceman, I'd give that like a C-.
Ooh.
Oh, that's
I remember when I
You got the
first
new horse
listened-
sound effect, Valdez.
When I first listened to Morgan, I'm a huge Morgan Wallen. I can, like it as much as like an old white guy can like it. I didn't love the Morgan Wallen double album at first, and I grew on me crazy. Like I love it now. So maybe that'll happen with you.
Well, because this album, Iceman, was supposed to be like throwback Drake, like fast beats, fast rapping, going at people. And from what I heard this morning, it was just boring. And there was not great features. So,
What did Critic Crickety say back in the day? I like Drake not at all.
I share his sentiment.
I also have another beef. They're making a big deal about Eminem at the game.
Mm-hmm.
That dark beard, it tilts me like you would not believe. The guy is a grandpa. He's
How old is he?
he's like us.
57?
He's our age. Okay, it's
He's got a dark
pitch
beard?
dark black beard.
Is he bald?
I don't know. He's always wearing a hoodie, but I'm not accusing him of being bald. I am accusing him of being probably white, like me, when he's, not coloring his hair. It's too much. It's starting to look like, when an old guy is like 80, but he's got really dark hair. That's what it's starting to look like with Eminem. It's too much. It infuriates me.
Look, I don't dye my hair, but I don't see any
Gotta have
different.
a little salt and pepper.
I don't
in
see it
there.
any different than guys that have like hair transplants or whatever. People fix their hair.
It's fine.
And women dye their hair.
I don't mind dyeing your hair, but you got to it's got to look natural. Sprinkle in a little
This is a
salt.
little too jet black.
Too jet black.
He was sitting next to Fiddy, right?
50, and I think his guy Paul Rosenberg or whatever, his manager, I think. This is interesting to me. I don't know why, but I can tell you why. Jason Biggs and his wife have separated after 18 years. Weren't they swingers? Weren't they?
You think I know about Jason Biggs and his wife?
Promoting,
It was,
like when he was like all in the midst of his partying days.
I think it was a legendary story that, like, for his birthday, his wife gave him a threesome.
Yeah, and I don't
I
think
don't know.
it was
I don't
a
know if they
one-off.
continue. I don't know if they continued to swing after that, but I'm pretty sure as a present for his birthday, Christmas, Easter, she gave him the gift of a threesome.
Now,
is he still like hosting the Ocean's Calling bit? I know he did that at least 1 year. Down in Ocean
I don't
City.
know. I know that he's tight with the guys.
Yeah.
I know he's tight with the guys from OAR. I wouldn't be surprised. I will say, I think to his credit, that I saw him say that, at least on his like IG. I don't follow Jason Biggs, but it showed up on my feed that he was celebrating some anniversary of being sober. So congrats to him on that. I hope that is continuing if that's what he wants. Okay, they're going to
Probably
have.
shouldn't come to Dewey Beach next week.
I would recommend don't come.
Might be tough,
but don't
he
come.
can drink non-alcoholic items if he wants.
They're going to have the first ever It Never Stops Cakes halftime show at the World Cup final. Madonna, who's 100, is going to perform. Could they pick
and Shakira, right?
Okay, Shakira's fine. She's old,
And
but
there's
she
somebody
still
else.
gets it done. Why are they?
I don't know.
Dusting off Madonna.
No clue.
I mean, why
She's got. She probably sounds terrible.
She's 67.
Madonna.
Yeah,
she's gross.
She can get her full Social Security benefit soon.
Yeah, right.
I'm not even kidding.
You think she's concerned about that? Like
probably
collecting
not.
that
She's
check?
No, he's just pointing out the age. Yeah.
She's probably like, you know what? I'm going to wait until I'm 70 or 72 to get full benefit.
She probably uses Medicare though.
I would
Yeah, she goes to the doc and gets
Why
her
not?
gets her STD test. She
Hey, Ronaldo's going to have so many orange slices during this long halftime show.
That's a good zing. I mean, this is a
She won't-
classic. You think this isn't a great song?
It's not great.
Material Girl's not a great song.
It's not her best.
It's not one of the biggest hits of the 80s.
That
It's
wasn't
a big
question.
hit. You just said it's a great song. It's not a great song.
Yeah,
it's like
Okay.
a kid's song.
I mean, it's a huge pop hit.
But is every pop
Yeah,
hit
but
a
does
great
it-
song in your mind?
No, but this is a great, catchy song.
Okay,
in
you
my
like it.
opinion.
I think it's down on her list for me.
Well, this is better than anything that Drake has ever put out. And
That's
it's not
all right.
false. That's so
I'm not a
false.
Drake fan.
That's my opinion.
Drake's got a bunch of sillies.
He has never
tell
had a
you,
song
yeah,
this
gotta-
good ever. He couldn't go in the studio for 100 years and come up with a song that good.
But Holiday pones that song.
Holiday's great.
It just pones it.
Oh, about to Vogue? Mike Marr, get up in Vogue. Come on.
Even know what voguing is.
He
trying to
probably
think.
doesn't.
Do you know what voguing is?
No.
Have you heard this song before?
That's like mogging in the 80s.
Yeah. Have you heard this song
Yeah, get
before?
up in Looks Max for us, Mike Marr.
I got to wait a little bit for like the chorus, and I'll let you know.
Wow, he hasn't heard the song.
Hey, this is what
Because you
he's
would
too
know it by
young.
now.
He's a youngin'.
He doesn't know Madonna songs.
He doesn't know Vogue, Vogue, Vogue. He doesn't know that.
She'll be singing this at halftime of the World Cup.
Aren't you that
Yeah,
way?
yeah, you like,
Yeah.
It's kind of like looks maxing and mogging or
You've
whatever.
never seen this before?
He has no idea.
Borderline,
Totally lost
borderline pones, Material Girl.
Borderline's very good. Not saying it isn't.
Cakes, how you do that with your big head?
Like a virgin.
Like a virgin. Yeah.
I mean, just so many hits.
You should see his face. He's so confused.
Into the Groove pummels Material Girl.
I mean, I didn't put Material Girl out there as like the greatest song that's ever been put out.
Sounded like it.
I mean, it's just a good song.
All right,
I don't
when
know
we
what to
come
tell you.
back-
You said it was a great song.
It is
There's a
great
difference between great and good.
I've been lamenting all show about the brutal schedule.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to hammer Mike North from the
Tell
NFL
him
schedule.
it's his fault.
Isn't he? Is
He's
he
a
from the
broadcast
NFL,
guy,
or
though.
no? He just that's what he does.
He helps. No, he's the mastermind behind the schedule.
He is okay. So we're
Yes,
gonna grill him.
you can yell at him.
Yeah. I'm gonna grill him. Like, how dare you? How dare you do this to my guys?
Yeah, but he did backload it with some cream puffs.
Be too late. Could be too late.
All right, we got Mike North joining us next. Then at 9:45, your chance to win some tickets to go see the Final Frontier Tour, an evening with Journey. We still have tickets to go see the Satch 5 band as well. That's all right here on The Fan. Join us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's Mike North, NFL VP of Broadcast Planning. Thanks for joining us, Mike.
Hello.
Morning, boys. How you doing today?
Doing
Well,
well.
I was doing a lot better until I saw this schedule, Mike.
What do you got?
All right, here's the thing. Diehard Skins fan, Commanders fan, whatever. And we knew the opponents. I actually never really care that much about when you debut the schedule because we know the opponents. We are so front-loaded, though, I feel like you couldn't have made it tougher. I don't see a scenario where you could have made it much tougher for us. I don't know.
You mean you're looking for that homecoming opponent? You're looking for that easy win in the first 4 weeks? There's no cupcakes in this league.
Sometimes I feel like there are.
Tennessee's kind of a cupcake.
Sometimes I feel like there are. I don't know. So do you look at? I don't know if you. Obviously, you can't memorize everyone's schedule, but if you peruse the Commander schedule, you don't think that it's kind of a brutal opening 8 or 9 weeks.
I bet he's got a lot of them memorized, probably dancing around in his head as he speaks.
Let's go through the first 7 weeks, all right?
Okay.
I fully recognize 2 road division games start the season, tough putt, but man, you steal one of those, and you know you got that in your pocket down the stretch.
That's
Seattle's
true.
always tough, but a West Coast team coming east to play at 1 o'clock with that 10 a.m. body clock, they always say they hate it. We'll see. And then, look, you knew you were going to London. That one was coming, right?
Yeah.
So home before London, home the week after. You do have the long trip to San Fran, but it's on a Monday night, and you come back to the bye. So right there through 7 weeks, I don't know, you really feel like you're buried, and now you're ready to go. What is it left? 6 home, 5 road? I think everybody in the league would take that down the stretch.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you, did the
That's a good spin. I don't know if I'm buying it, but okay.
Did the Commanders request not to have the Week 5 bye week?
After the Colts?
And they get kicked to the Week 7 bye week after traveling back from England.
You know, we've been playing in England now, 20 years, I think? In the
Yeah.
early days, it was, oh, my God, this is so out of everybody's routine. Of course you have to be home the week before, and of course you have to have the bye the week after. That's not true anymore. These games are becoming routine, I think, particularly for the East Coast teams. You go over there, you play, in the afternoon over there, which is the morning over here. They're back in the facility by midnight, Sunday night. That's easier than when you go to San Francisco, particularly when we put San Francisco on a Monday. So we're treating these London games a little bit more routine. You're not guaranteed your bye the week after. I think the team would have preferred the bye even a little later maybe, but no, they didn't ask for the Week 5 bye. But also, they didn't get a choice. If the bye fell there, we'd have played that schedule.
Gotcha.
Mike, when you guys look at all these, and I assume you look at it and say, okay, is this fair to the teams, right? Like you say, what are the factors? Because I just look at it like how good the team was last year, maybe on the road, that sort of thing. What things do you look at, though, to determine whether or not a schedule, in your estimation, is fair or not?
Yeah, the whole game here is take these 272 matchups. They're assets, but they don't belong to us. They belong to the fans.
Okay.
And we want to make sure that the very best of these assets are in the very best television windows, so as many fans as possible can watch the very best games. So you're looking for maximizing, optimizing distribution of your very best assets, blah, blah, blah. It's television, it's viewership, it's revenue, of course. This is a business. But there's always a line that you shouldn't cross. Competitive unfairness, anything you're doing to a club that says, hey, this really isn't fair. Wherever that line is, I acknowledge we probably walk right up to it, but I hope we don't cross it. So does somebody have, 7 playoff teams in a row? Do they wait to start their division series until week 9? Do they have the earliest possible bye, 3rd year in a row? Has it been a while since they opened at home or closed at home? All those things that the clubs aren't shy about reminding us and letting us know, hey, you owe us one here. Mm-hmm. Try to do that for all 32 teams while trying to maximize distribution of these assets so that the fans can watch the games they want to see.
So is it San Francisco, the one that travels the most
Yes.
this year? They're the ones that have the biggest
By
beef.
a lot.
That was going to happen no matter what, right? Anybody getting on an airplane in Australia is probably going to be the one that's traveling the most. But look at their schedule. I know it's not your fight, but, they go to Australia, then they come back for 3 straight home games. So they got a month to kind of get their feet back underneath them, recover from that long trip. Quick road trip to Seattle, another home Monday night game. They do have an East Coast trip, but then they get their bye. So just like you guys get your bye off one of your long trips, they get their bye off of one of their long trips. And then coming back from there, 5 home, 5 road down the stretch. Granted, one of their homes is in Mexico, so that's a little different. But yeah, to your point, is there anything we look at when we look across the grid and see a team that is truly unfair? We shouldn't play that schedule. If we look across the grid and we see that might be a little challenging for them, when's the last time they had it? Bad luck moves around. Hopefully it doesn't fall on the same teams over and over.
I really appreciate the candor. Can you give us one example of maybe where the schedule is pumped out for Washington and you say, you know what, we're gonna switch that?
It's just too difficult?
It's not
just
fair.
I'll totally give you one. I'll totally give you one.
Okay.
We know we have long trips going out west to San Fran and to Arizona.
Yeah.
And the team had actually asked us, could you pair those together? We would go and we would stay. And so if there was a way, save us that long travel. We tried. It's really hard, as you can imagine, with everything I just told you we're trying to do, to also now constrain it and say, this team has to pair their cross-country trips. And if the Commanders pair their cross-country trips, don't the Giants then have to pair their cross-country trips? So it becomes really almost impossible, but willing to see it fall in. One of these schedules we had, can't remember exactly, but I think it was maybe week 2 was going out west, maybe to San Fran to be the game coming back from Australia for those guys.
Okay.
So it would have been out to San Fran, come home in week 3, out to London, come home in week 5, and then maybe the bye in 6, and then right back out to L.A. or Arizona or Minnesota, something like that. When we read that one, it was like, look, we know they have these long trips, but they probably shouldn't all be stacked up in a 3-week stretch like that. So there's an example.
Great.
And honestly, if that particular schedule might have projected to deliver more viewership and better for the fans, would we have played it? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But knowing we still had a little time to tinker, it was good to get out of a stretch like that.
So I made the argument last year, and obviously it blew up in my face. But I made the argument that the Commanders last year, after their 24, was the sexiest team in football. Like going into the season, everybody.
We kind of leaned in with you, didn't we?
Right. Where do we fall now, though?
Still sexy. Come on, still sexy.
4 prime times. 4 prime times.
Well, yes, but keep in mind, it's not just about prime time. I think we've lost containment on this idea on schedule release day. How many prime times did I get? Prime times are all well and good. I totally get that. But you could be on ESPN and get 14 million viewers. You could be on Amazon and get 16 million viewers. When you're on a Sunday afternoon on CBS or Fox, you're getting 25 or 28 million viewers. So, yes, I acknowledge prime time and the lights and everybody watching, but it's really more, like I said before, about getting the biggest games in the biggest windows. This Commanders-Eagles game, week 1, and then right back with Commanders-Cowboys, you're talking about 20, 25 million people watching those. So I acknowledge the primes, but I think you got to count the national windows, the 425s. Those are our most watched windows. Throw in a 9:30 a.m. game for London, and then I'm sure you guys noticed the TBDs down the stretch.
Yeah.
If they're sexy, if they're playing games with playoff implications, you should have every expectation that Minnie and Jacksonville are going to find themselves in the national windows as well.
Mike, I know that you guys released the schedule yesterday. Of course, there were some leaks, but when does the NFL and the broadcast partners actually know the schedule? When is it official?
Yeah, we don't get to start telling people until the boss says we're good. So we didn't get final approval from the commissioner until Tuesday, right around noon.
Okay.
We'd announced, I think, end of last week that we knew it was coming out Thursday. He knew we were close. He knew we were going to have one. We probably had one. But given all the time we had left, we'll use every minute, spin it again. What if there's a way to get out of this particular stretch? What if there's a way to solve this team problem or this television problem? We'll use every minute the boss gives us to keep searching with the computers through the infinite solution space. Finally, Tuesday at noon, he said, yep, that's the one, let's go. Tuesday afternoon paperwork, Wednesday give it to the teams, Thursday give it to the networks, Thursday night give it to the world.
How many times does a concert or something bone you?
Well, it's one of these things where in the old days, I know you guys have been doing this a long time, we used to sit in that room with Val Pinchbeck, the father of NFL scheduling, and we used to build the schedule by hand, one game at a time, and you might get to a point in week 6 where, oh man, we need Tampa Bay at home, it's the only way to finish week 6, but they have a concert. Sorry, concert, you're out. Now, the computers, the software, the hardware, we know what a big business it is, not just for Live Nation and the boys with their touring, but also for our teams. These buildings are used 10 times a year by us. That's an awful lot of days where they can do other things in those buildings. So when the concert tours get announced and the teams tell us, hey, look, don't jeopardize our schedule, Football's most important, but if you can find a way to have us on the road or on a Monday night or on a bye in week 9 so we can do this thing for our community, we try. And I think for the most part, we've been pretty good. Of all my years here, I think I remember one time where we had to move something. And honestly, I think it was like Disney on Ice in New Orleans one year.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That is a good event.
All right, Mike. Thanks for the time,
Great
bro.
nuggets. Great
Always
nuggets.
a pleasure, guys.
Go
Appreciate
take
it.
a vacation. Go take get some rest.
Appreciate it.
Some
Thank you.
R&R.
Thanks,
See you,
man.
man. See you.
That's really good. He was really good. And how about that? Yeah, he's.
Yeah, and he knew every team and every week.
Yeah, I mean, he's
You know,
been.
We have
for
him on
months.
once a year. I just looked. We've had him on 3 years in a row.
I have no recollection of it. Because you know why? I don't care about the schedule typically. This one rocked me. But I do appreciate him saying, and I tweeted, go out there, listen to the segment, that he acknowledges that they basically rejected an earlier mock-up that came up where they had us going back and forth every other week, out west and to Europe and et cetera. And they're like, that's probably a little much.
It's a little too much, yeah.
Yeah, probably should spread it out a little bit. So it's always interesting. You think you got screwed? Could have got screwed worse.
Yeah, true. Well, we all predicted, even with the tough schedule, we all predicted winning seasons.
I tried to be as optimistic as I could given the circumstances.
Vote at Junks Radio. You can vote on which junkie has the record that you agree with the most in terms of predictions for the Commander season. Although there is an option, none. Right now, Bishbucks, the 10-7 record is the most popular. You can vote at Junks Radio. Coming up next, your chance to win some great prizes. You can call in now, 1-800-636-1067 for the morning matchup. All right, we'll give you a chance to win some prizes here momentarily. You can call in at 1-800-636-1067, but we brought Savannah in here.
Yeah, Savannah McCann.
You hear her during the updates.
She's awesome.
Well, thank you.
She's been kind of our unofficial Nationals guru the last couple of years.
That is true.
Yep. And she is going on a cross-country trek in a Toyota 4Runner starting next week with her husband
and her dog.
And her dog, of course, her husband got a new job out in Spokane. So she's going to be driving to Spokane, Washington. Wow. Next week.
No joke.
It's not.
That is a massive undertaking.
And she's going to do, this is going to be a 6-day trip.
6-day road trip.
And she's going to be stopping in all kinds of cities. We're just kind of getting the info. She's going to be stopping in Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to stop in St. Louis.
She's going to baseball games.
She's going to baseball games. She wants to go see the Royals and the Cardinals. And then she's stopping in Colorado. And then she's stopping in Montana. She's going to a bunch of different states. And I can't imagine doing it. That would be brutal, especially for me and my size. I would hate that.
You're an enormous human being.
I know.
Not everywhere, though.
So you're not going to be here anymore, but people will still hear you.
Yes,
Yeah.
I will still be on the updates. I'm just
Yeah.
taking a little 2-week break to drive and then set up shop out in Spokane, Washington, and then I'm right back on the air, starting at 3 a.m. my time.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Actually,
that stinks.
That's going to blow.
You guys are making me feel really good about that. Thank you.
You might want to quit.
We can only be honest.
It's my last day, guys. This is it. Never mind.
By the way, how are you feeling about? I mean, you thought the Nats were going to be under this year, right? And they're way overperforming.
I know, but then they have a performance like last night, and it's like, oh, okay, I feel a little better about my prediction.
But
They've gone
are
up
you
15 to 1.
because I do the same? Are you rooting for your prediction or rooting for the Nats? You're rooting for your prediction.
She wants to be right.
I want to be right.
Yeah.
I want to see the Nats do well. But
you
gosh,
don't-
I want to be right. I can't be wrong 2 years in a row.
All right, so I need 45 more wins.
Yeah, I still feel good about the prediction.
You do.
I do. They're making
All
it
right,
a sweat,
Yeah.
way more than a sweat.
So
than
what
I
do you
thought it
think
was
will
gonna be.
happen? You think the bats will just eventually cool off?
I think the bats will eventually cool off. I think the pitching is still something they need to address, and I think potentially, depending where they're at the deadline, maybe they become sellers, and that kind of becomes an opportunity for my bet to hit.
All right, so I need them to go 45 and 73. Almost 30 games under 500. I think I got it.
Very doable.
I think I got it.
I feel great about that. Bad about that as a Nats fan. Great about that as a bettor.
How much will you drive versus your husband?
I plan on driving 0 minutes.
0 minutes.
Hold on, your husband's going to drive the
He's
whole
gonna drive the whole
way?
time?
Now,
That's
No
probably
way.
how it would be if you did it. If I
do
did it.
like to.
No, but he's going to get tired.
I like to be in
She's going to
control
have to
when I'm
drive.
driving, but for a cross country trip, I'm going to have to pass the keys.
They're
to
stopping
my wife
6
at some-
days.
Yeah.
but she's going to have multiple 10-hour trips.
I think our longest stretch would be potentially 9 hours a day.
Yeah.
That's still a lot of driving.
It's a lot
I'm
of
sorry,
driving.
I couldn't do
It's
that
a lot,
in
especially
6
if you're
days.
stacking those on top of each other day after day after day.
Well, I also think my sweet husband is trying his best to make this like a woo fun thing for me because he knows I'd rather be in DC.
Right.
And it's his job taking us out there. So he's like, don't worry about it. Passenger princess. You sit there. You enjoy.
wow.
We get to listen to your music.
You have a
You and
very
the doggy.
accommodating husband.
Yeah.
But let's see how we go on like day 3 of the
Yeah.
trip. I have a feeling it's going to either be sitting in silence with me driving. We'll see how we do.
I think you're going to hit some rumble strips all of a sudden, and then you're going to be like, I need to take over at least for a bit.
Well, Savannah, good luck. We'll probably never see you again.
Hey, come on.
I mean, when are we going to
I mean,
see you?
why do you have to end it like that?
Well, when are we going to see her? She's going to be
Probably
so
accurate, though.
Here we go. I'm
Could
going to
be
come back
accurate.
We love
quite
you.
a bit.
But, okay.
Because I'm still going to be, I'm still going to try to cover the Nats. I'll be back and forth. My parents still live in the area.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll
She
come
has to
by
come
to
back
you.
and reunite with the person that taught her how to ride a bike.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
come on.
we
and
have
whenever
that
you
bond.
Let's
and
not
whenever you
forget.
guys retire, I'll come and say my farewells.
all
So
right,
I will
well,
at least see you guys
hopefully
before you
long.
retire.
That's appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
You want
you,
to say? Do you
Savannah.
want to say how great we are or anything? Or
Oh wow, okay. 30 years of the Junks. I've been here for 4 of them.
Uh-huh.
It's been a time.
Yeah. Okay. We'll
she's
take
talked
that.
us
You can
about
take that
4
different
times.
ways.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
been a time.
It's been a time.
What about how great Savannah is, Bickle?
Yeah.
You make her say nice things about you on her
I
last
think
day.
she's fantastic. I think she's fantastic. I'm just
Savannah's
asking
great.
a joke question at the end.
No, Savannah, you're
But I don't
awesome.
feel like
Good-
she's going to be gone because we're going to still hear her voice.
That's true. We are.
Yeah,
So.
you'll still hear my voice. You'll see my face every so often, and I'll I'll send in updates from Spokane of just letting you guys know what it's like on the other side of the country.
Ah, very good.
All right.
And if you guys want to come out and visit, you are more than welcome.
You can go
to
visit
Attack
Drab's
Cross Country
hometown.
Play.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Are
we can
you
talk
guys
all about
close at
Spokane.
all?
Yeah.
Do you guys have ties, like mutual friends?
I'll tell my parents to invite her over for Thanksgiving.
Look at that.
Done.
That's very
Look
nice.
at that.
I got
Good
the
stuff.
invite already. That's all
Come
I
to
was
the
looking
lake
for
house.
out of this.
Come to
Yeah.
the lake house this
Lake
summer.
house. Okay.
Yeah, you're there. You're
Lake
there.
House invite is sweet.
All right, we got to give away
Thank
some
you,
prizes
Savannah.
here.
Thank you.
Savannah.
Thank
Best of
you.
luck.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
End of the
Savannah.
show, we'll play high-low. Very simple. Punch up our first contestant.
Let me. Oh, I see Keith. Keith, what's up, buddy?
Hey, pretty good, boys.
Hey, Keith.
Hold on.
Keith, I'm going to give you a figure.
Is Keith
You go-
employed? Do we know what this is?
I don't
There's
know.
no way he can have a job and call in here every morning.
I think this is his job.
this is his job to win
Yeah.
prizes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're giving away the tickets to go see the Satch 5 band. Higher or lower, James Wood is the home run leader for the Nationals with 15 home runs.
Does he have higher or lower than that?
Lower.
Yes, he has
correct.
12. Keith, you're a big winner. You get to go see the Satch 5 band featuring Joe Satriani and Steve Vai Saturday, May 30th at Wolf Trap. For tickets and more event info, visit thefanddc.com/events.
All right. Do we have more?
Yes.
Let's go to Russ. Hey, Russ.
Rusty.
How's it going?
Hey, doing good.
All right, Russ. Cade Cunningham of the Detroit Pistons is currently leading the NBA playoffs, averaging 33 points per game. That's not true. Is he higher or lower than that average?
I'm going to say lower.
Cade Cunningham averaging 30 points per game. You're a big fat winner. Congratulations. You've won 2 tickets to see the Final Frontier Tour and Evening with Journey. That's Saturday, October 24th at CFG Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale Friday, May 15th at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event information, visit thefanddc.com/events. We will put our daily plays separate from our parlay at Junks Radio on Twitter.
Before you leave, make sure you give me your play.
Can we double down?
If you want to, yes.
I think I'm doubling down. I'm doubling down, but
I am not.
Valdez has been posting those. We do have our fadeable parlay. You can see that on Instagram, Sports Junkies Radio. Give us a follow there.
Fade away, haters.
Remember, tomorrow you can join me at Radley Mitsubishi for Mitsubishi Mania in Fredericksburg from 11 to 1. For Bish, Cake, CB, I'm JP. Have a great weekend.
Yep.
B Mitch and Finley next.
Let's take a look at the Commanders' schedule. Their strength of schedule, they rank 16th out of 32 teams per Yahoo Sports. As for primetime games, they've got one in Week 6 at the 49ers. That's Monday Night Football. Week 8 versus the Eagles on Sunday Night Football. Week 10 at Giants playing Thursday Night Football. And Week 11, that is quite a stretch of primetime games. Week 11 is Bengals Monday Night Football. And, of course, they have that international game Week 4 against the Colts in London. No holiday games for them this season. Moving over to Major League Baseball, Nationals lose yesterday 15-1 to the Reds. The Nats have had 15 chances to get to 500 in the past 2 years. They are 0-15 in those games. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Happy Friday, B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP today alongside Brian Mitchell on a Friday. Excited to get the Friday going. We got a great show for you today at 11 o'clock. Randy Clark, the GM and CEO of Metro, is going to join us. Want to talk to him about the story coming out that they're not going to be building a new Metro station over at RFK 2.0. Want to get some of the logistical things talked out with Randy Clark, so keep it tuned right here. He'll be on at 11. Chase Hughes going to join us at noon, talk a little bit about the Wizards. Going to get into the Commanders' schedule as well. But how you doing today on a Friday, B. Mitch?
I have an announcement today. Ryan Clary is not allowed to bet on any team ever in the Washington, D.C. metro area because he sucks, okay? Every time he puts his bad betting and mojo on a team, he destroys them. James Wood has been playing on fire. The Nats have been on fire. He takes him yesterday. All right, but I'm going to take James Wood to hit. 2 strikeouts, no hit, and they lose 15-1. You are the cooler, and you're not allowed to bet anymore. If you try to do it, anybody in the building, just put your hands on him. What you got to say for yourself?
Nothing.
There we go.
I mean, I've got...
You are horrible, dude.
Yeah. I know. I am awful.
As soon as he did it yesterday, I'll say, this is not good.
Yep. Team's in a tough spot when Ryan's going for him.
And they lost their 15th straight game trying to get to 500. I mean, I should have... why did I even touch that game?
They have like a force field whenever they try to get to 500.
He's been betting on them all 15 times.
It sounds about right.
Horrible.
This team just cannot get to 500 and above 500. They always get right to the precipice and then they can't do it.
His fault.
This is going to be a fun homestand, by the way. They got 3 against the Orioles starting tonight. It's a pretty good weekend, B. Mitch. They're giving away hot dog hats tonight.
Hot dog hats.
Not the type that you guys wear on the B. Mitch and Finley program, but one that says
we
it's
know
a bad
wearing
day to be
it
a
today.
hot dog. And then there's one that they're giving away tomorrow, an Alex Ovechkin bobblehead. From his time throwing out the first pitch.
That's nice.
I think it's going to be big crowds over there at Nationals Park. Then Sunday, they're giving away a little kids' sliding mitts.
Okay.
So going to be fun.
I'm with that.
Weekend series against the Orioles. Then the Mets come to town for 4. So we can rub it.
We should win.
We can rub it in White Brian's face and take the series against the Mets. So it should be a good homestand for the Nationals.
What the hell is White Brian?
I don't know.
Mysterious. That's a mysterious
well,
person.
You know, the weekend's coming.
He's a strange character, dog.
Exactly. So Commander's schedule officially got released, even though I think we knew most of it going into yesterday. And as the day went on, even before you got the official schedule, Grant and Danny were doing some parsing through it, and they basically knew the entire schedule before it actually came out. But regardless, we got the official schedule, so we can run through it real quick. Week 1, on the road at Philadelphia.
425.
Week 2, on the road at Dallas.
425.
Home against the Seattle Seahawks.
1 o'clock.
International game.
9:30
against the Indianapolis Colts. Back home against the Giants. That's a 1 o'clock.
That's a 1 o'clock game, yeah.
Yep. Monday Night Football on the road at San Fran.
Is that 8:20 or 8:15?
8:15.
There we go.
Bye week. Come out of the bye. Sunday Night Football, home against the Eagles.
8:20?
8:20.
Yeah.
Then home against the Rams.
Yep. 1 o'clock game.
Then up to the Meadowlands for Thursday Night Football against the Giants.
Yeah.
Then extra rest going into a Monday Night Football game against Cincinnati at home.
Joe Burrow against Jaden Daniels. LSU Tigers, who's the best quarterback? Heisman Trophy winners.
And last time they played, electric game in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
On the road against Arizona in Week 12, 425. On the road in Nashville against Tennessee. That's a 1 o'clock game. Getting into Week 14, home against the Texans. Then home against the Falcons. Then your final 3 games. On the road in Minnesota, on the road in Jacksonville, and then home against Dallas.
Glad that's a stadium that's inside.
Mm-hmm. Ain't that the truth?
Jacksonville could be fun.
Day after Christmas for Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's going to be a tough day of travel. Travel probably on Christmas?
Not really.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be fun being... You might get a white Christmas this year.
Yeah, but their snow I like. They have that wispy snow.
Okay.
It just flies. You know? It's not like the stuff we have here ends up like concrete.
Yeah.
Heavy as hell. Nah, their stuff is a little wispy. But, I'm sure a lot of people are going to look at this schedule and go, oh, man, this is tough. Yes. And as you stated before we got on there, all schedules are tough.
Yeah.
And we all know just because a team was good last year don't mean they're going to be good this year. Just because the team was bad last year don't mean they're going to be bad last year. Because the NFL has shown people go from worst to first a lot. And a lot of them go from first to worst.
We saw for this team.
Quickly, yeah.
We saw from this team both ways.
Exactly. So when you look at it now, I was talking to EB before he left out. I said, listen, man, the injury bug is kind of weird in the NFL. It's going to hit every team eventually. Some teams get a lot more, some people get a lot less. But it's very seldom that it happens to a team like it happened to the Detroit Lions. 2 years in a row, they lost like 20-plus people. And it's something they're doing. It has to be a problem. The 49ers a year prior didn't have as many. They had a few. But then last year, hell, like every time they looked at the football field, somebody got hurt. It was a lot of injuries last year for Washington. The year before, it wasn't. So you would suspect this probably won't be that type of year. Philly has had a great run for a bit.
Yeah, we'll
it's
see.
about to happen soon.
Yeah.
But the ultimate thing is finding a way to get the elevation of the intensity going now. Like when I looked at the schedule, I didn't think, oh, look how tough it is. I thought intensity needs to start now. The way you approach this offseason, the way you approach preseason, training camp and preseason needs to be, we're getting ready to hit the ground running, not wait. Like most teams decide we're going to build up for the first 4 weeks. When you look at this schedule, you need to be hitting that thing right off the bat.
Well, that's the thing that immediately stands out from the schedule is we already knew the opponents.
Yeah.
You already knew who you were going to face. But now that you see it laid out and how it's going to play out week after week, the beginning of this schedule, you're going to learn real quick what this football team is.
True.
And you need to come out of the gate strong, or you're going to end up putting yourself in a hole that maybe you can crawl out of because you have a little bit of a lighter back end of the schedule.
But those
you
guys
don't
may be better by the time that comes around the season.
You don't want to put yourself into a big hole that you can't get out of.
True.
Because you don't want to end up 1-3 to start, and all of a sudden you're kind of fighting against it the entire year, and maybe you lose a game you should win, and now you're kind of fighting your way back. You don't want to end up in that spot.
Yeah.
But it's a very realistic chance that you start the year 1-3 and play some good football. So that's the tough part about it. And a big part about this is what I want to talk about, B Mitch, is you talk about the intensity. Things have to be changed so that you're ready to go week 1 because you're facing Philly on the road, you're facing Dallas on the road, and then you finally get the home opener, and it doesn't even get any easier. It gets harder. You're facing the defending Super Bowl champs.
Yep.
You've got to be ready to go right out the jump.
Mm-hmm.
And then right after that, you go to London. So it's not like you're going to get into any sort of rhythm and, okay, we'll ease ourselves in. No, you've got to be ready to go right away.
And the thing of it is this, like you look at the first year, they came out ready. The second year seemed like they came out not ready. Some kind of way you got to find a level of what was the first year and take it up a little bit. And as I was talking yesterday, this is not about trying to do something stupid in training camp. It's just the intent in being intentional and having some level of intensity. Because a lot of times when I looked at things last year, I kind of felt like this is going through the motions. But when I look at practice sometimes, I can tell you teams that are ready to rock and teams that are not ready to rock. I'm just being real. And it comes from just watching the swiftness as they go. And you mentioned it about we have 2 younger people in new defense and new offense, basically. You got to go full speed to see how it really is going to be. It's going to be. And if it's not full speed, it's damn near there. And I like when I would talk about things, it wasn't like, and everyone, I know everyone always think like back in the day, like I said yesterday, we weren't tackling people to the ground in practice. We just had a intensity about it. But you need to know when game 1 comes, you need to know that you can go through all 4 quarters at the highest of levels.
Yeah.
You know, I'm talking about riding this bike starting tomorrow, going to Frederick.
Insane, by the way.
The thing of it is 60 miles, I've done it multiple times. So I know I can do that. If you go out there and try to run 60 and the most you ever rode was 10, you might die. I'm just being real.
Yeah.
But the whole thing of it is like you have to push yourself to a limit. And I know what the new rules are. But it's upon every player individually, every individual coach, and the head coach, and everybody else. You need to have a mindset that we're going to get everybody ready. So when we hit the first game, if it were to go into overtime, we could finish the last quarter as if it was the first quarter. That's what the mindset has to be.
Who do you think that falls most on? Is it the players? Is it the coaches?
It falls on the players and the coaches. Like the coaches can push it, but the leaders on the football team have to make it happen. Like when I always tell the story when I first got here, it wasn't about what Coach Gibbs said or what Dan Riley said. It's watching the other guys go through practice. I knew either I pick up my level to compete with them or I'm going to get left behind.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything that was said. It was just you look and you go, oh, hell, this has to happen. Monty Coleman told me straight up, he said, preseason, you start off practicing preseason stuff like that, it's one thing. First half of the season, it's another level. Second half of the season, it goes up. Playoffs, get even higher. And the closer you get to the Super Bowl, it keeps going. And I was like, yeah, whatever. When we hit the first half of the season, I was like, oh, hell, this is real. Second half of the season, they were able to reach down and find something else. Like, you know, most cars, 5th gear, a lot of them don't have 6-speed. They had 6th gear. I had to find a way to do that.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, we still got to go to playoffs. You know, so you got to find a way to get it. And there are individual players. Most players, you hear players say this, and I know a lot of veteran players and people in the league get mad. They come to the pros and they say the pros are easier than college. They're not lying. In college, you're trying to get to a certain status, certain level. In the pros, you know what they try to do? Maintain. College, you got 3-4 years to get to where you need to be to prove to them, I'm a man. I can handle this. I'm strong. So you got 4 years, so you are destroying yourself. You go hard as hell. You tackle more in college. When you get to the pros, it's like, I'm trying to stay here for 12, 13, 14 years. So you try to maintain. So yes, it's easier. But you got to find a level. You got to find a way to try to make this thing as close as you can. So not be as crazy as college, but you got to still be close. And you got to, because if you're like that, it's going to take you a lot farther than if you get in here all of a sudden now you're chilling and resting on your laurels.
Yeah, and I think this year is going to be easy for Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, and those guys to kind of evaluate. If you can't get fired up to get ready for a season when you're starting with 2 division opponents coming off a 5-12 year, then you're just not going to be fired up. You're not a winning football player. You should be ready to go. This is the kind of a season where you're going in with some expectations. You're hoping the injury bug is on your side this time. You've got a quarterback who's going into year 3. You're hoping takes a big step after, a bit of a downturn in year 2. So you've got a lot of things going your way. If you can't get fired up to go into a season after you went 5-12 and disappointed last season, and you're starting against Philadelphia on the road, then frankly you can't be on this football team because you're not a winning football player.
See, the one thing, if I ever, now I'm probably not going to do it, but if I were a coach, the one thing I would look for more than anything? I know people, talent is one thing. Self-starters. I don't need guys that need somebody to motivate them. I need guys that, soon as I say we got a game, they are there. They're ready to go. And if you got that type of person right there, guess what? All the other stuff going to come. Because the self-starters don't wait to be told. The self-starters don't wait till you start telling them something. They know it's coming and they already did everything they need. That's why they're self-starters. That's why they're so excited as soon as you bring up the level. That's what I would be looking for. And like, I know people always talk, oh, you gotta get on him. If I gotta get on you, then guess what? I don't need you. I need guys that understand what's the task, what's at hand, what the hell needs to happen, and just go out there and do it. You know, in every job, like you got people who go in, they do their work, and you got people who are eager to try to do extra. What happens as you go through it and get the people start getting promotions and all? The eager people get promotions. The one that sit around and try to just do the bare minimum, they don't get nothing. So we need to see guys like that. The guys that work their ass off all day, willing to go and compete. You know, people go, oh, man, we got to go play on that field. Are they playing on the same field we playing on? Okay, so what's the problem? If I'm playing on asphalt against another team and they got to play on the asphalt, let's go for it. Because we going through the same stuff. It's not like when I got the ball, I'm on asphalt. When you get it, you're on grass.
Yeah.
So long as the rules are the same for both teams, let's go compete.
One of the things that I think will help them get ready, that last year, they were planning on having a couple of joint practices. The Ravens, for whatever reason, weren't able to make that happen for the second joint practice, which got canceled for Washington. This year, they're set up to do a joint practice with Miami. Those things are so important now, B Mitch, especially considering how these preseason games are approached, where very few starters seem to play in these preseason games, and I'm curious to see if they do change that approach to the preseason games a little bit. But I think this is a big thing to help them get ready for the season when you do these joint practices, because you can do it in a little more controlled environment. You can work on specific things. If I want to work on the red zone with my first team offense, there's no guarantee if I only play them for 2 drives that they get down there. I hope they get down there in a real game, but I know I can work on red zone if I do it in a practice. I know I can protect my quarterback from getting hit in a practice versus in preseason games. So I think these joint practices are big. They're going to do one with Miami. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to get one in there as well. They're going to obviously play the Ravens in a preseason game. So I'm curious if they try to get a second one in there. But those joint practices now are massive.
And I think coaches, and see, this is the thing about it, players understand at this level how far you can go and not go. The quarterback is untouchable in those joint practices. Don't touch the quarterback, and everybody knows that. But you can go and I can help you get better, even though you're on the Ravens team, and you can help me get better without hurting each other. I know, let's go full speed till a point where we're about to go to the ground. Now, if it's a tackling period, cool. But if it's a period where we just going and doing like little tap and butt up, wrap, lift, let him go. Don't stop. If I'm a linebacker and you're a running back, I shouldn't stop you from getting what you need. So I call my rap, let's go, and you keep running, okay? Or if you could shake me out my boots, make me understand. I got to get my feet in the right place. Yeah. But I think players understand when they're in practice against each other, you can go without harming your teammate. When you get into the joint practices, you can go without doing something stupid, because what's going to happen, the tendency goes up, the intensity goes up.
Well, the second you see another color,
it goes
a different
up.
team.
But when you do something stupid, now somebody else is going to do something stupid, and now you got the fights and all that type of stuff. And that's why the league has gotten so involved, where they fine you for fights in practice now, especially when it's a joint practice, because they understand. But the veterans on the team need to run the team. The coaches do their thing. That's their job. But the veterans on the team will make a team be even better by saying how far to go and where not to go. Because let's be real, I could have been on the other team that we playing against last year. I got some boys over there. Hey, man, this person's going to go this way. Just go hard with them, and then it's all over. But we're not doing anything cheap or stupid.
Yeah, I just think those are so big nowadays because of the way that everything is approached. So having those joint practices, being able to get the work in that's necessary against somebody else, the intensity is naturally going to be higher when you're facing somebody else.
Yeah.
You face the same guy in practice over and over and over again.
It
you
gets
can
boring.
keep trying, but like you said, it gets boring.
If I go against the same dude in practice every day, after 4 days, 3 days, I know every move he has. So now it's a waste of time. And then all of a sudden, he knows my moves. So you know what we do? We cut deals. Hey, man, we ain't trying to go on this ground, And then all of a sudden, now you're basically wasting your damn time out there. So it's good to have the other teams come in to break it up a little bit.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. We'll open up the listener lines. What did you make of the schedule that came out? Also, how quickly are we going to know if this season is different? Last year, we saw them get off to an okay start, and then everything went downhill after that. How quickly will we know with this schedule where you start on the road with 2 divisional games to start, then you got the Seattle Seahawks at home, you go on the road to London. How quickly into this season will we know if it's different? 800-636-1067. Also want to talk about the new coordinators. How much of a grace period do you give them to start the season? It's B Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. The Commanders' schedule is out, and they have a brutal stretch to start the season. Week 1 at Philadelphia Eagles. Week 2 at Dallas Cowboys. Week 3, they finally get to come home to start their season, but they're facing the Seattle Seahawks. Week 4, then they travel to London to take on the Indianapolis Colts. Week 5, they are home against the Giants, no bye week after an international game. Week 6, they travel to San Francisco, taking on the 49ers. And then after all of that, Week 7, they get a bye week. Defenders versus the Orlando Storm Sunday, May 31st, noon at Audi Field. Defenders Kids Day, the first 5,000 fans getting a Defenders t-shirt. Tickets at ufldefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
It's a Friday on B Mitch and Finley, and Rude is the official show sponsor of B Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Toby Altizer sitting in for JP
So
today.
I got to
on
be
B. Mitch
rude
and
to be
Finley.
right?
Apparently so.
Okay.
Apparently so.
I'm going to start being rude again.
I think there are some cases where you've got that down, B. Mitch.
I like to be honest with people.
Absolutely. Got to keep people in check.
Yeah, I smile at you if I tell you the truth. You go, is he giving me a compliment or is he knocking me?
Is he being serious? And the answer is always yes, he's being serious. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. We got the official schedule for the Commanders released yesterday, and it's a tough stretch to start. You've got the Eagles on the road. You've got Dallas on the road, both of those 425 games to start the season. Then you finally get a home game in Week 3. You get the Seattle Seahawks coming to town. You get another home game technically, although you're playing in Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London, Week 4 against the Colts. And then Week 5, you're back real home against the Giants before you go out to the West Coast to take on the 49ers. So that is not an easy 6-week stretch to start the year.
It's not, but you know what? As I was sitting here the other night, we were going through this schedule thing. We were doing a show. Yeah, the other night. So I did know some stuff.
Yeah.
But my thing was we went through it, and I was like, yeah, it's going to be tough. But in the first 10 games, I feel they could come out that thing around 6-4.
Mm-hmm.
If they do that, they have proven they might have lost some games with people that people probably think they're going to lose anyway. But they have proven at that point they're capable of doing some stuff, and they have taken a step, which means the defense would have had to have taken a major step. I believe offensively they're going to be able to move the ball. I think when you look at the fact Bill now in his second year, you have Rashad White, and then I really believe that Fat Man is going to be a part of this.
I believe so too,
and I believe the way he runs. You look at it, he shared time for 4 years in Penn State. He's the all-time leading rusher while sharing time. The dude don't have that mess around. Katron, he's not a guy who dances. He gets what's there.
He reminds me a little bit of Chris Rodriguez, but having a little more burst.
If it's blocked to get 3, he getting 4. If it's blocked to get 4, he might get 7, 8. Because he doesn't do a lot of wasted time. And, I hate running backs that get the ball, start stepping. Nobody care about that. Lower the shoulder pads and move somebody.
Yeah.
And he does that. Now, when you look at the defense and the people they've added on, I think this defense should be better. I think what we anticipate, we don't know exactly what Devontae Jones is going to do. But the way I anticipate them work, I think that they can get to some people. And quarterbacks, early on, we know our first game is against a quarterback that doesn't necessarily like to hit and let the ball fly. He doesn't throw to spaces. He likes to throw to open people. And if you got him overly thinking and you got a lot of stuff coming, that first game, they could come out and punch them in the mouth and say, we're here. It's not a guarantee they're going to lose to Philly. And normally they would split those games. Last year was different, but they could split those games. And if you come out and hit them early, we'll see.
Yeah, and I think the interesting part about this season is how much of a grace period do you give the new coordinators, and how much can they use the unfamiliarity to their advantage? When you come out to Philadelphia in Week 1, Philly's not going to fully know what you're going to do on offense. They're not going to fully know what you're going to do on defense. You're going to run very vanilla stuff during the preseason, and these are new coordinators. In the offensive side, it's the first time he's ever run an offense. It's the first time he's coming up with his own scheme. You know, everyone just assumes he's going to run a Ben Johnson scheme, even though he's worked under Cliff Kingsbury the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be something where they don't know what David Blau's offense is, because David Blau's still figuring out what David Blau's offense is.
Yep.
Durante Jones, they don't know what his defense is fully going to be. You assume it's going to be a branch off of what Brian Flores' defense is, but you're not 100% certain. So they're going to have some of that on their side.
Some of that is going to help them because teams are going to look at what Flores does. They're going to look at what Ben Johnson does, but they may have wrinkles that you don't see. So it'll help you out a little bit early. By the time 4 games are played, the other teams will start to figure it out. But I just think that things are going to be not as bad as people think, but not as good as they were in 2024.
Before we get out to the phone lines, 800-636-1067, I wanted to get your thoughts on this, B Mitch. How quickly do you think into the season we're going to know, okay, this is a different year? Is it going to be something where we see them through 2 weeks of the season and we're like, all right, this is more like what we saw in 2024 versus 2025? You think it takes a little bit longer to fully understand what this team is going to look like? Are we going to know pretty soon, hey, with this schedule the way that it starts, we know what this team is going to be?
In the first 4 weeks, you're going to know something. Because let's be real, you can go out there and win a game or lose a game, and you can win it, and you can still say, well, they're not there yet.
Yeah,
or
Giants
you can
game
lose
last
it,
year.
and you go, well, damn, they played. You know what I'm saying? And then you could just say the Eagles probably were the better team. You're going to know after the first 4 weeks because they are going to be battle tested. You know, so I'd say this. I don't know how big of a change they're going to do. Play a little harder in the preseason. Play some more of the starters in the preseason.
Yeah. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. How quickly into the season are we going to know if it's going to be a different team this year? Let's get out to Musa in Falls Church. Musa, what's going on?
What's up, Moose?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Always good to hear you. We all expected it was going to be a tough schedule. We saw the teams. Now that the dates are lined up, yeah, that's a big test. You know, those first couple of games. You know, Philly, New York. But I think the guys are going to be ready mentally, especially a lot of the guys coming back from last year. We got some new coaches, a lot of new personnel, a lot of new young talent, man. I mean, we're just going to be a lot better defensively, quicker, better tackling. Offensively, I think we got better, added some depth on the O-line. We should win at least 10 games this year. We have no reason not to. There's a lot of teams that we're playing. I believe that these teams are beatable. Tennessee and Indianapolis, Jacksonville, Arizona. We should be able to win those games. But the key is to remain healthy. And how soon can this new talent that we drafted and picked up in the offseason, how soon can they actually gel together?
Yeah.
How soon can they actually play together as a unit?
Appreciate the phone call, Musa. Yeah, I think that's a good point. When you got some of these new guys in town, whether it's guys they signed in free agency like an Owe, a guy they drafted like a Sonny Styles or Antonio Williams, how quickly can they get integrated into what they're trying to do? And another part of this, too, is with the new coordinators, B. Mitch, how long does it take for guys to get comfortable? Is it something where week one, we talked about some of the unfamiliarity that other teams are going to have? Are there still going to be some learning curves for the guys on this team?
Listen, it's going to be learning curves, and it's learning curves every year for everybody. But still, if they, like you stated, going a little faster, doing stuff full speed, Durante Jones has called defenses, and it was in college, but still he called it.
Yeah.
And he may have a rhythm of what he likes. Since Blau stepped in, everybody's like, oh, he's a guy. People see stuff in people. Now, when you get out there, you're going to try something and say, I maybe should have done something else. Just like veteran coaches, they find out that too. I think the thing for him is, like, everybody likes to say how tough a defense is, how tough offense is, how hard it is to learn. You've been playing football since you were little kids. You know how to look at a damn defense and pick it up. You know exactly what's going on. When we hear people talk about how tough for something is, it's normally the coach saying it. You know why? That's job security. my thing is more difficult than the other coaches.
Yeah.
No. All the holes are 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 3, 5, 7. Okay, you still gotta you run slant routes and it may be called something else in another offense. You run out routes, you run posts, you run hooks, you run square ends. All that stuff is the same. It's not as difficult as people think. It's how people fit it together. See what I'm saying? So whenever they come together, as you stated, try it out full speed. And the faster you do it, you begin to find out it's what's working and what's not working. The implementation stage, when you're doing it real slow, do that in the meetings. Do that in the walkthroughs. When you get together, everybody got to be like, go. Because then when the coach looks at the film, they can know who's behind, who's not. And you get it picks up a lot quicker.
One of the things I'm excited to see about this defense this year, you saw it. We were out there at minicamp. I was in for you. And the first day of rookie minicamp, I mean, they're doing nothing, B Mitch. This is very, very generic, very, very vanilla. The guys are still learning stuff. And they're already having, in 7-on-7, Sonny Styles mugged up in the A-gap. Yeah. Like, that's going to be new stuff that you're going to see defensively where they're still going to be learning the system. They're still trying to figure out what they're doing. Jalen Hurts, sure as heck's not going to know what's going on because I don't even know if everybody fully is going to understand what's going on the defensive side of the ball.
What the coach is doing with that stuff is let's put people in position to see how it looks on film.
Well, and that's another part of why. Yeah. That's another part of why you got to go full speed. Yeah. I got to know, all right, if I can put you in this position and you can still recover to get to here, all right, I know I can put you there. Versus, hey, if you're going half speed, I can't tell if you can get back to that zone that I need you to get back to.
Totally.
So doing those sorts of things at full speed in a practice, offense and defense,
it helps.
It helps inform, especially with the new coordinators. All right, I can use this guy in this role. I wasn't sure, but now that I see him at full speed, I can use him here.
So these OTA days and all that and the rookie minicaps, this is getting a feel for the newer person. They already have these coaches work, bro. They put in work. You know, they probably, all the guys they brought in free agency, they already watched them. They played against them. They seen them. They know what they're capable of. Now it's trying to take what they've done on other teams and implement it into what you're going to do on this team. And it's tougher for the rookies because the rookies did it in college in some offense and defenses that don't look like they do in the pros. But they've seen the other guys do it. And some of them might have been in a certain style of defense that fits yours. That's why you go get those guys. So now when you get the young guys, you want to see, can they get up to speed quickly with the veteran guys?
One of the things that I like when you've got new coordinators, and especially one that's building stuff like David Blau is, even though I was a little skeptical of the move overall, he's building this with Jaden Daniels in mind. He's not building this with a generic, all right, we've got this quarterback, and he's got to... It's Jaden Daniels. It's Terry McLaurin. He's looking at a guy like an Antonio Williams. How can I fit him in? It's De'Ami Brown. It's all these Jalen Lane. He's thinking of how can I build this for Chigakonkwo, and he's building it specifically for those guys. So I like the idea that when they come into training camp, when they come into OTAs, it's built for those guys, and they're going to be able to learn it pretty quick.
And and based off of that, hit the ground running.
800-636-1067.
That's our new saying.
They got to hit the ground running.
Hit the ground running, baby.
They got to up the intensity during training camp. How quickly do you think we'll know if this is going to be a different season? 800-636-1067. It's B Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
Touch your elbows.
B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Reminder coming up at 11 o'clock in about 13 minutes or so. Metro GM and CEO Randy Clark going to join us in studio to talk about the RFK 2.0 transportation situation. No new station going to be built over there. Sounds like they're going to have some improvements to the Stadium Armory station, so I want to get some thoughts from him on how they're going to make sure that fans can get to and from RFK 2.0 for games coming up in 2030. Until then, though, 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. How quick are we going to know this season if it's going to be different? I mean, this is a theme we talked about yesterday. We've talked about it today now, B. Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
With the season starting the way that it is, you're going to have extra motivation. You're going to be, guys are going to be having that juice because of the fact that you're facing Philadelphia. But you have to up the intensity of training camp, of the preseason, to make sure you're ready. Because if you're not ready to go and you face this schedule, B. Mitch, you can put yourself in a hole that you're not going to be able to dig yourself out.
You could. And my whole thing has always been you get ready to play football by playing football. And I know people like to say they could just do it because college football don't have preseason game. Have you ever been to a spring game in college football? It's like a real damn game. They go for it.
Well, and 80% of teams probably start with a cupcake anyways.
Yeah, but you start with a cupcake and you got 100+ people in college. You don't have it in the pros. So when you're playing against other teams, you got to be serious about it. And I understand everybody with the bubble wrap mentality, but bubble wrap ain't going to get nobody to the damn Super Bowl.
100%. I mean, look at the team in Kansas City that's been the cream of the crop in this league. I know last year wasn't the same, but they play tough in training camp. Andy Reid doesn't take it easy.
Yeah.
They go after it. So I think this year they've got to change things up and be ready to go. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Let's get out to Alton in Richmond. Alton, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up? How you doing? What's up, man?
We're good, man. What's happening?
I got a question on what you just asked. I got an answer for the question you just asked. The reason why I'm thinking we's not going to know is because until they put a second receiver in there or get somebody that's left to back up Terry and Jaden, it's going to be just like 2025 was. Because I can't see Adam Peters going into another season with Jaden and Terry and the cast and crew that you have as receivers when you still got receivers out there you can trade for or either get. I don't understand why he prolonged so many times and so long to get somebody in because you got Terry at 31. What you going to do after Terry? You can't put everything on Antonio. He's still going to be consensually a rookie. Once you get rid of Terry 31, you probably let him go next year. So then who you gonna hire to fill that slot?
Yeah.
You just can't keep bypassing on people, man. Get the people around the team. That's why TNA last. If we had one more receiver in 24, we probably would have gave the Eagles a little more than what we gave them, counting on our defense.
Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I think the wide receiver discussion is interesting, B. Mitch, because I think most of us presume that they're going to add another receiver in Brandon Ayuk at some point.
I believe they will add another receiver, but I'll be honest with you, those starts are not about the first 4 games this year. That's about later on. My whole thing is adding another receiver is not going to make that situation even better. The story about this team is going to be overall. Offense, defense, and special teams. There's not one position. You know what I'm saying? So, yes, another receiver probably could help, but they did add another receiver last year. They added Debo.
Yeah.
Then Terry got hurt. Okay? So the ultimate thing is you can't dismiss the fact they did add another receiver, and he played well. Debo played well. But when Terry was hurt, the other guys didn't step up. And I think right now, by bringing back Diami, okay, drafting Antonio, they may help. Luke may take a step. But you'll start to see that stuff once you start OTAs and the mini camps. And if it's not working, then yes, go make a move. But I just like everybody else believe they will add another receiver before the season starts.
Well, and my thing too is he's talking about the future of Terry and stuff. That's fine and well. When I'll worry about that after this season. I'm not worried about going into this year what the long-term future of Terry is on this team. I'm not worried about that.
I'm worried about this year.
Exactly. I need to know if he's going to be a massive help this year, which I think you got the full training camp. You're hoping he's back to the 1,000-yard receiver we saw a couple years ago, 1,200, 1,300 yards. And if that's the case, you've got a number one. I do think there are questions, though, about who the number 2 guy is and who's going to step up. Because do you just bring in a Brandon Ayuk and assume he's going to be that guy? You would hope so. But right now, you brought up a bunch of names, B. Mitch. I think the only issue that I have with the way that they approach that is you're banking on guys who maybe don't have the track record to make me believe it. Not to say they don't have the potential. There's a chance that Luke McCaffrey takes a big step in year 3. There's a chance that Jalen Lane takes a step in year 2. Antonio Williams, I really, really like. I think he can give you some juice as a rookie. Could De'Ami Brown recapture the magic we saw in the playoffs versus what we've seen in his other? So there's a bunch of stuff there, but it's a bunch of ifs. That's the only question I have about this second receiver on this offense.
Let's talk about it. If you bring in Ayuk or you bring in somebody else, that's the if too.
I agree.
So
100% agree.
So my thing is, when they drafted these guys with the mindset that they can help you. And I know every fan thinks as soon as you draft somebody, they're going to step in and hit the ground, they're going to be ready to go. I know. I've been through it where it takes you a little bit longer, 2 years, normally 3 years, when you really, most teams, after 3 years, if you're not doing it, then teams start thinking about, okay, we got to move on from them.
Yeah.
So this is right around the time where both of those, well, for sure, Luke, this is his time to hit it. And Jalen showed you where he's valuable at certain positions, certain things. The receiver aspect is going to have to grow some. And he knows that, and he got the right dude helping him as a receiver coach. So when he shows a little bit more, you can't look at him and act like he can't help you out. He's already ran 2 of them back last year. He could possibly do that again. And when he gets on the field, that speed will help.
Coming up next, we're going to have the GM and CEO of Metro, Randy Clark, join us to talk about the Metro station at RFK 2.0. Keep it tuned to B Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Commanders have the 16th hardest schedule in the NFL based on their opponent's winning percentage from last season. But those first 6 weeks of the year, well, they may feel a bit tougher than that. Week 1, they travel to Philadelphia, taking on the Eagles. Then week 2, they go to Dallas to face the Cowboys. Week 3, they have their home opener against Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Then week 4, they travel to London, taking on the Colts. Week 5, no bye week for them. They play the Giants. Week 6, traveling to San Francisco, playing the 49ers. And then finally in week 7, they get that bye week. And the Nationals host the Orioles to open a 3-game series for Rivalry Weekend, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. As always, listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. It is B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Root is the official show sponsor of B Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Root Pro partner at Root.com. And remember, if it ain't Root,
it ain't right.
Also, it's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, brought to you by Scotty's Vodka. And joining us now in studio.
Now, this is water in here.
Yeah. Joining us in studio, he's ready to go on
I thought we were
Scotty's
gonna
Vodka
rock
Red Bull
it
Friday.
Occasionally we have the Fridays where we will have some Scotties.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe after this segment. You got the GM and CEO of Metro, Randy Clark, joining us in studio. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Randy.
Hey, guys, thanks for having me. Thanks, Toby. And sitting next to B Mitch, that's a Friday,
Yeah,
right?
we were talking
about drinks with B Mitch on Friday.
Oh,
I like
yeah.
it. Adam Tuss is a jealous guy right now.
Yeah, I almost went to Saskatchewan to play football.
Did you?
out of
Rough
college.
Riders.
Yep.
Yeah. CFL,
But it was
three downs and a bigger ball.
It was 50 degrees in August, and I decided, being from Louisiana, that would not be a good move.
Yeah. And by the way, you had a Hall of Fame career. You should be. And so you did pretty well for yourself.
Appreciate you.
We were talking a little hockey beforehand. What'd you think of the Cap season this year? And you think we get another year of Ovi?
I'd love to see another year of Ovi because the Ovi Crosby thing, I think we got a little more gas in that tank. I went to Ovi's big party when he got the goal. The Ted and the team invited me over and talked to some of the guys. And I grew up, I grew up dreaming playing professional hockey as a little kid. Started skating when I was like probably 2 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Now I run trains and buses, so you got to have multiple skills in this life. I mean, the Caps are an awesome experience here. This is a great sports town. It's super fun town, and I hope we get another year over. That'd be cool.
You speak of working with trains and buses. I grew up playing with trains.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Maybe we should swap. I don't think I do nearly as good a job as you do.
Oh, well, appreciate that. The team does a great job. We have 13,000 teammates, and really proud to work with them every day. It's a great organization.
Cool. So the reason we have you in studio, obviously, Adam Tuss had a report the other day talking about maybe not having a new station at the RFK site. Before we get into that, was this something, when you saw the Harris ownership group took over with the Commanders, was this something that you're thinking, all right, they're probably going to get back to the RFK site, and so you were working on that before we officially knew that they were going to that site?
Yeah, for us, listen, very complex for us, just for listeners, right? So we are not part of the district, Metro, so some people think that. Our actual governance structure is, I have board members from D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and the federal government. So, and every year I got to get money from D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and the federal government.
So nobody ever are in line.
So we're innately, there's a lot of politics in our region to get a line. And remember at the time, Maryland and Virginia are both chasing the Commanders as well. So we kind of had a hunch that RFK, because it is the ancestral home, if you will, I think, as Josh Harris says, and we also have a station there. So when people talk no new station, we already have a station there, and it's called Stadium Armory. Yeah. It's literally named Stadium, but the problem we have is that station really can't handle what this new amazing experience is going to be. Not just the stadium, but the neighborhood that's going to get built kind of to supplement the Kingman Park neighborhood. So, we're down here in Half Street. Like the experience when you come out of Metro on Half Street to go to a Nats game is amazing because it's very transit oriented. People in jerseys, they're chanting, have a few drinks before, after, do their whole thing. We want to create that. So we've been working hand in glove with the Commanders, Mark Klaus and his team, great people. Obviously, the district, the mayor, her leadership has been awesome, and it's going to be her legacy of what she accomplished here, the council. This is a team effort, and we have got to figure out a way to get 70,000 people to rock RFK.
So when you the article comes out, and I think when people they hear a new site, a new metro station won't be built. What's like if you were to upgrade the old one? Can that kind of fit it, and with the fast buses? Lanes?
So what we need to do is we got to fix the current station we have, right? So it's what's good, just so people, and you probably a lot of your listeners are probably actually stuck in cars. See traffic, gotta get on Metro. We'll get a little more pitch here, right?
Well, if they bike to work day, they should be on their
there you go, biking. So just watch those Red Bulls too early. So we got a ton of capacity underground. So if you will, the subway and the Metro, we're good. We have 3 subway lines that go through there, like blue, orange, and silver. We're going to push so many trains through there. So we're going to have tons of capacity. The issue is we got to get people from the surface down, and that's where a big problem. So if you ever did July 4th in National Mall, we handle that very well, but we take about an hour and a half to clear the National Mall, right? If we don't change the way Stadium Armory is set up, we're going to have probably 2-hour waits for people. No one's going to want to spend $500 to go see the Commanders or a Beyonce concert and wait 2 hours.
Yeah.
Let alone if it's cold, if it's raining, and all the other kind of stuff, right? And then the people that are going to live there and the hotels and all the other kind of stuff. So what we need to do is modify that station. We have no elevators actually on the side of the station where the stadium is. So clearly that's a problem. We got to put some elevators in. We got to fix the elevator on the other side. And we want to kind of change the escalators and what we call mezzanine. So at Metro, you kind of go down the first escalator, you're into a mezzanine to go down to the platform. What we want to do is create a bigger mezzanine. If you've ever been to, say, a Foggy Bottom or some of our bigger stations, the mezzanine goes halfway across the platform. And what that allows us to do is distribute the crowds. Our platforms are 600 feet long, and we have 8-car train sets. And when we do that, then everyone can quickly get on 8 cars. We seal them up, train out. Next one can come in, on and on and on, and we can really move tens of thousands of people pretty well. The problem we have now, it's one funnel from the street. And so that's why we have to modify that station. So then the station's going to work great. The second thing we have to do, you mentioned B Mitch, is this rapid bus rapid transit, which we don't really do well locally, but it's done very well around the world and other parts of the U.S. Dedicated lanes where the buses can have, get away from traffic. We can move thousands of people between Union Station and the RFK site with limited X amount of stations. So it'll almost feel like the streetcar what it could have, should have been. But we'll do that with buses, cheaper, more flexible, but really high quality. And we'll have a transit center on the campus, and we're working with the Commanders of the city on that. So we spread again the crowd from the campus and at the stations themselves. Everyone can kind of move faster, have a great experience. We distribute them through the site. People can enjoy restaurants and the bars and the activities, and it makes Benning Road better for the people who live there all the time, not just for the games. It makes 8th Street way better. People have been promised a lot of stuff at 8th Street for a lot of time, and we should fulfill that and have really high-quality transit for the people that live there. I mean, it's one of our busiest corridors today, and everyone's stuck in traffic and not moving. So this is just transformational in so many ways, and we're just excited to be part of it.
Where does the funds come from that? All those 4 different places you named?
No, well, so the way we do it, again, governance is kind of unique. So when we do additions that are not kind of a regional project, so we were building, like upgrading our maintenance stuff, that's a regional kind of fund. But like these would be district-based funding. And I say that because right now we're building a new second entrance at Bethesda for the Purple Line interface. Maryland's paying for that. We're building a second entrance at Crystal City where Amazon headquarters and that interface, they're paying for that. We're doing a second one at Ballston just to start. Northern Virginia's paying for that one as well. So that's kind of been the history of how this comes together. I'm not saying that's the greatest or good or bad. It's just what it is. So we've been working really closely. I'll give a lot of credit. Chair, obviously the mayor's been awesome lead on this, and I've worked really closely with her. But Chair Mendelson, Councilmember Allen, Transportation Chair, they put a fund together. Is when they did remember the big deal and they got all the votes?
Yeah.
One of those items was hundreds of millions of dollars for a transit metro improvement fund. But we had to figure out what that meant. So it was kind of a placeholder, and we knew we would have to do some of this. So we spent $2 million to do a study and rapid fire here to say, hey, is this going to work? Is this not going to work? And give us kind of really a sense. Now we came out yesterday with our board to talk about what we think we really got to get done. I'll tell you, our issue is 4 years. Most people think is a long time. 4 years to go build all this stuff means we got to start yesterday.
Mhm.
So what we're trying to do is work with the district to get an agreement done by towards the end of July. That'll give certainty around funding and roles, responsibilities. Get design wrapped up over the by the winter. A lot of community engagement, especially probably the H Street corridor, and then rock and roll into procurement, design, construction, and then testing and all the other kind of stuff. So it's going to take a team effort. Metro, the city, commanders, everyone together to make sure that summer 2030, we are awesome and ready to go, and people are going to have a world-class experience.
We're joined in studio by the GM and CEO of Metro, Randy Clark. So we had Charles Allen on our station, our afternoon show, Grant and Danny, a little bit earlier this week. And he was talking about the $1 billion number that was thrown out about building a new station. He said he was a little skeptical on whether it truly would be $1 billion. So the question I would have is, how did you come up with the $1 billion figure to build a new station?
Yeah.
And also, how did you come to the idea that going to the Stadium Armory and upgrading that is feasible to be able to function and carry everybody necessary to get to RFK 2.0?
Yeah, great question. So I appreciate the council member's comment, and he's obviously very supportive of our goal line, and we've been working closely with tons of stuff. So the real thing here is it's not $1 billion for a station. It's really we got to fundamentally change the entire track structure to allow us to have a station. So if you go look at the fields today, you'll see what we call a portal, and the trains come out of the portal. They go up this huge grade, like it's really steep what the trains go up. Just as it gets flat, it goes around a big curve to go across the river. So Metro, we need to build a station. Remember, 600 feet long station. And then there's got to be past that as well for kind of support stuff. We need that to be on flat track and straight track. That doesn't exist there. And we put $1 billion, it could be more. We're just trying to kind of come up with an estimate. We'd have to kind of blow out from the tunnel, from that portal, create a new, what we would call a flyover or overpass. So you know how the elevated structure's there? We'd have to build a second one to create a flat enough area to build a station to then merge past the river. So the engineering, we don't want to say it's impossible because for enough money, anything's possible. But that's throwing a lot of money at something that doesn't provide. And what it really doesn't do, it doesn't add any capacity at all because it's still blue, orange, and silver trains. So let's say a train hits this hypothetical new station in the sky. The train is 100% full. Then it gets to Stadium Armory Station. Then we can't put anyone on the train. So for us, it's about circulation of people, not another station. The other station would not help in any way. And I think people forget how close this station is into the campus. It's about the same walk I walk every day to my Metro station or where we're sitting here to Nats Park. So it's not that it's far, but the gold line is also part of that. So it's much bigger than the station. We kind of use language to try to make it easier for people to understand, but this is like fundamentally blowing up the whole alignment that exists there.
And if you wanted to build all the new stuff, you said it wouldn't be realistic to get it done by 2030. With the improvements to the Stadium Armory, that could be done by 2030?
If, again, we're going to push.
Yesterday.
We're going to push really hard here, and the city's been great, but we need an agreement, we think, by July, because we got to do a public, everything we do is public, right? So public design process, community process, wrap up environmental, then public procurement, open procurement law, and then actually do the construction. And another big thing about construction for us, so the commanders, listen, building a stadium is a big thing, but it's an open field now. And so it's going to be a big thing, but they got that fenced off and it's their zone. We got to figure out how to upgrade Stadium Armory Station, and we run a train every 3 minutes in each direction at peak hour. So that means weekend shutdowns, overnight work, all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of running a marathon while having a heart attack for us because you can't just go, we won't run the trains in that area for 4 months and build a station because it connects to New Carrollton, Largo, and all these other places. So that's not an option for us. So we have a lot of construction sequencing. Plus, we have all these other things all over the region that we work on as well. So we're all in. We want to make this successful. We want the district to be successful. We want our region to be successful. We want the commanders to be successful. And I think it's going to be really awesome there.
If you get the improvements to the station that's there, will you be able to confidently say that, you know what, Super Bowl come, we should be able to handle this? It's not going to overtake anything.
You know who I can't wait for Roger Goodell, Josh Harris to say.
Talk to them. They like to put money into stuff.
To say NFL has no money. Come on, I'm joking.
Hey, when there's a new stadium being built, they like to throw a little.
I
I
think we all know the dream here is to land a Super Bowl. But the other thing is, how about Women's World Cup? There's been talk about that. That would be amazing. Maybe someday we could host the Olympics. That started a kick, 15 years ago or 10 years ago. Maybe that stadium allows us to have those conversations again. the Taylor Swift and Beyonce shows, like some of this FIFA match this summer. Clearly, we'd be hosting if we had this brand new stadium, right?
Yes.
Maybe the final, quite frankly. The upside here is so big, and that sports center that the mayor is putting together for the kids, that's going to be incredible. Look at Navy Yard today. 20 years ago, this was like a bunch of parking lots, and you know what started it all? Metro, this station created everything around here. Noma Station, that infill station, in 2005, I guess it was, about that opened. We now move over 30,000 people a day at that station. So where Metro goes, everything just happens. And it's so fun when you go to an awesome city that has a transit-oriented kind of sporting environment, kind of like even like the Monumental has for the Capital One. There's just a feel there. The bars are full. People are excited. You go to a Spirit or DC United game. We want to bring that energy here, and then with 70,000 people chanting, that's going to be pretty cool.
That'd be a lot of people.
You mentioned the Gold Line and adding buses. How is that going to affect traffic? And you've mentioned that maybe DC hasn't been the best at that in the past. How confident are you be able to implement that pretty well, like you've seen in other cities?
Well, we're going to need it's not our street, right? So it's going to be a team effort. Everything's a team effort. We're going to have to lock in, and I would basically say, are we going to do stuff for a lot of people or stuff for a few people? And that might mean some parking's going to have to move on 8th Street, which has been the political stuff with parking. And I say this hypothetically, but if we were going to lose 25 parking spaces and that allowed thousands of people to have better transit that live there, the businesses are there year round, the residents there, plus for all these game and big events, and make 8th Street kind of almost an extension of the campus for economic development, wouldn't that be a great community outcome that we're after?
Sure.
So those are the hard trade-offs that we have to have as a conversation. And the streetcar showed, like the streetcar, a guy could go in for a delivery at Uber Eats and double park, and the train doesn't move with 100 people on it. I mean, what's the sense of building all this stuff if you're not going to have people move it, right? Our job is to move a lot of people efficiently. And if you do that, everyone in cars, like if you're out there driving and you're listening to this right now and you're like, I hate Metro and this guy's full of whatever, the number one thing you should want is everyone else on Metro, right? Metro is not just for people to take it. Metro is to make it better for everyone else. So if you have a van and you do construction or electrician or catering business, you can't be on Metro. You want everyone else to ride Metro. And so the better we perform, the more traffic goes down and the more people can live a better life here.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what this stadium is going to have about 8,000 parking spots.
Yeah.
Compared to what they've got now at Northwest, it's so much fewer.
Yep.
What do you estimate is going to be the amount of traffic that Metro is going to handle going into games?
Yeah, right now we're thinking it could be a good 30,000 people on Metro going between these two lines. Like, think of how awesome that is. But one thing we do really well, we're awesome at moving big crowds. We know how to do this if the infrastructure's set up. So like Smithsonian, we move major crowds all the time there, but it's look at Cherry Blossom. There'll be a Saturday at Cherry Blossom, we knock off just for you got the listeners, yesterday we moved better part of 1 million people.
Wow.
To give you an idea of Metro between rail and bus, right? So we know how to move people. If we have the transit supportive infrastructure, we know how to get this done. We have a big police department. We work, public safety is a big thing for us. By the way, lowest crime we've ever had in the history of Metro, right, in last year and this year. So the place is safe. We're running the fastest trains we've run in 20 years. Highest reliability April we've had in a long, long time. So we'll have some issues from time to time, but the system's humming really well. Gas prices are expensive. This area is a very expensive place to live. We want to be that affordable way that people can kind of get around. So we're really excited. This is a lot of human beings are going to work really hard to make this happen. And I think MetLife Stadium tried this. Do you remember the kind of big disaster that happened at MetLife Stadium, right? When they hosted Super and it was a 4-hour wait. We know we don't want that. And therefore we're going to be very prepared with the city and with the district and with the team to make sure this is, a world-class experience, not just a world-class stadium, but the experience has to be world-class.
We may need a Metro just for the cherry blossoms because you got to let people understand they can't park on the street and take pictures for cherry blossoms.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, isn't it?
Independence every morning.
Yeah.
That is the worst time in the world.
Yeah, but it's also
just stop.
It's so beautiful. It's and we are so busy. We'll have a Saturday where 500, 600,000 people take rail down to and we're just packed, But here's what we'll do. On a day like that, we might have cherry blossom crowds. We'll have a Nats game. Could be a DC United or Spirit game. And if the Caps or the Wizards, at the end of the season. So in the same day, on 1 or 2 subway lines, we're going to be managing all those people. That's just what we do all the time. We just need the infrastructure to be ready to, one elevator at the wrong end isn't going to work, right? I think some of the stuff is pretty obvious when you see it.
Yeah.
A lot of people haven't actually stood outside the Metro at Stadium Armory and thought about it. They think from their kid days or they saw it on a map. If you go out there, you quickly go, oh, I can see what's going to happen here. And it's like the walk.
Jeff rides it.
Yeah, but the walk today is obviously bad. The walk when this thing's over is going to be amazing because it's going to be part of the experience.
Yeah.
The Commanders and that whole kind of entryway into the stadium, like the fan zone. It's just going to be awesome.
Yeah.
What's your confidence level that this stuff is going to happen?
We are prepared. If the city is ready to activate the MOU, we're going to go all in. And if we're going to do something, we're going to get it done on time.
Last thing, you mentioned.
Well, I won't be allowed to go to the opening game. That's for sure.
You mentioned.
I get booed enough. Guys, see what a guy tweeted at me last night?
Yeah, I did.
That was awesome. What a punchable face. I was like, that is good. I was like, what a crowd I'm going into here. Yeah.
You mentioned if nothing gets done, you're thinking 2+ hours. What is your ideal timeline to get fans out and some of the procedures if you get the upgrades and everything necessary?
And remember, every experience can be a little different. So a 1 o'clock Sunday game is going to be a totally different experience than a Sunday night game. 1 o'clock game, and I think I'm sure the Commanders
and
want this.
No issues like a Sunday night game. No issues of people having to leave games early.
No, but Sunday night, we took care of that with the Commanders actually, and new ownership here and new leadership Metro. We changed our whole policy. We work with them. We're good. They do advertising with us. We stayed open late twice last year for them. We'll do it again. I think what we got this year: Monday night, 2 Monday nights,
Monday night, Thursday night, Sunday
and
night.
a Sunday night. So because schedule just came. I'm sure you guys talk about that. So we'll be there to support that, make sure people get from Morgan Boulevard and make that happen. Toby, the difference is a Sunday night experience. Everyone's going to leave at the same time.
Yeah,
that's going to take longer. A Saturday or Sunday afternoon experience, people are going to drag around, go to have a couple, do their thing. That's going to be different. So. Part of this is how much we can make the gold line work well, distribute people. Because part of the idea is if you're on the red line, so Montgomery County or anywhere in the district in the red line, we want you to get to Union Station or say VRE or MARC trains. We want you to then go from Union Station on the gold line over versus going to Metro Center and getting blue, orange, and silver. So then we can distribute everybody. If we can get that done right, we're going to really reduce that time and allow people to get on trains and get out there pretty fast.
Appreciate Randy Clark dropping by and hanging out with us in studio, answering some.
You guys are doing my dream job, sitting around talking about sports all day long. A lot better than my stuff, man. I'll tell you that.
Can't complain. You do a heck of a job with Metro.
Yeah.
GM and CEO of Metro, Randy Clark, joining us in studio. Appreciate you,
guys.
Appreciate you, Randy.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in and want to react to anything that Randy said, feel free to hop in. You're listening to B Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The leaks are over and the 2026 NFL schedule has officially been released. Here are a few highlights. Seahawks will host the Patriots in an NFL opener, marking the first time since 2016 that the NFL has opened the season with the Super Bowl rematch. The NFL's first ever Thanksgiving Eve game will feature the Rams hosting the Packers on Netflix. And as for the Commanders, well, they have 4 primetime games this season. Week 6 at the 49ers, that's Monday Night Football. Week 8, Sunday Night Football against the Eagles. Week 10 at Giants on Thursday night. And Week 11, they host the Bengals on Monday Night Football. And of course, in Week 4, they travel to London to face the Colts. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP today. Appreciate Randy Clark dropping by.
Yeah.
He's a fun dude to hang out with. So I appreciate him dropping by. Want to get your reaction to what he had to say.
We should get the Caps to let Randy go to a practice one day with him.
Yeah.
Show him how it is.
Yeah, he was talking all about
Hit him
hockey.
a little bit, see if he likes it.
Hey, you think we could set that up for me with the Commanders? Like
Jeff, no.
You know what? I do want Sonny Styles to hit you.
Jeff,
hey, I'm with it. Pause. But I catch a pass coming across the middle.
Die. Jeff,
you don't know unless you try.
You should have done it when you were 280. Right now, you too small to
now,
do
it. AB, I think
you are basically what skinny boy that we.
I'm
have
a
here?
slot. I'm a slot receiver.
No,
now.
the cornerback we got rid of.
Forbes.
Yeah, you Forbes
nah,
right now.
I think I'm bigger than Forbes.
I just saw that when he sent out some dude. You get burned every damn game, even with the Rams. Come on, dog.
He tweeted out yesterday, "Get back, don't have a date."
Yeah, he gonna get back. Get his ass back on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, we'll gladly welcome you back here. I didn't have much of an issue with Forbes, but man, you gotta relax, dude. You weren't very good here.
Yeah, relax, dude.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. I think, when you look at some of the discussion around what we were talking about with Randy Clark, I mean, they're going to upgrade that station, B Mitch. I think they're going to be able to handle the large crowds. It's interesting to see some of the ways that they're going to try to implement it. He talked about the buses. He laid that out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to see how that goes and if that is something that they can run well. Because he talked about it. D.C. hasn't really done that well. You've seen it in other cities.
You know why it hadn't done well? Because other cities basically tell you that's a bus lane. You park in that bus lane in other cities, your car's gone. You probably have the biggest ticket. You'll never do it again. I watch cars parked in all kind of lanes in D.C. and they do nothing about it. They have to make sure they go out there and police that. And if somebody parks in that lane, move it out the way. The fine is going to be so damn big, they'll never do it again.
And that to me is the thing, is I think traffic around those, it sounds like he may want to try to expand those lanes a little bit. If that's the case, then maybe it doesn't impact traffic all that much. But I have a hard time believing watching drivers around here that if there isn't traffic, dudes aren't just going to end up going right in that bus lane. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. If it gets enforced and people actually follow the rules on it.
You have to enforce it. And that's just the thing about it. And if you enforce it, let's be real. If you don't enforce it, you have people waiting. You affect your income.
Yeah.
What the city needs, money. So anybody that does something to affect your income, you make sure that they understand how it's going to hurt their pockets.
Yeah. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Mike in Ashburn. Mike, what's going on?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
How you doing, man?
I remember going to RFK, and we would go down either, I think it was 395, 295, and we parked in Lot 8. And the traffic really wasn't that bad. Back then, you didn't have any parking passes. You just paid them like $5 when you got to the attendant. And but when I heard on the radio today, the guy said 70,000 seats with 8,000 parking spots.
Yeah.
That tells me no tailgating. Because we have a spot at FedEx Field now. We've been parked in the same spot since 1997. And I have I have a little Honda generator. It's real quiet. Run 8 hours on a half a gallon of gas, and I have the Dish Network Playmaker, and I got a 32-inch LED we set up in the back. And for the 4 o'clock games, we'll watch all the 1 o'clock games while we're tailgating. Or if it's an 8 o'clock game, we'll watch all the 4 o'clock games, and we have a blast. And we have you go into, I don't know how many spots are in FedEx. It must be 20,000, 25,000 parking spots, but telling me 8,000.
Mike, listen, I've talked to the people over there at the Commanders, and they say there will be areas for tailgating. I understand, but I don't think that their number one worry is going to be tailgating. They got to get a stadium in there and worry about that stuff, but I believe that there will be areas to tailgate.
I'm just curious, the 8,000 seat.
Well, you may not have your parking spot, but there'll be areas to tailgate.
Appreciate the phone
It'll
call.
be other areas to tailgate, though. Like, listen, they got some homes around there. I guarantee you they're going to utilize that.
Well, and the thing is, I understand that tailgating has become a big part of the culture of being a fan of this team. Frankly, they have not been good in my lifetime. So a lot of people, the highlight of going to a game at Northwest Stadium is the tailgate. So I understand that. But the benefit of getting the stadium back into the city is you can take a metro to the game, which realistically right now is more difficult, and you get the environment of being in the city, which you don't get right now. Unfortunately, that comes at the expense of there's just not going to be as much room for tailgating. And I know there are lots of fans that love tailgating, but that is one of the things that unfortunately goes. And it's not to say that there's going to be no tailgating. You talked about
it. It will be tailgating.
There will be some.
Because that's what I talked to Mark Klaus about. I was like, yo, man, every time we bring up anything about the stadium, it immediately goes to tailgating. He said there will be areas to tailgate. And I believe that. Like when I went to Green Bay, I put my parking pass was in this man's yard.
Yeah.
But this man's yard had a bar. They had food, and there were other people paying to park there, and they were tailgating in his yard.
Well, and I think it's going to be tough because I think a lot of fans, when they think tailgating for what they've done for years, it's going to be out of the back of their pickup truck or out of the back of their van, and they're setting stuff up like he just said. I think it just might be a different form of tailgating for some people this upcoming with this stadium, right? You're going to have the fan zone that he's talking about. There's going to be food and stuff and tables.
But it's going to be areas where they could do that as well.
So yeah, I just think it's going to be different, and it's unfortunate for a lot of people that tailgate. But at the same point, I think I'd be just thrilled to have the stadium back at RFK. Juan's in Fairfax. Juan, what's going on?
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Pretty good. So, I like the idea of what they're saying. I like it. Don't get me wrong. I do like it. But you have to understand, the Washington Wizards and the Washington Commanders have not been a good team in a long time. Listen to what I'm telling you. They have not been good for a long time. You're going to have a wave that's going to come through. And I'm going to tell you, you're going to have people that's coming out of town, out of state, and it's going to be a wave. And I'm telling you, look how they did when Jane Daniels took the Commanders to the playoffs his first year. Oh, my God. It's going to be a wave that's coming through. I just hope and pray that the Metro can accommodate what's about to happen. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Well, I appreciate the phone call.
I understand what you're saying, and I think that's the reason why they need to improve it.
Yeah. Well, and they can
that wave is going to come, and I think what he's saying about the improvements, look, I understand a new station would probably make a lot more people comfortable, but they feel it's kind of damn near impossible. But if you improve this one, and when the wave comes through now, instead of having Jeff say he goes through there, and having all those people having to stand down there, and it'd be a lot easier. I'm based. Listen, I had looked at it when I heard the story the first time. The notion you got was no new station, no stadium. That's how it kind of came across.
That's how it felt a little bit.
Well, now it's like, okay, we're going to improve this one to be better. Also add the buses to it. Yes, it's going to be more people coming through, but all those people are not going to be on the train at the same time.
Yeah.
By having the businesses down there, the restaurants and things, people will be utilizing those places as well. So when you're leaving, I'm still eating and drinking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. I've never gone to Stadium Armory as a Metro station, so I'm curious to get the opinion of someone that has. Jeff said he uses it all the time. So, Jeff, hearing what you heard from Randy talking about it, you think that putting all the improvements and doing those sorts of things makes it feasible that you're going to get 60,000, 50,000 fans to RFK 2.0?
But all 70,000 people will not be riding Metro.
No, not at all once, but yeah.
I think with the plan, it definitely can handle it. But with no plan, if they don't do nothing around that area, it can't. No matter if you came from Broccoli City, if you went to any of the festivals that was in parking lot, what's that, 8 or parking lot B, whatever it is, where I fish at. It's been hours, people waiting hours to, get on the train. Most people, they don't mind the walk. They'll walk up to LaFont Plaza. So they just have to do something. Will it work? Yes. Even if you had some type of buses outside that'll help get people out, but they have that mezzanine, whatever you were saying, that they have to expand. They have to expand that.
Yeah.
They have to, because we've seen how the traffic is coming from, the stadium, Morgan Boulevard and all that. Come on, man. This is RFK. A lot of people don't like driving in DC. A lot of people don't like parking in DC. So there will be a lot of people that take the Metro. They got to do something. Hey, it sound good. Now we watch.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned he was thinking 30,000 fans go into RFK via Metro. I wouldn't be surprised if sometimes it's larger than that. I mean, you look at for me.
But if they don't improve nothing at all, it's going to be hell.
It's true. And for me, I would plan on taking Metro to games over there. That's kind of the way I'd be going over there. I don't want to deal with parking. And, I know a lot of people that are covering would drive over there and different things. But for the most part, I think a lot of fans are going to think, unless you're a season ticket holder that comes with a parking pass or something like that, or they do have some tailgating, you're going to be over there every game, Metro is going to be the most convenient way to get over there.
Probably
so it's something that I think is going to be major, and it sounds like they have ideas to improve this. You hope it works, and something that they'll be able to get done and in time for the stadium to open in 2030. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. We just had the Metro GM and CEO Randy Clark in studio. It was fun to chat with him. What did you make of what he had to say, and do you have concerns about trying to get to RFK 2.0 via Metro? Coming up at 12 o'clock, Chase Hughes from Monumental set to join us. It's B Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
B Mitch here. Summer riding season is almost here, and if you're ready to hit the road, make sure Law Tigers is riding with you. When I met the crew at Law Tigers, I knew they were different. They're not just lawyers, they're riders too. They know the freedom of being on two wheels, and they understand what families go through after an accident. They have my back, and if something happens, they'll fight for you too. Ride smart, ride confident, visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Calfus and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. What do you make of the concerns about 2030, RFK 2.0, and Metro and the transportation getting over there? Randy Clark, we had him in studio to start the hour. He gave some of the perspective from Metro side on how they're going to be able to get this done. What do you say? 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Shane in Fairfax. Shane, what's going on?
What up, guys? How y'all doing on this beautiful day?
We're good, man.
Hey, look, here's the thing. It's called a pontoon boat. I ain't worried about nothing. I'll be on the Anacostia River chilling in my pontoon. I get to finally use it besides for something fishing. I can get out there and grill. Like he said, we got to tell I can't even say it now. Tailgate different now. Hey, we did it like we do in the Vol Nation. We have a Navy. Let's build a Navy. We are the commanders. Let's build up that Navy yard. Let's start putting boats on the Anacostia. Let's start building up that. I ain't worried at all.
Appreciate the phone call, Shane. Yeah, I tend to agree that there are going to be different ways of transportation over there that pop up. Right now, you're kind of thinking, all right, there's going to be parking, there's going to be Metro, there's going to be rideshare, Uber, and all those sorts of things. I'm sure there will be some other ways to get over there. With the buses that they were throwing, I don't think there's going to be much issue, assuming that they can get all the improvements that they want
boat
done.
Thing, I want to see that. I really want to see that boat.
I know. I would love that.
Eventually, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, you got dude roll in with a boat. You had a taxi on the boat on the water too.
Come park down here in the Navy Yard and take the boat over or something like that.
Yeah,
that'd be great. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Rich.
Jeff will come over there with his canoe.
Well, Jeff will be fishing. Rich, what's going on?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, man.
I think everybody needs to take a chill pill on this whole parking thing, all right? First of all, these are really smart people that are preparing to build this stadium. They've thought everything through very carefully. I don't think they're very concerned about the few thousand folks who've been tailgating at FedEx Field for however many years it's been. That's my first comment. The second comment is they're not going to be able to afford the tailgate when they see the ticket prices. The third comment is there's Uber. I'm already thinking about it. Like, in order of priority, we need to get the team into the city. We need to get a new stadium that can draw more talent to the team and more success for the millions of folks that are in the DMV. That's the big picture. It's not the 3,000 folks who want to cook hot dogs and sausages in the parking lot. We're going to be able to figure out the commute to and from the stadium. My thought is, I was excited about it coming in and not having that many. I can go to a metro station 2 or 3 stops prior, hop in an Uber, and have them drop me off at the front doorstep. I mean, it's very low on the list of priorities as far as I'm concerned.
Appreciate the phone call, Rich. I mean, one of the things that I like about it, B Mitch, just from my own personal standpoint, I don't mind spending a little bit on a ticket to go to a game. Understanding, if I want to go to, well, I'm not rich, but if I want to go to an important game, I understand tickets aren't going to be cheap. What I hate is when I have to spend $70-$80 on parking on top of that. Now I have the opportunity to spend $5-$10 on a Metro ride over. I don't want to have to walk a mile from the Metro station to the stadium. That's not going to be the case at RFK 2.0. So now I have different options to get there.
Yeah.
Versus at Northwest, it's realistically, you park there, you Uber there, or you're going to walk a mile after you Metro there. So I like the idea that it gives people different options to get to the stadium. Unfortunately, that means some of you aren't going to be able to tailgate, but for people like me, that's okay.
Let's understand this, bro. The stadium is being built. All that, like every time we bring up a topic, the topic, we were asking about the Metro station, helping a lot of people get there, and they go to tailgating. The people that are Metroing in are not necessarily worried about that. They want to make sure that they don't be on the ground 2 damn hours trying to get up top. Or when they're leaving, that they can get down and the train is going to be there. It's not the other stuff. So every topic, just like every time we bring up something about the team, first person to call what? Man, the name. Dude, we gave you the topic. Let's stick to that.
800-636-1067. Last call on this before we get to Chase Hughes coming up at noon. Manny's in Southeast. Manny, what's going on?
Hey guys, what's happening?
Good,
As
man.
a native Washingtonian, Southeast Washingtonian, DC Armory has been my metro stop of choice for all my life. It's not even a problem. I don't see it as a problem. What is the problem is that the metro needs to be upgraded anyway for that new stuff that's coming in. Metro needs to be upgraded. But it's 5 metros within the 3 to 5 mile radius around. Like he just said, you got Bennett Road, Potomac Avenue, you got Capitol Heights. That's all down Central Avenue. That's straight shots. You can get an Uber, take it straight there. The bus is going to come. The man just said 30,000 per station. So that's 5 times 30,000. If we moving in that direction, that's 2 times the number of people that can actually fit in the stadium itself. Everybody else is going to be, like Brian said earlier, everybody else is going to be perusing everything, all the new amenities that's around it because we have it. So we're going to be there. We can watch the game at a sports bar right beside the stadium and be doing whatever we want to do out there. So, I mean, I guess a lot of this nervousness is coming from people that don't live in the city.
Appreciate the phone call, Manny.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's also the upgrades are going to help people on non-game days in the area.
True.
They're going to upgrade the station.
That's the thing. I like when I first heard the story. I this whole story when it popped up is not what the story really is. And after listening to him, it's going to be upgraded to help out everything, not just on game day. It's every day, and that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, 100%. Chase Hughes from Monumental set to join us next. I want to talk to him about the Wizards. He was at the NBA Draft Combine, also the NBA Draft Lottery. Had a video of AJ DeBonsa that went a little viral, so we can ask him about that. Chase Hughes set to join us next. You're going to be Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? CBS Sports highlighted one good thing and one bad thing about every team's schedule. So do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first? All right, for the Commanders, the good news is that they have a manageable late season stretch that allows for a potential playoff push, including home games against the Titans and the Falcons in December. The bad news, well, it's the first 6 weeks of their schedule. At Eagles, at Cowboys, home against the Seahawks, going to London, then you come home to face the Giants, then you travel to the 49ers in week 6, and then you get that bye week. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring for the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in DC, visit Mervis. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
To Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday here on the Fan, brought to you by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka, and the B Mitch and Finley program is brought to you by Rude, the official show sponsor. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Toby Altizer sitting in for JP Finley today alongside Brian Mitchell, and it's time to get out to the Rude guest hotline. Bring in our buddy from Monumental, Chase Hughes. Chase, what's going on,
up,
man?
brother?
Hey, what's going on, guys? B Mitch, you would appreciate this. Today I'm going to kick off crab season, so I'm looking forward to that.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
Are you cooking them or you go and buy them?
Oh, I'm not cooking them. You know, you probably know this better than anyone. It just makes your house smell like crabs. So
that's why you do it outside.
Yeah, there you go.
If you do it outside, your house will smell like crab, dude.
So, Chase, you've been in Chicago, right, for all of the stuff going down with the NBA Draft Lottery, NBA Combine. What were some of your takeaways? Obviously, the Wiz get the number one pick, but seeing the guys work out and everything at the Combine, what'd you make of it?
Yeah, I think a very impressive combine. I mean, you never want to make too much of like the athletic measurements and, you know, how high people jump. The more you look back at the history of the combine, you can sort of see that some of that stuff doesn't matter as much as you might think at face value. But I think it confirmed that this draft class has a special group of athletes at the top. I think all four of the top prospects, A.J. Devonta, Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer, and Caleb Wilson, did something that would catch your eye and be like, whoa, that's unusual for someone their size. Devonta in particular, I mean, it is unbelievable. I'm just running the numbers right now. I'm going to write a story. 6'8.5" without shoes, 42-inch vertical leap. So he's basically the same height as Dwight Howard, but jumps higher than Derrick Rose. And the most ridiculous thing I found so far is he had the same three-quarter court sprint as John Wall. So I think we're talking about one of the best athletes to ever come into the NBA. And if you're looking at this century, maybe right after LeBron and Victor Wembanyama.
What was it about Caleb Wilson that made you go, wow, can a guy, that guy could do that?
Well, he measured in a little bit taller than I thought. He's about 6'9" without shoes, which means he's going to be 6'10" plus on the court. And it's tough to tell. You know, I watched a lot of his games this year. I watched him go up against Cameron Boozer, of course, Duke UNC. And the angle of the television camera, you can't tell who's taller, but he's a little bit taller than Cam Boozer. So I think that's worth noting. Pretty fast and also close to a 40-inch vertical leap. Also not normal for a guy that size. Like, you just don't see athletes like this come around very often. And it's crazy because he's been overshadowed a little bit by Devonta, who's even more special in that regard.
Like Peterson came out and talked about the creatine. What was that conversation? I'm sure you're there. People were discussing that. What was the conversation like?
Yeah, so I was there for Peterson's entire press conference, and he was asked about that. And the most interesting thing he said is that teams aren't asking him about it. He said he was kind of surprised by that, but he had done an interview with ESPN recently where he kind of cleared up some of those questions, blamed it on creatine. He said during the press conference that, when he got to Kansas, they wanted him to bulk up, and they were giving him creatine and smoothies, and that led to cramps, and it was basically cramps around his entire body. And so he mentioned that a little bit, explained it further, and then said, yeah, surprisingly, teams aren't even really asking me about that.
Talking with Chase Hughes from Monumental here on B Mitch and Finley. I think that you'll appreciate this, B Mitch. So they had the interviews the last couple of days, and generally it's a casual setting. I saw Chase write about this in his story. Guys usually showing up in shorts and a T-shirt or their workout equipment, whatever. AJ DeBonsa showed up in a suit and tie, ready to roll, like a number 1 overall pick. What'd you make of AJ? He seems like such an impressive individual.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool. I haven't seen that before. I've been in this setting probably 4 or 5 times. It's usually very casual. And he said that he treated the whole day like a job interview. He'd met with some teams that morning, and his father was like, well, it's a job interview. Why don't you dress up like it's a job interview? So he put on a suit and tie. He said that he's never had a job before because he's been taking basketball very serious since he was 13 years old. The closest thing he ever had to a job, and this relates to him and his dad, when he played in the McDonald's All-American game last year, his dad implored him to work a shift at McDonald's. So he worked a drive-thru at a McDonald's and was handing out fries and shakes. And so
Daddy, he's not going to have to do that.
Take this, no, he's not going to have to do that. I don't think he's ever going to have a real job again. Yeah, exactly. But so he wanted to kind of embrace the entire process and do what anyone else would do if they had a job interview.
But tell him this is what happened in the job interview for the NBA. Make the shots, flush the ball, and block other people's shot. That suit don't make one bit of difference. Now, when you get off of it, be sharp. Be sharp. Yeah, be sharp.
Right.
What's your feel? We've had discussion. We were talking about this yesterday a little bit of would the Wizards consider trading back to 2 with the Jazz, understanding how much Utah, at least the link there of wanting AJ DeBonsa. What's your feel on that? Do you think that's something that the Wizards are going to truly consider, or do you think they end up sticking and picking at 1? How do you feel about that situation there?
I definitely think they're going to consider it. I mean, Michael Winger, I think, has indicated that on the record. You have to consider it, right? It's part of due diligence. You got to know what your options are. And so I think they'll weigh their options. But I don't think they have really zeroed in on either of these players yet. And so I think they got to figure that out first. And they've got some time. And I think once they determine which guy they want, if it's someone they feel like they can get it to, I think that becomes a more viable option. But, just looking at the face of it, it doesn't happen often where the number 1 pick is traded. I think there's a lot of reasons for that. It's a very rare opportunity to select first and to just have your pick of all the players. I mean, think about it, how unique that is within an executive's career. You don't get to do that in free agency or trades, really. This is your one opportunity, and it happens to be a great draft class. So, Michael Winger and Will Dawkins probably see this through their experiences, maybe a once-in-a-career opportunity, right? And then it's also risky. I mean, it doesn't happen often, and when it does, sometimes it backfires. The last time the first pick was traded, it was Markelle Fultz, the Celtics, who were run by Danny Ainge at the time. Of course, he's in Utah. They moved back, got Jason Tatum. Didn't work out for the Sixers very well. So sometimes you don't want to overthink it. You got the number 1 pick at a great draft class. Take the guy you want. But if they feel like they can get that guy at 2 or maybe 3 or 4, I definitely think they'll consider it.
But I think if the guy the other people want is the one that, some people say there is not a clear-cut number 1. Some people lean towards DeBonsa. Some people leave towards Peterson. But if the team behind you wants what's called, I'm going to manipulate that, get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, how much or how bad do they want him?
That's what I'm saying.
Whatever player it is. Right, exactly.
If they really love him, they could probably have him, and I'm going to get something for it.
Right. You just got to be very sure of your evaluation if you're moving back that the guy you're getting could be better, or at least the package could, at a minimum, work in your favor, depending on what you also get. Because obviously, if you're moving back from 1, you're going to have to pay a price to do that.
Totally.
Chase, for you as an evaluator, not asking like what Winger and them are going to do, but just for you specifically, when you look at the top 2 guys, which would be DeBonsa and Peterson, and the downsides of the 2 guys, for Peterson, it's this creatine, cramping, injury thing, and some people are wondering whether he's checking himself out of games. That stuff doesn't bother me as much when he comes to the NBA, so it's more so an injury-related thing. And on the floor, I mean, there's not many weaknesses in his game versus AJ DeBonsa. You don't have to worry about the injury stuff or off-court things. It's more so what is his three-point shot going to look like in defense? When you're evaluating and you're trying to make a decision, if you were making the number 1 overall pick, how much do those weigh in versus both these guys have superstar ceilings?
I mean, all of it factors in. I mean, I think with both of those guys, with their weaknesses, it comes down to how much you can coach that up. Obviously, DeBonta, I don't think his shot is a big concern. I mean, he shot not a great percentage from three, but there were portions of the season where he shot really well from three on a good amount of attempts. So anytime there's a guy with a developing shot, you got to try to project, can we make this better? Both of them will have to improve defensively. I mean, DeBonta was really honest about that, said he played kind of lazy off-ball defense, and he knows he's not going to be able to do that at the next level. Peterson, I think for him, it's not just the injuries. You got to determine what his position is long-term and how passing factors in. He was a very low assist guy, so kind of like Ace Bailey last year is like, okay, can we develop this guy into more than just a scorer? But it's interesting because he said he's played point guard his whole life. So I think their teams, and the Wizards definitely do this, will have to look at, what he did in the AAU circuit and in high school to determine if they think he can be more of a playmaker long-term, which is what he wants to be. So they're definitely got to factor all that in. Shooting, I think the Wizards, Will Dawkins at one time, I thought put it well about shooting, where he said you can turn a bad shooter into a good shooter and a good shooter into a great shooter, but you can't turn a bad shooter into a great shooter. So there's a starting point, right? Mm-hmm. But both of these guys, I think, have a pretty decent starting point, especially Peterson when it comes to that.
Some people think point guard means get points guard. so
Right.
I mean, I'm shooting it all the time. No. Point guard means you got to make everybody else get involved.
And even in this day and age, the point guard position has changed over the years, but some of those same principles certainly apply.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big proponent of size, and that's partially why I'm big on DeBonta over Peterson. But if Peterson can play the point guard position, that'd be a pretty big guard, almost 6'6", for what he's going to give you. How much does that play into it? And some of the versatility. Peterson's going to be a combo guard versus AJ DeBonta. If you can work on his defense, could potentially guard 1 through 4 and give you a little more versatility just because of his size.
Yeah, I mean, on the topic of size, I thought Darren Peterson measuring at 6'4.5" without shoes was a good sign for him. Again, it's hard to tell when you're watching the games on TV. That's why scouts go out and watch these guys in person. And you talk to NBA scouts. What a lot of them will do is get there for warm-ups and stand on the baseline or stand on the sideline and just try to get a good sense of how tall a guy is, because the colleges aren't necessarily going to be truthful in that. But
they lie.
6'4.5" without shoes. Yeah, same exact height as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Devin Booker, two guys that Peterson himself compares himself to. Same exact height as Dylan Harper last year. So he's got positional size. Certainly at the 1, I think even at the 2, that's tall enough. So about 6'6" on the court. But yeah, I mean, DeBonta, he was taller than I expected he would be at 6'8.5" without shoes. Wilson a little bit taller. Boozer's the one guy who was slightly shorter than I thought, compared to what he's listed at. But he has a wingspan and a standing reach that stands out, and that's definitely important. Ultimately, it's how close are you to the rim, and Boozer's pretty close.
What was his height?
He was a little over 6'8" without shoes.
Okay.
But with a 9-foot standing reach, so he can, if he's just flat-footed on the ground, he reaches up and he can reach higher than DeBonta can.
Talking with Chase Hughes here on the Rude Guest Hotline. B Mitch and Finley, Toby Altizer in for JP. I want to continue talking about Cameron Boozer. I don't know how much in play he is at number 1, but what did you make of watching him going through the combine? One of the knocks on him is lack of athleticism compared to some of the other guys, and then you see some of the agility drills, and he was able to be just as good, if not better, than some of the guys that are thought to be more athletic than him.
Yeah, no, that was definitely noteworthy. Looking at the lane agility, which, who knows how much it matters, but they do this drill for a reason, right? And he was same as DeBonta, better than Wilson, and better than Peterson. So, he's much bigger than Darren Peterson, but he was more agile, at least based on that one drill. So a great sign for him, because lateral quickness is something you hear people question. Also, great shooter. He looked good in the shooting drills. I don't have it in front of me where he ended up ranking, but just a textbook jumper. Like, the arc on his shot is just perfect every single time. So I think that really bodes well, because he's 255 pounds, and he's got great shooting touch at all 3 levels. And that's certainly going to play at the NBA level.
He's been doing it all his life. His dad was like, look, I guarantee you he's been working outside since he was 2.
Well, and that's one of the things that stands out to me, Chase, is like people knock him and say, all right, he's not going to play bully ball in the pros, and he's not going to be able to do it as much as he did in college, but someone that size can still move people in the league.
Yeah, and the shooting touch is really important because he's not just going to lower his shoulder and push you back a few feet.
Yeah.
He's going to have great shooting touch once he gets in a window to shoot, So I think if he does become a star, I think a lot of stuff will make sense in hindsight, where you look at some of the players his size around the league that are stars, Alperen Şengün, for instance, in Houston. It's the physical play, but also just the touch around the basket. And his passing feel is so impressive. I went to see him play against Michigan at Capital One Arena, and I was sitting pretty high up so I could see all the angles. The way he manipulates the defense and fires accurate passes is very special, especially for his size. And his feel for the game and spacing and his basketball IQ, I feel like you only see that level of feel from a guy whose parent was a pro. Like you see it from like Luka, like Steph Curry. Dylan Harper has that. Like the types of guys who you knew were in basketball gyms when they were in diapers.
Was Acuff there?
Yeah, Darius Acuff was there and had the fastest three-quarter sprint in the combine.
Incredible.
Faster than John Wall, faster than or about the same as Derrick Rose. So he's extremely fast, and he looked really good in the shooting drills, which, of course, was not surprising.
Yeah.
Do you think, we were talking about the trade earlier, is there any chance that it would be anything more than they would move back further than 2? Like, it feels like to me, if they're going to trade, it's going to be with the Jazz to make sure that they keep themselves in the either Peterson or DeBonsa sweepstakes. They wouldn't move back further than 2 unless there's just a ridiculous offer that would be unforeseen, right?
Yeah, that'd be my guess. I can't rule it out, but it would be pretty surprising. I mean, you get the number 1 pick, and we'll see how this develops over the next few weeks. But it does seem like there's 2 prospects who've separated themselves between A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson. To go back to 3 or 4 would be surprising, but Michael Winger did say that right now they're evaluating 3 or 4 guys for this spot. So maybe they fall in love with Cameron Boozer or Caleb Wilson and feel like that's the guy, and whatever they can get in addition, makes it worth moving back. But I would definitely consider that unlikely, especially if you look at the history of the draft. It's not common that teams do that.
What do you make of some of the people talking about the way that they've been talking about Caleb Wilson, with some of the discussion of him looking like a young Kevin Garnett? I think it was Lou Williams said, or I forget exactly who it was.
Sean Kemp
was saying that, you've heard Sean Kemp, someone was saying he's got a ceiling of like a Giannis. What are your thoughts on Caleb Wilson? Because I think if they were to move back further than 2, which I don't think is likely, but if so, I would love to see Caleb Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I like Caleb Wilson a lot. It's interesting because the other guys have overshadowed him offensively, but he still scored 20 points a game last year at North Carolina on really good efficiency. Just didn't make his threes. And he's the best defender, I think, or at least has the highest ceiling as a defensive player of the top 4 guys. He averaged about 1.5 blocks and 1.5 steals per game last season, which is extremely rare. Like, I ran the numbers, like only 2 guys did that last year's freshman. It was Cooper Flagg and Thomas Sorber. So he's a great athlete, and he's got really active hands and a good motor. And so, like, as far as just a canvas to mold, I think on defense, he's got the most selling points of these guys. Kevin Garnett, probably a little bit taller, but, Caleb Wilson said that he sees that comparison. And, I think what stands out to me is the athleticism, and that was confirmed with the 40-inch vertical leap. And Sean Kemp, you mentioned that name. That's someone who I would compare him to just in terms of the power and the force when he can throw down dunks. So I don't know if he's going to be, going to the Wizards, of course. They have a chance to pick higher than he's projected to go. But if they did get him and you pair him with Trae Young, that would be pretty fun. I think it would be reminiscent of like Chris Paul and Blake Griffin in Lob City.
Last thing, not to put you on the spot, but if you're making the pick at number 1, who you taking?
I would lean DeBonsa. I think it's very close if you look at the mock drafts, but he's projected to go 1 and more of them than not. And he just checks off so many boxes. I've been so impressed with him all year. Just in terms of the size and the athleticism, which we now know is even better than we thought, the offensive skill set, what he can do off the dribble, how he can score at multiple levels. And then just the intangibles seem to be great. I mean, the competitive edge, you can see that just by watching a half of a game that he plays in. You know, he's very, very intense on the court. Seems to love the game of basketball, take it very seriously. So if you're talking about a super athlete who also loves the game, you know, that's what you look for. But I could also make the case for Peterson, and I think it's really, really close between those two guys.
Well, Chase, great coverage out in Chicago. Appreciate you joining us for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely, guys. Have a great weekend.
That's Chase Hughes from Monumental. Make sure you check him out on Twitter. Chase does a fantastic job of covering everything at Chase DC Sports. All right, I want to continue talking about the NBA. Darren Peterson was on SportsCenter yesterday. He was trying to give a pitch saying he's probably the best player in the draft or can help you out immediately. So I want to hear from Darren Peterson. Also, there was some interesting audio about finances and how much you're going to gain from just taking the number one overall pick. Should that play at all into factoring into what they should do with the number one pick? We'll talk about that next here on B Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Nationals lost to the Reds in a series finale 15-1 yesterday. The Nats have had 15 chances to get to 500 over the past 2 years, and they are 0-15 in those games. But we're on to a new day. The Nationals host the Orioles to open up a 3-game series because it is rivalry weekend across Major League Baseball. 6:45 p.m. is first pitch. As always, make sure you tune in right here to 106.7 The Fan to listen live. Do you want a degree, certificate, or to learn a new skill? If you live within 6 miles of MGM, the local impact grant means that you could go to PGCC tuition free. Visit pgcc.edu for more information and to enroll today. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP. Appreciate Chase Hughes for stopping by, giving us his insight into what he saw at the NBA Draft Combine, NBA Draft Lottery out in Chicago. So I want to play some audio for you here in just a moment. So we heard from a couple of different things, and I think it's interesting when you talk about the different things that could go down for this NBA draft and the way that the Wizards could maneuver, the way that they could make some moves. So I want to play something from Brian Windhorst here in just a moment that I think is interesting in terms of we just assume they're going to either pick one or two. This is from Brian Windhorst of ESPN saying that maybe, just maybe, there's a chance they could move even further down if the right offer comes along.
You know, the sentiment that I have heard is that Washington is sending out the message that they're willing to deal, but that if they do a deal, people think it will most likely not be with Utah. But of course, there's a long time between now and then.
So that's interesting because if they move down, and this is kind of how I feel about this draft, B Mitch. I think that when you look at ceilings of players in this draft, I don't know that the difference between AJ DeBonsa, Darren Peterson is that much larger than Caleb Wilson. And I don't know that it's significantly larger than guys like Darius Acuff and guys like that. And so if you start getting past that top two, the reason that those guys separate themselves, in my opinion, is they're the most likely to make an instant impact.
Yeah.
But I do think you do have to consider, like, if I feel like I can get a ridiculous haul for the 4th pick.
Is that part of what just happened? We know Brian Windhorst normally puts stuff out there. What if this is what they want? Oh, they're not just trying to talk to the second guy. They're willing to go farther than that. What you offering? More people come out, the more expensive things becomes.
I don't think it's likely that they move off the 1st pick, except with Utah. Mm-hmm. But from that reporting, I think it's like you're saying. I'm throwing it out there.
I'm gonna find out. I want to find out what somebody's willing to offer.
Because if you look behind it, we had a caller yesterday bring this up. 3rd is Memphis, and would you want to go after Ja Morant? I'm not that interested in Ja, to be 100% honest.
I don't think they are going to be making that type of move at this point.
But regardless, 3rd is Memphis, so could they send you an offer that you would really consider? Chicago is 4th. I don't know that you're going any further than 5th, really, but the Clippers are 5th. I don't think that it's likely, but that is an interesting nugget that you're getting from Windhorst. Maybe it's a way that the Wizards front office is throwing out there like, hey, send some offers. Doesn't mean we're going to take them, but just send some stuff our way, and we'll see if we can come up with something good here.
Yeah, we need to, but the thing of it, as Chase was stating, they are going to listen to and try to figure out everything out there. How do you do it? You get more people to offer you stuff.
Yeah.
And what if so-and-so wants us to do this? You're at number 2.
Well, and by the way,
you want to offer a little more?
Correct. By the way, saying, hey, we're not really doing deals with Utah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I think it's just something saying, hey, we're trying to get some offers. By the way, Utah, we know we're working with you. Other people get involved.
Yeah, yeah. Because Utah may say, this is what we're offering. Oh, you talking to other people? We're going to offer this too. You know, the whole deal is if something were to happen, it has to be the best deal possible.
So Darren Peterson was on SportsCenter, and I think you'll like this. Just a little peek into his mentality. I thought what he had to say, you know, it's not like he said anything crazy, but I liked what Peterson had to say. He was asked about why he should be the pick and those sorts of things. Here was Darren Peterson on the SportsCenter yesterday.
Like you said, I feel like I'm the best. So any team I feel like I'm placed on, I can go in and make an instant impact on both sides of the ball. And I'm willing to do whatever to make my team better and help my team win.
You and A.J. DeBonsa, you got history. I mean, you're former Team USA teammates, high school rivals. In fact, y'all combined for 110 points in a game at one point.
Damn.
How would you describe your ongoing relationship since then?
Just two hoopers competing and chasing a dream, I think. But obviously when we step on the court, we trying to go at each other. So that's what we always do. And I've been blessed to come out on top every time.
I love that.
Hey,
right there at the end.
In other words, he said, yeah, taller than me, might be a little, he didn't cramp up, but every time he see me, I beat him.
I love that. That little mentality right
that
there.
That little bragging rights, dog.
I like that. I like that.
You know what AJ's thinking right now? Sure hope I go before him.
Yeah. Well, so I saw Jonathan Givony was talking about this of ESPN and basically saying that every time that those two have been on the floor competing against each other, Darren Peterson has been the more impressive player.
Okay.
And I don't know that I can argue. Now, I've only seen them play really once. I'm not diving into the high school circuit and all that stuff. But he's talking back to high school. I can tell you this. When you watched BYU Kansas this year, the more impressive guy was Darren Peterson. Now, unfortunately, Darren Peterson checked out in the second half and didn't play most of it. So that was kind of the Darren Peterson fit right into the dialogue there of Darren Peterson. But in that first half, he dominated.
But you know, there is someone out there saying, if we can correct that cramping thing, he might be the better player. There's somebody thinking that. And then there's another person, well, this guy doesn't cramp up. Like, yeah, but he's cooking him. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it's two sides to it. And that head-to-head thing, it means something to some people.
Well, I love the mentality. You got just a little bit of a peek behind the curtain there. Just that subtle comment, because that's a killer right there. That's a guy that I want to be a leader of a team.
Every time I went to play against him, I came out on top.
Like, that's the kind of guy I want in a big moment. That's the stuff that Kobe would say. That's the stuff that MJ would say, right? So I love hearing that from a guy. That's a competitor. That's a dude that you want to come in to be the star of your basketball team because in the big moments, give me the basketball.
Yeah. Give me the damn ball, sir.
Get out of the way. Let me work.
There we go.
And I think when you look at Peterson, for him, he mentions, I'm going to step in and help you on both sides of the ball. That's something that is a big question about A.J. DeBonsa. There's not off-court questions, not injury questions or anything like that. It's just more so on the floor for A.J. Can he defend? Is he going to be an effective three-point shooter? For the most part, for me with Darren Peterson, the main concern is really just the cramping stuff.
See,
and that's it.
And that's what I said. Like, if that cramping thing was not a thing, it is. But if it wasn't, would we be saying DeBonsa's the better player?
I think we'd be having this discussion, but it'd be flipped. I think the leader in the clubhouse would be Darren Peterson. Because I think for probably 60% of this college basketball season, he was the leader.
So, we go back. I played you, I cramped, but I win.
Yeah. Well, and he's just...
you know what I'm saying? But like, they won't be the one choosing. Somebody else going to choose them. But that little athletic arrogance works for a lot of people.
The main reason that I want DeBonsa over Peterson, even though I'd be totally fine with either one of them, is I value size. And I think for DeBonsa...
So you tell us that size matters.
Size matters, D. Mitch. In the NBA, size matters. A.J. DeBonsa, I think if you can get him to buy in on the defensive end, which is a question, and if you can get him to play at a solid level, that's a guy that can guard potentially 1 through 4, versus Darren Peterson's a 2-guard, probably. You know, maybe he can guard 1 through 3. But on the offensive end, too, DeBonsa is going to be probably better at the rim. I don't know if his three-point shot's ever going to be as good as Darren Peterson. I also think, too, in terms of what the Wizards need right now, they need like a scorer, but in terms of position need, I think he fits kind of right into where they would need someone in that starting lineup. So that's another reason why I would do it. But I don't have an issue with either one of these guys. I think either one steps in, and they're going to be your potential face of the franchise going forward. And it's just about being able to develop them into being that really good player. Because I think they could be a fun team to watch next year with either one of those guys at the helm.
Right now, your point guard is Trey.
Mm-hmm.
If Peterson were to come here, this is just hypothetical, he goes as the shooting guard, the 2. That's a hell of a duo right there.
Oh, yeah.
You have other guys that you see. George, I think. You look at, Trey Johnson. You got Sarr. You still got AD in the mix and all that. You can have a legitimate deal right there. I understand the size and things, but can he be that 2? And then all of a sudden, when Trey's somewhere else, he moves into that PG spot.
So an interesting part about this, last week we had Chase Hughes on, and I'd asked him basically, like, what do the Wizards need? Like, what is it that they need? Not in terms like position, but in terms like a trait of a player. And he said they need a scorer, just a guy that is a certified bucket getter. Either one of these guys fits that bill, Peterson or DeBonsa. Now, DeBonsa comes with less questions, but Peterson can fill it up just as good as DeBonsa. So I don't think you can go wrong with either one of them. The tough part about this draft and why this trade discussion I think is so interesting is, as much as those two have separated themselves, the reason I think they've separated themselves is because I just think they're more instant impact. I don't know that it's because their ceiling is significantly higher than a Caleb Wilson or a Cameron Boozer or a Darius Acuff or any of those sorts of guys. I think it's just more obvious that when you drafted a Bonsa or a Peterson, that they step in, they're competing for Rookie of the Year, and they're hopefully getting this Wizards team to a spot where they're competing for a playoff spot next year. And I don't think... I think you just go with the best player, and that's why personally for me, I'm just not going to move off of. I'm not going to move off the first pick unless it's a ridiculous offer, and I just get my choice. Now, I do want to play some audio for you next, where a business person threw out the idea that maybe you just take the number 1 pick because it's better for business. I don't know that plays a lot into my thought process, but we'll play that audio for you next. You're listening to B Mitch and Finley.
Better for business. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. Here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure you visit Rude.com to learn more about the different ways you can save on your home HVAC products. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Welcome back, B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP. Coming up in about 15 minutes, Friday staple. Ask B Mitch anything. We'll set you up for calls in just a little bit.
Really? Today?
Yeah, I got some questions that we can get into.
Oh Lord, Toby, don't come asking me no hard stuff, bro.
We won't do anything too ridiculous.
All right.
So I want to play some audio though before we get to Ask B Mitch anything at
Make
1
my
o'clock.
concoction over here.
I see that. It's not a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday over there, but
It's just
pretty close.
Vitamin water and Alani Friday.
Got to get through the day Friday.
Yeah.
So someone was on Yahoo, I believe this was from, and a sports business person had brought up, do you just draft the number one overall pick because of the marketing and the ability to make sure that you get all the financial ramifications? So here's Brian Berger from SB Radio talking about that.
I'll be on stage with Ted Leonsis on June 17th in D.C., and we'll be talking about this. It'll be 6 days before the NBA draft. They have the number one pick, and this is great timing for them. They're doing an $800 million renovation to Capital One Arena in downtown D.C. They need star power. They did go out and get Trae Young and Anthony Davis at the deadline last year, so they have some good stars. They have Alex Sarr, who's another nice piece for them. But anytime you get the number one pick, it could mean as much as $100 million in value to your franchise, whether that's adding on to the franchise value, ticket sales, merchandise sales, new sponsors want to come on board, there's new media interest. So this is a really big deal for the Washington Wizards. They're the first team since 2018 to have the worst record and actually get the number one pick.
So I think it's interesting, B. Mitch, because I think in terms of this thought process of the financial impact, getting a star, a guy that's going to sell tickets, I think as long as they get one of the top two guys, they get that. I think Devontae
yes,
Peterson does that.
But I don't think it automatically says that the number one pick will make the most money.
No.
I would love to go back right now and find out when, was it Olajuwon, Bowie, Jordan? Which franchise made the most money?
Oh, yeah.
So it's not necessary. Yeah, if you get the number one pick and you pick the right guy, like Wemby, like Cooper Flag last year. Every time I say Cooper, I always say Cup.
Cooper Cup.
But
that's a football guy.
If
right there.
you go back to those, yes, I understand that. But that play, it doesn't automatically do it. It does it as the guy begins to play and shows he's that guy. And I think that remains to be seen.
One thing that I'm excited to see is a reinvigorated Wizards fan base, because I think you saw a lot of people after the Wizards won the draft lottery. I think you saw a lot of reaction on social media of people just thrilled that they got the number one pick. It felt like for years that the Wizards were getting screwed in the lottery, and they actually won the lottery. And the excitement level that you're going to get an A.J. DeBonsa or a Darren Peterson, I think, adds to it. So I think that I don't know that plays into Michael Winger, Will Dawkins' thought process, but I do get a sense almost that if the Wizards were to make a move past two and they were to get a Caleb Wilson, I don't know that fans would be disappointed in Caleb Wilson as much as they're disappointed that they didn't get one of the top two. So I do think that they stay and make sure that they get either a Darren Peterson or A.J. DeBonsa, because I think there's going to be such a wave of Wizards fandom that's coming back, and those sorts of guys can help with that.
But see, like, the thing of it is, I've always had the mindset, once the guy's drafted, forget where the hell he was drafted at. It's about playing now. Like, this area is infatuated with first round and number ones.
Yeah.
They're infatuated with it. To the point when other guys are drafted and play better than those people, they never get the love that their number one got. Why? Just because he was picked number one? If he's picked number one, he's not the best player on your team, then guess what? Who gives a damn? So he could be a bum. But once the person is drafted where he was picked, gone. I don't care about that anymore. I now start looking for production. And I'm much more harder on the person who's drafted number one. You're not allowed to mess around and learn. You need to know it right now. So the infatuation with always wanting that is weird to me. Totally weird.
Well, and that's why I think, to your point, I mean, you want a guy that's going to step in immediately and help this team out. Mm-hmm. I think that's why you go with Peterson or DeBonsa, because I think if you draft one of those two guys, whether it's one or two if they move back with the Jazz, regardless, they end up with a player that can help them immediately. Yep. this season. I think this season of Wizards
And they
basketball is going to be
better.
fun to watch.
Like, listen, you could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you're picked, you're supposed to come in and help.
You 100%.
If you come in and don't help, those who pick you, I need to be questioning them.
Yeah,
That's the way I look at it. Like, I'm a guy where the draft once you get to the NBA, NFL, NHL, MLB, everybody's professionals. There's not a player in that locker room that say, "Oh, he was the number one. I'm not better than him." They probably like, "He's number one. Hell, I should have been number one." You know what I mean? That's the mindset I look for. And when if a guy is drafted number one, I look how they come in. Do they come in like I'm the dude, or they come in like, "Where my lunch pail at? Where I go to work?" That's what I want to see.
I just think this team is going to be so much fun to watch next year. When you think about Trae Young, Anthony Davis, Alex Sarr, Keyshawn George, I loved watching him as a rookie to see his growth into year two, which, by the way, I can't wait to see the growth. You saw the growth that we saw year 1 to year 2 of a guy like Keyshawn George and Alex Sarr. Imagine the growth you can see from Trey Johnson and Will Riley year 1 to year 2. Because Will Riley, as the season went on, you're like, holy smokes, they might have found something here.
Will Riley, and he's tall, dude.
He's a dog.
Yeah, and that's what I see. What I love about this young squad here, a man from Baltimore, okay,
Bub,
Keyshawn, those guys seem to have that dog mentality.
Oh yeah.
So everybody else feeds off of that and picks it up. You can see those guys being part of this whole leadership thing and this rotation that can help that team out. That mental aspect of that they have is what they need.
I think the only thing that I'm concerned about going into it is, this team hasn't played great basketball the last couple of years, and trying to flip that switch into being a really good basketball team, I don't think is as easy as some people think is going to be. But with the talent that you're going to have here, I'm really excited to see what they can do, because I think they're going to play a fun brand of basketball. The last couple of seasons, you've seen them play, get up and down the floor, let the young guys flourish. And I think you're going to see that again next year. Mm-hmm. But this time with some veterans thrown in, real expectations thrown on this team, and some real star power as well. So I think you look at next year's Wizards team as going to be a must-watch.
I can't wait to go to the stadium. Because, see, I'm excited now.
Yes.
I wasn't before. I'm excited now. Just watching some of the games last year, this past, I'm like, these dudes really play. But you saw what was going on. They'll be winning, and then people started sitting down. And it wasn't like them doing a Darren Peterson.
No.
They were being taken out the game.
No.
Why? You're on fire today. Brian Keefe
Chill out.
He was playing Ryan Clary. He was the cooler. He was cooling them off all day, man.
No one wants to see Ryan Clary on the basketball court, I can tell you that much. All right, phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. It's Friday, 1 o'clock coming up next. You know what that means. Ask B Mitch Anything, brought to you by Collars & Co. Get in with your questions for a Washington legend, Brian Mitchell, next. Ask B Mitch Anything right here on The Fan.
The Commanders open their preseason with a home game against the Dolphins, and they will be hosting a joint practice with their first opponent of the preseason, which is something Dan Quinn has done for the past 2 years, per Nikki Giamvala of The Athletic. Speaking of the Commanders, let's take a look at their schedule. Right now, their strength of schedule, 16th out of 32 per Yahoo Sports. As for primetime games, they have quite a few in a very short stretch. Week 6, they travel to the 49ers for Monday Night Football. Week 8, they host the Eagles Sunday night. Then Week 10, they go to Giants for Thursday Night Football, and Week 11 at home Monday Night Football against the Bengals. So 4 primetime games between Week 6 and Week 11. And then, of course, they have the international game Week 4 against the Colts in London. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's 1 o'clock on a Friday. You know what that means. It's time for Ask B Mitch Anything. Root is the official show sponsor of B Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months same-ash cash on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Root Pro partner at Root.com. If it ain't Root,
it ain't right.
And Ask B Mitch Anything is dressed by Collars & Co., where style meets all
There we go,
day
baby.
comfort.
Check it out. Check it out.
It looks great.
From head to toe. Pants as well.
That's the look right there.
Yeah.
800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Ask Washington legend Brian Mitchell a question. If any of the boys in the aquarium have something, let me know. I'll kick things off, B. Mitch.
Yeah.
Who was the first person, or was there a person when you were on the field, there you're like, holy crap, I'm on the same field as so-and-so?
When I first got here, actually, being on the field with Darryl Green, and Art Monk. And then once we got on the football, for the actual football, because like you heard those guys' names.
Yeah.
When I got out there, we called him Superman, Monty Coleman. You watch this dude, man. You look at him in the locker room, like, dude built like a model, dressed nice.
Yeah.
Come on the field, could do everything. Run, and if he touch you, he just push it to the ground. My whole thing was beating him one-on-one. When I finally had that feat happen, I was like, I've arrived.
I did
Happy
something.
as hell. But that dude, he was just larger than life to me. You just watch him, he did everything right. Then you find out he was like, what, a 13, 14, 15 round pick, something like that, and played, 16 years?
Impressive. 800-636-1067. It's time for Ask B Mitch Anything. Let's start with Mark in Landover Hills. Mark, what's going on?
What up, Mark?
Hey, what's happening, B? What's happening there, Toby?
What's up, man?
Hey, guys. I wanted to ask you this, B, because you've been talking about it more and more around the draft, man, and we have one thing in common. We like the same kind of basketball players. But besides Doc and Magic, man, who did you like, man? Who did you like besides those guys, B? And I'll get off here.
My favorite all time was MJ. Watching him, like Dr. J was my guy. I was a 76ers fan growing up because I loved Dr. J. And then you saw Mike come in right at the end of Doc's career, and they're playing against each other one game. And I'm like, that dude looks like him. And when he leaves, I'm going to cheer for this team. And I just changed to the Chicago Bulls because of MJ.
I wish I could have watched Prime MJ.
Bro. Just do yourself a favor and go back and watch Prime Dr. J. Then you watch MJ, and you can see where I'm like following those two guys. Dr. J go around the goal and is on the back of it.
I've seen that.
Bruh.
I don't know
it's
how you
unbelievable,
do that. Unreal.
Dude. Yes. And so you watch that, and that's why I've loved those two guys, because they did stuff where you really thought they were flying.
Yeah.
Because they'll go up and say, you going to go down eventually. And then you go down and they still do their
I'll just
stuff.
stay up here.
So, yeah, it was good, man. I loved it.
800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. C-Dub has one for me here on Twitter if you want to tweet at us, at BMitchLive30, at Toby_Altizer. He said, when a former player like Forbes starts popping his mouth off about a revenge game against you, did it fire players up more for the yapping?
Yeah. if they talked a lot, especially when you were garbage when you were here, it ain't like you though you were good and they got rid of you because like players would be pulling for you. A guy like him, I would be. Hey, mark the date. We gonna get him. We'll find a way to get him. If I'm a receiver, I'm going at him. I'm blocking him. When there's a running play, he's gonna have to deal with me. When there's a pass play, I'm gonna cook him. That's the way you got to be.
How about on the flip side? When a team didn't bring you back, obviously you went through that.
Team don't bring you back, you're pissed. But you know what? The whole thing about it is, trash talking is not about the actual talk. Can you talk trash and still be focused on what you need to do? Or you get so caught up in trash talking that you don't do anything on the football field. So I like the guys who yap all out, but they can't stay focused on what they need to do. They make it better for us to win.
Let's get out to Pay in D.C. What's going on, man?
Pay, what up?
Did you say pay or take?
I got Pay.
Ryan put Pay.
Good God Almighty.
Right, the man's name is Tay.
B, let me ask you this quick question. Why is the wide receiver 2 position taking stage over the defense not letting teams come in here and take our lunch money anymore?
Because, people like to argue about those low positions like receiver, cornerback, when it's ultimately, if the defense stopped people from scoring as much as they did last year, your offense now can settle down and do the things and utilize number 5 behind the center. But if the defense give up 30, 40 a game, your offense is going to always be one-dimensional, which makes the other defense even better against you. So my thing is about this year is, does the defense improve? Do they become a better ranked defense, which allows the offense now to help you out and you work hand in hand? The number 2 receiver will take care of itself.
Yeah, and if David Blau is doing his job, he's going to help out Jaden Daniels with the number 2 receiver.
Yeah.
And if Jaden's back to what we saw his rookie season, that'll take care of itself.
Yeah.
Because he'll just throw to the open guy, and whoever that is, it's number 2 receiver.
There you go.
Right? Like, it'll work out. So I wish they had a more reliable guy, but I do think, to your point, I didn't like last season where I think you ended up in a spot where too many times Jaden felt like he had to be Superman.
Yeah. And that right there is what gets you in harm's way and trouble.
We got one in the aquarium from the Stallion.
So this is one, I know, he's already shaking his head, but like, genuinely speaking, as a guy in their mid-20s, when did you start to notice that you were going bald? Like, honestly.
I never was going bald.
Jeff, stay quiet.
First of all, Jeff was bald in his 20s. I shaved my head in 1993 to go to training camp, as all the other players did. And once I shaved it, when it started to grow back, it itched. So I shaved it again. I've never let the hair grow back since.
Honestly, I get it. Also,
and if you look at my head and you look at Jeff, you can still see the definition of him not having hair.
It's not about me now. I was just laughing because when he said that, I was like, "You're not going to ask him that."
I mean, but like,
I can let you know.
I might go bald someday.
No,
probably will.
It started at the corners, brother.
You going bald from the inside. You losing brain. That's what that is.
800-636-1067. Ask B Mitch anything. Let's get out to Sean in Falls Church. Sean, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. I got a question for you, B Mitch. What concession stand or local DMV restaurant do you want to see in the new stadium?
What concession stand? You know what? To be honest with you, none of them, because I never get a chance to go to the concession stands. I'm serious. I don't get a chance to go to the concession stand, but I can say this. Anything that fries fish and shrimp real good, I will venture over to your place.
I think we need a Brian Mitchell's gumbo stand or something.
Nah, that's too much work.
Appreciate the phone call,
How
Sean.
much can I charge per bowl, you think?
In a stadium?
Yeah.
18, 20? If not a little bit more?
Hey, Jeff, see if we can get this thing done, bro. We trying $20 a bowl, boy. We be rich by the end of the season.
Hey, let's do it.
Bro, one pot of gumbo can get us about, I guarantee we can get 50, 60 bowls out of that.
You know what? Hey, starting this year at all Redskins Washington Football Team Commanders home games, we selling B Mitch gumbo, baby.
Boy, look.
We need a Brian Mitchell tailgate. That's what we need.
Nah, I gotta work, man.
Yeah, nah.
I like talking. I
B
don't like working.
cook it, I will sell it.
Now you don't know how to add the money up properly.
I'm all about the money, B. You know that.
Here's a fun one from Dwayne on Twitter. Said, what's more annoying? Callers who boast about watching film and think they're the better GM than Adam Peters, or callers who want everybody from every team and think you can just trade McCaffrey and wheat toast for Jamar Chase?
All of them. Bruh. You know what? The most amazing thing in the world, I tell this story where when I got to the NFL, and I'd been in college playing, when I got here, I realized I wasn't watching film. I was watching TV. Sat down after watching a whole game. Then I sat with Ernest Biner. And we took longer to go through the first drive. It was about 20 minutes more than it took me to watch the whole game. I'm like, I pick up stuff quick, but still, he was watching position by position by position, going through stuff. I'm like, this is watching film.
Mm-hmm.
It did it a few times, and then you begin to see how things come together, how you could dissect it. But all the guys that say they watch film, the first question I would ask any one of them, what are you looking for? Do you even know what the defense is? Do you know what they're trying to do? You know what their concepts are? If you don't know those things, you can't watch film. Because you see some big guys lined up against some big guys. You don't know what they're trying to do. Which one of them are they attacking? Are they trying to funnel them to a certain position or not? Because all that stuff you need to know before you start watching so you can know what you need to be looking for. And most guys don't have a clue. All 22. Yeah, man, all 20. Yeah, you got all 22. You see all 22 players. Guess what? You still don't know what they're trying to do.
Jared's in Rockville. Jared, what's your question for B Mitch?
Hey, fellas. I got a question to you, B Mitch. I'm not sure if you know the answer, but I've been thinking about it for a while. So I know a lot of times, like these agencies in the pre-draft process will pay for the player to go train down in Florida or out in Arizona. My question is, who pays for the pre-draft visits? Like when the Commanders have a top 30 visit, who pays for that? Or when they have the top
team.
golf, who pays for the airfare and the hotel? That's all on the team every time?
The team pays for all that, yeah. And like when the agency sends them down to work out and stuff like that, that either it comes out of that could be a part of your actual stuff that you do when you negotiate that rate, or sometimes players can do it themselves. Like if you got NIL money now, I don't want you to say, yeah, I'm gonna front you this $2,000 and then you pay me back and it end up being $2,700. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll pay my $2,000 myself. Because if I'm getting $3 million, $4 million in college, I don't need you to pay for it for me. Because it's just like Jeff knows about the music industry. If they give you 50, you're not paying them 50 back. Yeah. You're paying them about 75 or more. They'll get their money. So you got to find a way to keep down your cost. But the teams pay for guys to come in for the top visits.
Kevin's in Virginia. Kevin, what's up?
Hey, B Mitch. It's a bit of a political question, but I was wondering, back in the glory days, if any of the players had locker room discussions or talks or whispers that the name Redskins might be offensive, it might be inappropriate, it might be racist. I always wondered what the players thought of the name, or were they just oblivious to it? And since everyone had thought it was okay, it was fine.
Well, to be honest with you, when I got here, I've been since April 1990. I've been asked a question about the name and everything else, and as the years went on and you saw every time it got in front of people, it was more and more people getting involved, more and more getting involved. And then you get somebody to come in that's not liked and make some bold statements, and you woke up people that didn't care. Now they cared, and I kind of felt that it was going to be going soon.
So back in the 90s.
Bruh, as soon as you step in, the reporters were asking the questions.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I was asked this in April. I just got drafted. What do you think about? I said, well, some adults need to get in the room, have a conversation. If it's offensive to somebody, make an adult decision and do something about it. But what would you do? No. That's not my job. Okay, my job is to try to make this football team. So that's the answer. 4 or 5 years later, same answer. Okay? And it eventually got to where it was, because the whole thing is, You asking me, I can't make it happen tonight. So I'm going to keep playing football as hard as I can because this is my livelihood. I let the other people that can make those decisions take care of them.
800-636-1067 for Ask B Mitch Anything. Let's get out to Travis in Fairfax.
What up,
Travis,
Trav?
what's up?
Hey, cousin, how you doing, man? Hey, always been on black. I got to ask you one question. I'm a big Spurs fan, so tonight, who you got? You got the Cavs and the Pistons, or you got my Spurs and the Timberwolves? Let me know, cousin. Peace.
And I got the Cavs and the Pistons, or the Spurs and the Timberwolves. I would much rather watch the Spurs and the Timberwolves because, I mean, my man.
That's such a good series.
Yeah. Well, you know, we can get old boy going off. Ant-Man could go off, or you can see Wemby can be the damn alien that he is.
Who do you think's the next face of the NBA?
Wemby?
Yeah, it feels like it. I think Anthony Edwards could be right there, but I think it's Wemby.
If Shea wins another damn title, he can. People come out, he plays boring. He wins. You got to start looking at him a little bit. He may end up being your Tim Duncan. They ain't say nothing. Just piled up championships.
Yeah.
There you go.
Ed is in Hagerstown. Ed, what's your question for
What's
B Mitch?
up, Ed?
Hey, afternoon, gentlemen. Question for you, B Mitch. When you started out by preseason, then through the season, how much weight do you have to retain to maintain your weight and your muscle mass? And what did you do to retain all that weight?
Well, to be
muscle mass,
man, listen, you're playing football, but you are still lifting. You lift twice a week, and now the team, they have a chef and all there. They're eating the proper things. They give them all of these shakes. They make sure they have the replenishing drinks right after practice. Many guys don't lose a lot of weight. You know, when I played, I ended the season right where I started. You know, and once the season was over, you have to try to figure it out because you're not working out like you did during the season, and you can see some weight get on you, bro. Because I got drafted, I was 198. I started off the season around 205, 203. Got through with the season. First thing I did, went on a cruise, went somewhere else. When I showed up, I was 20 pounds more than I was when I left. And I wasn't eating any more than I was eating before.
Yeah.
But you're not expending a lot of it. And that's when D Green was like, look, man. I said, how long you take off? He said, about a day, 2 weeks, and then you get back to doing something. So I would take off a week, and then I would start riding a bike or play some racquetball, do something, not just sit around and chill.
What was your ideal weight, and how long did it take for you to figure out what your ideal playing weight was?
Well, when I got to Philly, because I remember Norv Turner came in, I want you to weigh this, I want you to play fullback. Then I got to the weight, then they want me to go down. I said, look, bro, we're not going to fluctuate with my weight like that. I'm going to play at what I'm playing at. I got to Philly, and I kind of felt I would have more of an offensive mindset. So I ended up playing, I was like 220. So like 216 to 220 was prime. But the thing of, I had pants I couldn't wear at 209, but I could put them on at 216. So I changed the way the body was built.
Yeah.
And but 216, 220, I was able to run that thing all day, and I would put that tie out on you. I didn't have to try to make you miss. I hit my shoulder pads in your chest. Kept moving.
So even just like 7 or 8 pounds, you could tell a difference.
You could tell a difference. But it's just like when you are a running back, you not only want to be able to absorb, you want to be able to inflict punishment on somebody. So 216, 220, I felt very confident doing that.
Last one. Brad is in Manassas. Brad, what's going on?
I'm doing good. B Mitch, question for you, since you have some knowledge of the CBA because you were union rep.
Mm-hmm.
If Brandon Ayuk never reports to the 49ers, could they not just keep him on the just left squad list forever?
Yeah. If he don't report and do nothing at all, they can fine, and it end up being that he won't get no money, and they'll just keep all their money.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. But eventually they're going to have to do something because it still counts against them, him being on that salary cap.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and to see what they could end up doing there, and assuming he's going to be here, but you can only count on people that are actually on your roster. You can't count on a guy that's still on another roster.
That's what my big brother Doc Walker says all the time.
800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. We're going to talk about that wide receiver position, so it's a good segue right into it. Do you think with the start to the season being what it is, that Washington should maybe go get another veteran wide receiver? We'll take a look at some of the options, and is the Brandon Ayuk stuff going to resolve its stuff before training camp gets underway? We'll talk about that next.
We will see.
Here on B Mitch and Finley.
The Nationals take on the Orioles in the Beltway Series this weekend, a part of MLB's rivalry weekend across the sport. Zach Littell on the mound for Washington, facing off against Shane Baz in Game 1 of the series. These two teams are in pretty similar places. The Nats are 21-23, 9 games back of first place in the NL East. The Orioles 20-24, 9 games back in first place of the AL East. First pitch, 6:45 p.m., and make sure you tune in right here to 106.7 The Fan, where you can listen to this matchup live. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Bam!
B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP. So, want to get back into this with the Commanders. We talked about the beginning of the season and how difficult it is. You look at the beginning of the season, they're starting the road with 2 road games. Philadelphia, Dallas, both 425 starts. Then you've got Seattle at home. That's a daunting 3-game stretch. And then you go to London and take on the Colts. Then you're back home against the Giants and then out to San Fran. So your first 6 games, really, really difficult. Some travel there that's going to be really difficult, but even just the opponents, for the first 3 especially, are going to be difficult ones. When you think about getting into this season and the wide receiver room, we were talking about this earlier, B. Mitch. You think that they're going to add another receiver?
Yeah, I believe so.
Is there a little bit of added urgency to make sure you get this done so they can be up to speed before training camp and everything? So going into the season, maybe you have another true number 2 or something like that?
You would hope. But I like I said earlier, you've been playing football since you were a little kid. For most guys, it's not that difficult to get up to speed.
Yeah.
But all the guys that are out there waiting for a job, they're working out like hell still. You would suspect most of them are not going to take too much time off because you get a call. You don't want to say, oh, I'm not in shape or I have to get into shape. So these guys will be ready to go. And they probably talk to people. Teams talk to people and say, there are a lot of veteran guys. They probably say, if you get released or you already sitting there, we're going to probably talk to you after this date because things are just better for the team sometimes when they get veteran guys after a certain date.
Were you surprised they weren't in on Jawan Jennings?
Not overly surprised. I felt that I'm sure they kicked the tires on it. But when you start looking at what he was commanding and things of that nature, you didn't feel like you're going to pay that for him.
I just the one thing that worries me, and I hope they're not doing this, is just assuming that Brandon Ayuk is on the roster. You know what I'm saying? Like I hope it's not something where, yeah, we didn't go after Jennings because we're going to go get Ayuk. We're not kicking the tires on Stephon Diggs because we're going to go get Ayuk.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that's not the way of thinking. I hope that's not the way they're operating because I think that's a little bit flawed.
It may be flawed, but we are seeing posts and things where you think this, you think that. They could be having direct conversation with him. They can know exactly what he's doing and what's up. So you never know. Like for me, if he were to come on the team, as I said before, he better be ready.
Yeah.
He better be in shape because that's a way where people go, you waited all this time for that? If it doesn't work. If it works, everything's great. If there's any hiccups, it's going to be some scrutiny.
In terms of the passing game, because everyone just talks about number 2 receiver, number 2 receiving option, but what do you think that they're missing? What do they need? Because to me, part of the reason the Ayuk saga is kind of enticing to me is I think if you drew up a receiver that is kind of exactly what they need, I think you get what Brandon Ayuk looked like a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
A guy that's going to run the 15-yard dig in behind the linebackers. A guy that's going to be a reliable possession receiver over the middle for Jaden. It allows Terry to then go down the field, give you a little bit of extra stuff. I think that's kind of what they need.
It's what they need. And listen, man, when a guy of that, if he gets back to where he was, that would be vitally important part of this team. What he was doing 2 years ago was astronomical.
Yeah.
If he can get back to that, no one will complain about anything if he comes out and he shows you a level of he show you 90% of that, you're gonna be happy as hell. But if it's not close, it's a problem. And that's a risk that people take. And that's why I've always said, listen, I admire the hell out of general managers and stuff like that, because they have to do some stuff sometimes that we wouldn't do. But they have all the information to be able to make the decision. So if that's what they're waiting on, hey, I hope it works.
What do you make of, they've got a bunch of guys that fit into a slot wide receiver type of archetype. You've got Luke McCaffrey, who was drafted to be a slot guy, although he's taller than being just a traditional slot guy. He's 6'2". Jalen Lane, he's a slot almost only guy as a receiver. We saw what he can give you as a punt returner and a kick returner. He's really, really special in that aspect. And then they just drafted Antonio Williams, who they talked about his versatility, being able to play inside, outside. But traditionally, he's going to play more of the inside. I'm curious to see how they're going to use those guys and to see, can Antonio Williams truly play outside? You've still got Burks, who is a traditional outside guy, but what are they going to do to be able to get the most out of what the core they have right now? Because they've got what they've got right now. You assume they're going to add something, but there's no guarantee they're going to add something.
It's no guarantee, but when they drafted Williams, they talked about the versatility. I'll ask you this question. Williams comes in here at 5'11 and a half, whatever it is, and he can play outside, and he starts playing real good at it. Who else is 5'11 and a half? Number 17, Terry. About right same height. They say 6 feet, probably 5'11 and a half. But Terry hasn't had a problem playing outside receiver the whole time he's been here, right? Santana Moss was what, 5'10", 5'10 and a half.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a problem playing outside the whole time he was playing in the league, right?
And doesn't it feel like with how the game has shifted that it doesn't matter as much about the size on the outside? Like Justin Jefferson is a thin receiver, and
but the thing
Tyreek Hill is shorter.
Justin Jefferson's height is not why he's good. Justin Jefferson's ability to get away from people is the reason he's good. Terry McLaurin's ability to run past and catch the contested catches is the reason he's good. Santana Moss was a route demon. Okay? Santana can go out there with a PhD right now in route running. He was able to get open on a consistent basis. If Williams can get open, like they say he can play that position. So this is just a world without Ayuk. And Tan and I talked about a guy like a Jalen Lane. Jalen Lane was an athlete at Virginia Tech. Now he's at the league, and you're going to have people trying to teach him how to be a receiver. You know what he can do once he gets the ball in his hands. If you teach him just some little things of how to get himself freed up, released a little bit, some hesitation moves, some delays off the line, those little things, and you get the ball in his hands, he can cook. You'll be amazed how quick those guys become a vital part of the team. And like last year, what happened is a lot of guys were thrown out there and weren't ready. And they found out quickly that they weren't ready. But Luke started to have some games down the stretch where he was open, he was getting passes. And what if he comes back this year with a better understanding and begin to feel better about it? You know, De'Ami Brown is about speed, getting down the field. He and Jaden had an unbelievable connection 2 years ago. But this is all without Ayuk.
Yeah.
You would suspect or expect those guys to take a step forward. You know, their coach, he knew how to do it in the league. And I think he's damn good. He'll help them out.
One of the things I'm excited to see in this offense is run after catch for these receivers and tight ends, but not just screens. Because I think a lot of times people talk about run after catch. It's like, oh, okay, they're going to throw them some bubbles. I don't love that. As the
Chig
way,
is a run after catch guy.
Exactly.
They ain't screens.
You're going to run this guy, shallow crosses, get the ball in his hands. He's going to pick up 8 to 10 extra yards.
There you go.
Jalen Lane, we talked about him. If you can get him unlocked as a slot receiver, we already know what he can do in open space.
Totally.
Get him the ball coming underneath. Antonio Williams, another guy who can separate, can do a little run after the catch. I think that is a big part of this offense this year that can help them out. Some of that hidden yardage of being able to get guys in stride. Jaden, at his best, is able to be very accurate with the football. So getting it to them, not slowing them down, not throwing it behind them, getting it to them in stride and helping them out a little bit. Because
all of that falls on the breakfast crew. I mean, the bacon guys, bacon spillers. That's the big offensive lineman. Give him time, establish a running game, make them have to be concerned about it, and then watch him cook. Because them big boys up front, if they can open up this running game, we know Bill can find holes. Rashad White coming to the game, you don't know if he's going to run it or catch the ball. And then I think Fat Man, like I said, going to be a vital part of this thing. You get them rolling and you start getting those yards after catch. You know, Zach Ertz, unbelievable. Love him. Always was open. Found a way to utilize his body. But when he caught the ball, you basically knew that that's where they're going to be starting to chain at, where he caught the ball. Wouldn't much run after catch. It ain't going to be like that anymore.
Well, I think one important part, though, to your point about Zach Ertz, they do need to find who that guy's going to be.
Yeah.
The reliable security blanket, 3rd and 3. I know I can get this guy for 5 yards over the middle of the field.
Yeah, but what if that guy becomes a guy who catches 3rd and 3, you get 5 on the field, he goes for 20 more?
I'd love that.
It could be Chig.
If it is Chig Okonkwo, that's great. They need to make sure they have that guy because Zach Ertz was so reliable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in 2024, that little angle route, he'd run out, cut back in. You just knew you could put it right on him. He's going to catch the ball every time.
Mm-hmm.
They need to have some sort of reliability. And now Terry's going to have to fill a big role in that as well.
True. I think he will. You know, I just think that Terry being around the whole offseason is going to be more like what we are accustomed to seeing with Terry. Look, when you're not there with your team and you're dealing with stuff, it's hard to do it exactly how you needed to be doing it. Because the reason I love working out, and I didn't leave the area, I worked out with my guys all the time because constantly competing puts you in better shape than working out by yourself.
Yeah, 100%. One thing that I thought was interesting, you mentioned the offensive line. Greg Rosenthal of NFL Media put out this, I guess for his podcast, they ranked the offensive lines. Where do you think the Commanders came in at?
Top 10.
26, which I think is a little ignorant.
And that's all because of the center position?
I think so.
Because we look at this team and basically you got the same guys back from last year.
I feel good about the tackle
without
position.
The center.
Right? I feel good about Laramie Tunsil, obviously. Yeah. I feel good about Connerly taking a jump in year 2. Sam Cosmi at right guard.
Yeah.
And then left guard, it's either going to be Brandon Coleman beats out Chris Paul this time or Chris Paul's right back in their spot.
Listen, this is a problem I have with a lot of these lists. A lot of these lists are predicated and judged based off of the name recognition.
Mm-hmm.
You watch Chris Paul play last year. Chris Paul played very well. He ate people up. Like they say, he's very dense and it's hard to move him.
Is.
He was moving people. But he don't get the love because he don't have name recognition right now. So just because he don't have name recognition, does it mean that the other guy is that much better than him? I doubt it. So those lists sometimes for the birds.
I have a nickname, Ryan, we can try for Chris Paul. Chris Paul, the basketball player, is the point guard. So is Chris Paul the left guard?
The left guard.
Should we try to brand that for Chris Paul? You know,
the left guard.
Left guard. Almost sounds like Jay Gruden trying to say left guard. All right, we'll wrap things up for Friday. Final couple minutes here. B Mitch and Finley next here on the Fan. Final couple minutes of B Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP. We'll get to a preview of the Beltway Series coming up. Nats and O's here in just a couple of moments. Also recap the week on Heard It Here First. But first, I wanted to get your thoughts on this, B Mitch. We saw a big extension for a running back yesterday.
Yeah.
Devon Achane. 4 years, $64 million. $32 million guaranteed. He's now got the third highest APY of current RBs. Saquon's at number 1 with 20.6. Christian McCaffrey's at 19, and then Achane's at 16. What do you make of that?
I make the fact that running backs with the ability to run and catch the ball at the backfield, they are going to make big money. And I think that style of back, like the Jeremiah Love and stuff like that, they're coming back. Just the one that just run, like, and you look at what's going on, his money wasn't peanuts, Walker. It wasn't peanuts. Yeah. So, they're starting to pay him a little bit better than they were paying him.
I need to look. I don't think Jahmyr Gibbs has gotten his second contract.
Ain't gotten his yet.
What do you think his number is going to be?
I saw him and, what's the kid, Pacheco, working out together. And Pacheco, he has the intensity in his. Jahmyr Gibbs went through that thing.
He's so smooth.
Fast as hell. He's going to get paid. Because that dude he can cook.
He's an absolute difference maker.
Bruh.
Every time.
So that's what you have to do. Like the running backs today that get paid, they're special. The guy that just run or just catch it out the backfield, the ones that can do both of those and can run.
Special running backs where when you watch the game and you're cheering against that team, and every time they touch the football, you like, uh-oh.
Yeah. It scared the hell out of you.
Yeah, because every time it's like, okay, it could be a house call. But I think it's interesting when you see Miami make this move. I don't think Miami's going to be very good. But I think it shows a little bit of a shift in the way that the NFL is going, maybe more back to a run-centric or at least a more run-heavy attack than what it was before, because running backs are starting to be valued a little bit more. Maybe not still fully to what they should be, but you look at this Dolphins team, their offense is not very impressive. Malik Willis is now going to be their quarterback, but you look at their receiving core, it's Malik Washington, Jalen Tolbert, Tutu Atwell, Greg Dulcich at tight end. That's not impressive, so it's going to be a lot of Devon Achane and Malik Willis.
You know what they're telling you? If we're going to be good, it's going to be because of Devon Achane.
Yeah.
And if you like, I love people tell me about, running backs, expendable, blah, blah, blah. Look at the teams that have won the Super Bowl for the last how many years. In all of this passing game crap, they have a good running back.
Well,
and they have a running game,
I think,
which takes the pressure off of their quarterback. So all the people that want to talk like all you just need is a quarterback and some receivers, they're not winning the Super Bowl, though.
And I think it's kind of funny because we always talk about football and sports being cyclical, and yet I don't think people want to accept that the cycle now that it's starting to head towards is running the ball and defense.
Yeah, but that never left. Defense has always been there. But when Andy Reid won the Super Bowl with Pat, they ran the ball effectively.
Yeah.
And when the Eagles went, Saquon was running the ball.
Well, and even those Chiefs teams that were going, Mahomes was doing as much as he could. That was an ugly offense to watch at times, but their defense was unreal.
Their defense gave them a chance. And the thing about it is, when you have a Pat Mahomes on your team, if your defense can stop people, a la what I just stated earlier about this defense with Washington, Jaden Daniels can help you out. Pat Mahomes, in the end, ice in his vein.
Yeah.
Didn't care. So you need that, but you can't expect Jaden or Pat to have to score 30-plus a game.
Yeah, I like taking some of the stuff off of the quarterback's play, make it a little bit easier for him. All right, let's wrap up everything with Heard It Here First.
Holla. Gather around, gather around.
What the heck happened this week?
I did bad. I did really bad.
Well, yeah, you took James
Go
Wood.
get the hat.
I was 1-3. And yesterday, I lost. So
no, yesterday you made the team lose.
No,
you made DC lose.
No. The Nats have lost 15 straight games when they are one game below 500.
And you,
no. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the fact that you took James Wood and then he didn't have a hit.
Well, the Nats had 3 hits yesterday.
You're horrible, dog.
No.
Can you start taking like our rivals to like win so they could lose?
Yeah, you're gonna take the O's tonight?
Sure.
Please.
I'll take the O's on the run line tonight. Watch, they're going to win.
I think this series at Nats Park is going to be fun to watch, B Mitch, because if you look at the pitching for this series, it ain't very good on either side. It ain't good on either side. Like going into this matchup,
You mean to tell me somebody have a little worse pitching than we do?
No, but pretty close.
So there's a little better than ours.
So here you go. You ready? Going into this series, the Nationals have allowed the most runs in baseball at 256. The Orioles are third worst at 230. But for the Nationals' favor...
So we should have some home runs.
But in the Nationals' favor, they've scored the second most run in the bigs with 236, and the Orioles have only scored 193. That's somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
So there should be some runs scored in the series.
We kind of have an advantage.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun weekend. We already saw the Nationals dropped off some of the giveaways for this weekend. We got the hot dog hat coming up tonight.
So in other words, they gave Ryan his own full-time hat?
Yeah. I think he should wear that to
I think you should wear it out tonight.
I probably will. I'm headed to a bar later today, so
take it out. Wear it out with your girl, so she can. Everybody's like, "Who? What is he doing? Oh, he's a hot dog."
Hey,
whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
He's a hot dog hat.
Tomorrow, Alex Ovechkin bobblehead. That'll be fun. And then Sunday, a kid's sliding glove, which should be fun. B Mitch, what do you got going on this weekend?
I'm going to ride my bike to Gettysburg.
That just sounds insane. Like that
It's
sentence
fun,
alone
it's
is
like
ridiculous.
Slow, easy ride with some very good people.
There's nothing easy about riding
people
to
who have
Gettysburg.
sacrificed stuff for us to have freedoms and security. We're going to help them. We're going to all go to Gettysburg, end up at the Gettysburg Museum up there. Army, I think it's the Army Museum they call it. And it'll be fun.
I appreciate it for a great cause.
Yeah, 110 miles.
Nice, easy ride.
I'll stick to my 7.
Yeah,
I'll go fishing with you, Jeff, before I ride 110 miles. Come on now.
It's not that bad. You'll love it.
110?
I was told
It's still
4 or 5
bad, just
years
not
ago
that bad.
I could probably do 10, not 110.
I was told 4 or 5 years ago that I would do the ride and I would love it. And I was like, the hell you mean I'm going to love riding 110 miles? And every year I look forward to it now. I love it so much that I have another 62-mile ride in June, and then June 19th I have a 110-mile ride again.
Psycho.
Well, respect to you, because I can't do that. Appreciate y'all
You
listening
can
to the
handle
program today. Appreciate Randy Clark dropping by in studio. If you missed any of that, make sure to check that out on the podcast feed. Chase Hughes for dropping by at noon. For Brian Mitchell and the guys in the aquarium, I'm Toby Altizer. Thanks for listening. Grant and Danny up next.
This sports update is brought to you by PaulHenrysWindow.com, your clear home improvement choice. The Nationals have had 15 chances to get to 500 in the past 2 years. And after yesterday, they are 0-15 in those games. But we are going to shake it off because the Nationals host the Orioles in a 3-game series for Rivalry weekend. 6:45 p.m. is first pitch. As always, tune in right here to listen live. Zach Littell on the mound for Washington, facing off against Shane Baz. And the Commanders have the 16th hardest schedule in the NFL based on their opponent's winning percentage from last season. But if you look at those first 6 weeks, they may feel a bit tougher than that. This month, score $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Windows Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in Grant and Danny on the Fan on May 15th, 2026. Nats back in town for a home series against the Baltimore Orioles. That'll kick off with a first pitch at 6:45 tonight. So we're going to keep you company until pregame at 6:15. We've got tickets to see Russell Peters in the DMV at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. And we've got a lot to cover today. A lot going on in D.C. and nationally in sports. Danny, how are you?
I am very well, my friend. Ready to rock and roll on a busy Friday. It's going to be a fairly relaxing weekend for the Hueys by our normal standard. I was just telling you before the show, only a couple kid games instead of our standard 7 or 8. So we will be living a life of luxury this weekend.
A preposterous amount, if that is your default setting, by the way.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts.
There's only 2 days in a weekend.
Oh, I know.
So that many games feels like maybe 4 or 5 too many.
You know who else said that? Was my wife said that. She goes, this is what it should be. And I went, yeah. Anyway.
Today, I asked them, like, so how's the weekend shaping up for the Rouilles? And that's what you said. You're like, oh, it's going to be super low-key. Like, kids don't have many games. I'm like, oh, so you're just off Saturday and Sunday. You're like, no. We got like 3 or 4 games, but it's not normal. And I'm going, we got to rethink what's normal here. But you need a break from the weekend. That's when the work week starts. I think that's how it works for you, kind of.
That's where we're at. Again, it's different. It's the amount of joy that I get from that. I relate very much to Eric Bickle in that regard, where watching your kids, improve, play hard, compete, win, lose, do everything in between is the best. And if the kids are still hungry for it, having fun, then keep sending them up.
Yesterday, we got the official Commanders schedule at 8 p.m. We were all over it. Whodunit Paulson.
Oh, you had it.
Cracked the case with his pal and trusty sidekick, Whodunit Rouillet.
I did very little in this regard. I'll be honest with you. You were doing word problems and solving puzzles and asking trolls and finding the gem and returning it to its spot. You had the MacGuffin all set up. You did it.
I'll be honest with you. There are many years that led up to this where I didn't really care that much about schedule release day and trying to decipher the code and figure out who plays when. And then yesterday we didn't have a show because the Nats were playing until the final hour or so of when we would have been on the air. So I was just so bored that the investigator in me, the detective in me, just got motivated.
Yeah.
I had nothing better to do than just hop on the internet and hop all over the place to try to figure out if we could crack the schedule. So we were able to do that. We talked a lot about it yesterday on the show. It turns out that we were all over it. But before we get into the Commanders' official schedule release, Danny, I asked you when you got here today, and it turns out you have not enjoyed or watched many of these. The release videos, which have become a staple and part of the big day now in the NFL when schedules get doled out all over the National Football League, every team spends a lot of money on a schedule release, although it would appear some teams spend a little less than others. But the teams that do it right, it's their one massive, viral, awesome social media video of the year. And people look forward to these, and there were some really good, really fun, really creative ones. I know the bug hasn't really bitten you necessarily yet, but there are a lot of people that look forward to these and enjoy these. There are actually some great schedule release videos yesterday.
Oh, I believe it. I mean, you get creative people who are given some license to be creative. then some good stuff happens. But I think you summarized it. I know it's what it sounds like. It's very easy to lampoon and throw some stones at old no fun Rouillet. This is one I just kind of don't get. Like, the schedule's the schedule, and how many times can I see someone in Tennessee not know the mascot and go, the Flaming Thumbtacks, da-da-da-da-da,
Well, they didn't do that this year.
but they've done that 10 times. You know, like
they did it once.
The Redbirds, da-da-da-da, and then they go to the next person who doesn't know, and it's like, okay.
That was one time like 3 years ago.
I'll look forward to the next time you do that.
Yeah. They haven't done it again yet, but maybe one day
I think they've done it more
they'll
than
circle
once.
back. The Colts went full Simpsons. I thought they did a really, really good video. The Lions, I thought it was perfect for Detroit, where they went, the theme was kind of all business. And this is actually one, Danny, it sounds like you can get behind. So they have Dan Quinn at his desk. They've got some analysts nationally talking about what a big year this is for Detroit in the grand scheme of the organization. And Dan Quinn just like hits print, takes a sheet of paper over, takes a thumbtack like he's putting up.
Wait, Dan Quinn?
Dan Campbell.
Oh,
sorry.
oh my God. I was like, wait.
Dan Quinn is there for some reason.
He did Dan Quinn. Okay. Sorry.
Dan Campbell takes a thumbtack, puts it on the board, and pins up the schedule, and you just see it. It's 19 seconds long. And they're like, we just need to get to work. It's business time. So you would have liked that. No bells and whistles, no frills. I thought that was creative for their mantra. The Rams went full Napoleon Dynamite. They had an outstanding one, and they took a shot at the Commanders changing their name from Redskins. The Chiefs hired Rob Riggle and a couple comedians to do like an old 90s HGTV thing that played, I thought. The Titans did lookalikes where they walked around the street in Nashville and found people who look like members of teams or organizations they're going to be playing. That got rave reviews. You're a big Street Fighter guy from back in the day?
Yeah.
The Browns had a great Street Fighter video that I thought was very good, but my favorite one is our guy Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza. Everyone's been joking about those two being in the same quarterback room because they're both mesh belt wearing, New Balance shoe donning, dad Kirk Cousins, and how is he not a dad of six? Fernando Mendoza, like which one of them drives the bigger minivan? They went full stepbrothers. And I showed you the video in the pre-show meeting today.
Very well done.
I thought they crushed it. The Raiders get my number one star.
So this is the locker room. And rule number one is do not step on the shield. What happens if I sneeze around it? Don't do it! What if I... Don't do it! So what's the best Star Wars movie? Empire Strikes Back or Rogue One?
Ha! Trick question. Star Wars A New Hope, which was originally titled just Star Wars in 1977, but then they changed it to Star Wars A New Hope in 1981. Say your favorite football play on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Turbo right, 63 wide shallow. Jinx!
Did we just become best friends?
Yup!
Nice!
I'm about to show you the most prized possession from my 15-year NFL career. Thank you for trusting me.
Oh my, it's beautiful, Mr. Chains.
This is a signed sword from Las Vegas' own Donny Osmond.
The fact that you
I
can
loved
get
it in Joseph the Musical.
these two quarterbacks who are competing, in Cousins' case, you're going to be supplanted by Mendoza a handful of weeks into the year, possibly. Together, when they've met like a week ago.
Sure, yeah. To do the buy-in and have a little chemistry there.
Think about like Rodgers and
Favre doing it, yeah, I'm
or
sure.
Rodgers and Jordan Love or something. That's just outstanding.
It's really well done. They mastered and this is actually really hard to do, like in an acting sense. Like these are not professional actors; these are quarterbacks. The awkward, I don't know what, not even the awkward pause, like the awkward stare down with not delivering anything, and still maintain that kind of veneer. That's not easy to do. They both crushed it. That was great.
Yeah, so good videos all around. The Commanders had Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, old Bill, as Bill Merritt, the science guy, doing like science fair experiments. There were some good little moments in there. I didn't think it stacked up great with a lot of the other teams around the league, but it was fine. They put some good work in and clearly took some time doing it. It wasn't terrible or anything. But I don't know if you saw theirs. Did you get through that?
I did. I watched it. I wasn't sure what I was watching. The sound wasn't all the way up the whole time, and I'm kind of, I don't know.
The sound wasn't up?
Yeah, like I couldn't hear some of the things, and I kind of didn't know what was going on. I got distracted
because you didn't
once.
have the sound up, or because the volume wasn't
Sound
high
was
enough?
fine. Maybe I touched something on the screen, and I was really bored. I was wasn't sure what I was watching, and didn't really catch my attention. Was ready for it to be over.
He's a fun
He's
guy.
a fun guy.
Danny Fun Guy Rouillet, as they call him. Let's get into the schedule, though. The Commanders are favored to win 5 games. They will be favorites 5 times this football season. What did you love most? What did you hate most, Danny, about the schedule?
the gauntlet to start the year. It is 100% reasonable. They could get off to a rotten start, a really, really bad start that casts a pall over the entire year. Even if you're better than you were last year, which I expect them to be. The idea that the fairy tale of 2024 is replicable, I think, is just that. I think it's a fairy tale. You could get off to a awful start with a bunch of division favorites, repeat Super Bowl champion, and some of the best teams with the best odds to be really, really effective this year and go deep into the postseason in their own right. You'd be behind the eight ball with a bunch of NFC games against really good opponents. I hate the way it's distributed. I hate it.
So the thing I hate most about their schedule would be that in short order after the trip to London, they're back out west to take on San Francisco. There is a home game sandwiched between the two, but it's not that big of a difference when you're talking about like 14 days between games. And so really it's like 11 or so days between travel of going to London and then going out to California to take on the 49ers. That's on my hate list. I also, if I'm going to add one more thing, would say, and again, going through what we love and what we hate, I think it was actually about as good a schedule in terms of rest and some of the things that were laid out for Washington. It's just a tough schedule, but we knew that already with the opponents. The thing I hate the most probably, Danny, when they're playing a Week 8 home game, it will only be the third time they've been at home all season. So in other words, They have 2 home games through Week 7, which is the lowest total I think that they've had since the 90s. It's really hard to get through 7 weeks of a football schedule and only have played 2 times at home. Most teams have played 4 times at home. Rarely, but sometimes you'll get 5 times in that stretch at home. In their case, they'll have played twice because they lose that home date out in London. And that's a good thing for what lies ahead. There's a lot of home slate after that. But to only play a couple times, you're trying to get into the rhythm of the season. You're trying to sleep in your own bed and stay at the facility and put in the hours and the work deep into the week. It's a lot of travel early on for the Commanders, which I hate. Not my favorite thing. The thing I love about the schedule, you know how big I am on net rest differential and on just how many days before the game are you resting versus your opponent? Washington finished this year 4th in the NFL in net rest days. The Bears are the luckiest team in this regard, plus 15 rest days. The Bills are number 2 at plus 14. And the Cowboys are actually plus 11.5. They have a built-in advantage a lot of times because of the Thanksgiving Day game and whatnot. But they're 3rd. For the Commanders, who play twice on Saturday and back-to-back weeks, only have the one Thursday night game, they have 10 more rest days than their opponents. The Chargers, as an example this year, I don't even know how this is possible, minus 24.
That's crazy.
In rest days. The next worst team is the Philadelphia Eagles, who are minus 15. The Chargers might be setting a record in terms of how little rest they're getting compared to their opponents. But I think this is one of the most underrated things. Everyone wants to talk about strength of schedule. We don't know who's going to be good and who isn't. And we're looking at last year's standings and the winning percentage of a team that's been completely reworked, a roster that's completely redone. How many days, on average, do you get the advantage of over your opponent?
Of recovery, yeah.
Did they play Monday and you played Sunday? Did they play Thursday and you haven't played since Sunday? The Commanders, 4th best in the NFL. That is a sneaky great thing about this schedule.
I didn't have that specific amount of data, but that's where I was going to go, and that's the thing that I love is there aren't too many crazy things, right? Where you play Sunday night into a Thursday, and then the following week it's a Monday Night Football into the early game on Saturday on the road. There's none of those really horrendous. You already mentioned the one travel hot mess. That's just inevitable. Everyone's got to wear one, right? Everyone's got to have one bad situation. That's international travel, Colts, home, then across the country to San Francisco. To me, I care just as much about the opponent in that regard. Like if you're going out west to play Arizona right then, let's do that then. But it's not. It's Arizona. It's in San Fran, really in Santa Clara, a quality opponent there. But I think you touched on it. I didn't have the rest day data, but that stands to reason because I'm going, this doesn't look too arduous in terms of those heavy expectations.
Here's another thing I really like about their schedule. So we've talked a lot in the past about where you want the bye week positioned. Their bye week is week 7. That's a little earlier than what would be idealistic or perfect. But they also have a week 10 semi-bye. This is my old Mike Shanahan, let me play on Thursday, Thanksgiving time frame, so that I get the week and a half after that going into the stretch run. When Shanny was in Denver, as an example, he used to request this, right? With Washington, I remember 10 through 13, those 4 seasons, when I covered him, he said he would go to the league and say, hey, if you need someone to play a Thursday game, we'll take it. Because what he really liked was if you can get a bye in that week 6 through 9 range, and then a Thursday game in the stretch run around Thanksgiving, it lets you load up with what he thought was like a mini bye to rest everybody up over a weekend and get back after it for the stretch run. They kind of have that here. A week 7 bye, and then in week 10, they play Thursday night football against the Giants, and they have a break from Thursday night, November 12th against the Giants, all the way to Monday Night Football, November 23rd. So after that Thursday night game, it's not even the normal all the way to the following Sunday. It's all the way to Monday Night Football the following week for Washington in that 11-day break, which just, that does not happen. I mean, you're not going to find that on their schedule. There's a couple oddities like that. They have not played 2 Saturday games since 1990, and they haven't had that kind of a stretch. The first time that they have had, the 11 days off in well over a decade. So I thought that was a big win for them as well.
So something I hate is the number of primetime games. It's the yard isn't clean, the house isn't clean. I don't want anybody over there. I'll never like it. If we come off back-to-back 13-win plus seasons and are in conference championship games and compete for Super Bowls, then I'll invite those primetime things. This always feels like the addition isn't done and the house is a mess whenever we get these big primetime showcases. I know we have Jaden Daniels, but I'm not ready for it. You know my preference. Sunday at 1, that's when I want their games.
Is primetime different for you than standalone?
Yes.
Or is that all the same?
I do separate it. I probably shouldn't because there's the 9:30 in the morning game, so it makes it 5.
I feel like if your argument is I don't want everybody in the country watching, I don't know how different the TV numbers are between that and the 9:30 a.m. London game or something.
Yeah.
And that one's a little quirky because of the start time.
I was going to say, more people watch primetime than morning, but people watch it.
Okay, but Saturday games. Again, they play 2 Saturday games at the end of the year. Now, we don't yet know if they'll be in primetime or at 4 o'clock, but what's different about primetime and the 4:25 p.m. national TV opener against the Eagles? That'll be your biggest rating game anyway. I bet you get more people that watch that game of the week on Fox with Burkhardt and now it's Tom Brady sometimes. Then watch primetime. Those are like 30, 40 million people. Sometimes.
Those are big numbers. It's still part of an ensemble of games, but yes, the regional it'll win. But the primetime is the rest, all the pregame, hours of recap, the lead up to it. SportsCenter's live from there. Everybody's talking about that game, your team, the whole time. And then when you lay a turd, when you do the fart noise and stink and lose terribly and embarrassingly, it's doubly anguishing.
You know how many standalone games they ended up with before they move anything around?
What was it, 6?
7.
7, golly.
7 times when they're playing and nobody else is playing.
Ugh.
And that's not counting the at least 2 Eagles-Cowboys,
potential
maybe
flexes,
others,
yeah.
like 425 games where you're going to get 30 million people because you're all over the country in the national TV game of the week. But 7 times, Jaden Daniels and Washington are on the field and Dan Quinn's calling the shots. Were we sending out the punt team or not? When you're the only game on at that moment. That's your nightmare.
It's my nightmare. It's my least favorite thing. Again, if they happen to be awesome, which I don't expect them to be, but let's say they are, then bring them on. I'll play whenever. But I generally want to stay hidden. I want to be on the same time as the Browns. You know what I mean? So you barely catch us on Red Zone.
That
people don't know.
Bothers me way less than a lot of other things. Like anecdotally, I get where you're coming from because it's just the nerves and an anxiety and a kind of a woe is us. We're not good on primetime. But if you're good, you're going to be good whenever you play. If you're bad, you're going to be bad then or at 1 o'clock. It's not like, oh my gosh, we're playing in front of the whole country and now I'm nervous like I'm performing in a play in front of my school or something. It doesn't work that way for me. What I think about is things that are rare, things the league tries to avoid. There's a reason the league tries to avoid things. So in this case, the Commanders, 2 true home games in the first 7 weeks of the season. That has not happened since 1999. You're going back 27 years and like 28 football seasons. There's a reason for that. Because it is so not ideal. Because it is so unfair, essentially. I hate that. Now, the London game is the reason. I don't know how you get over that. But 99, the last time they only played 2 home games in the first 7.
It's just weird because of the math. But yeah, I mean, so the way I always think of it is it's like you're eating your vegetables before you have to before you want to eat the delicious thing. You're going to have to pay the piper. So if there was a sequence where there was like a bunch of 3 straight home game situations because you're on the road a bunch early, I could live with that. Like you think of the Capitals schedule at certain times where now this year wasn't the case. They were at home a bunch early, but if they were away early, you go man, right now this stinks. But when your old legs are tired in March and April, and there's a lot less miles to go, that West Coast trip that they always, they spend a month out there, they don't have to do that. Maybe it's to their advantage. It doesn't feel like there's enough payback from that, though, where you have so few games at home to start the season. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Some of the things we really like that we don't like about the schedule to set the table. Let's open up the phones for you guys next, though. 800-636-1067. We did talk quite a bit yesterday about what we perceived to have been the schedule set. We ended up being right, and we had the schedule nailed down. But this is our first chance to chat with people since it's become official, and we got all the start times that were TBD as well. What do you love most, and what do you hate? What gives you hope, and what makes you most nervous? 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny on the
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Tonight it is the Beltway Series renewed from Nats Park as the Washington Nationals welcome in the Baltimore Orioles. Nats are 6-13 at home. Orioles have won 3 of their last 4. Zach Littell against Shane Baz at 6:15 right here on the Fan. The Nats have recalled left-handed pitcher Andrew Alvarez and optioned right-hander Zach Grant. The Tigers ace Tariq Skubal is playing catch 2 weeks after surgery. And the PGA Championship Round 2 leaderboard has Aldrich Potgieter leading alongside Minwoo Lee at 4 under, 1 shot ahead of Chris Gotterup, Hideki Matsuyama, Alex Smalley, and others. NBA playoffs tonight, Detroit against Cleveland and San Antonio versus Minnesota. Discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for listening to the program. The Nationals just announced the debut of MLB Pipeline's #1 pup spec, Natty the dog, tonight. This is the #1 pup spec in all of baseball.
It is.
Natty the dog. I haven't heard back from them about getting Natty in studio. That was supposed to have been Thursday or Friday this week. And they seemed like, oh, yeah, we'll do that. That's awesome. We'll bring the dog over. And then we talked about it on air. And you weren't overly excited about it. And
do you think they heard and were like, and they canceled it?
I'm wondering.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
They were a little like, I haven't reached back out. It was kind of ball was in their court kind of deal.
Sure.
But they were like, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we'd love to bring the dog over. Great to hear you guys are so excited. Like, we'll get the dog over there. And
great to hear you guy are so excited.
Me and Darius were all fired up. And then we went around the horn. You, Toby, and Strobes were all like, yeah, I don't really care. Don't really need the dog here or whatever. I wonder if your disdain for the entire thing cost me a chance to have puppy breath all up in my face.
I think there's a great chance of that, honestly. I do feel a little bit bad. I mean, you're excited about it, so I don't like to rain on things that you're excited about. But if asked, am I excited, I answer truthfully, which is no. Teams shouldn't have dogs. They should have pitching.
That's okay. I'm going to the ballpark tonight.
Yeah.
And I will have an opportunity, hopefully, at some point to meet the #1 pup spec in baseball.
You know how you get so annoyed when I say Barcelona?
Yeah.
That's that.
Okay.
That's that for me.
Well, yes.
I'm saying you found it. You found the return of surf.
How many times did you say Barcelona yesterday?
It wasn't yesterday. It was the day before.
Okay.
Because I was trying to explain the difference between Madrid and Barcelona.
Yeah.
And where I stayed in Barcelona, which is Barceloneta.
Do you ever look up pup specs and their stats?
No.
And box scores?
Again.
What about a pup spec getting called up to make a home debut? Do you think it'll be good for the game?
This is a baseline backhand winner.
Eli Willits is a good pup spec in the system, but this is a better pup spec.
Like, I just wish there was just that shame fader would go just a little higher. A little bit.
Different departments. That's all I can remind you over and over again.
Sure, yeah.
What do you love about the Commander's schedule? What do you hate about the Commander's schedule is the question on Grant and Danny. You can tweet us at Grant Paulson, at Funny Danny. I'm going to get into some of your responses in a second. Of course, you can call us at 800-636-1067. One other note on the NFL schedule that I saw last night. Have we done away with the rule of how often you are allowed to play on primetime now? Is that no longer a thing? The Rams have 7 primetime games this season, tying the 2023 Bills and the 2025 Chiefs for the most in a season in NFL history. Remember when at one point in time you couldn't play more than 5? Then it became 6. This is now saying they've got 7, and it's tying the previous high. Now, I understand how a 23 Bills team could have played 7 because of flex games after the fact.
Yep.
But how are we scheduling them for 7 when supposedly you're not supposed to be able to be scheduled for more than 6? Did I miss a rule change somewhere along the line?
I must have. I kind of, if you'd ask me blind ballot right now, is there a rule that limits primetime games? I go, oh, yeah, definitely. But it doesn't seem to be anymore. Maybe they lifted the cap. Maybe it's now an absurd amount. Maybe they've realized, why would we limit that?
It's also going to be harder to stick with whatever they'd originally designed because we have so many more standalone dates. So if Thursday Night Football is one thing with Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, right? But think about this too, Danny. Now we're doing the night before Thanksgiving, and then the Boxing Day, whatever we call that, after Thanksgiving. I guess that's not technically prime time. But Christmas Day, we have a triple header now. So that's added another primetime date. And the night before Christmas, Christmas Eve is going to have a primetime game. There's just more of them. So if 5 years ago, I'm making these numbers up, but let's just say there were 24 primetime games, and now there are 36 primetime games or whatever, how do you not raise the cap of what the really good teams are allowed to play under the lights? If you didn't, you would get worse teams playing in primetime. So I'd imagine that the needle's moving in that regard. Has to.
Yeah, because thinking about this as it pertains to our international discussion, right, where you're exporting the worst games and you're going to buy our product. Well, as you said, there are more stakeholders now. You're trying to grow the game internationally, so now you have to give up some of your good inventory. And with all the different subscription services, all the different people that are going, really, this is what you're giving me? Like, I paid however many billions, and I got the last pick of primetime games, so I'm left with Jets-Browns for the millionth time on Monday Night Football? Screw this. Give me some value that now there's, you're drafted out of the same pool, right? Everyone wants to see Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow and company. So, yeah, it stands to reason.
The other part of that, by the way, the Rams having 7 primetime games, it just feels like a gigantic bet by the NFL on the 38-year-old back of Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
Not completely falling apart. I always joke that he was hooked up and wired into batteries and, on these operating tables where he was plugged in like a robot at some point last year. But there were weird stories in training camp about the different experimenting and things they were doing just to get his back to a place where he could be healthy. And because he played at an MVP level, he won the MVP award last year, I think we've kind of forgotten about how tenuous that situation is.
Dude.
He gets hurt.
Remember all preseason, I'm picking against the Rams, not because they're not talented, but this whole Matt Stafford thing is a mystery. How could anyone feel confident where he couldn't practice, Grant, let alone play in preseason games? He was physically unable to get through a practice leading right up to the season. That, of course, won the MVP award.
It's a massive bet, literally putting the league on the shoulders and on the back of Matt Stafford because 7 prime times. Now, maybe you could flex a couple of those at the end of the year if need be, but it's not like they've got a plan B at quarterback. If Stafford gets hurt, the Rams are tough to watch.
Is it Ty Simpson time or is it not even yet?
Eventually it would be. Probably not in the first couple of weeks of the season. But remember, he was advocating, McVay was on TV for Cousins. I think they had Garoppolo still in the fold at that point, who's been contemplating retirement or whatever. But yeah, if Stafford's healthy, Super Bowl team, 13 wins, as good as it gets in the National Football League.
They're the odds-on favorite. I mean, they are the heavy favorite to win the Super Bowl.
The teams that I'm seeing that got no primetime games include the New York Jets and the Miami Dolphins.
Correct.
Feels right.
Yeah. Dolphins' purposeful rebuild. Jets are just jetting it up.
So that's another thing. So do you not have to play on Thursday night anymore? Didn't that used to be a thing where everyone got one Thursday night game? I guess we're done with that now. Because
definitely was the thing.
That's how we got the Jets versus the Browns and all those.
That was the justification.
Games.
It was, listen, everyone has to do it, so don't complain. Right? Everyone has to take their medicine.
Not anymore.
I guess not anymore.
My last scheduling quirk nationally to get to. The Arizona Cardinals are an underdog 17 times.
How many games do they have?
They're scheduled to play 17.
So, let me carry the 2.
They're going to
100%
stink.
of the time. Yeah, that's 17.
This is my reason that we should be going to Phoenix. When the lawyers, the CAM lawyers, Condori and Murad hit us up yesterday and we're like, what trips would you guys want to make? I'm pushing the Cardinals way up the board because it would be nice to see Washington go belt to butt on somebody, wouldn't it? The Cardinals are going to pick first in the draft. I really believe that.
It would be really fun to just go see a dominant win.
They only had one position group where they were already pretty set, and it was running back.
And that's who they drafted.
And then they chose Jeremiah Love. Like, nothing they've done makes any sense to me. And if Jacoby Brissett really is serious about wanting out and being unhappy and wanting a new contract and not wanting to play there, are we talking about Carson Beck? Like, is he starting by week 6 or week 8 or something? I mean, is Washington going to get to play Carson Beck this season?
Yeah, because early on it'll be Gardner Minshew time, right? If they're sort of, trying to pretend to be competitive, and then eventually you just turn it over, where you go, all right, fine, let's stink. But let's stink on our terms. Go ahead, go get them, Carson.
Couple of the responses at Grant Paulson on Twitter here. Brad says, good teams don't worry about the schedule. What do you think of that?
Congrats on being a tough guy. That's awesome. The rest of us, though, can go, hey, this is a team that isn't that good yet, and we have to worry about those sorts of things. But yeah, I'd love to not worry about it. I don't know that the Bills or the Rams or whomever, they go, yep, we know we play Seattle a couple times. And that's nice. That's not a luxury we have coming off of a picking 7th at 5-12 type season.
KB says, rest is not going to matter a whole lot if you're 2-10 and DQ's having to do the we're lost, but now we're found bit. He says, I know there's a ton of turnover year over year, but even if they're losing games by 3 points, by the time the rest is kicking in, this team will be defeated. Very true. I mean, what I love about the schedule is the rest days, and in the second half of the season, the number of times they're going to be more rested than their opponent. But if they do come out of the chute slow and they start 2-5 or, God forbid, 3-6 or something, that will be irrelevant by the time we get there. He's totally correct. That goes back to what you said, which is there is no margin for error here. And we'll talk about this later in the show, but they had absolutely better have a better training camp. And I don't mean better in terms of, the work they're putting in as much as the ask of the players.
Yeah, more productive and ready to play.
They need to grind harder. They need to practice more and longer. They need, as a staff, to better prepare this group. They should do more in preseason. They should have more snaps for the regulars, more series that they ask people to play. Because the status quo the last couple years hasn't been good enough, and now you're starting with a varsity schedule, Philly, Dallas, Seattle. You want to go lollygag all August, you're going to be 0-3. You better get your act together for when that ball's in the air.
Yeah, this isn't Tom Brady's Patriots where September's your training camp because you've got a whole 3 games to go at the end when no one else is playing, and you got bigger fish to fry. And every year, people in September would write the article like, "Are the Patriots done? Is the dynasty over?" No, it's not. They're going to go to the AFC title game for the 17th time out of 20 years. You don't have the pelts on the wall. The Eagles are allowed, to me, to start slow if they want to. They could take it easy. Bigger fish to fry. You don't get to do that. Just simply because you haven't put any deposits in the old bank account just yet that gives you the benefit of the doubt that says, we'll pick it up later as we go on. I think there's no margin for error. I think that's the term.
Last one here from Boone. He says, the schedule feels like they're on a roller coaster ride. He says, if you can make it to the top of the original hill, that ascent, if you can make it up without puking all over yourself, the last set of games appears downhill, fun and favorable, subject to change. All of this is going to change. We don't know who's good. Sure. We don't know who's bad. But that's the take. It does feel like if you can punch through the first half, I'm going to use the golf analogy here. I'm going to go full Junks Zabe on you, okay? I'm going to go B Mitch and Finley. On the front 9, I need to be within a stroke or 2 of par. I'm not even saying I got to play par golf. If I'm 1 or 2 over, I can live with that. My season can't be over, but I've got to be within striking distance with a winning streak. The back 9 is where I got to go find some birdies.
Yeah, I said yesterday, sight unseen, I would take 3 and 5 through their first 8 games. That gets you through week 9 in the Rams. That's a Super Bowl contender, 2 Eagles games at the 49ers, the defending Super Bowl champion Seahawks, and against a team that started 7-2 last year in Indianapolis across the pond.
Who are your 3 wins if you're 3 and 5 there? Giants, one of them. Colts in London.
I hope I get the Giants game. I steal one from Philadelphia, I hope.
Okay.
And then maybe you beat Dallas.
Okay. I think you could beat the Colts in London 4-4, but let's just say that's your 3 and 5. Now you go into the final 9 where Giants, Bengals, Cardinals, Titans, Falcons, all very winnable. Vikings, I'll put in that category. There's potentially 6 wins. It's just hard to imagine. Like I was listening, the Junks did their exercise they do every year where they go W's and L's, and Cakes had them something like that. It was
ripped off 8 straight wins or something.
And they just went on this 2012-esque 7-game winning streak, and you're like, those are pretty rare around these parts. You get one of those every 10, 12 football seasons. Something like that. That's a big ask if you're going to need to win 6 in a row to get back into the hunt. But if there's a schedule that will allow it, it might be theirs. The one game smack dab in the middle there that's going to be the hardest is the Houston Texans on December 13th. Grant and Danny on the Fan will be with you, taking you all the way up to Nats baseball today. Speaking of which, the Orioles are in town. I want to talk about the Beltway Series and some Caps news after last night to get you as well. This is the Fan. Guys, it's GP. DC, the Defenders are back to defend the district. Saturday, May 31st, coming up, final day of the month, just a couple of weeks from right now. Noon kickoff, the DC Defenders at Audi Field. They are back home to take on the Orlando Storm in what will be the final regular season game of the season. So your last chance in the regular season to feel that energy and hear the roar and watch the Defenders, the defending champions in the UFL, bring on that intensity that got them to and through the title game last year. It's also going to be Kids Day. I take my kids whenever I go to the Defenders games because it's just such a fun, family-friendly atmosphere. One of the best in town. First 5,000 fans going to get a free Defenders t-shirt at Audi Field on the 31st of May. Go wear that shirt proud and show the team's red colors. Be there, be loud, defend the district. Tickets start at just $26. That's $26. Get your tickets now at ufldefenders.com. That's ufldefenders.com. Nats baseball tonight, 4 hours from now. The Beltway Series resumes, the regional rivalry between the Nats and the Orioles. One of my favorite series of the year at Nats Park, when they do it at Camden Yards. Similarly, love going up there to my favorite ballpark that I grew up going to and watching the Nats. Used to be even more entertaining, I'd say, Danny, when there were different rules in the two leagues. Interleague intrigue meant a little bit more when, in Camden Yards, you're going to get a DH you don't normally get. When you're at Nationals Park, you get to see your Orioles.
The AL pitcher hitting,
Pitcher bat, which was always a wacky. But it's still so fun. You have people that despise the other team. And I'll never really understand that. I grew up a diehard fan of the Orioles my entire childhood and life until we started doing the show together in 2014. We started going in the clubhouse, getting to know everybody over with the Nats. If they did well, it was good for the show. If they did badly, it hurt us. And so little by little, more often than not, I find myself tracking the Nationals and, have become a big Nats fan over the last 12 years now, watch every inning of every single game. But for 25 years or whatever of my life, it was all birds all the time. So I kind of view it as, I love the Nats, I like the Orioles. People like to take issue with that, and they can kiss my butt. I don't really care. They can kick rocks. It's two different leagues. It's this is not the Cowboys and the Commanders, even if you want to make it that way. But there are people like Strober who, like, if you bring up the Orioles, he gets angry, right? Maryland guy through and through, diehard Nats fan, but he was born at a time when the Nats existed as far back as he can remember. That wasn't the case for a lot of us. I have a buddy who's a diehard Orioles fan named Andy, who calls them the Walgreens. And, like, the very mention of the Nationals will ruin his day. Like, there are people like that on both sides of the conversation.
Absolutely. I've argued this a million times. I've gone back and forth on it a million and one times. It is the most unique relationship between two teams in all of sports. Multiple cities have either two teams or teams close by. You think of the Bay Area with San Francisco and Oakland, and there's the division there. This was viewed for the Orioles and their late owner, Peter Angelos, as part of Orioles territory. All Washington wanted was a team of their own. So it is quite literally carved out from a previous marketplace. So you have the animosity, ill will that is engendered right there to begin with. The idea that this would somehow, ruin things for the Orioles has not, by the way. It's actually good for them to have some competition, to force them to actually do some things well here and there. And they're a little bit accountable because there's another option down the street. But I digress on that front. But that relationship is so completely unique and different that there's nothing else like it, really, in all sports. Again, like when the expansion Mets happened, the difference between the Queens and the Bronx, not that big a deal, to be honest with you. It wasn't like all of a sudden people in New York were like, I'm going to be a Mets fan now. It's just, it didn't happen that exact way when the expansion team hit. This is so different and so unique that quite literally you've got people that are still in this area that still care about the Orioles and yell at you like, I'm loyal. And it's like, cool. They didn't want me there. They got mad at DC and then looked down on us, and not look down, but thumb their nose at us because they don't really care for us and make fun of us on Baltimore radio. And now we kind of do it back to them. The whole thing is so odd.
I think it's a fun back and forth. I think it's a blast. I think it's great for both organizations.
It's good when they're both good.
Yes, and that's been very, very rare, by the way. There might have been a crossover season in the Venn diagram, but basically the Nats from 12 to 19 had their run. In that time, starting around 14, the Orioles were also good, and that was the extent of it. Otherwise, the Nats have never really been good on either end of the bread of the sandwich, so to speak, and the Orioles have spent a lot more time than the Nationals being bad since their 83 World Series championship.
Yeah, that 12 through 16 run, when both teams were good, Orioles had one blip in there where they were 500, but other than that, they went to the ALCS.
That was the Buck Show, Walter Birds.
They were 93 wins in the playoffs, 96 wins, 90 wins again. Right, and when the Nationals were losing their playoff series, the Orioles were doing it too.
The Orioles in town tonight to take on the Nats, and over at Nationals Park, if you're going to the game, they're giving away a hat. It says it's a bad day to be a hot dog. I'm so excited about these hats. I think they're awesome. They're doing a discount on hot dogs at the ballpark tonight, oh, by the way. So if you're going there, eat your weight in hot dogs. They're going to have a tally up on the screen. Pretty cool idea. But I bring this up, Danny, to suggest that we sent Toby over to the ballpark after he was on B Mitch and Finley today. So he's going to be over there sending back some interviews with players. I asked him to find out, just ask them, how do they eat their hot dogs? What do they like on their hot dogs? and we'll play a little guessing game when we find out which players he grabbed as to how they prefer their hot dog.
What a good idea.
Typically not something we would do on this show very frequently, but because it's hot dog day in D.C. Over at the ballpark, we'll also be discussing how you should and should not eat hot dogs in the 4 o'clock hour. So that's coming up on Grant and Danny. Next, though, the president of basketball ops for the Wizards is Michael Winger. He was on Ryan Russillo's show, and he pulled the curtain back and opened up the answer key on how he and this front office view the next year or two, the future of this organization. A lot of really good answers and content I want to play and react to. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Nationals baseball is back home tonight against the Orioles, starting a homestand. Our coverage will begin at 6:15 here on The Fan with Zach Littell against Shane Baz. The Nats have recalled left-hander Andrew Alvarez. Good news for Tigers ace Tariq Skubal. He's playing catch 2 weeks after surgery. Big news in college football, like father, like son. Charles Woodson Jr. has committed to play at Michigan. He's a 4-star defensive back from Orlando, and of course the son of former Heisman Trophy winner Charles Woodson. Taking a look at the PGA Championship second round, the leaderboard includes Aldrich Potgieter and Alex Smalley, both at the top of the board. Now Potgieter is up 5 under to 1 shot ahead of Alex Smalley. Jason Day at 3 under par. Brooks Koepka at 1 under. Xander Schauffele also at 1 under par. Some of the notables in the second round of the PGA Championship. Mystics against the Fever tonight, and Washington Spirit take on San Diego Wave FC, a battle for second place in the NWSL. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
In 1 hour at 4, we've got tickets to see Russell Peters at MGM National Harbor. You got to be listening to the Beltway Blitz, 4 o'clock to win those.
We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let you know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. That read sounds even better with Rick Astley underneath as a nice little bet. You got to love that.
Always thought that.
No choice, yeah.
Big hot dog themed night in the Navy Yard with the Nats giving away hot dog hats over at the park. We sent Toby over to Nationals Park for a little segment we're going to do later. He's asking players how they prefer to eat their hot dogs. And we're going to play a little guessing game as to how we think each given player actually does consume a dog. So just to give you a little sample of what this will sound like when we do it next hour, the first player that we will play the guessing game with is Drew Millis, catcher of the Nationals.
Is hit in the air to deep right center field. Chasing back Buxton to the warning track, near the wall, looking up, and there it goes! It's into the seats in the second row for Drew Millis.
All right, so Drew Millis, Danny, how do you think Drew Millis consumes his hot dog?
Drew Millis is an adult, married. He is not a child with childlike taste buds. Mustard. He likes mustard.
Only mustard?
Only mustard.
No chance. Drew Millis is a meat and potatoes kind of guy. Drew Millis is a... You're right, he's married. That's true, but he's the oldest player of the regulars on the team. He's the only guy over 27 who's played for the Nats this season.
Uh-huh.
Crazy to think about. He is going to consume ketchup and mustard, and I'm going to say there's a weird thing on there, too, because he's a backup catcher. Doesn't play all the time.
So he wants relish or onions or something.
I'm going to say onions. I'm going to say ketchup, mustard, onions is how Drew Millis eats his hot dog. Let's go back over to Nats Park and Toby Altizer.
Drew Millis, what do you like on your hot dog?
Ketchup. There's no other way.
That's it?
That's it.
God, it's so disappointing.
It's literally the opposite of your prediction.
So disappointing.
You got to be really disappointed in Drew.
Well, I am. And I thought I could count on him because it's usually a bunch of children, and children don't have refined taste buds. So the rest of them are just going to have nothing but ketchup. These 21-year-olds are going to make, I like ketchup on everything. I put it on my nuggets. It's stupid. So that's the way the rest of the game's going. But I thought I had someone in Drew. I thought I had an ally over there. I thought I had a grown-up. I didn't.
I haven't eaten my McDonald's fries with ketchup since I was on swim team as a kid.
Yeah, they don't need them.
They don't need them.
They don't need
They're
them.
salty. They're crispy. They're perfect. But if I'm at a restaurant, I almost always am going to ask for ketchup to dip the fries into. Or I'm going to squirt the ketchup right there on the dish so that I can dip my cheeseburger and my fries in. I don't know where that leaves me in terms of fries with ketchup. Because I would never in a million years at McDonald's get ketchup and dip a fry in. But at a restaurant, every time, 1,000% of the time.
Is that right?
We're dipping.
I mean, to me, what people always ask me, like, what's your thing against ketchup? It's not a specific thing against ketchup specifically. It is sugar water that's colored red for children. But in general, we can always do better. And that's my point, is especially if I'm in a restaurant, there's always a better sauce. There's always a if I'm stuck at some, I'm at I don't know.
You're at a sports bar, you get a bacon cheeseburger. Will you ever put ketchup on the burger?
No. But because even they've got some hot sauce, they got some condiments. There's plenty of other things that are just better, that are elevated. It's one of those, like if I'm on a road trip and there's nothing else and I got to do the ketchup packet, I'll do it. It's not that I'm opposed to it, but my viewpoint is we should always strive for better. And that's kind of my view. I just think there's always something that's a better option for that individual dish than ketchup.
So I got to go to Darius for scoring. I think I also get a big fat 0 on that too. I said ketchup, mustard, onion. He only wanted ketchup. So I was negative on 2 out of 3 there. So neither of us get a point.
No points awarded to either of you gentlemen, no.
Okay, so the game will continue coming up a little later on Grant and Danny as we try to figure out how the Nats enjoy their hot dogs. Let's get into what Michael Winger had to say on the Russillo podcast. This interview was awesome, by the way.
It was so good.
I don't often put over other interviews that you should listen to, but if you're a big Wizards fan, Winger was terrific, and I thought the questions from Russillo were good. So a lot I want to get into here, but why don't we start with Russillo's draft experience when he was in the room with Michael Winger. And he asked Winger about like what was going on for him. Winger had not been in the room as an executive with the Wizards. Dawkins had done it previously to no avail. So they sent the president, not the GM, Winger, to kind of get done what Dawkins couldn't, to win the lottery. And this was Winger on his experience inside the lottery drawing room as he found out the Wizards won the lotto and got 1-1.
Once Byron started reading off the instructions, he asked everybody to take a seat and he starts reading the instructions. Yeah, I had the bubble guts a little bit. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm sitting here. You have all of these, you have this giant worksheet of lottery ball odds in front of you. And I'm trying
1,000 scenarios.
Yeah, right. Exactly. 1,000 scenarios. We had the first 140 of them. And so I'm quickly trying to process in my head, okay, what numbers do I need to see come up first? And the inverse, what numbers, if I see them, are going to piss me off. And so first number was 4. Thought, okay, that's a low number. I like low numbers. Second number was 2. It's like, oh, I'll be damned. That's another low number. So this is good. And then when the 1 came up, I knew we had it because we had every 1, 2, 4 combination. And I was just sort of stunned for a minute. And I remember telling myself the entire time, whatever happens, just don't overreact. Don't overreact. If it doesn't go your way, don't overreact. If it goes your way, just don't overreact. But the gentleman sitting next to me from Indiana, Ted, he tapped me. And so he and I both knew that that the Wizards had gotten the pick. And then Byron called out the last number, 13. And the first thing I thought to myself was, I just wish I could be around my group right now to celebrate this moment.
There was no sweat because of the way the first 3 played out. Before the 4th number is even drawn, he's sitting there and he knows they won the lottery.
Yeah, it's so eerily similar, but this time in a good way, to a couple years ago for the Wemby draft, where they had 7 of the 10 combinations based on the numbers that had come out. Now, this one was already locked in and it was done. It's like your bingo is not exactly the right term, but it's like on your daily, what do you call it, the 50-50 raffle, I got everything from 206 to 215 with my things. It doesn't matter what the last number is. If it's 7, 8, 9, 10, I got it. He knew on 3, and he's going, oh my God, we just won. I love his phrase, though. I had the bubble guts in that moment. Relatable.
He had to be super
So
nervous.
did we.
But here's something I didn't think about until I listened to him talk about this. So the way that this works is they allow a very select number of media to chronicle everything inside, but everything's embargoed. There's no reporting. All cell phones get taken away. I mean, this is a very, very private room. And they then keep you in for about an hour, Danny. An hour after they do this drawing. So Winger finds out that the Wizards have the number 1 pick. He is not allowed to tell anyone. He can't call his wife. He can't talk to Ted Leonsis. Him and Will Dawkins have worked side by side, shoulder to shoulder for years for this day. You can't call him. And on top of that, think about finding this thing out. I think about in life the things I've been most excited about, like when my wife and I found out we were pregnant. And you can't call your parents yet, or you can't tell anyone for a couple of weeks. Now, I'm always the worst at that, by the way. Everyone's going to know within hours. My wife just knows. Tell me when you want everyone to know.
Whenever the news is fine to get out.
I'm not a good secret keeper in that regard. But you can't enjoy it with somebody else. That has to be the worst. This was Winger on that. This idea of, it's the coolest thing in the world just happened to me, but now I've got to just wear this by myself for an hour, and then I don't even get to be there when everyone else finds out wherever they are, and they're going crazy because I'm still in the room at that point.
Really is an absolute buzzkill to be in that room for the next hour, not be able to call your owner, not being able to call your wife, like not be able to, like, you can't celebrate with your players, your GM, like nobody. And so, and you don't get to escape fast enough to get to them during their moment of elation. And so you're sort of like rounding third when it was the home run that won it, and like everybody's already celebrating. It's like, I sort of want to be in the pile too. And you just can't get to the pile fast enough.
It's got to be a super weird feeling. I love that analogy, by the way. Winger's a sharp guy.
Yes, he is.
But I was thinking about this. So the World Series, now I would not have had this any other way. Okay, I was spoiled rotten. I was very lucky. Game 7, 2019 World Series. I was in Houston, and for the radio broadcast with Charlie and Dave, went down on the field, did a post-game interview, kind of covered for them as they came out of the booth downstairs to do the clubhouse show, right? So I'm literally running out onto the field in the seconds after the Nats have won Game 7 of the World Series in Houston. And as Ryan Zimmerman's crying and hugging Max Scherzer, my goofball self is like standing there tugging on their jerseys like, anybody want to talk to me? I've got a microphone.
What are you guys making a championship?
Right. So that was the coolest thing ever.
Uh-huh.
But that night, I was sitting with a couple of media guys, I think Barry Sferluga, somebody else, watching all of the clips of D.C. and people running the streets and Half Street and the Navy Yard and whatever was going on. And there was a little bit of FOMO to not be in D.C., but you can't be in both places at once.
Yeah, totally.
And I kind of get it with, like, I'm not with my family, I'm not with my wife, like these people that I watch all these games with. It was a little bit strange, and that's what he's talking about. The coolest thing in the world just happened. You wouldn't have it any other way.
Right.
But it's just you for a little while.
You wouldn't trade the experience, but at the same time, I was hanging out with all my friends. At the time, my 5-year-old son got to see a championship from the baseball team that I never thought we'd even have. Like, that was unbelievable and perfect, but would have been cool to be there too.
Here's Michael Winger on something that I've brought up a lot on the show. I loved this answer because I think it speaks to something you and I have debated. So he's talking about having a lot of cap space. So I did not love the Trae Young trade. I was whelmed by it. I was fine with it. I really didn't love the Anthony Davis trade. When I say that, both trades you gave up next to nothing and you got really good players. So I have no problem with them. But my point that I've made on the air over and over again, Danny, is I like the idea of the cap space and the possibilities of what could lie ahead more than I like the known being locked into Trae Young and Anthony Davis. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
I don't know what's behind that door when I've got all the cap space and all the assets, and I'm able to kick the can down the road until I make the decision as to who I'm going to build the whole thing around. But the unknown behind the door of maybe it's something amazing, better to me, greater than Trae Young with his defensive flaws and Anthony Davis who just doesn't play enough basketball games. But one of the things that's come up as we've debated this is cap space today and cap space 5 years ago are not equal.
This is the thing.
And so maybe I need to recalibrate a little bit on this. Now, I think of cap space not just as free agency, but I also think of cap space as the ability to inherit and trade for players. But in the NBA, so many of those guys have no trades or have say with their agents who run the sport on whether or not they want to go there. But listen to what Winger had to say about cap space and why, in part, they made the trades they did, because just having all the money to spend is not as great as it might sound.
I think it's a high risk going into free agency with a tremendous amount of cap space in what could also be a limited free agent marketplace. And so that was part of our analysis. That pie chart was, okay, if we don't do this deal with Trae and then we don't subsequently do the second deal with AD, what are we doing with this cap space? Well, one, we're going to chase Trae Young and hope he comes, but boy, it sure would be a hell of a lot easier to sign him in free agency if he's already got 6 months of experience with us, wouldn't it? So that's partly why we traded for him. But there's got to be guys in free agency that are willing to come.
Right. And you don't know that.
You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know. And guys aren't really getting to free agency anymore. It's like if a player wants to be on his team and a team wants him on that team, they pay him, like they extend him. And so it's just not, it's not as prevalent as it used to be. Like you used to be able to go into free agency with a bunch of cap room and, have, meetings lined up and talk to stars, and they just don't get there anymore.
I love that answer. I could debate the merits of chasing Trae Young in free agency because he said that might be what we do with the money. And I could say, let's not chase him and give him a huge contract. But that was apparently one of the things they were kicking around anyway, which makes it even more reasonable to trade for him. But when he says free agents have to be willing to come, I think they've done their research and they know we're still not there. You see it with Anthony Davis.
Right, we're still not the cool kid.
Free agents don't want to seek us out. We need to trade for these guys or else we don't get these guys.
And it's also his other point, because you can get more money as an NBA player. Now, the reason they did this, it's not what's happening in effect, but bear with me. Teams would gripe about, I drafted it for the sake of argument. Let's say Keyshawn George becomes a superstar. And teams are going, I basically just put in all the work to make him a superstar. Now he's going to leave and go play in one of the 4 cool cities for all the money. We need to be able to entice guys to stay home and have fans be excited. So they go, okay, you can offer him an extra year and more money than anybody else. And that was the design, was to be able to keep your own stars.
The old bird rights stuff,
yeah,
and
so,
max and super max and super duper duper super max.
So that changed, but they let the genie out of the bottle in another area where they gave players every bit of autonomy. Really, a couple super agents still are brokering the league and doing it the way that they want. So it turned into players can stay with their own teams. Yes, they can sign for the most money and then demand a trade. See our very own Anthony Davis, who did it in New Orleans, signed there for the most money, then said, thank you so much for that contract. Now trade me to LA. And that kind of became the precedent. So yes, you have to stockpile assets for trades.
It made me pause and think, okay, maybe I need to update my thinking a little bit on the value of having all of the cap space. Because he is saying, he pushed back on it being basically a bad idea, that it's a fool's errand to just keep all the cap space. But he did say it's a risk. And I think when you're a team like the Wizards, you could probably make the case that it doesn't help you as much as it should. So there's something to that. And I think it's smart even when we think about the Capitals. The Caps found out last night, by the way, with the Ducks getting eliminated by the Golden Knights. So the Nick Dowds beat the John Carlsons in the Western Conference playoff. Dowd is on to an opportunity to try to make a run for a cup here. The Caps are going to be picking 16th and 18th based on getting that Ducks pick. We now know when it is going to be in the first round based on them being eliminated in the Carlson deal. But we talk a lot about all the cap space that the Capitals have, and everyone brings up, yeah, but there's not enough good players to spend all that money on anyway. My point is, you can trade for these players, and the Caps are actually a team that people want to come to.
Yep.
They're not the Wizards. They are the cool kid. You get to come, potentially play with Ovi if he's still playing. Even if not, one of the best teams in the East. It's been one of the best teams in hockey for going on the last 15 years. But in basketball, it is hard to get people to come here. So I thought that was a smart point. Another thing he said that was informative for me and maybe pushed back on one of my takes that I've had on the show was, I'm just not a huge Trae Young guy. I don't think he's like a winning basketball player. I think he is an offensive assassin. I think he is an incredible savant with the basketball. And he's a jump starter of an offense, but I don't think he's a complete player that you're going to win a lot with. And I kind of kept pointing at like the Leo meme with the Hawks after he left this year. Like, see what's happening there? But he did not name Trae Young here, but you tell me you don't think he's talking about Trae Young. He was asked something to the effect of, what's something that you've learned in your time as an executive that maybe people don't know? Listen to this answer from Winger.
One other thing that I recall learning, particularly in Oklahoma City, with LA, is all these guys are still writing the book on who they are, no matter how old they are. And whatever some guy did in, Miami or Charlotte or Brooklyn, like your environment can help a guy be different. Like while leopards may or may not be able to change their spots, the perception of that leopard can change. And so, we had some rough dudes in LA from time to time, and they were unbelievably important to our organization. And like whether or not people could change, I don't know the answer to that, but don't necessarily take the most widely held view of a guy and assume that that's the truth. And so really knowing a guy and giving him giving him grace, giving him a second chance or a third chance to be something different than maybe he's been before. I think it's really important.
I think that's a smart point in life and in business.
Yeah.
I mean, because someone is a malcontent and annoyed with their role here, and maybe an energy cancer or something, doesn't mean if you work with them at another radio station when they're happier and have a better role in a different lease on life or something, that they can't be the opposite of that, right? And I don't know. When I hear him saying that, I thought about Trae Young and the perceptions. I thought about Anthony Davis and the perceptions of him. And his point is just, when you're in a different situation with different people around you, you might become a different person. You might be a different, I don't just mean player, but personality in the locker room.
Yeah, and let's say he is talking about Trae Young specifically. About the personality knock where he's sort of thought is maybe detached a little bit and maybe not as into his teammates as maybe a true leader should be, et cetera. Who knows? Maybe it was a weird group of guys in Atlanta. You give him a chance to mature. Now, he also talked about this on this podcast. No need to play that the direct quotes. Acknowledges, he's never going to be an absolute demon on defense. That's not who he is. But he's still a multi-threat on offense and can do all these different things. And we would love for teams to go, let's attack Trae Young and go to the basket. We got a couple of the best erasers the sport has to offer back there. Please do that as a strategy to attack us. So Trae Young is not a losing player specifically. Like, how much of it is his fault that Karis LeVert wasn't great when he was in Atlanta, or that Zachary Risachet isn't a star yet? I have no idea. But you put him around a good recipe where you can throw lobs to AD, kick it to three other shooters potentially out there, and hide him on defense a little bit. You could do a lot worse. But again, the thing I like the most, and we can get back to hearing from him, I just love how thoughtful everything is.
Yeah.
It is so well reasoned and planned. Even if you disagree vehemently with the viewpoint or the conclusion that it leads to, it is so clear that no, we thought about that too, and here's what the place we got to in a conversation. It just makes me so happy.
He was also asked about Darren Peterson and the work they're going to have to put in to try to figure out what the heck happened to him at Kansas this past season. I want to play that clip next. We can also get into another fun question was like, how will he break a tie if AJ DeBonsa and Peterson are even on their board? And he said that won't happen, that by the time they're done their research, there's no way there would ever be a tie, basically, which I found, forget this draft. I just thought I've never heard an executive say that about a draft board. We'll get into that too. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
What's up, guys? My name is Danny Rouillet, and I'm a Fanatic Sportsbook guy. You're locked into the MLB season, then Fanatic Sportsbook is where you simply need to be. They're giving you profit boosts every single day. Use them on any hit, run, or strikeout. So every at-bat and inning means a little bit more. And new this season, they got the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick any player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest home run of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. Track your player on the daily leaderboard, see total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time. And with Fanatic Sportsbook, you get up to 10% fan cash back on your bets. You can use that fan cash on profit boosts, more bets, exchange it for merch, collectibles, tickets to events, and so much more. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. So do what I did. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This sports update, a service of Melwood, the PGA Championship second round. Aldridge Potgieter is the leader at 4 under, one shot ahead of Chris Gotterup. Justin Thomas is at 2 under. Scotty Scheffler at 1 under par. Nationals baseball tonight against the Orioles. Andrew Alvarez has been called up by the Nats, and the Orioles infielder Jordan Westburg set to have elbow surgery. He'll miss the rest of the season. 6:15 tonight, pregame show live here on The Fan. Head coach Ryan Odom says Virginia will play a top 10 caliber opponent in Washington, D.C. next season, according to David Teal from Pilot Online. Mystics are at Fever tonight. Spirit are at San Diego. NBA has Detroit against Cleveland and San Antonio against Minnesota. The Spurs are up 3-2, and the Cavaliers trying to stun the Pistons. They're also up 3-2. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
We'll get back into what Michael Winger, the president of the Wizards basketball operation, had to say to Ryan Russillo about the number 1 pick in just a moment. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on The Fan. They're giving away It's a Bad Day to Be a Hot Dog hats over at Nationals Park as they're doing a lot of activations to see how many hot dogs can get pummeled during the ball game tonight as the Orioles are taking on the Nats. We're playing a little guessing game on Grant and Danny based on some of the Nationals.
Indeed.
And how they like to prepare the hot dogs that they are going to eat. We've got Toby Altizer over at the ballpark. I believe he caught up with Cade Cavalli will be the next contestant on our hot dog game.
Cavalli rocks, kicks, delivers, swing and a miss. He struck him out with a changeup. That is strikeout number 10 for Cade Cavalli.
All right, Cade Cavalli, who is the highest upside, highest ceiling starter in the rotation. I would say he is the ace of the staff, but Foster Griffin, even despite yesterday's ugly result, has been their best pitcher this season. But the 27-year-old righty's got 44 strikeouts in 40 innings. Danny, Cade Cavalli, I don't know if this will help you or not, but he was born in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Uh-huh.
He went to college in Oklahoma, and he does have a Raleigh Fingers-esque handlebar mustache.
Now, he's 27 years old, so he's not a child, but he's still young in Major League experience. So I think his taste buds are going to skew younger on this one.
Does he go no condiments because he doesn't want to get him into the handlebar mustache, which he has to put the sauce in and then curl just so?
Fair question. I think he's a bit of a swashbuckler. You don't mustache like that unless you're unafraid of criticism a little bit. So a little dollop of something on his face, I don't think it's going to bother him. He'll dab it off and, go throw 99. Cade Cavalli likes ketchup. Cade Cavalli also is from, as you said, middle part of the country. There's some barbecue situation there. I think he also likes chili. Ketchup and chili on his dog.
It's a very weird guess, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a very strange guess.
You're off the grid. I'm going to say Cade Cavalli likes mustard only on his hot dog. He is a mustard-only hot dog guy. He is just here to punch people out, eat a hot dog with very little on it.
Cade Cavalli, how do you like your hot dog?
A little bit of ketchup, a little bit of relish.
Damn!
So I was going sweet. I was back and forth between the two. I don't get credit for that. I mean, ketchup I have, but I don't think I should get a point for that. Chili's so dramatically different than relish. Couldn't be more different.
The closest anybody's gotten to a point, but yeah, I guess
no point there.
We're both 0 for 2 at this point. Darius, are you awarding Danny a point or no?
I'm wondering if we should do half points for getting one right. Maybe.
Oh, I'm fine with that because I might get a half point for
you would,
Drew Millis.
You would then get a half point. Yeah, exactly. So
I would say no because it ends up in a wash.
Okay, then let's just do full points or no points.
Yeah, it's points or nothing.
Go
then
big
we
or
are
go home.
0 for.
All right.
To go on with Drew
I was
Millis
close to
and
having that.
Cade Cavalli.
I was close to that one.
Toby asked us if he should go over to the Orioles clubhouse and ask some of them what they want on their hot dogs. I think it's more funny that way, too, because they've never seen this guy before. And he's just like, hey, big interview here.
Can I have a minute or two here with DC Media?
60-minute sit down. What do you like on your hot dog? I mean, that is a tough way to introduce yourself to Gunnar Henderson. Adley Rutschman. They think that this is the big DC media. This is what they're doing at games.
Hey, Pete Alonso, can I have a couple minutes?
You sleep. Pete Alonso's like one of the best media guys in the league. He's great.
I believe it.
Yeah, go tell him I want to know what Pete Alonso likes on his hot dog. He likes to hit bombs and eat hot dogs. What does the polar bear eat? All right, Michael Winger. So let's start with Darren Peterson. This is going to be one of the toughest evals for him and his staff they're going to do at the top of a draft board. Peterson's high school tape, everyone wants to tell you, is the best that you're going to find. He's going to be the next Kobe based on high school. Then in college, while he was awesome and getting buckets, he took a step backwards, I guess, athletically, according to all the draft experts, but also these injury concerns, the weirdness of pulling himself out of games. Russillo asked how they're going to go about their due diligence on Darren Peterson.
It's the same work with everybody. It's the same work with everybody. It's just he has his variables, the other guys have their variables, but you still have to dig into all this stuff. You have to dig into the health, you have to dig into the family, you have to dig into the competitiveness, how good of a teammate is he when things aren't going well? How does he respond to that? How does he like to learn? Is he a visual learner? Is he an audio learner? Is he a hands-on learner? We dig into every imaginable piece of information we can dig into to help us understand the athlete. Like we owe it to the organization, we owe it to the fans to dig into that info. But sure, like on his list of things to dig into, the health. Yeah, I mean, you have no choice. Like you saw it in real time at Kansas. But it's not at all unique. Every draft candidate has something that you need to study. There's just no perfect guy. That's not to say there's no perfect guy in this draft. There's just no perfect player.
It seems to me like the perception is that they can't mess this up. I don't think that's true at all. If DeBonsa becomes a Hall of Famer and Peterson and nobody else in the class does, then even if you got a really good player, you screwed it up. If Peterson becomes, I'm not going to say Kobe, but like a scoring champion 3 times, and DeBonsa's a really, really good player, but he's not on the level, then you screwed it up. It's not the biggest gaffe ever, but you messed up. I mean, you get one shot at this thing. You got to hit the home run.
So go back to 2003. One team screwed up. So LeBron James goes 1. Remember who went 2 in 2003 right after LeBron?
It's not Darko, is
That's
it?
Darko. So Detroit, that's a screw up. That's a disaster.
Yeah.
Denver took Carmelo Anthony. That's pretty good. Toronto took Chris Bosh. That's pretty good. Miami took Dwayne Wade. Again, pretty damn good.
One of those is not like the others.
But it's all a relative scale. Like for Denver, I don't think you can consider that a mess up because I think Dwayne Wade had the better career. But you superseded the line. You went past the threshold of that pick worked out in future Hall of Famer Carmelo,
Absolutely.
right? But I would rather have Dwayne Wade's career than Carmelo's. But that's neither here nor there. The screw up is Darko, right? I think as long as you're above the line, you go, what could have been? That's a nice pick, nice player. But as long as you're above that,
an awesome organizational building block who is like the sun of your solar system, we're fine.
Yeah.
But I would love to look back in 5 years, just like I do with the Alex Sarr draft, where they took the right guy at 2.
100%.
And you go, of the options you had, you made the best choice. Which brings me to a question that Russillo asked Winger, and this was on the Ryan Russillo show, about breaking a tie. And like how they would go about, do you do that based on position? This was a really good answer for 2 different reasons. We could talk about those, but listen to what he said about the fact that there will be no tie at the top of their draft board.
I don't know that there would ever be a tie. That's not, and I don't mean that with respect to this particular draft because it is very top. Well, it's very deep, but even the guys at the top, like there's a lot of competition among those guys. I don't think that you ever get to a point where there's a tie. I think that you get to a point where, like your player choosers, they have figured out some kind of way to distinguish between player A and player B, such that there isn't a tie, so to speak. Fit could be a thing. I'll give you an example. Like, let's just say hypothetically, the top 3 players in this draft, 2 of them were purely centers. We've got Alex Sarr, who we're in love with and we think is going to be a forever wizard and a really, really great player. Probably doesn't make a ton of sense for us to draft a 5 at that with like the top pick, particularly if there's somebody else at a different position who is, neck and neck. That might be a scenario where we let fit break the tie. Maybe, but like in this draft, we don't really have that We don't have that problem.
So I thought that was fascinating, both because I've never thought of it that way, that like if you do the work, there should never be two guys that are equal on your board. You're not just basically rolling the dice because we like them both equally. I thought that was cool. The second part, though, is, and Strober and I were talking about this yesterday, it did feel like a bit of a tell about Anthony Davis, the grand scheme of the future in the front court, when he's talking about Sarr in that way. Now, I know Sarr is going to play center and AD is going to play the 4, but he's not saying, when he's talking about two big men that are equal, that we have Anthony Davis for the long haul. I get his age.
Sure.
But he's talking about Sarr, a forever Wizard who's not going anywhere. That tells me that the Davis thing is more momentary than it is a several-year plan.
I think that's a good read. I think you're right about that. Now, again, this is not a criticism because I love Winger so much, but I think that's a bit of a semantics game when it comes to breaking the tie. Because all we're talking about is, obviously, when you hand in the draft card, the tie's been broken, whatever it is. But we're talking about if there's a deadlock in the room between three people arguing for one player versus another. That's reasonable, and that happens.
But he's saying that should never happen. He's saying we'll never have two guys that are dead even on our board.
Right, at the end. Like, I think he's talking about the end of the process is we've decided to go with one over the other.
Correct.
What we talk about when there's a deadlock, when there's a tie, how do you break a tie?
You're saying earlier in the process, could you say these guys are pretty close, let's go with the better fit?
Because two great basketball minds, Winger and Dawkins, could prefer one guy or the other. So right there, in my view, now obviously Winger's the more senior person, but there is a tie. That tie gets broken and they make an organizational decision. They'll stick with it and they'll be fine. But that's kind of the part I'm talking about. But that to me was a bit of a semantics game. No issue with it.
Last one from this interview. I thought this was a great answer. Clip 15, Darius, where he talked about there was a time where if we drafted you, minutes were promised. Everything was about developing the kids and letting them make mistakes a bunch of times. And those days are over, which will be music to the ears of Wizards fans.
In exit interviews, big team meeting at the end of the season, BK said it, Will said it. In individual meetings, we've all said it. Like nothing is promised to anybody anymore. And so we promise to maintain a culture of development 100%. Like that's just in our DNA. That's who we are for the rest of time, for the rest of our time. Like it's a culture of improvement. It's a culture of player development. AD, the oldest guy on the team, to the youngest guy on the team. But for the last handful of years, a lot of minutes have been just gifted to our draft, the kids that we've selected in the draft. And we've let them work through mistakes and mistakes and mistakes. That's so when some of these guys that you're talking about sort of showed us, some of these guys are ready to be in competitive games.
Yeah, like you said at the top.
We got to be in good games. In order for us to be in good games, we tolerate fewer mistakes.
Michael Winger with Ryan Russillo. The time is now. They're going to hit the gas pedal, and the losing and being okay with mistakes is over. But you got to let your players know that. I kind of love that they did it on their way out of the building this offseason. Go get your S together. Get your ducks in a row. When you come back, we're playing big boy basketball, and we're trying to win some games.
We've officially turned the dial from development to compete. We went from development. You did that. Great job. Thank you. It's now compete time. All about it.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is Friday, which means we will win off the field. You'll tell us what's gone right in your day, your little mini moral victories at 800-636-1067. That's next on the Fan. time to figure out how you are winning off the field. You can tweet us at Grant Paulson and at Funny Danny. You can call us at 800-636-1067 to figure out how you are in the win column.
So Friday mornings, my 8-year-old and a couple of his buddies, through a friend of ours, they play pickup hoops before school, which is a cool little fun thing they get to do. Just, their friends are hanging out, a couple of the adults run it, and it's awesome. So the way the schedule usually works is I'll drop them off there, head back to my place, deal with the baby, because the wife has a standing 8:30 a.m. work phone call that she's got to do. So you with me so far? So first thing, get one of the kids off the board, out of the house, no problem. Then pick up the baby, do baby stuff, just, putzing around with the baby. I'll take the baby back, grab my 8-year-old, take him to school, and then by the time I get back home from all that, I'm the hero because the baby didn't interrupt the wife's phone call and yada, yada, yada. Well, what happens sometimes, a lot of moving parts dealing with the baby. And twice in the last couple of months, I've forgotten my 8-year-old's regular shoes. So he's had to wear his basketball shoes to school, which is not something that's great because you get in the mud. Now that you have muddy basketball shoes. You don't want that. I forgot the basketball shoes again this morning. I forgot them.
It's not like you.
It is. But you know where they were? Already in the backpack. I don't know how. I don't know who did that. I don't know why it was done. I don't know who did it to whom. I don't know anything other than it looked like I remembered the shoes. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Last night, I'm driving home. I'm hungry, but I'm not hungry enough for dinner. Okay, late lunch. I wanted a little something, but I didn't want a lot of anything. I knew that there was a good chance my wife would be making a big dinner, but I wouldn't be able to eat it all, right? And if that's the case, now she's like, why aren't you in the mood to eat? Do you not like what I made? It's a whole thing.
That's the thing.
And I was kind of worried about that. I had a little anxiety about that. So I get a call while I'm driving home. She says, hey, we're at Pupatella Pizza. I said, you got to be kidding me. What are you doing there? She said, we're just leaving right now. We just had dinner. We hung out with Cole and Katya, a couple of our friends. I said, oh, well, that's amazing. Very cool. Well, I'll see you at the house. We're going to get home at the same time. So then I knew she's not making dinner. That's good. I'll probably just snack on something. And then she had a slice of pizza for me from Pupatella Pizza. They had brought home just enough slices. There were like 3 slices. I had one of them. The kids had whatever they wanted today for their lunches. Because I got to just swoop in, and one little slice of Pupatella Pizza just to wet the whistle was perfect. Therefore, I was
winning off the field.
I'll give you another one.
I'll take it.
Birthday weekend looms, right? Everyone's been asking me, what are we going to do? What are you going to do? What can you do? We got 4 kids. We got a family of 6. What are we going to do? I don't know. What do you think? Is it are we going to throw a birthday party? Am I going to open a bunch of presents? Like, what are you talking about? I'm not 6 years old here. I said, the only thing I want to do is go watch the Nats play. That's what I want to do. I want to go watch Nats baseball. Well, guess what happened, Danny?
What?
We're going to go watch Nats baseball.
Oh, would you look at that?
Me and the whole fam. My dad's going to come. My brother and his kid are getting tickets. They're coming up. A little family day at Nationals Park. We're going to go watch the Washington baseball outfit take on their rivals from the north, the Baltimore organization, in a showdown of teams trying to put bat to ball. And that's how I'm going to spend my birthday on Saturday. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Kids are going to get little giveaway sliding mitts. Big weekend lies ahead. I'm going to get a hat tonight that says it's a bad day to be a hot dog.
You got the hot dog hat.
I'm going to get an Ovi bobblehead. It's Alex Ovechkin throwing out the first pitch. For some reason, Chris Russell's mad about both of those giveaways. Figure that out.
Is he really?
Yes, he is.
No, I can't. You know what? I can't.
He's annoyed.
I can't get sucked in.
He thinks that the hot dog thing's stupid and no one should care about it, which is wrong. And then he said the Ovi thing happened so many years ago. Why is that happening now? I don't know, because it's cool. Because he's throwing out the first pitch and I get an Ovi Nats jersey bobblehead. Who cares? Don't ask questions. Put it on your mantle. Look at it every night before you go to bed.
See, this is what he does. He's so good at that. At the outlandish, crazy thing to be mad about. And it's just chum in the water.
Is he less fun than you? If you're no fun Rouye, what is Russell?
The enemy of fun. Like, if I'm like, yeah, that's not for me. He's like, it should be for nobody.
Let's go to Steve in Annapolis. Steve, how are you winning off the field?
Hi, Steve.
G&D, what's up, boys? The wife is away this weekend, so it starts tonight with a steak on the grill.
Yeah.
And some baseball on the TV.
Yeah.
And then I am playing not 1, but 2 guilt-free rounds of golf this week.
Wow.
There he goes.
Hey, standing
That's 2 rounds.
ovation for Steve.
Steve, that's 2.
Stand up for Steve.
Winning off the field. Winning off the field. Winning off the field. Winning off the
2
field.
rounds of golf, no wife. I mean, we love our wives.
We love our wives
That's-
so much.
It actually stinks that she's not going to be there.
It's not the love that's the question.
Right. I feel bad. His wife's not going to be there for like 48 hours.
She's not there.
What's he going to do?
God.
Awful.
No idea.
Brian's in Colorado listening on the Odyssey app, home of the Denver Broncos, Byron Kerr's beloved team. What's up, Brian? How are you?
Hey, Brian.
Hey, good. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Good. I'm calling because it's kind of emotional, but last year my daughter was battling cancer, and listening to your show really helped me not focus on all the terrible stuff that was going on. And she just had her her second post-treatment clean. Really happy.
Your phone's breaking up. I'm going to put you on hold because I want to hear
That
the
sounds
end of this.
incredible.
Yes, this sounds
Amazing.
like the ultimate win. So I'm going to put you on hold because it sounds like you've been through the ringer. Let's go to Adam in Potomac. What's up, Adam? How are you?
Hey guys, first time caller.
Jim Zorn was ready, Adam. He was ready for you.
He was on his game.
I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
So I had to get some blood work this week, just routine annual physical, hoping the blood's a little less fat and sugary. So I pull up to the parking gate. It says 0 to 15 minutes free, up to an hour, $4, whatever. So get the ticket, pull in, park. It's a huge medical complex. I don't know where anything is. I'm looking for it. I'm wandering. I can't find Quest. I'm getting frustrated. I'm already running late. Finally, it's back in the corner. I go in. They get me right in to, the poke, the peek up, and have a good day. And I'm like, that was big. Shout out Quest. That was quick, but surely I'm not within the 0 to 15 still. But parking payment machine right there. Let's give it a shot. Put in the ticket. Screen flashes. 15 minutes on the nose. No charge. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
Just the way you drew it up.
In the nick of time.
How can you get in and out of an appointment like that in 15
That's incredible,
minutes?
by the way.
Never happened to
Good
me.
luck with that.
That is a one-time deal. All right, Brian, so get us up to speed. So first off, we appreciate that you were listening through that tough time. I don't think we helped that much, but that was nice of you to say. So what's the update now?
So she just had her second clean post-treatment scan and is in remission. Therefore, she is
Winning off the field.
That is unbelievable,
tremendous, bro.
brother. That's great. It's
Yeah,
got to be
thank you.
a massive relief for the whole family. I can't even imagine as a dad what that's like.
Yeah, it was really tough. But like I said, listening to you guys really helped me just sort of take my mind off of stuff. So thank you.
Well, that's sweet of you to say. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you're doing the hard work now. I'll just can tell you, our thing, anything that we did to help is minimal. You did it.
Let's go to John in Calvert. What's up, John? Johnny.
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 Anthony?
Oh, Anthony.
Anthony.
Do you want to be Johnny or just Anthony?
No, I was going to be John Doe, but that's fine. Now everybody knows my name. Anyway, yeah, so this is a good one. So I go into a retail gas station establishment, not going to say the name, in Virginia. I grab a 6-pack, a bag of beef jerky, I go up to the counter, bit of, chewing tobacco. So they put it all up there, and I said a tube, not a log. I'm sorry, I said a tube. So she thought I said 2. So she brings out 2. She rings up 2, and I said, no, I wanted a log. So then she calls the manager over, delete it. Manager deletes the 2, puts $12 and 58 cents on the counter, then rings up the rest, neglects to ring up the beef jerky, and she goes, you want to apply that $12 to your charge? I was like, sure, why not? So I walked out with a 6-pack,
sure,
a log of chewing tobacco, and a bag of beef jerky for about $13. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
He makes out in the deal. I like that.
Like they paid you to take that stuff out of there.
He was going to not give his name just in case they're looking for him. John Doe out there got
away with a caper.
Grant and Danny's Beltway Blitz comes your way next. That's a good round, a strong Friday winning off the field. But next, let's give away a chance for someone to win off the field with Russell Peters tickets at MGM National Harbor as soon as we return.
Winning off the field?
The Beltway Series is renewed tonight at Nationals Park. It is the Nationals against the Baltimore Orioles. Nats are just 6-13 at home. Orioles have won 3 of their last 4, but infielder Jordan Westbrook is now set to have elbow surgery, and he'll miss the rest of the season. The Nats have recalled left-hander Andrew Alvarez. Zach Littell trying to bounce back from a slow start to the season. He's been pretty good the last 2 against Shane Baz, the right-hander. 6:15 pregame live play-by-play right here on The Fan. Charles Woodson Jr. will follow his father and play football at the University of Michigan. The Mystics at the Fever tonight. Spirit at San Diego Wave FC. A former Abilene Christian men's basketball player, his name Arian Simmons, he played for them from 2019 to 2024, has been banned by the NCAA permanently for allegedly helping rig basketball games for sports bettors, most recently in March of 2024. Taking a look at the leaderboard of the PGA Championship, Aldrich Potgieter leading at 5 under. He has a 1-shot advantage. Jason Day, 2 under. Brooks Koepka, 1 under par. Jordan Spieth also even. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Curl on The Fan.
Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 tickets to see Russell Peters' Relax World Tour Friday, May 22nd, the Theater at MGM National Harbor. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events.
It's Beltway Blitz time. Let's start off on the hardwood. We got Joshua Robbins of The Athletic, covers the Wizards. That's why he's going to talk about the Wizards right now. Joshua, what did you make of Michael Winger with Ryan Russillo? It sounds like a buddy cop movie that they were sort of scripting. Just a couple old pals chopping it up. But what did you make of his time there in the chair?
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it except to say Michael Winger is a very personable person. So that wouldn't surprise me. But what someone says leading into the draft is irrelevant. There are many, many smoke screens that go on, and there will be some smoke screens in this draft. Whether the Wizards participate in that age-old practice is to be determined. But I think they would be well-served to try to drum up more interest from the Utah Jazz as a potential trade partner to at least see what the value of the pick is. But I did not listen to the Russillo-Winger conversation.
Joshua, you were at the Combine covering the proceedings. What was the takeaway you had on your time around watching both on the floor and then with the media, AJ Debonsa, rather?
He's polished and he's smart, and all 4 of the top potential picks seem smart and polished to me. Very polished, and that's one of the keys that the Wizards are going to have to focus on in the next 3 weeks or 4 weeks. They're going to bring in all 4 guys, as long as those 4 guys are willing to come in and try to get a better feel for who they are as people, because one of the most difficult parts of being in the NBA is dealing with failure. It's not unlike MLB in some respects. So they have to get to know each of the 4 potential number 1 picks as best they can to make their best decision.
In terms of Debonsa, any concerns at all with his three-point shot? My view is every shot he took was contested because they didn't have much else, especially after their second-best player got hurt. And I think there might even be a little hitch there, but I think that's all stuff that you can work with and turn him into a really good shooter. But any concerns at this stage with that?
Not based off of what happened at the Combine. I don't put a lot of interest in terms of what they do in the drills of the shooting drills at the Combine. Not one bit. Does someone work hard? Does he consider the game his game a craft? And from everything I've heard about all 4 of the top potential picks, that's not a problem with any of the top 4 picks. And Debonsa is so talented that even if he is only an average 3-point shooter in the league, he's just so physically talented that his other areas will be just more than good enough to overshadow that.
How How big are the questions and how loud is the noise around Darren Peterson after the number of games he missed, pulled himself out of last year? When he played, he was unbelievable. 20 points a game. He's only 19 years old. How much due diligence is it going to take to try to get to the bottom of that odd season at Kansas?
A ton. It's absolutely critical. Absolutely critical because you cannot afford to miss on a top pick. You simply can't. The chances to draft a foundational player come around sometimes, if you're lucky, once in a generation. There are 30 teams in the league. Not every team is going to have a foundational pick every 15 years. They've got to not only act like doctors, and by they I mean the teams who might consider him, they also have to act like detectives. Right? They have to understand the physical mechanisms that would cause these cramping issues from which he suffered, but they also have to make calls to every single person who ever was one of Peterson's athletic trainers or strength coaches or assistant coaches, not just at Kansas, but in high school or in AAU ball, because you simply can't mess up this pick. Like Markelle Fultz, messing up the pick, Markelle Fultz for the Philadelphia 76ers, just hampered that franchise for years. Messing up the Greg Oden pick for Portland messed up that franchise for years. They can't make a mistake, and they're going to have to be detectives more than doctors on that.
You mentioned they should be looking into what the asking price would be for Utah to move up. What that might look like ultimately.
It depends on how much they can convince Utah that they desperately want DeBonsa as opposed to Caleb Wilson, Peterson, or Cam Boozer. It seems like Utah wants DeBonsa. I say seems because you got to be very wary of dealing with Danny Ainge. Not because Danny Ainge is dishonest, but because Danny Ainge has a history of fleecing all of his trade partners. And the Markelle Fultz trade, where he moved back to number 3 to get Jason Tatum, is Exhibit 1A. So be careful dealing with Danny Ainge, not because he's dishonest, but because he rarely makes a bad trade.
Joshua, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Huge baseball series in town kicks off tonight at Nats Park. Let's go over to the ballpark. Our guy Toby Oldtiser's over there. Toby, we appreciate you asking players what they like on their hot dogs so we can play a little guessing game today. What else have you been up to over at the park?
Well, Danny would be thrilled right now. I'm just watching a lot of TV cameras and social media influencers taking a look at Natty over here, drinking some water while the Nationals are taking some batting practice. So I think Natty's waiting to meet you, Danny.
That is the number 1 pup spec in all of baseball, Tobes.
Yeah, I heard his 70-grade fetching skills.
Silly.
Wait, the dog's putting water in its own mouth? And people can see it? Anyway, I care more about the fact that they can't get to 500. They've had 15 chances to do it. They're 0-15. I think that's the biggest story in the world as far as I'm concerned. It's staggering.
Over years, by the way. That's not just this season.
It's staggering and ridiculous, and this is all we should be doing, and everyone should be flailing their hands around. What do you make of it?
I have no idea, Danny. I mean, the fact that it has gone off for years now where they just get to that moment, you feel like they're on a roll. You know, it's one thing if, you take the first 2 games in Cincinnati and you feel pretty good, and then in the finale you lose 4-3, and you're like, all right, well, they just weren't able to get there. To lose 15-1 in the game where you had a chance to get back to 500, it just feels like that happens all the time. And I don't even know what to make of it. I don't know if it's they put too much pressure on themselves. I don't even know how much they're paying attention to their record at that moment. But every single time, it seems to come up the other team whenever they have a chance to get to 500. And at some point, you'd like for us to have a parade down here. So I'm hoping that a good homestand can get us a parade on Monday or something like that.
Yeah, I actually talked to my guy, Jeremy, who runs Walters over there by the ballpark, and he'll take care of us when we get over there. They're going to give us a snack or two. So we're in good shape. Now we just need the Nats to win some baseball games, which has been the issue. What's the pitching trio look like for this series with the Orioles?
Yeah, so it's going to be Zach Littell. You're going to see Cade Cavalli. You're going to see Miles Michaelis. So, you come into this series, and the Nationals have allowed the most runs in the league. Orioles are allowed the third most runs in the league. So this is going to be an offensive series, you would think. So hopefully the Nationals are able to put up enough runs that even if the Nationals pitchers struggle, which a couple of those guys have this season, you're still able to get some victories against this O's team who, they had higher expectations in this Nationals team, but records are largely the same. And I think this Nationals team has to feel like they're probably the better team coming into this series, the way that they've been able to score runs.
Tobes, how is this team scoring runs like this with only two guys with an OPS over like 750 in terms of regular at bats? It's pretty remarkable, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's so fun to watch, Danny, because they find a way to maximize all of their offensive players' abilities. And, when we think about building a lineup out, we're thinking, all right, you got to get this guy in there as a left-handed hitter against the righty or vice versa. And they're diving into the deep stuff. Like, all right, this pitcher's throwing sinkers down and in and, 2-strike counts 45% of the time. And this guy hits 400 off of that pitch. And so they're doing everything possible to maximize their guys' abilities, and it's coming through. And is this something that's going to be the case all season long where we look up after 162 and they have the second most runs in the sport? I don't believe that's going to be the case, but they're maximizing everything. They're doing better on the base paths, and they're just trying to find every possible way to score runs. And it's been impressive to watch. And again, I don't know if this is something that can be sustainable long-term, but at the same point, you just mentioned it, it's not like they've had guys just absolutely tearing the cover off the baseball up and down the order and you think they're going to come back down to earth. Some of the guys might, but at the same point, you expect James Wood to continue to still have hot stretches, C.J. Abrams to go on hot stretches. So I do think that this is more sustainable than we were thinking maybe after a week or two.
I will see you over there this evening, Toby. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm going to go say hi to Natty for you, Danny.
Please do.
Please do, yeah. I'll give Natty. He, she? What do we know?
Yeah, do we know? Is it a he or a she?
It's playing with pink toys, so I would assume a she, but I have no idea.
I don't know anything. Just tell the animal I said hello.
Number one
Fondest
pup
regards.
spect in all of baseball. Let's talk football. Let's ask Kevin Sheehan about Natty, actually. The Nats have a new team dog they unveiled today. Are you team me? That's, a cute, fun little thing. No one should be upset. Or are you team Danny? He's angry because they don't have pitching?
No, I think at this time of year, it's fine to embrace a new team mascot. Is that what it is? What kind of dog is it?
It's just a team dog. It's a cute little mixed golden retriever, Labrador retriever puppy. Just an adorable.
Oh yeah, give me the dog. Sure.
There
On
you
May
go,
15th,
Kev.
yeah.
I'm with you, man. Why not? Danny's just irritable that their team ERA is worse than anybody else.
I don't think teams should have dogs. I give me like $5 off on a concession, or like give me a credit for the team store. Like every resource, every second used on a dog instead of making the experience for everybody better. But they know their audience. They're pandering to a bunch of people. That dog is so cute. I want to smooch it. Like they win.
It's kind of like when Joel Embiid, after getting swept, goes up to the podium with his beautiful, cute little kid in his arms. Just it's a protection. It's a shield.
Totally.
So we don't have to talk about pitching with the cute little dog.
So there's been a few times over the years doing this show. There's no manual here, okay? So I started doing the show with Danny when I was, 24 years old or whatever. And there's a few times that I did a segment and I got destroyed for it. And one of them early on was, I think it was Steph Curry or someone as a very young Warrior. But I basically said, you should not be bringing your kids into press conferences. I went hard in the paint on that. I thought it was like, I don't know if I said unprofessional, but basically the same thing. It's a shield. And Nick Wright said this yesterday. He's like, if you lose, you should not get to bring your kids into press conferences. And I still believe that. But you would have thought I said something so horrible about, people cannot deal whenever you say anything about kids.
No, you're right. It started with Steph Curry and his daughter, and I've taken an absolute pounding as well over the years. But look, people who don't know, that's fine. I don't begrudge people who have never been in this business, but I would just throw it back on them and say, if you had a big sales presentation, would you bring your kid to it? Like, it's not take your kid to work day when somebody's sitting up on a podium following a game. If a child runs into daddy's arms on a court or on a field after a game, that's different. But when you take that podium in front of a lot of people who are there working and it's their job, Yeah, I'm with you. But I don't have a problem with those people that just don't get it, because most of them have never, been in this business before, and that's fine.
Kevin, how close did your mock schedule get to the real thing?
Oh my God. I mean, I got 2 right, Danny. That's good. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, it's hard to get any right, but I got the opener at Philadelphia correct, and I got the Indianapolis-London game. And I put this out well in advance of any of the international stuff leaking. And, there were a couple of others that were close, but, it's a bit more than anything else. It's not about getting them right. I think the most I've ever gotten right is like 4. That may have been last year, actually. So I was happy I got the opener right.
Standig wins the award for mock drafts. Sheehan wins the award for mock schedules because he's the only guy.
I was saying he runs on a post.
he is number 1 every year. This is his 9th year running of being number 1 in the mock schedule department. You got to put that on all
more
the
like
guys
19th. More like 19th.
Yeah,
it was well in advance.
Right,
top of your LinkedIn page, right there.
Yeah. So there you go.
What's your actual takeaway in terms of things you like or don't like?
Well, I mean, I kind of like the net rest advantage. They had a terrible net rest situation last year, and they're +9 based on my math this year. That Philly game at home is, off their bye week, with Philly coming off a Monday night game. I like the 2 West Coast teams that are visiting, probably, on paper, the 2 toughest teams on their schedule, playing early 1:00 games. I don't mind opening up at Philly. Week 1 is always, different. It's tough to figure out. It's sort of a head fake. New England went 14-3 last year. The Raiders went 3-14, and the Raiders went in on opening day into Foxborough and beat the Patriots. So why not take a shot at the division favorite in week 1 on the road? I kind of like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that they were highlighted again in terms of standalone national TV appearances, because I think that they deserve it. Last year was an aberration, hopefully, because they didn't have their best players play. They've got an appealing player in the quarterback, and, they got 5 nationally standalone TV games, and they could have more because they've got 2 Saturday flex games at the end of the year. So, overall, though, I'm a big kind of playing the schedule game is dangerous. You just don't know year to year who's going to be good and who isn't. And then the timing is everything. It's not who you play, it's when you play them. So, yeah, there are stretches that look brutal now, but who knows what they'll look like when you get there.
Kevin, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
All right, boys.
Yeah, enjoy your weekend, Kev. There he is, Kevin Sheehan, the Kevin Sheehan Show on Grant and Danny. It is Hot Dog Day over at Nationals Park. They're giving away hats to honor the day. They've got some deals, some discounts on hot dogs. They're going to try to break records for dogs consumed at a big league game. Among the things they are doing tonight, it is a bad day to be a hot dog. We'll talk about that next.
It's coming up, the Nationals and the Orioles in the Beltway Series. It starts in Nats Park at 6:15 with the pregame show. 6:45 will be the first pitch. The pitching matchup, right-hander Zach Littell against right-hander Shane Baz for the O's. The Nats have recalled left-hander Andrew Alvarez. And Orioles infielder Jordan Westberg is going to have elbow surgery. He'll be back in 2027. Tariq Skubal of the Tigers is playing catch 2 weeks after surgery. Good news for Detroit and Major League Baseball. NBA tonight has Detroit against Cleveland, 3-2. Cavs at 7. San Antonio 3-2 at Minnesota at 9:30. The Mystics look to go above 500 at the Fever. Washington Spirit can have sole possession of second place if they beat San Diego Wave FC tonight at 10 p.m. Manchester United in talks over a 2-year deal for Michael Carrick to become the permanent head coach. Ryan Odom says Virginia will play a top 10 caliber opponent in Washington, D.C., according to David Teal of the Pilot Online. From the Crot Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Curl, the Fan.
Tip of the cap to our guy Byron Kerr, getting you up to speed on 106.7 The Fan. A rare BK in studio day, hanging with his guys.
Dad.
Him and Dad and Strobes behind the scenes today. Appreciate their efforts as always.
Day.
Die.
You know who was playing golf earlier on television? Jason.
Die. Do you remember the former Pittsburgh Pirate outfielder Jason?
Bay?
Bay. I was looking for Bay.
Bay.
Bad day to be a hot dog day.
Day.
Over at Nationals Park. They're giving away hats. People are going to eat as many hot dogs as they can. We're going to play a little guessing game. We've got 6 members of the Nationals organization, a manager and 5 players. We are going to play a game to see who's closer to the pin, you or I, on how they prefer to eat their hot dogs. Now, so far, we've guessed on a couple players earlier in the show. It was just kind of a trial run, so to speak. And we realized we're probably not going to be able to get this on the nose. So we're going to go who was closer gets a point for each player. I think if you nail it, though, somehow.
I was going to say, let's get a bonus there. Showcase Showdown style.
Exactly. If we crush it verbatim, 2-pointer. Otherwise, 1 point closest to the answer. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, we will start off with manager Blake Butera, who has got the Nationals overachieving.
And an opening day, Curly W in the books in Chicago, and the first managerial win for Blake Butera.
How does the skipper of the Nationals, Blake Butera, like his hot dog, Danny?
I went this way with Drew Millis, and I was wrong. Blake Butera is a wise man, and he's a simple man. Mustard. That's it. Mustard.
Mustard only?
Mustard only.
That's real interesting. I think Blake Butera and I have some proclivities in common, okay? I think me and Blake Butera see eye to eye on food. I remember him saying something to me at spring training about like, oh, I'm a picky eater too, or something like that. I think
he did
he's
say that. You're right.
Mustard and ketchup guy. I think he goes mustard and ketchup and nothing else on his hot dog. Manager of the Washington Nationals, Blake Butera, how do you eat your hot dog? Toby Altizer, take it away.
Manager of the Nats, Blake Butera, what do you like on your hot dog?
I'm actually a sauerkraut guy. It became a recent thing for me, but I love a hot dog with sauerkraut. Maybe a little bit of ketchup, too.
Wouldn't that be better on a brat than a hot dog, though?
Either way, it's really good.
I like that Toby's critiquing his order.
Well, I was going to say, hey, Blake, what are you?
You realize I'm from Wisconsin at heart. And
Hey, Skip.
I just had a chance that I could bring up a brat, so I'm going to do it. I think you're closer.
Well, that gets into a vague territory.
Wait, did he say ketchup or mustard?
Well, his follow-up, he said, because the sauerkraut is like, it's less sweet.
He said a condiment.
And the thing he said, but sometimes ketchup. So I think that gives
That's
it to
me.
you. Yeah.
So I get a point.
I think Grant's closer there.
Darius, award the point. Who gets it? I want to hear you say my name.
The point is awarded to one Grant Paulson.
Let's go. 1-0.
I think it's tough because if he just left it at sauerkraut, just plain mustard is closer to sauerkraut than ketchup is, in my view. But because he said ketchup, you said ketchup.
Neither of us could have gotten it, too, if he just said sauerkraut.
That's fair.
You know?
But yeah, I would have been closer if he just said sauerkraut, but he said ketchup, so you get that one.
All right, let's go. Foster Griffin, who's the ace of the pitching staff. No, he went into yesterday's game with a 2.1 ERA. He proceeded to give up 9 earned runs. That'll get your ERA up over 3.5, all in one fell swoop. So that's one you want to get rid of. That's one of those whoopsie-daisy starts. He spent 3 years in Japan. He's 30 years old. I don't know if those things factor into this or not.
He likes, I'm going to go off the grid here a little bit. I think he likes that Southwestern dog situation.
Sonora dog.
A little Sonora situation. I'm going to say he goes, maybe not salsa specifically, but kind of like that Sonora version. So that's going to be mustard and then kind of like that chopped picante vegetable situation.
Got it. Mustard only. I'm going to go basic with Foster Griffin. He's got 7 pitches, but only 1 condiment. Toby, take it away.
You like your hot dog?
I like my hot dog after 9 holes, right at the turn.
What do you like on it?
Just ketchup.
Just ketchup.
Just ketchup. First of all, that's a good bit. He's like, after 9 holes, I'll eat a hot dog when I'm halfway done my golf round. That's kind of a good line.
It is. That is a good thing. I think that's Grant again. Because mine's complicated, Grant's is simple.
But I don't think I get a point for that. Ketchup and mustard have nothing in common.
But it's the simple one condiment thing. I had elaborate.
I think I should have had to have said something he said to get a point.
Yeah, I agree. I think he has to say something that the player actually said or the coach actually said. So I'm going to say no points given on this round.
By the way, even as a guy who's eaten most of my hot dogs just ketchup, and now I love ketchup and mustard because I'm a grown-up, I'm disappointed by the number of guys that have said ketchup only today.
Yeah, so this is what I've got myself talked out of this. Because remember, these are all children who don't have refined taste buds. And I was like, I'm going to major in ketchup, and I haven't done that yet.
Keep that in mind. All right, Jake Irvin, who's the starting pitcher with the Washington Nationals in year 4. Jake's one of the really good guys in the clubhouse. Big fan of Jake Irvin. Big hockey guy as well. So how does that factor into this for me? He likes cold environments. He's from Minneapolis. Juicy Lucy. I'm going to say, I'm onto something. I'm going to say he does some kind of cheese on his hot dog. I'm going to say like melted nacho cheese with ketchup and mustard.
So there is a Minnesota way to eat hot dogs.
Okay.
There is it's a cheese, onions, and like a certain kind of grainy, not the Grey Poupon, but like that mustard seed mustard. Because mustard comes in the mustard seed. So it's that kind, I don't know how to describe it other than that, where it's like a texture. You can still see the seeds. So I'm going to say it is cheddar cheese, caramelized onions, and the seedy mustard.
So this is saying a Minnesota hot dog typically involves raw onions and sauerkraut. Should you add sauerkraut?
No.
If you're going with the Minnesota way?
No, this is a Minneapolis version, like that part of it. I'm going on a limb here.
You have a lot of Minneapolis hot dog knowledge over there. All right, here we go.
How do I like my hot dog?
Yeah.
Ketchup and mustard, baby.
Oh, come on.
Easy money.
What happened to Minnesota, Jake? By the way, me and Jake Irvin, seeing eye to eye. Ketchup and mustard. I don't even remember what I said. Did either of us get a point there? I had cheese involved for some reason.
Yeah, you guys are way off. That's a no points for me, dog.
But I did say ketchup, mustard, and cheese. I literally said 2 of the condiments he said.
Did you?
Yeah.
I really don't remember what you said. I'll take his word for it.
Ketchup, mustard, and cheese.
I'll give you credit then.
Okay.
That gives 1 point.
So
you don't get the bonus point.
I
1
agree.
point.
2-0.
When I'm shooting the moon, I'm getting smoked here.
You better come back. This is my guy, James Wood. You were mad that I had him in my top 3 favorite Nats ever already.
A little early.
Reasonable.
Yeah.
Only reason to go to the ballpark the last 3 seasons.
Okay.
James Wood, boys and girls.
Breaking ball hit in the air to right center field. This is way back. This is going, and gone. Goodbye. 6 rows into the upper deck. In right center field. A titanic home run for James Wood to lead off this game.
How does James Wood eat his hot dog? He's 6'7".
Yep.
I'm going to say he wants a Dodger dog. I'm going to say this is like some kind of like jumbo plain hot dog. Like they give it to you in the saran wrap foil at Dodger Stadium. And I'm going to say he's going to do some wacky bit where he goes like, I don't want anything on my hot dog. Just a hot dog.
Oh, plain.
No condiment.
Raw dog, so to speak, right? Like nothing else, but it's cooked, obviously. But all right. I just mainly like ketchup. That's what he's going to say.
Ketchup.
He's going to say just like, I just mainly like ketchup.
Let's hear.
How do you like your hot dog?
Just ketchup.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Danny!
Had that one.
You're back in the mix!
Even with the phrasing, too. Like, I could see him, I could already picture him in my mind's eye saying it.
It's actually like you heard the clip. It's 2-2. You just tied it up with the exact...
Did you have 3?
No, I only have 2.
Yeah, it's only 2 points for Grant.
Dude, we're even.
Yep.
There we go.
You just got right
somehow,
back into
somehow, some way. Here we go.
That was perfect.
Just catch up.
All right, let's talk about Joey Weimer and how he likes a wiener.
Oh, I have no idea.
Weimer's wieners. Let's see. I'm going to say Joey.
Hold on. Do we have a clip or no? We have the highlight?
How do you like hot?
Oh, God.
Swing a line
There we
drive,
go.
right center field. It's falling. It's down for a hit. It's up the gap. Cole Armstrong can't cut it off. It goes all the way to the ivy. Weimer's racing for second. He's trying for third. The throw from Horner is not going to be in time. It's a headfirst dive and a triple for Joey Weimer.
That had to go back to week 1 for that one. That was Wrigley Field.
That was a fun one.
Opening days of the season when he was like 9 for his first 9. All right, Joey Weimer, I'm going to say, is mustard only. I'm debating onions as well. You know what? We're going to go basic. Like Jake Irvin, mustard and ketchup for him.
So I was going to say that. That was literally my answer, is ketchup and mustard. So what do I do here? Right? I can't have the same as you because then it's a tie. That's pointless. That ruins everything.
I mean, do you want me to just take one of them and you can have the other?
No, you should.
I'll take mustard, you get ketchup.
No, you should stay with your answer. Stay with your answer. You earned it. You planted the flag first. I'm going to say, God, but none of these, they're all children. They don't like flavor. I'm going to say ketchup and relish. Ketchup and relish for Joey Weimer.
How do you like hot dog?
Put a little ketchup on it.
You spent some time in Milwaukee. Hot dog or brat?
Oh, brat.
Put a little ketchup on it.
Yeah.
We both had ketchup.
We both had that.
I think that's 1 point apiece.
Okay.
Tied at 3.
3-3 going to PJ Pullen, who's going to, this is game 7 of the World Series here.
And a Curly W's in the books. PJ Pullen able to close it out, get the final out for the save.
PJ Pullen, let's see. What is the food form of
opener, closer, Swiss Army knife?
Coming into the game as an opener and dominating, but out of the bullpen allowing an inherited runner to score. Let's see.
What is it? He's paired with a right-handed starter that's struggling. I don't know.
I like PJ Pullen's game. PJ Pullen's got stones. He's coming in there in attack mode. He's going to pelt the strike zone. He's a good dude. PJ Pullen. What do I know about PJ Pullen's background? He spent some time in Detroit with the Tigers. That doesn't really inform me of anything. PJ Pullen, originally drafted by the Rockies. He's from Massachusetts. I'm going to say PJ Pullen goes mustard only on his hot dog.
I was going to give the same answer. All right, so we have to do it. I have to do it differently.
You want that one?
Nope. No.
You're the guy at the fantasy draft that just says every time I make a pick.
No, I promise. That's all I was going to do.
Make that pick.
I was going to because the Boston style that they'll do a crab thing on top sometimes. They'll get all weird. He is a basic. You know what? He's doing mustard only. I'm going to say, can I do mustard and onions?
I guess you could.
But because then
if you want mustard, take mustard. I'll take ketchup.
Fine, mustard only.
Okay, I'll take ketchup.
Game
what do you
7.
like on your hot dog?
I'm pretty standard. I'd say just a little ketchup and mustard.
That's it?
Well, now what the hell?
No onions?
No, I don't like onions.
No relish?
Not a huge relish fan.
Wow.
He does both. We each took one.
Seems like game 7's all tied up. What do we do, Bud Selig? I'm not really sure. We flip a coin, I suppose?
All right. What's a coin? Anyone have a coin?
Nobody wins.
Let's eat a hot dog.
Yeah.
Should we do that?
We do what now?
Just eat a hot dog.
Yeah, who can eat the hot dog?
Let's just eat one, then figure it out.
All right, it is hot dog day at Nats Park.
Day.
What's the right way to eat a hot dog? And what's the thing you would never do while eating a hot dog? You can join us and tell us at 800-636-1067 next on Grant and Danny. All right, so we tied our little guessing game as to what the Nats would like on their hot dogs. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We've got to figure out who the hot dog guessing condiment champion is on this radio program, so we've brought in Slasherini Chris Russell. He will be the deciding hot dog eater. He's got his hot dog hat on, no less, if you're watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream. That's a heck of a hat you got there, Rini.
It's to celebrate. It's a bad day to be a hot dog night?
Day. Also, keep being wrong about that not being a fun little thing to do.
It's not. As I said yesterday, and I will double down today, I would much rather have a hot dog given to me for free than a stupid hat.
Those two things aren't necessarily what's in competition, but sure.
But they should be. I mean, if we're going to spend money on bad day to be a hot dog hat, let's give the fans something that they really could benefit from, an actual hot dog.
Okay, but if they gave away the hat they're giving away, and or they gave away one free hot dog tonight, which one do you think is going to get more butts and seats? It's not the second one.
I disagree.
You think there's going to be 40,000
Well, Americans
people there?
are kind of stupid, so I would probably say, yeah, the hot dog hat.
He's just trolling the entire country.
That's what it does. I can't get sucked in. It's not a New Year's resolution because it's way past, but I'm telling you, it's my new thing. I will not get caught in the vortex.
All right, Darius, let me get a little guessing game music here or something underneath of us, if you would. So the question is, what does Rini eat on his hot dog? So I'll go first here.
All right. I've written mine down, so just in case there's crossover, yeah.
Nacho cheese is definitely part of the answer. I've gone to a lot of games with him. He's always at that little, machine where he's punching down 7 times to get a million things of nacho cheese. Thought about maybe some type of honey mustard or something weird, but I'm not going to go there. I'll say nacho cheese. The other thing is Rini's going to get a bunch of weird stuff. It's always weird stuff with him. He's going to take a long time doing it, by the way. I'm going to be back at my seat an inning before this. He's going to be waddling around the concourse looking for random things to just pump onto his hot dog. So I'm going to say nacho cheese. I'm going to say onions. And I'm going to say mustard for Slasherini. Nacho cheese, onions, and mustard.
So here's what I've got. Yellow mustard, onions, chili cheese. Yellow mustard, onions, chili cheese.
What is chili cheese exactly?
So chili, comma, and then cheese.
Oh, okay. So,
Right.
so you have mustard, onions, chili, and cheese.
He's thinking about the works.
Are you talking about nacho cheese as well?
I wasn't specifying nacho cheese.
I'm talking about the liquid
No,
cheese
I know
out
it.
of the
I know
tub
it.
at Nats
Yeah,
Park.
but I think if you get if there was talking about his perfect hot dog, I don't know that he would be pumping the cheese.
Okay.
I think they might just top it with cheese.
I think if
it's
we're
his
at a
perfect
game
dog.
together, he'd be pumping the cheese. Anything he can do to take longer to do something.
Well, he's going to pump the cheese,
is what he's going to do.
Right, you know he's going to do that. But we're talking about his ideal. I think it's a cheese dog, so like American cheese, like not shredded. Is that the right term? Yeah, shredded
Rini
cheese.
and I like to travel together. We're pals in that way. One of the things that is so different about us is I am on team get stuff done. I am here to do whatever I'm trying to do. Rini, not so much. Okay? So like the other day, we're like at center field gate. A couple people are walking in. He's like, "Oh, you guys just going to..." This was so funny. He's like, "You guys just going to walk in here? You guys..." And he's like following them to confirm they're walking in, but they're already halfway in. I'm around the corner because I know we've already talked about this. We're going to the home plate entrance. They're going in at center field. He's still waiting for them to confirm one more time that they're going into the gate. They're clearly walking to. I turn around. He's 40 steps behind me because he was waiting for the confirmation. That's the big difference.
I like to be correct. I'm sorry.
Well, then you should change your stance on the hot dog hat.
Okay.
All right, Darius. He has sent this to you already, I believe. So we know that he's not trying to pull one over on us, yes?
This is correct, yes.
All right, so Rini, this is breaking our tie on it's a great day to be a hot dog day. But at Nats Park, it's a bad day to be a hot dog day.
Right.
How do you eat your hot dog?
So I sent to Darius the exact text was a 1/4 pound all beef hot dog with a butter toasted bun with light relish and cheese.
Let's go. What kind of cheese? You thinking like pumping some nacho cheese at Nats Park?
I'll say that has to be the choice, but I would prefer sliced yellow American cheese. But you are the closest. Danny, how often have I railed against yellow mustard? The yellow mustard pants that you guys all love. The fact that
I hate those.
French's yellow mustard stinks.
You know what happened? I had mustard in my brain from all the different times you talked about mustard. I just had the wrong direction. So I've heard you talk about mustard a lot, but there was a kind of the way my wife does to me. There's a certain, I know the subject, but she kind of tunes it out. So I got the direction wrong.
I gotcha.
Because I've heard you talk about mustard a lot. Oh, he's a mustard on the hot dog guy.
Do you guys want the second option that I also texted Darius or no?
Of course I do.
I said
You gave us 2 different hot dogs.
I said kielbasa, which is great.
Yes,
By the way, let me just interject. So CK's bit about Russell, I don't know if you know this or not, is that he
can't make a choice.
He can never make a choice. He thinks that like your whole life, all of your issues boil down. I cannot wait to go into his office right now and tell him this.
When he sent me both of these options, that's the first thing I thought of.
I don't even know if this will translate as humorous on the radio, but our boss's entire thesis on why Chris Russell has become Chris Russell.
He's convinced of
this. Is because he cannot make a choice. And realize we tasked him with just telling us what you want on your hot dog, and he came up with 2 variations. He could not just pick one.
All right, in this case, I was providing options. I was providing material. I'm not saying I couldn't make a choice. Both are excellent choices. The second one is kielbasa, which is amazing.
Yes, it is.
Or Italian sausage.
So that's a
with,
third.
Again, very important.
It's 3 choices. By the way, that's not a hot dog.
A butter, it serves as a hot dog with, again, very important, a butter toasted bun because plain buns suck.
Now you're talking about the bun has been toasted and you got a little layer of butter on both sides.
A little golden brown,
butter,
right?
yeah.
It's a little crispy.
Are you buttering before you toast or buttering after you toast?
We can do either.
Okay.
And get
Garrett
this
said at Nats Park, by the way, at Nats Park. You think they're just all the chefs over there are just doing a nice job buttering your buns?
Well, they should.
Okay,
they should.
I like to get back to my seat at some point.
I mean, nobody else thinks I'm important.
Again,
I think I'm important.
I'd like to reiterate. This is why I'm not rude. I just can't wait for Rini to do all that. He wants his bun buttered. He wants. Let's get back to the game, please. We came here for the game, guy. All right, what else you got?
The last time we were at a game, you got something delivered to you. I went into the lounge area because I wanted to make a difficult choice between all the wonderful food. And I actually made a good choice.
Good for you, buddy.
Way to go, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, so butter toasted kielbasa bun.
Or an Italian sausage.
Or
with a dash of mayo. And cheese.
The cheese is always...
The cheese is the consistent component to the meaty tube steak.
I have seen Rini. He douses food in nacho cheese at games. He'll take a cup into the game, like an empty cup. He'll just pump the cheese into the cup and just tilt it back and drink it.
You've done that?
Unbelievable.
Have you done that?
I don't think that's correct.
But you would.
I might. Last night, I was at a soccer game. I saw somebody get nachos and the pumped cheese, and I was like, oh, I want that.
You had a little twinge?
Yeah. He loves this guy.
I mean, pumped cheese is good. It's not good for you, but it's good.
I just think it's the grossest thing on the planet. But I'm happy for you.
Well, you're a queso guy. You had queso.
Go figure that something good and that tastes good, you would be opposed to.
Rini, old buddy, old pal, thank
Key
you
lime pie.
for helping break the tie and making me the champion of the Grant and Danny radio program.
I lose gracefully there. That was tough.
When it comes to guessing how people eat their hot dogs. Logan Paulson on the Commanders' schedule. We now know who they're playing and when. Came out yesterday. Let's discuss that next.
Nationals baseball tonight against the Baltimore Orioles from Nats Park. Our coverage begins at 6:15 right here on The Fan with Zach Littell taking on right-hander Shane Baz. News this hour, a suspect has been arrested in the shooting of Missouri running back Ahmad Hardy. More baseball has the Yankees placing Max Fried on the 15-day IL with a bone bruise, and the Tigers' ace Tariq Skubal has been playing catch for 2 weeks after his surgery. Like father, like son, Charles Woodson Jr. has committed to the University of Michigan, where his Heisman Trophy-winning dad, Charles Woodson, played football. The PGA Championship second-round leaderboard at the top for most of the day. Aldrich Potgieter, Alex Smalley is at 4 under, one shot ahead of Smalley is Potgieter. Some of the notable names: John Rahm at 2 under, Jason Day 1 under, Xander Schauffele at 1 under par, and Jordan Spieth is even par as he begins his round. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murad, would like to know. They'll take care of your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us so that you can get a discount. Again, that's kmlawyers.com. The Commander's schedule is out. Danny, very arduous off the top. That has been the big storyline, I think. The big takeaway is they better be ready to start the season. 2 games in the division against the 2 best teams in the East, the Eagles and the Cowboys, and then you play the defending Super Bowl champions in the Seattle Seahawks weeks 1, 2, and 3. They don't open at home until September 27th, week 3 against the Hawks.
Yeah, against the defending champs. It is a gauntlet. There's no way around that. Again, people who look at the strength of schedule will go, oh, they're in the middle of the pack. That's because Dallas was under 500. So was Cincinnati. So were the Giants. These are 3 much improved teams. How much? TBD, of course, injury dependent when you play them and so forth. And the Colts finished with an under 500 record. Again, they were 7-2 to start last season, and the guy that brought them there will be playing in that London game in week 4. This is a really hard schedule as far as I'm concerned. It kind of was deflating. We already knew the teams, obviously, but kind of the order of operations just before that bye week and then a couple weeks after, the toughest games you're going to face, with the exception of Houston early December, and then we'll see what Jacksonville is in January. I'm not necessarily buying them as a repeat now bona fide contender, but of your 9 toughest games, 8 of them are in the first 9 weeks. Hard.
I do think Philadelphia is probably going to be worse than they have been, and maybe more gettable than we're viewing them as a week 1 opponent. Now, I'm basing that on speculation of a new scheme and them having to get right, but it's not crazy when you look at some of the metrics out there. Pro Football Network did a simulation where they assigned probabilities to make the playoffs for every team, and in the NFC, they have the Seahawks, Rams, 49ers from the West, and then both the Bears and the Packers in the North as having better probabilities to make the playoffs than the Eagles. Meaning, based on their math, number 6 on the list in the conference is Philadelphia. They're ahead of some good teams like Detroit and Tampa Bay and Dallas and Washington, but they're behind Seattle, LA, San Francisco, Chicago, Green Bay. So that's not a game, I don't think, that is a scheduled loss. I mean, it's going to be tough. If you play it 10 times, you probably only win 4. And look at the recent history. I think they've dropped 8 of their last 11 to the Eagles. But I do think Philadelphia is going to come back to them a little bit this year.
I don't have that same optimism. They've changed coordinators every season. This is one of their 14-win seasons. If you play the past recent history with the same head coach, the same GM, same quarterback, a lot of the same core intact. And yeah, you're going to move on from A.J. Brown.
They've never had an OC whose offense is going to be what Sean Mannion's is. That Kevin O'Connell,
that is true,
middle of the field offense that is the antithesis of what their quarterback's done.
That is true.
And they don't have A.J. Brown, to your point.
Yeah, so
and they currently do, but they won't when the season
right, they
starts.
won't. Yeah, enter Mekhi Lemon. Obviously, not replacing the dominance of A.J. Brown, but someone that I really wanted and really didn't want them to get when it comes to it. Again, not knocking the Washington's draft pick, wouldn't have made sense at 7, but I think the point stands. it's still that same defense that shoved it on you. It's still, a really talented, excellent roster built by maybe the best architect in the whole sport. So I don't expect to come down to earth. They might be closer to other teams because they got better, but I don't think they're going to fall off the wagon, so to speak.
I think their defense is going to be outstanding again. They have one of the best coordinators in the league in Vic Fangio. They didn't lose a lot, and they added Jonathan Grenard, the pass rusher, who was great with the Texans. Most recently played in Minnesota 2 seasons ago with the Vikes at double-digit sacks. And then they signed Tariq Woolen at corner as well. So from a talent standpoint, with Quinyon Mitchell, they got better at corner. Still have maybe the best nickel corner in the league in Cooper DeJean. And Quinyon Mitchell, who is one of the ascending really good corners on the outside in all of football. And adding Grenard with Jalen Carter, with Jordan Davis up front, I think it's going to be a big deal for them too. So their defense is going to be awesome. That's a really big test early on for David Blau in his first game scheming and calling plays for Jaden Daniels. But I talked to Logan Paulson about this schedule and specifically the early part of the schedule being a buzzsaw on a new episode of Take Command that dropped. This is what Logan had to say about that stretch that everybody's been looking at since last night.
Yeah, and I think, these first 3 games really encapsulate, I think, the larger theme of the schedule, which is you got to come out, guns a-blazing type of deal, because the first, I'd say 10, maybe 11 games are tough, man. Like, you got to really kind of put your mouthpiece in and be ready to rock and roll. And so, I think as a coach, maybe a team, part of you in the back of your mind's like, man, maybe I wish we were starting with something like out of the division to kind of make sure that we're dotting our I's, crossing our T's, and we feel good about it. I've had coaches say in the past, like, hey, those first 3 games are still kind of finding your way. Here, you lose that kind of luxury completely because, again, it's division, and then the Super Bowl champion right down the barrel there. So I think this is, as a fan, I get so excited for this, though, because the Eagles got a new OC. They're going to ask Jalen Hurts to do some different stuff. We have a new defense that I love, right? I mean, I just think about, I always think about that Brian Flores defense in Minnesota. And if we have any semblance of that, like, that is going to be so fun to watch those dudes get down. And then Jaden Daniels in an offense that I think is going to be pretty special against this Vic Fangio defense. Like, as a fan, like, this is what I want to see week 1. I really just, I'm so excited for this game. I love playing in Philly. I love the kind of animosity in Philly. So this gets me really juiced up. And then to follow that up with, again, a great division rival in Dallas, another, like, my probably second place, favorite place to play in the league. Like, this is, as a fan and as someone who loves this team, I get really excited for that.
By the way, you said get down, which is such a Dan Quinnism. You're speaking Quinn now. You obviously
it's happening.
You played with Dan Quinn in Atlanta, but I think just being around him as much as you are at the facility now, you're going to start saying to go and in that space and all the other Quinnisms.
Yeah. Well, I kind of like to get down. Well, I mean, I just like it. You know what I mean? Because it's like, hey, man, like, it kind of reminds me of, like, you're in high school, you're in college, and it's like, hey, man, let's throw down. Let's make this thing happen. And, for a fight or something like that. So I like that kind of verbiage. There's other things.
You want to take this outside. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
We're here to get down. Anybody, any place, anytime, anywhere, any village, whatever the bid is. 4:25 Sunday afternoon. I also like that sneaky because you get to watch all the 1:00 games as a fan. Yeah. So if you're at home, there's nothing like the countdown clock on Red Zone at 12:59 and 55 seconds of, like, the 15, 10, 5, and it's the first week and there's going to be 9 games kicking off or whatever, and all the new free agents and new places, and the first week for the fantasy roster, and you got your bets in. So to not have a 1:00 game is always kind of a treat in that regard. Couple things. I think that while this is a murderer's row stretch, we're going to get into the Cowboys and the Seahawks in a second, but it's Eagles, Cowboys on the road, Seattle at home, 1, 2, 3 before they go to London. I do like the divisional games off the top here in that the Commanders, A, you figure out where you're at right away. There's a litmus test element to this. And B, I do think that having a new offense and a new defense, so schemes on both sides of the ball that the Eagles and the Cowboys don't know, is actually a huge advantage. Now, you can point out that Philly's got a new offense with Sean Mannion. You can point out that Dallas has a new defensive scheme as well, and that's true. I don't think it's quite as big an adjustment as what Washington's doing going to the Flores-type defense. But I think that there's no real good way to study, and I'm sure that Dan Quinn's going to get through the preseason without a whole lot of tells. I mean, they're going to go into that Eagles game and have a lot of things that Philly hasn't seen yet. which I like. I also want to play Philly early because I personally don't think Jalen Hurts is a great fit for what Sean Mannion would love to do in a perfect world, which is, boots and moving the pocket and throwing to the middle of the field and dig routes and clearing things out and running like drift type stuff behind linebackers. But that said, I think as the year goes on, he'll get more comfortable. Also could be game one without A.J. Brown, who we're still anticipating them trading, likely to New England. So they're going to be trying to find their footing there. So I kind of like the Eagles in the first week of the season before they maybe get their footing.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's a divisional game, so you never really know how it goes. Like, as much as I agree with, I agree with everything you said. Like, and maybe one of the most compelling stories of this 2026 season for me is how Jalen Hurts handles this new offense that they're bringing in from Green Bay. Like, it just doesn't seem to fit anything that he's done traditionally, anything he's done well. And I understand why you want to go in this direction. This is the offense. This is the course du jour, right, for offenses in the league. But I'm so interested to see how this goes over the course of the year, because as we've seen with the Eagles, they hit a little bit of a rough patch, and they can lose 6 games in a row and not even blink an eye about it. So I'm really curious. And again, like to your point, like the divisional thing early, there are some pros and cons to it, but I just like, hey, there's no ramp up, there's no warm up. Like, we got to make sure that through training camp, through preseason, we are geared up to the right intensity. The Commanders are geared up to the right intensity. And I think that's going to be an interesting juxtaposition to how they handled the offseason last year specifically.
12th time these two teams have met in week 1, 6th time in Philadelphia for the Commanders and the Eagles. Week 2 at Dallas, some of the particulars here. Earliest Washington has played in Dallas as a week 2 matchup since 2006. That year they played in week 2 as well. 6th time Washington and Dallas will play in week 2. I think the Cowboys are better than people think. My sneaky prediction, unless something changes right now, I'm going to have them win in the division, I think. I love their offense, have for a while now. It pains me to say that I think their defense got a lot better too. They have 6 new starters. They have a new defensive coordinator. So, going there, tough place, has just always been a traditionally very tough place for Washington. On the road, they're 18-44-2 against Dallas, 47-81-2 all time. But having said that, I like getting both of those really hard divisional road games out of the way early. Like, you're into week 3, and now you don't have to worry about going to the 2 top teams in your division. That's something that I would sign up for probably.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought it up, because it is an interesting comparison to the Eagles, who I think the offense is going to struggle, but that defense with Vic Fangio is going to be amazing. And again, that Cowboys offense might have been the best group offensively that we saw last year. They're special. They're dynamic. CeeDee Lamb, obviously, Pickens on the perimeter. Dak Prescott, when he's on, is a top 5 quarterback in the league. So it's definitely going to put everything that Durante Jones has installed to the test with that group, and hopefully that group shows some teeth in that matchup. And the other thing there is the new defensive coordinator for the Cowboys. Like, they're bringing in this Vic Fangio defense, which Seattle runs, which Philly runs. Like, the best defense in the league statistically will be here in Dallas. And you mentioned the new personnel. I'm super curious to see if they have enough kind of underneath linebacker, nickel type players to make that thing work. If they have enough pass rush juice, they've really tried to make an effort to get that done. So seeing that come together will be interesting, but I love that as a test for the defense early on versus one of the better offenses we saw all of last season.
Week 3 is the home opener. So this is, as I said, the first time since 2012 the Commanders have not played a home game in the first 2 weeks. And interestingly, because you lose the home date in London the following week, it's going to be week 5 when they host the Giants before they're playing a second home game. So just think about that. If you're a season ticket holder who's not going to London, you're going to have seen them once in the first month of the season, which is pretty odd. I don't love the week 3 home opener, having already played twice on the road, but it's not like it's a matchup that you would have drawn up either. The Seattle Seahawks, the defending Super Bowl champions, obviously they came to Washington and led by 31 in a clinical performance a year ago, very different operation defensively than for the Commanders. This is the earliest matchup between the two teams since 1998. First time the Commanders have played the Seahawks in consecutive seasons since 2020 and 2021. You almost feel like you got to have one of those division games before you play Seattle, so you're not going into like some got to have it week 3 game so you don't start 0-3.
I think that's exactly right. I was talking with B Mitch and Smoot and Tana and Fletch, and one of the things that they talked about was like, you really got to come out of this first 5-game stretch 3-2. Yeah, like you have to. You got to find a way to get it done. And I don't know how you do that without winning one of those division games, because you gotta kind of set the table there. So you're not stressed out. You're not under a lot of pressure to kind of win something that you shouldn't win, or road games, all that kind of stuff. So I agree with that 100%. I think the Seahawks, I can't, again, talk about as a fan of football, these 3 games early on are going to tell you exactly where this team is at, exactly who they are, exactly what the defense looks like. They're going to be challenged in ways like these are playoff caliber teams. And I think that's one of the things about this schedule that's tough is, and to me, this goes all the way through to week 10, pretty much week 11. And we're going to talk about that as we go, but really you don't have a lot of breathing room here early on to make a mistake. And hopefully the Commanders are ready to rock and roll when this thing starts.
Well, so to that point, with these 3 games to start, they have not started fast under Dan Quinn at all, really. And I know one thing you and I talked about on the pod at one point last year was, maybe going in, this was like looking ahead to 26 midway through last season, maybe you want to rethink about how you do things in training camp in the preseason, whether that's playing guys more or at all in some cases, right? Jaden Daniels didn't play at all last year. The practice field, I know a few times I brought up on the pod, it did feel a little bit like, they were making a concerted effort to kind of save everybody for the season at times, and then you don't start fast. Now, I don't know how to feel about this, because you better have all hands on deck for those first 3 games. Like, you can't risk injuries. You got to get everybody through this thing healthy. So you can't push it too hard, right? You don't want to stomp the gas pedal, but they got to be more ready or start faster, be more capable of playing their A game earlier this year against this schedule. So do you think they'll look into that? I mean, I'm sure they'll look into it. Do you think they'll do something different?
I do think they'll do something different because of how important this early 3-game stretch is. I just don't know how you don't approach it differently. Even if they had done well last year, the caliber of these teams this early, I think totally changes your mindset and larger picture, right? And I know we're going to talk about these games individually, but Colts, Giants, 49ers, right? Eagles, Rams, again, good football teams. That gets you to week 9. Giants, Bengals. So that's week 11, right? And so you look at those teams, and those are, outside of the Giants, which are kind of in a rebuild, I think all those teams are playoff caliber teams, playoff contending teams, and you got them early. So to me, when I look at it, I say to myself, like, you got to be ready to rock and roll. So I think we got to be just a little bit more physical in training camp. Probably guys play a little bit more in preseason. We got to have those joint practices, which again, we missed on last year because Baltimore backed out last minute, but we have to be able to handle and just be ready to kind of hit the ground. This sounds weird, and I don't know if I remember covering a schedule like this or playing for a schedule like this. It's almost like you got to be playing playoff caliber football from week 1 on. Like, it's just a very odd construction. I love it as a fan, but that's kind of the approach you got to take here, I think. And I think Dan's a guy who is excellent at kind of understanding the ebbs and flows of a season, and I think they're definitely going to do something to kind of accommodate this schedule structure.
That was Logan Paulson from an episode of Take Command that dropped today, breaking down the schedule. That's the podcast he and I do wherever you get your audio. Danny, but I want to double-click on that with you next. The idea of the changes they're going to have to undertake for training camp, for the preseason, to get up to speed faster.
There's no question.
Start quicker. That was going to be the case regardless. But when this schedule came out, that became pertinent. And I would imagine Dan Quinn had already planned on that. But I really hope they're going line by line, item by item from last summer and going, all right, this is how we did it. We'll try the opposite. Okay, this is what we ate for breakfast. Let's put this on the menu.
There's a what worked and what didn't work. There are 2 categories. There's a lot of what didn't work, and that's got to change. If you even if you don't have a foolproof solution, you got to do something different. That approach simply won't cut it. Again, if you are every year we play in the NFC Championship game and go to Super Bowls and are in the middle of a dynasty, if you're the Chiefs when you're in the middle of that run, you want to take it easy in September? By all means, you know you got that extra gear. This group does not have the luxury to pussyfoot around, and there's no extra gear just yet. You ain't that good.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's get into that next. If you've got some thoughts on camp, the preseason, getting up to speed for Washington, they had the benefit last year of Russell Wilson-led New York in week 1. The Raiders were one of the worst teams in football in week 3. But otherwise, when you played varsity like Green Bay, you saw what that was like in the short week, that Thursday night early in the season. They got waxed by a good football team. What should they change as they get up to speed for week 1 this year? This is the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. If you are locked in for the MLB season like your pal, Fanatic Sportsbook is where you simply have to be. They're giving you profit boosts every single day, not once a week, not once a month, every day. Use them on any hit, run, or strikeout. So every at-bat and inning means a little bit more. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot every MLB game day. Pick any player to hit a home run. And if they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. Track your player on the daily leaderboard, see total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time. And with Fanatic Sportsbook, you're getting up to 10% fan cash back on your bets. You can use that all over the place in the Fanatics universe, like fan cash on profit boosts, more bets, exchange it for merch, collectibles, tickets to events, and so much more. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Big news from the NHL. Remember last night when the Vegas Golden Knights advanced to face the Colorado Avalanche in the Western Finals? And remember when head coach John Tortorella didn't even talk to the media? Well, he's been fined $100,000 by the NHL. And because of flagrant violations where only 2 players came out to talk to the media, Vegas forfeits a 2026 second-round draft pick because of what happened last night. The Wednesday matchup in the Western Conference Finals will be Game 1 in Denver, Colorado against Vegas. Nats back home tonight against the Orioles. Beltway series renewed. Nats 6-13 at home, and the Orioles have won 3 of their last 4. The Nats have recalled lefty Andrew Alvarez, and the Orioles have placed infielder Jordan Westberg on the 60-day. He's said to have elbow surgery and will miss the rest of the season. Tigers ace Tariq Skubal playing catch 2 weeks after surgery, and the Yankees have placed Max Fried on the 15-day IL with a bone bruise. A quick look at the PGA Championship leaderboard. Maverick McNeely at 5 under has a one-shot lead at the top. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Nats Orioles getting underway in an hour and 15 minutes on the Fan. Your weekend gets started in a little less than that. Grant and Danny welcoming you back. Thanks much for making the show part of your day. So I was thinking about it. We're giving the Commanders a hard time about their slow start last year, not being ready, but they did start 2-1. I think that has more to do with their opponents, though. The Giants and the Raiders, the weak schedule. They played one varsity team in the first couple of weeks, and they got annihilated by the Green Bay Packers in primetime. But what would you do differently in the process to ramp up for this season than last, knowing what we know about this schedule, that maybe your toughest quarter, your toughest stretch happens right out of the chute? You think back to the Tampa Bay game with Dan Quinn in week 1. They eventually would rattle off 4 straight wins in his first season, weeks 2 through 5. And that was the big Monday night game against Cincinnati, the coming out party, blowing out Arizona, handling their business against Cleveland. But that week 1 game, they gave up almost 40. They almost got doubled up. It looked like Ron Rivera 2.0, and we were going, oh my God, this is going to be a long season. Now, a month later, they were 4-1. But they just weren't ready for the bright lights.
And remember,
Packers game last year was the same thing.
In week 2, to jump in 2004, they eked by a Giants team that would go 3-14. Malik Neighbors dropped a pass. They didn't have a field goal kicker in the game. Otherwise, they probably lose it.
Are you talking about 2024?
In 2024. So when
that was week 2.
Yeah, in week 2. So they lost.
That's a good point.
They lost to Tampa.
0-2.
And skin of their teeth before finally, as you said, breaking out in week 3. But no one cared because they were off to the races and won a bunch of games, and it was fun. But my point is, they have not played well to start the season 2 straight years under Dan Quinn.
Yeah, last year when they beat the Giants, the score ended up being pretty decisive, 21-6, and their defense was actually fantastic in that game, and it turned out like Russell Wilson would soon get benched, and there was probably some external factors there that weren't just that their defense was about to be really good, as we found out. I remember the conversation we had after that first game was, how good can they be? They're top blank in the league. And then we go, could they be top 10? Could they be top 15?
No.
The answer was top 30, hopefully. They really regressed after that. But their offense did not play that well. Jaden Daniels did not come out hot. Just generally, in the first week of last season, Danny, it was very pedestrian. And it's not crazy to trace it back to camp and the preseason. Jaden Daniels threw 0 passes in the preseason last year. Remember, he dropped back and ran in for a touchdown against the Bengals in like his only quote-unquote drop-back pass attempt of the preseason. That would have been a pass. He left the pocket, ran, scored a touchdown. He was off the field, and that was his only drive. He handed off to Chris Rodriguez a couple times, who ran all over the place and then ran in from about 15 yards out. He's got to get more work this August, as far as I'm concerned. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
To me, it's more the luxury training camps and the preseason stuff.
So you think the camp is a bigger deal than the preseason?
I do. I see too many teams that don't play guys for 3 quarters that still are able to come out and have legitimate first weeks. Although I will say week 1 and week 2 are generally not great samples for what the rest of the season is going to be. And it speaks kind of to your point more than it does mine. But remember last year they wanted to have a co-scrimmage lead-up joint practice, whatever, with Baltimore, who canceled it. I think that was a big negative. But they're also doing, Club Med, my feet is up kind of training camp for a lot of their veterans. Every other day was a day off for guys, like one practice day off for a lot of these vets. And yeah, a lot of it was because they were coming in banged up, but it's like enough of that. You don't have 38-year-olds anymore. You're not majoring in that anyway. This needs to be a far harder hitting from the get-go, damn the torpedoes here. They need to be ready to go way sooner.
Well, I actually love that point. I haven't thought about that specifically, but there's less taking care of old guys to be done here. A year ago, if you want to give 15 guys a day because you've hit it pretty hard for 2 or 3 days in a row, when it's Bobby Wagner and it's fill in the blank of the oldest roster in 12 years of NFL football last year, it kind of made some sense. You've put your roster together with both old guys, Zach Ertz, Bobby Wagner types, and then injury-riddled guys. And some of those are still here. Think of Laramie Tunsil or whatever, who you're going to be extra careful with and not demand a ton out of on the practice field. And sometimes with a guy like Tunsil, that's fine because you're going to trot him out there on game day and he's going to be really, really good. But I think you're probably right. Camp, because there's more days, there's just more to it than the preseason, is where you've got to make bigger strides and more tweaks. But I would look long and hard about how seriously I take the preseason if I was them. Just because it works for another team doesn't mean it can work or will work everywhere. Like you're saying correctly, I think, there's plenty of teams I see, like the Rams, that don't care about the preseason, and they're fine. Yeah, is Matt Stafford here? I mean, are we going to have the entire Rams defensive front
You're right.
walk through that door? It's just it's a stars and scrubs thing. It's a different roster. It's a more talented roster. It's a better coaching staff. They probably need less time on task. That doesn't mean that's what's right for Washington. You only got 3 preseason games now. I want starters playing in all 3 of those games. I'm not saying you got to play 3 quarters. I'm not going crazy here and turning it back to 1978, but the idea of basically redshirting and taking off the preseason for the majority of your young guys and guys that matter, that needs to end, man. You need to make sure that you have your best bullet to fire against the Philadelphia Eagles. Because if you start 0-2 in the division in those 2 games, you are climbing a gigantic battle.
Yep.
It's not just the numbers historically of going 0-2 and what it means for the playoffs. It's 0-2 against the 2 teams that are at the top of your division on paper going into the season. It's like double the 0-2. You basically might as well be 0-4 at that point. Those games are worth more.
Yeah, it's a double whammy. And again, both those teams are going to be good. If you're going to get to where you want to get to, you got to win one, at least. Now, obviously, I'd love to be greedy and win both, but I'm also, realistic. I'm not a crazy person. A couple of divisional road games to start things off when they've not gotten off to good starts for 2 straight years versus, Philadelphia, who I think I said this yesterday. I think, what is it? They're 6-2 in their opening weeks over the last couple of seasons, a couple, or even better than that, honestly. It was like 10-2 over the last few years to start off their years. They're better at it coming out the gate fast. So maybe try to emulate them. But yeah, I just think with this really challenging first 9 weeks with a bye week in there, so the first 8 games are 8 of your 10 most challenging games. Just what it feels like on paper. You'll be underdogs in a lot of them, justifiably so. You don't have time to wait around. I just don't think, you could be eliminated by the time you're in the middle of, by the time Thanksgiving rolls around, you could be pretty much out of it.
We could be eliminated?
We can be eliminated?
I can't hear anyone talk about elimination and not think about that Ron Rivera answer from
discovering yesterday in real time from a question from Grant Paulson.
They're only going to be favored 5 times all season. You were just talking about how often they're dogs early in the season. For the duration of the year, they're only going to be favored 5 times. Now, that fairly irrelevant because it's going to change as soon as the year starts. Couple injuries happen, quarterback goes down, whatever. But you're not the Cardinals. 17 times you're an underdog. But 12 times, the projection based on the odds makers is 5-12, based on my quick math.
Right. What did I see? Somebody had their over-under at 6.5 wins.
That's about where it's been.
Yeah. So again, our perception is last year was weird. 2024, that's real.
Well, we had Sheehan on the show earlier today, and he basically said, look, you could tell that the league's banking on Washington to bounce back, 7 standalone games, 5 primetime games, or whatever it is. And I think that's probably true. But he said last year was an aberration. I'm not sold on that yet. I think that's very possible. I certainly hope that's the case. But I'm not really to work in pen on that just yet. I got some things I still got to sort out.
Yeah, so if you do the average of the last 2 seasons, just again, kind of based on what we saw, it's a pretty good offense a still below average defense, and that's kind of what, an 8-win team that we're talking about? I mean, that's the bucket I think a lot of people have them in. And the thing that I've long argued on this show and any other I've ever been on is we consider this huge difference between someone that goes, back in the day it was 9-7 and 7-9. Now, obviously, the numbers are different with 17 games. But my whole point all along was there is so little difference. If you're in that middle bucket, it's the ball that hits the upright or doesn't, the fumble you recover or don't, the call that goes against you or doesn't, and we consider these dramatic successes or failures based on a couple of small bounces.
The tackle that you break and score a 57-yard touchdown on instead of it being 4th and 1 because you didn't break the tackle.
Exactly. In the teams that are immune to it in both directions, the 3-14 teams, you're immune to good breaks and bounces. You suck. The teams that are excellent are above that. You might drop one of those games, but by and large, they'll be standing at the end. And for the most part, the whole point is to be in that group that's immune to it in a good way. The Super Bowl champions, the teams that win it all, or that get there are a couple aberrations. There are a couple teams that stand out over the last couple of decades. It's the Ravens in 2012, those weird 9-7 Giants teams that would get really hot with great defensive lines. Other than that, it's the best teams this league has to offer going at it in a heavyweight bout.
The 5 times they're favored, in case people are curious, just driving around. 2 actually are early enough, believe it or not. In weeks 4 and 5, they are -1.5 and -2.5. So you pull up the schedule then and you tell me where those matchups are. One of those is
Colts Giants.
So that's London Colts and then the New York Giants.
Yep.
Then they're favored in week 12 by 4.5 points, which should be the Cardinals.
That's Cardinals.
Then it's a 1.5 point game that, by the way, being favored by 1.5 is not far from a pick'em. I mean, that's almost like a toss-up game. It's not like you're favored by 3.5 or 4. But anyway, week 13, 1.5, that's the Titans.
Yep.
It's a little tighter than I would have thought there. And then week 15, a 3.5 point favorite.
That was what was the last one you said? Week
15.
15, Falcons.
Those are the teams when we went through the schedule where those were your harvest your nut games. I mean, it's that simple.
Has to be.
Like, you have to beat those teams. If you win those games, you have a chance to have a season.
The teams that you're in the same bucket as, you've got to run roughshod through them. You've got to have you have to be at the top of that bucket for me. Because again, I don't think anybody, outside of the rose-colored or burgundy-colored in this case, glasses is going, yep, they're every bit as good as the defending Super Bowl champion Seahawks, who beat the brakes off of them last year and could have scored 100 if they felt like it. They're not the Rams. They're not even the Eagles. And, the Cowboys have had a better offseason. If you are having a year, so to speak, everybody that's in kind of your same, I'm not really sure, they're kind of flawed. That's Minnesota. That's Atlanta. You got to beat the Giants twice probably to have a season. Because again, there's so few opportunities to tap in birdies.
This will change, so it's not worth spending much time on. But they're 5.5 point underdogs against the Eagles in week 1, which is tied for the biggest spread as an underdog of the season with week 6 against San Francisco. Washington in points in that game makes a lot of sense to me. Eagles unveiling a new offense. Week 1, weird things happen as it is. Divisional game. 5.5 points is the 3rd biggest line of the day in the entire NFL, based on look headlines on DraftKings right now. I just think that's strange. That week 1 game with the Eagles, which I feel like is winnable, that is tied for the most lopsided line where they're an underdog all season long with that Monday night game against San Francisco.
Huh. That's surprising and on a couple fronts. But again, maybe it's taken into account that Washington just has not started well over the last couple of years with this regime, and they've got new stuff too. 2 new coordinators in their own right.
I was mentioning earlier the Pro Football Network's simulation they did on the percentage chances of teams making the playoffs. We'll look at where they've got Washington in the NFC. Plus, we'll get you ready for a DC sports rivalry that renews tonight on Grant and Danny as we continue. Captivating story out of the NHL's postseason as the push for the Stanley Cup is on. Old friend Nick Dowd with the Vegas Golden Knights is on to the Western Conference Final. The Golden Knights eliminating John Carlson's Anaheim Ducks last night. Well, after winning a game 5-1, advancing in that series, making quick work of the Ducks last evening, Vegas did not open their locker room and did not have their head coach, John Tortorella, speak to the media, which is pretty unprecedented. The National Hockey League came down pretty hard on Vegas, saying that what they did was a complete shot against the policies that every team has to abide by. And they end up fining John Tortorella for $100,000 and docking the Vegas Golden Knights a second-round draft pick.
I did a triple take when I read that. Finding Torts, he doesn't care. That's, whatever. It's like a morning shave for him. Not that he likes to lose the money, but he is not concerned about your penalty. Fine him, do whatever. He's got his own thing and message, and he's going to use it as fuel, and that's fine.
Every person in hockey who knows him loves him, and everyone I talk to that I likes him because, they spent time around him and they think he's awesome. God, he comes off like one of the biggest jerks in sports.
Yeah, so it's almost like it's a purposeful move, right? Where it's like, see? They want to divide us, and they're going to fine me. I'll pay that fine, and he'll slap it on the bulletin board, and put
Sign
a pin through $100 or something like that. Yeah, it's going to be great. Like that, I'm sure that's what the bid is. I did a trip that they took a second-round pick away. Whoa, dude.
Well, this is a sport that does not have the luxury of shutting out media, right? They are fighting and scratching and clawing for every morsel of coverage. At times, I know you and I have talked about when we've discussed the WNBA, and this is a sport that wants to be covered, that is desperate for people to engage. And then, we'll have an audio clip where the commissioner's upset with a reporter for asking a question, or somebody's, bothered that someone's getting into their personal business or whatever. And it's like, well, wait a second. You want to be covered. People are now covering you. Like, isn't this the point? Isn't this what you were hoping for? Hockey's in the same boat in a way. You're so far behind in the United States, at least. And I would just say more broadly in North America still, the big three other sports, Major League Baseball, the National Football League, which is king of the castle, and then even the NBA, that you can't be upset with the league, which I think is what happened. Braden McNabb got suspended one game, which I actually thought it was a reasonable suspension. He had an interference where he hit a guy well after the puck was no longer on the player's stick. So he got suspended a game, and the speculation is this is them being upset about that suspension. So they didn't play ball with some of the policies. Tortorella didn't want to speak either because he's doing a tough guy bit or because he's, celebrating or whatever. But you just won. You're advancing. Like, think about the fans at home who are watching and want to see the coach and the locker room coverage and all the interviews with the players, and there is none of that.
Yeah.
Not okay. So I got zero problem with any of this. $100,000 for the coach, absolutely. Do your job, please. Part of your job is to go speak to the media. This isn't even one of the tough ones. This is one of the good ones.
Yeah, you just won.
You just advanced. You just won. But a second-round pick, just so people know, in the National Hockey League, it's a huge deal, man. It's not that different than like a second-round pick in the NFL.
That's why I was stunned by it. Because everything you said is right. You don't get to skirt the rules. I don't care how mad you are. Do the thing you're supposed to do. So finding the coach, and I thought it might have been an organizational fine or some kind of probationary thing. I don't know. I just did not envision a second-round pick. Could you imagine?
Steep.
If something happened similarly in the NFL. Again, different leagues, I think you said it right. Different sport. But somebody did like a PR problem thing where it's like the guys weren't available. Could you imagine a team losing a second-round pick in the NFL? Like, there's no way that would happen. But to your point, the NHL's like, we don't do that. We're not turning any eyeballs away at any time. We are not in that position. We can't afford it.
I also don't think the NFL would have this happen. I don't know, how to describe why I feel that way, other than there is baked into the fabric of that league now is access and just an understanding of the reason we own everything as far as our eyes can see. Simba, look out there. That's all ours. It's the NFL's. We took Sunday from the church. Now we've got Thursday. We've also got Monday. We're working on some Wednesdays as well. The reason it's all ours is because people can't get enough. And you got to feed the beast. So if you guys want to keep making the money, if you want to keep getting paid to do the TV show and the extra access stuff and all the opportunities you have, We got to feed that beast, and that is the public. Eyeballs are going to be on us. And there is an opt-in. Not everybody. You got guys like Marshawn Lynch who doesn't want to speak, but then is also an actor and in the media for years after that, even though apparently, wasn't
He's very shy at social anxiety, apparently.
In front of cameras, but now I guess he's got less shy in front of cameras after his playing career. But crazy story. I mean, I hadn't been tracking it until today, but yeah, until Darius just passed along this punishment. But for a coach not to speak after a win, and then they don't make any players available. 2 guys went to the podium for the whole team. That was it. And there was no access for the beat that was there. I mean, imagine how mad you'd be as someone who covers that team all year when your job is to get content for the fans.
And again, it's a good moment.
Yeah, the culminating moment of your season. It'd be the Caps going to the conference final, and everyone gets shut out from coverage after the game.
Yeah, I mean, even after the ridiculous colluding salary cap penalty thing that happened to Washington, which to me is the most punitive punishment I can ever remember for an individual team. I know a couple others got some stuff too, but losing that salary cap space to me was just a joke. And the owners are smarter than everybody else, and they figured out a way to do an end run and made it happen. But my God, that was ridiculous. Even after that, there's no like Mike Shanahan going, all right, I ain't talking to you guys. Like I'm not doing what you asked me to do. You still have to just sit there and take it and play ball.
Where's PFN ranking the Commanders and their chances of making the playoffs out of the NFC with these schedules out? We'll tell you next. Plus, our preview of the Nats and the Orioles 3-game series this weekend. The Battle of the Beltways. You're listening to Grant and Danny.